to American League in my lifetime since I remember the All-Star game going back to the Anaheim Stadium. That's the first one I remember.
Okay.
Bo Jackson,
Way back
Kirby
when.
Puckett.
Yeah.
It's the first one I ever remember. I remember Wrigley Field when they had the big rain delay at Wrigley Field. But it feels like the American League wins every single year. Every year. It's like I want the National League to win a little bit here. They just blew last year.
Well, they
blew
dominated in the 60s, and so that's kind of, it goes through ebbs and flows.
It's like the NFC dominating the Super Bowl for so many years, and then all of a sudden John Elway, they break through against the Green Bay Packers, and then they go back-to-back, and all of a sudden the AFC starts to turn a new leaf, and they start to dominate here. So, I don't know. I want to see the National League get away tonight.
Is there a guy or, a couple of guys that you're looking for that you do want to see that maybe you don't get an opportunity to see?
See, I feel like in today's game with MLB League Pass, I see them all.
Yeah.
I see them all. Like Shohei, the world gets to see Shohei, but whenever Shohei comes up, you can set your alerts.
Yeah.
You can set your, whenever the Angels games start. And if Shohei comes up, you go on the League Pass right away, rewind it, and watch the at-bat like it's live or something like that. So, the All-Star game's fun. The pageantry's fun. The mic'd up version when they got guys mic'd up in the field is fun. But you know what? One underrated thing, and I'm kind of warmed up to this. Fox misses Joe Buck.
Oh, no doubt
They missed Joe
about
Buck
it.
on the call.
No doubt. Now, I will say the guy that was doing the English-Spanish interpretation back and forth was excellent yesterday.
Yeah, he was
because
good.
I think that's so hard. I mean, you're talking to guys in multiple languages, and you're trying to make it palpable for a lot of I speak broken Spanish at best. So you're trying to make it for people that don't understand the Spanish language, and you want to present it in English.
Yep.
And I just think we kind of don't understand how difficult that guy's role was, and I thought he did a great job.
Alden Gonzalez, ESPN.
Yes, that was who it is. But they missed that guy. But isn't Joe Buck on ESPN?
He is on ESPN.
I know
so
Berman
home
for
run
years
derby. I don't know if Joe Buck is good for the home.
I was floating out
I've never been mad at Carl Ravitch on a home run derby, to be honest with you.
He's okay.
Him and Eduardo Perez,
But he's
not bad.
baseball to me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He's and Eduardo Perez, I could do without. I'm not the biggest Eduardo Perez guy.
I'm not. But in that format with all those players,
fine.
I'm not. I don't hate on him,
I like
man.
A-Rod because a lot of these guys grew up idolizing A-Rod. So if I was ESPN, I would have A-Rod on the field fraternizing with the guys because they look up to him. And I think you get the best out of the players in that fashion.
Well, American League, I'm looking here.
Like, they don't have a Draymond Green. Like, B, when you're at the All-Star game in the NBA, the one thing I'll give Draymond Green, Draymond is not only, one of the guys, but he's really good at, like, I don't know, just kind of getting the best out of these dudes in those, like, goofy, kind of dead moments.
Well, A-Rod's Fox Sports 1, so he wouldn't be able to do ESPN, but... Oh, yeah, he does do the Sunday Night Mega
He's the only guy who works for all of them. He works for MLB, ESPN, and Fox.
He was doing so when I was at the house yesterday, Fox Sports 1 that was there early, about noon. They did the live All-Star. It was Derek Jeter, who, by the way, is really good on television.
You like him?
Oh, I think he's solid, man. I could do without Big Papi. Big Papi's over the top to me.
See, they need Big Papi, and I was talking about like the fraternizing. He does a great job when he gets down into the clubhouse and he's messing with the dudes.
But I'm watching him yesterday on the panel. I could do without Big Papi. He's a little over the top. He's got the swag earrings. He's just like, dude, you're 40 plus, dude. Like, chill. Anyway, him, A-Rod, Kevin Burkhardt, and Jeter. Jeter's not bad. I like
you just
Jeter's
love Jeter.
just I do love Jeter, but he keeps it a buck, and he talks about they were talking about Shohei Ohtani. He's like, if you're an owner of the Angels and you trade Shohei, do you really want to live with that? Do you really want to trade Shohei Ohtani? Do you really want to rebuild and say I'm the guy? So, and then you got A-Rod with the smile. A-Rod, he talks, then he looks into the camera and he's like.
Well, they hate each other.
He's unbelievable. If they hated each other, Jeter wouldn't be on that panel.
No. Jeter's on that panel because baseball wants him on that panel, and he needs the money.
Well, they did the mega cast, and Jeter, A-Rod, that's how I saw A-Rod in the game in the playoffs. Yeah. A-Rod's got douche vibes. Oh, no, big time. Big time.
So we were sitting next to Barry. Sampson. Remember that?
Yeah,
we were talking about David Sampson.
He had shades on inside the Chase Center Club, and his fan was like chasing him, and he's just walking, and he's just. A-Rod has such big douche vibes, it's not even funny.
I want to pull the sound, but David Sampson was talking about how A-Rod and Derek Jeter have become the same guy. Frauds.
Jeter ain't no fraud, man. Jeter ain't no fraud. Jeter's a real one.
The people that
Just
work with the
overrated a little
Marlins say
bit.
that he's one of the biggest frauds.
Who the hell is David Sampson to call somebody a fraud?
No. These are
Who the hell
independent
is he
of
to
him.
call somebody a fraud?
Well, because he
David
takes one to
Sampson's
know
the
one.
biggest carnival act out there.
Takes one to know one.
Gosh.
And to hear him talk about what a team should or shouldn't do, when he ran the Marlins, he traded away everyone. Part of their purchasing agreement was that they were going to trade away all of these players on high-priced salaries.
David Sampson. Good Lord. Why is he talking? But no, A-Rod gives you the big. But I like the pedal. I think Jeter does a good
Do you
job,
like Pedro?
man.
When they have Pedro on?
Pedro's not bad.
I really
Pedro's
like
not
Pedro.
bad. I like Pedro. I like J-Roll.
Pedro gives it to David Ortiz, and that's why I like him.
I got to say, they missed Dontrell Willis.
I agree.
Dontrell Willis, the D trade was really good on there.
Where is he at now?
He's calling Dodger games.
Is that what he's doing?
Yeah,
I know
down
he
in
had
LA.
done some stuff with the A's early on. I really like Dontrell Willis.
Right. Davis. Big Poppy's okay. He's not bad. I'm with Conrad Arenas. Poppy is annoying. He tries too hard. I'm kind of there. with
But
him. But
doesn't
they
he
had
appeal to a certain demographic?
He does. Like Juan Soto, for example, jumped on the pedal. And David Ortiz like, I just bought property next to your mom, man. We're going to be neighbors. Ha, ha, ha. Maybe I'll build the better. And it's just like, we don't need to know where you live. You don't need to know what you're going to do with your house. We don't need to know any of that. That's a little much. But I think the back and forth between A-Rod and Jeter, talking about roster construction, talking about trades, player movement, playing in certain areas, I think those two guys are dynamic together. I get rid of Poppy. Let's go Kevin Burkhardt, Jeter, and A-Rod. And, you can feel how you want to feel about Jeter, but Jeter's serious nature just balanced. It's kind of like your Kenny Smith on TNT.
Okay.
And I like that. He's just and he gives you the right amount of energy.
The game on a sophisticated level. Can
Exactly.
we all agree?
He does.
Like he's a brainiac when it comes to the actual being a savant of the game. B, let me float this theory by you that I floated to our boy Joe Spadoni earlier today. In the 90s, you had Bonds and you had Griffey, and they were second-generation Major League Baseball players, right? Like, their dads were great players. Ken Griffey Sr. was a great player. Bobby Bonds, I don't think people realize how great he was. Bobby Bonds, you look up at the top 10 San Francisco Giants stats, just since they moved in 58, he is all over it. RBIs, batting average, hits, home runs, stolen bases. Bobby Bonds was so good. Barry and Ken Griffey dominated the sport, right? And then in the NFL, you had Peyton Manning. His father obviously played in the NFL. He dominated the sport, whether him, Brady, whatever. It feels like there was a stigma for a long time. It's really hard being a superstar's, kid to try to get into the game. And there's the mental hurdle, and you'll never be your father, and blah, 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 blah. Now I look around, and it feels like Patrick Mahomes. Now, his dad was not an elite.
He was a reliever.
He was not an elite Major League Baseball player. Patrick Mahomes is the best player in the NFL.
Yeah.
He's second generation. Nick Bosa, okay? His dad was not the greatest player in the world. He's dominating the NFL right now, right? Mm-hmm. Those are the two guys on opposite sides of the ball. You could make an argument they're the two best players, on either side, right? That's an argument to be made. I look at the NBA. Steph Curry. Steph Curry's dominating the sport. Yeah. Second generation athlete. And then I look in baseball. Now, Shohei is clearly the number one guy in the game. But look at the Toronto Blue Jays. Look at Vladdy Jr., Dante Bichette. You've seen Jackson Holiday go number 1 overall. You've seen Andrew Jones' son go number 2 overall. There is something about being a second-generation athlete right now that really is in vogue, and it's not the physical or the genetic thing. To me, I think it's the mental makeup.
Well, the mental makeup, and they grow up loving the game.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And their dads bring them around. And it's not forced. You could tell when Vlad Jr. was a kid.
Yeah.
You could tell when Steph Curry and Seth Curry was kids. Klay Thompson, when he was kids, growing up with Michael Thompson, who, by the way, Michael Thompson, people forget he was a number 1 overall draft pick coming out of Minnesota to the Portland Trailblazers, bringing them around Kobe Bryant. These kids grow up to love the game. It's not forced. So when you have that pure joy, that kid like joy, you see it yesterday with Vlad Jr.
He's so fun.
He still has it. Bo Bichette still has it. Craig Biggio's son, who's struggling a little bit, but he's with that Toronto Blue Jays team. They love the game. They grow up loving the game. They want to do what their pops want to do. So it is cool like that. And that pressure, it gets alleviated at an early age, whether it's middle school, high school, because where they're going. Steph Curry, for example. that's Dale's kid over there.
Yeah.
That's Dale's kid. We got to go at him. Like Bronny and Bryce James. Kids are going at them. That's LeBron James' kid or whatnot. Yeah. But those kids purely love the game.
I mean, the Bronny Jr. thing, I think most people are like, yeah, Bronny's good. Have we pivoted to Bryce?
Well, they're both good. I think they're just different players. Like Bronny is more of a defensive guy. He's going to try to lock you up. Okay. He's going to play on the wing. And I think his shot has come around from what I've heard, talking to D Wright about the AAU circuit, and, he's around it a lot.
Does he think that he's actually going to be a player?
He thinks Bronny could be really, really good. Now, in terms of LeBron James, no. Is he going to be a 20-point-per-game scorer? But, Bronny may be that guy where he's like, I'm going to lock you up and I'm going to play point guard and get the team in the right set and do all the little things for you. Bryce is now coming into his own. Bryce is kind of a late bloomer here.
Yeah,
so,
and he's bigger.
And he's taller. He's taller right now. So, maybe Bronny has a growth spurt. Maybe Bryce has another growth spurt. Yeah. So, but the pressure, they've been under the spotlight for so long, but they just play.
Yeah.
And when you just play and you love the game, that pressure kind of just goes by the wayside. Yeah. You're like, you know what? I've been here. I've done it. I've been around my pops. I've been around big stadiums my entire life. That's why I like in football when you get these quarterbacks and you get these wide receivers. And I always look, okay, what conference? What team? Mm-hmm. Where do they play at? Mm-hmm. How many big games did they play in? Because those big college football games are like Super Bowls. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Those big bowl games, those big conference games, they're like Super Bowls in itself.
Like Bryce Young, I look at someone like him, think of the amount of games he's played in. Look at Jalen Hurts. Think of the amount of games, big-time games, Jalen Hurts, whether he was on the sidelines or at quarterback, right? Like, think about it. Like, if you look at his hit list, Joe Burrow's another example. Think of how many big games Joe Burrow has been a part of.
No, I know. I mean, just look at that Trevor Lawrence. I go back to that Fiesta Bowl, and I think about all those players that was in that game. And I was like, wow, look at all these dudes balling in the league. Trevor Lawrence, big-time game. Justin Fields, who's getting better and better and better. But you see that all the time in college football where they play these big games, so they get to the NFL. Like Caleb Williams is going to play in a lot of big games.
Yes.
So that transition to the NFL, it's like I've been there, done that. I was playing in Oklahoma. I played in the Red River Shootout. I played in the Pac-12 championship in Allegiant Stadium.
I lost to Tulane in a bowl game.
Right. Well, that was bad. Now you get some defense, USC.
What do you like? Are we just more aware of people's backstories now? Because, I look at the Warriors. You reference Steph, Clay, GP2. That's just off the top of my head of guys did Andrew Wiggins' dad play?
He did play. He was with the Philadelphia 76ers.
Okay. And then I look at the 49ers, right? And Fred Warner Sr., and then you got Bosa. You got Brock Purdy's dad played, I think, baseball, I believe, somewhere. Like, there are so many former athletes, kids that are playing right now. And they're having a moment right now.
Isn't it always kind of like that, though?
That's what I'm saying. Are we just
like
more
Bruce
aware
Matthews, Clay Matthews. You think about the Matthews brothers. That was the family business. The Baldinkers. The Baldinkers. Three brothers.
The Mannings.
The Mannings. It's kind of the family business.
Yeah, if you don't think about the father-son, it's the older brother. That's like always what you think of Derek Carr and David Carr, right? Like you think of something like that. And real quick, you were talking about the record for the AL and the All-Star game. They have won 18 times since 2000. The NL, just 3. And there's obviously a tie in there and then a canceled COVID year.
Yep.
18-3 since 2000.
That's insane.
So hammer American League tonight.
Wow. Like, I was watching the brothers in exile, LeVon and
El Duque.
And now they were stepbrothers, but it still matters to me. But it's just incredible. Like, could you imagine your little brother is the best pitcher on the planet at 22 years old, hoisting a World Series for the Marlins, and you're the greatest pitcher in Cuban history, and you come over and you help the Yankees win a World Series immediately? Like, I don't know. I find that stuff to be awesome.
What's funny? Seth Curry.
And Seth's a hell of a player himself.
Seth, where did he just sign? Seth just signed. Did he go back to Dallas? He went back to Dallas, right? He's with the Mavericks. So he's playing behind Kyrie Irving. And somebody floated something to me.
What's that? I
guess from a few years ago, where it was like, "Oh, do you want to play with your brother Steph?" And he goes, "Not really. I kind of want to carve my own path." And that was interesting to me. It was like, you know what? I want to kind of leave my brother's shadow, and I want to kind of do my own thing here. So I found that interesting. Some brothers like to play with each other, some don't.
Like the Tyler Rogers, and he signed a 2-year deal. It says right here, Seth Curry with the Dallas Mavericks.
All right, there we go. By the way,
that's interesting.
Day 2 of the All-Star Week blowout. 95-70 games. All-Star Week blowout. We got a lot of stuff here. We'll get the details on the other side. We gave out some great golf packages yesterday. The first 2 prizes off the board were golf packages to the Berkeley Country Club, Steiny Guru, myself and Shasky. We gave out a Gold-Blooded Warriors t-shirt, a Steph bobblehead, a pair of tickets to Jerry Seinfeld at Chase Center. So we got some prizes on the board here, and I'll explain that on the other side. That'll be brought to you by Fremont Bake, full-service baking, no compromises.
Cars for Kids. No more stressing over your old vehicle. Donate today and get it picked up.
going on, Bay Area? It's your boy, Chewy Gomez from 102 Jams. Listen to me every day, 3 to 7, playing your best hip-hop and throwbacks. Now back to my boys, Banter and Shasky, right here on 95.7 The Game.
A lot of prizes to give out. By the way, the last segment was brought to you by Go to State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. And look, man, we got the All-Star Week blowout. The All-Star Week blowout every single day this week. Yesterday, we gave out some great prizes. We still have many, many more prizes. And we're going to give out another prize today at 9:20. 9:20. And we're going to throw out the phone number, 888-957-9570. And you're going to call into that number, and you have to know the show. You have to know the show. We're going to say something today. We're going to ask a question about what happened during the show at 9:20. And if you get that correct, you win one of these very cool prizes. Now, some of the prizes still on the board. We still have tickets for Seinfeld. We still have an autographed Klay Thompson jersey.
I mean, what is going on with this contest?
I mean, we still have a pair of tickets to Aerosmith. We still have a round of golf at the Berkeley Country Club.
Woo!
We still have a pair of tickets to a Warriors game.
What?
We still have 2 private jiu-jitsu or self-defense lessons courtesy of Evolve Trading. Muay Thai. 2 one-month memberships to Evolve Trading Center. We've got a $250 gift card to Alexander's Steakhouse.
That one sounds so good.
Man, we got a $250 gift card to Bois and Vino. We also have a pair of tickets, to Hip Hop Made to Bay at SAP Center November 3rd in San Jose. So plenty of chances to win, but you better know the show. Know the show as we're talking home run derby, we're talking baseball, but also Mike Dunleavy Jr. and Larry Harris spoke yesterday. And we'll get back to the All-Star game at some point today. But now that Dunleavy spoke and Chris Paul has spoke, and we'll continue to talk about Chris Paul, whether or not he's coming off the bench, whether or not you want him to come off the bench, or if he's going to buy into that, the bench. And no, we won't talk about Steph Curry coming off the bench because that's never happening.
What do you mean?
It's never happening.
He did it in the playoffs.
Yeah, for 2 games or for 3 games, and then that was that. How are we going to remember Jordan Poole? Now that he's in Washington.
Wow.
How are Warrior fans going to remember Jordan Poole now as we turn the page on his tenure with the Golden State Warriors? And I'm not trying to get back into the punch. That's done. It's over. He's never going to talk about it. But how are we going to remember Jordan Poole? Because Dunleavy spoke about Poole a little bit yesterday. We'll play this out in a second here. But how will you remember Jordan Poole?
Man. Kind of like a comet where he came and everything was, wow, look how spectacular it is. And then all of a sudden just vanished into the skyline and it's gone. You know, it feels like that. I don't think I built up the same love that I did with Monte, for example. I'm not trying to compare and contrast, but like Monte represented so much at that time.
Yeah.
You know, like he came out of nowhere, taking over for Jason Richardson when he broke the wrist and kind of being that shot in the arm that the team really needed, the lovable guy. He was the guy that, you know, like in the Will Smith meme, when everybody left, he was still in the building, you know, trying hard. And it felt like he symbolized like the one dude that we had who played hard every night. And then when he left, like it was difficult, right? I was still a Monte fan, but he meant something. Like, oh, that was our guy. Like I still root for him and everything. There's a part of me that feels like not that JP isn't our guy, but like both the organization and it feels like him kind of gave up on each other by the end. And maybe that's an unfair way of putting it, but it did feel like the relationship needed to come to an end.
Yeah.
Didn't it?
Yeah, and Poole spoke about it. He said he had a feeling on draft night that he would be moved. He'd figure something was up in the air. You talk about a comet, and you talk about a guy who, look, man, I remember Guru and I talked to him at his rookie introductory press conference. He came out and he struggled early on in his career. He did not look like an NBA player whatsoever. From the three-point line, he shot 28% as a 20-year-old. He was scuffling, man. The free throw shooting, he was at 80%. He was a 33% shooter overall in 57 games. And I was like, man, he needs a lot of work. A lot of work. He's not going to be a contributor on his basketball team. Starts off slow again his second year, goes to the G League, comes back and you're like, oh, there may be a player there. Maybe a role player. Maybe a guy who could be your 8th man or 9th man. And in that third year, boom, as you said, he just took off like a comet, and he just came out of nowhere and just became one of the best players in the league. I thought he was a top 50 player in the league when the Warriors went on to win the championship. I mean, he was explosive. He was nasty. And it was like, wow, there's the development that everybody's been begging for. They finally developed another splash brother. Remember Paul George talking about, man, they got Jordan Poole. He's another splash brother. Damn, that's going to be tough to guard. And then it just all vanished last season. It all vanished. And, we went from having pool parties and wearing floaties to, you know what? What's his role? Where's he going to go? Is he going to get traded? Are you going to move on from Draymond Green because of Jordan Poole? It's just wild, man, how everything changed so fast when it came to Jordan Poole.
Was he more charismatic than Monte Ellis?
Oh, not even close.
Okay, but wasn't he also more frustrating than Monte Ellis?
I don't think he was. I think he was frustrated this past season.
No, I'm saying when you watched him, you were frustrated with him.
No, I wasn't.
Really?
This past year, sure.
Okay.
Because he didn't know his role.
Yeah.
He didn't know his role. Monte, you knew that, okay, you're going to get 18, 20 points a game.
He was the guy.
He's a mid-range guy.
Yeah.
He's a borderline all-star, but you're not going to win with him. Jordan Poole was fun. He was box office.
Because
I don't think Monte Ellis never made the crowd pop like Jordan Poole.
Okay. I do believe he was very beloved. The Monte thing, the reason why I use Monte as an example is because I do think when Monte had the moped accident, a lot of people soured on him. Yeah. It's like, oh, you just got the big money and you hurt your ankle and you ruined the season before anything even started. Like, I know time has kind of forgotten that, but in real time, it felt like people were furious at Monte Ellis, and it was like, you're the reason that the season is tanked. I don't think they were going to be a good team that way.
No, they weren't.
That way anyway, but like, I do think a lot of people were really furious with him at the time.
Well, the funny thing is, go back to the We Believe team, the one time he made the playoffs with the Golden State Warriors. Monte Ellis wasn't.
No, he was.
He barely played at times.
This is what happened that year. Jason Richardson broke his wrist, and so he missed a month or 2 months or whatever it was, and Monte off the bench was giving them tons of impact, and he was like a high flyer, but he was a minimal contributor in the first couple of series.
And I mean, he wasn't your fourth most. It was Beatty, Stack Jack, Beandrins, Jay Rich, Harrington,
yeah.
And then you got to Matt Barr. I think Matt Barnes may have been more important on that We Believe team than Monte Ellis.
In the playoffs.
In those first two series. Yeah. Monte Ellis, he looked a bit shook, right? And that was fine. He looked young.
I mean, he was like 19 or whatever.
But you look at Jordan Poole.
The Mississippi Missile.
You look at Jordan Poole, who was 22 and then never played the playoffs.
Yeah.
And he came out like gangbusters. He was like, I'm ready for this.
Yeah.
I'm him. I'm money time. It is money time. And that's why I just thought, man, he was so much more impactful. And again, Monte Ellis at Oracle Arena, did he make the crowd pop like JP? Like, that crowd popped when JP was going crazy.
No doubt.
I mean, you got the Steph roar, you got the Clay roar because he had just came back, and then JP was like, he could do no wrong. I mean, he could literally do no wrong. You think about the pool parties. JP last year, this is what's fascinating to me, and I know we got a break. The 15th highest selling jersey.
That is
in the NBA.
Crazy.
You think about all the stars in the NBA. Jordan Poole's jersey was the 15th most selling jersey. What does that tell you?
It tells me that he's an electric player that people gravitate to.
I don't think Monte Ellis ever did that.
But Monte was more blue collar. That I agree with. But I do think Monte meant something to Warrior fans.
Right.
Like, he was our guy. He wasn't as. I think JP has more upside. I think most people would recognize that. Mm-hmm. Monte had to be the lead dog, though. You know what I mean? It was just different. Their roles were very different. What about the Gilbert Arenas comp? Because Gilbert Arenas was here for only such a short time, and the way
2 years
he left, it felt like there was unfinished business, and almost like the Warriors and Gilbert, like they left a little on the table. They didn't play enough together.
That was the one that got away for Gary St. Jean. That was the one that got away.
Oh, then they got hosed in that
one. Yeah, they got hosed on that one. They got hosed. All right, we got clock. 888-957-9570. I see a lot of comments. We're not disrespecting Monte Ellis to lift up Jordan Poole.
No.
Just keeping it a buck.
No.
Jordan Poole made that crowd pop,
Monte.
man. But Jordan Poole, that upside, he could do more with. I think just Jordan Poole, they both didn't play defense. They both were food on defense. I mean, so who would you rather have? 888-957-9570. How will you remember Jordan Poole? That's what's coming up in the game. Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Hey, it's Willard here for Evolve Training Center, and I'm here with my guy.
Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
Got a lot going on here. The All-Star Week blowout brought to you by 95.7 Game. Of course, we got some great prizes. Know the show at 920, 888-957-9570. We heard from Mike Dunleavy Jr. yesterday. Larry Harris, assistant GM. We'll get all that stuff going on here. Just kind of talk about Jordan Poole and turn the page on him. And look, man, Jordan Poole's going to be one of those polarizing players. He is. And I really find it fascinating, Shasky, at this time last year, the way we're talking about Jordan Poole as a borderline starter. Maybe he should play for Clay, start for Clay. He's explosive. You think about the pool parties we were having last March, last May, last June. And now he's gone just like that. And we heard from him, and, he said he'll always have that relationship with Steph and Clay, and didn't really talk about Draymond Green. Actually didn't talk about it at all. Talked about the specialties they're trying to build at Washington. It's just going to be fascinating to see how people remember Jordan Poole as a Golden State Warrior. Are people over him? I've seen some of the comments saying, Jordan Poole is lucky he played with Steph. That's why he sells jerseys. Jordan Poole, forget him. Stop talking about him. I mean, he's a polarizing figure, and he's gone now. And a lot of people love JP. There's no doubt about that. A lot of people loved him.
Who's going to be more loved long term? Like, when we look back 10 years from now, you think Jimmy G or Jordan Poole?
Oh, that's a great question. That is an excellent question.
Because I think moving off both guys, you can make a point that, although very different, being the quarterback and being, whether we thought he was going to be the heir apparent to Steph, right. Some might have thought that. Some might have thought he was just a six-man or a role player. Whatever you think. I know the roles are different. But, like, at one point in time, we loved both players.
Yeah.
Both fan bases loved both players. And I think jersey sales is a great point that you bring up. And, I mean, to be top 15 on a team with a guy who's going to be top 3 no matter what happens in Steph Curry, that's pretty impressive. We saw the numbers year after year. Jimmy G was one of the hottest selling jerseys in football for years, whether he was healthy or not. Both guys, not perfect players, both guys beloved, and then all of a sudden it felt like the fan base, not that they turned on them, but it was like, all right, we're good.
Yeah.
And now they're both in different spots. And so I find it to be very interesting.
Yeah, the way I'll remember JP is a guy who came in as a rookie, probably wasn't ready to play in the NBA at the age of 20. He was on that god-awful team that won 15 games. And I went to a lot of those home games, Shasky. Those games were over midway through the first quarter. And the guy was just awful. I mean, shooting 28% from the three. He had no handle. It's like, what position he's going to play? Is he going to play? I didn't
think he was an NBA player.
Yeah, I was just like, oh boy, that's a bad draft pick.
I tried to defend it. Me and Covey were doing those post games back then, and it was so hard to defend him. We would field calls after call after call. He's not an NBA player.
Yeah.
And everybody thought Eric Paschall was the man.
We all did. Eric Paschall's somebody you could build around.
You know what I called him,
He's going to fit a good black hole?
No, I called him the square button.
Why? Oh,
because the square button was jammed.
Yeah.
That fool ain't seen a shot he didn't like. Every time he touched the rock, head down, I'm shooting.
But you know what? You know what, though? He was the only guy who was willing to shoot at that team.
No doubt.
I mean,
no doubt. That team was terrible.
That team was terrible.
Kai Bowman was one of their best players.
I know.
How bad was that year?
I mean, that year was terrible.
Kai Bowman.
It was terrible. But you know what?
I
Jordan
totally
Poole,
forgot about him.
He goes to the G League. He remakes himself, revitalizes himself, and now he's gone for Chris Paul, who a lot of people are complaining about. Something we'll get into in a second. But it's just like, wow, it feels incomplete to me. Feels like, damn.
JP?
Did we see the best of him in a Warrior uniform? Did we see the best of him in the NBA career? You're not, a lot of Warrior fans like James C _ 1982 is just losing his mind right now. It's like, dude, 6:52, take a bong rip and relax. You know James C _ 1982 and the rest of you who hate on Jordan Poole like Mustafa Ward, you're going to pay attention to the box score because every time Jordan Poole goes 5 of 20, you're going to say, see, we got rid of him. Thank God we got rid of him. He's a volume shooter. He stinks. And Warrior fans who didn't want to get rid of him, who love him for his professionalism last season by not talking about what happened in training camp, they're going to say, boy, we gave up on Jordan Poole too early.
You're seeing this right now, and I can't believe I'm going to bring this guy's name up. But like Brandon Belt, forever, the Giants were afraid to move off Brandon Belt because they thought the fan base would lose their minds if he hit 30 somewhere else. And now he's in Toronto. It's the end of the train tracks. Do you even give a rip about what Brandon Belt does? I don't know. Sam Lubman may, because he's a Brandon Belt fan. I don't give 2 rips what he does.
Will you give 2 rips about what Poole or Wiseman does? Wiseman's kind of turning the page. I think we're kind of moving on from that.
I think given where the Warriors are at, where they're trying to win a championship, to me, it's almost irrelevant what JP does.
Yeah.
I'm hyper-focused on what the Warriors do. I think they're in control of their own destiny, and if they succeed with Chris Paul, then that will be a successful move. If they do not cash in on a championship, no matter how bad JP plays on the other side, the move itself will be considered a bad move because you could have got something else.
Right.
That's, I think, how people are going to classify it.
A lot of people think the Warriors so low on Jordan Poole. A lot of people do. National media, some people here, they believe that they could have got more for Jordan Poole. I don't know if you could have with that contract. I don't know how that worked out, but Dunleavy Jr. talked about the process of grabbing Chris Paul, the thinking behind the Chris Paul trade for Jordan Poole. Here's what Mike Dunleavy Jr., your new GM of the Golden State Warriors. Here's what he had to say yesterday about it.
Obviously looking to improve our team, and felt like adding Chris gives us a chance to get better, addresses some things for us overall as a team. It also gives us some financial flexibility moving forward. And, most of all, Jordan, can't thank him enough for his contributions. Like, we wouldn't have a banner if it weren't for him, and he gave us everything he had for 4 years. So really appreciate what Jordan gave us. Told him, always be a Warrior, always welcome back, and just one of those things. Felt like there's a little bit of a logjam on the backcourt, and then you get to the payroll stuff. So had to make a tough decision, but had the opportunity to get a guy like Chris Paul really was the difference for us to make that move.
And then here's Dunleavy Jr. on the current state of the roster.
Feel good. I think coming out of the season, losing the second round, you evaluate. You talk to your coaches, you talk to your players. Obviously, our staff meets and talks and goes through a bunch of stuff. So we feel like we've addressed some of the things we needed to address through free agency, through the draft, and obviously one big trade. And I like where we're at today versus, maybe say a month ago when I met with you guys.
And when did the Warriors start to show interest in acquiring Chris Paul? Here's Dunleavy Jr. on that one.
Process-wise, honestly, this didn't really even come on the table until there's stuff with Phoenix about whether they're going to pick up his option or his contract. So just started kind of the wheels churning on that, and then he got moved to Washington, and again the opportunity came up and it just happened right before the draft. So and Steve talked it through a lot with Steve, and he was on board. The players were on board. Everybody got it. Like I said, tough to see Jordan go, but in this league, you got to to get something good, you got to give something up.
So everybody was on board, players and coaches. Dunleavy Jr. believes they're in a better spot today than they were a month ago. They keep talking about the turnovers. Obviously, Jordan Poole turned the ball over the 4th most times in the NBA, and that drove a lot of people crazy. No doubt about that. So now you get a player who is 38 and's got an injury history, and, we saw his smashing debut at the Bay Area media on Sunday. We'll have Jason Dumas in the studio, live in the studio at 8:30 to talk about that. He was there at that presser, and I know Chris Paul shot back at him about a question. They just identified, hey, look, Chris Paul makes us better with the turnovers and maybe with the attitude, just maybe. And now they're restructuring the roster in the way that Steve Kerr wants it this last season in his, I don't want to say lame duck season, because he may sign an extension as much as Greg Popovich did, sign his extension to San Antonio, but they've catered to Steve Kerr and built the roster to Steve Kerr's liking there, and obviously Jordan Poole was out of favor with that.
It's such a bold move to start your tenure as GM, isn't it?
Yep.
Now, I'm sure they had this in the works in terms of like the flow chart of what they would do come off season. Like they didn't just like all of a sudden pick up the phone like, oh, we'll take CP3. Like in my mind, it's like they're thinking about this 24/7, 365, and they've got all these different names and all these different trade scenarios and things, whether they're on a tablet, on a whiteboard, however they're envisioning it. This is about as bold of a move as you can make to start your tenure as a GM as I can think of. Because one of the things Sabian did when he first took over the Giants, he traded away Matt Williams, who was a fan favorite. And I would say that Matt Williams was much more solidified in his sport and with his fan base than where JP was at. And people were devastated. And it ended up being one of the greatest trades in Giants history. Because it netted you Jeff Kent. Now, I don't know if this is going to be that, but I just remember the heat that Sabian took early on.
Right away.
Giants fans were furious. And I feel like Dunleavy, if he's here for a long enough time, this will be one of many moves, but we are going to look back at this, and this is not that it's make or break, but isn't this this is going to be one of those quantum leaps forward or backwards in terms of how we perceive him?
No, there's no question about it. And this season turns into a disaster, and Paul doesn't want to come off the bench, and he's making it stink about certain things, or if some guys are not happy with their playing time or their roles or not in the finishing lineup, there's going to be chatter, because veterans know how to do that, or it could be some rumblings like, yo, get me up out of here midseason, because you can't trade Chris Paul in January. And one thing we know about this regime, they will flip a player. They did it with D'Angelo Russell. They flipped him midseason saying, yeah, this is not going to work out. He doesn't fit our style.
And Kevin Durant, I know he's been bounced around, but seeing him get traded midseason kind of lets you know anything can happen.
Anything. Yeah. Kevin Durant got traded midseason. Thinking about that. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG FM in AC1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log out and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. You know what's funny about the chat? Because you asked a question, who's going to be more beloved, Jimmy Garoppolo or Jordan Poole? And the chat goes crazy. You guys are still talking about Jimmy. You're still talking about Jordan Poole. That's the way it works. We're still talking about Steve Young and Joe Montana, you fools. All right? We're still talking about Barry Bonds. We're still talking about Colin Kaepernick. We're still talking about the Niners finding a quarterback.
I brought up Colin Kaepernick at baseball. I brought up Colin Kaepernick at baseball practice. Anytime somebody from like the second base to the shortstop, Bonte, throws a heat-seeking missile at someone's ankles, I go, yo, Kaepernick, put a little touch on it.
See?
And you know what every kid says? Kaepernick was my favorite player. They all started kissing their biceps.
Right.
And I'm thinking to myself, when you just say the name Kaepernick, it is charged up. I mean, forget the political angles that people take. I'm talking about the football player.
Dude, we're still looking. You same fools who are complaining about what we're talking about are the same fools who are comparing Shanahan to Bill Walsh. And Bill Walsh built the damn 49ers in the West Coast
passed
offense.
away for 20 years.
I know.
20 years.
I know. So when we say, oh, man, stop talking about Jordan Poole and Jimmy G, you don't think 49er fans, if the 49ers struggle this season, and you going through quarterback roulette with Sam Darnold, Trey Lance, and Brock Purdy,
and Jimmy G
has a little bit of success with the Raiders,
100%.
You don't think there's going to be a segment of Niner fans saying, you should have bought in on Jimmy.
100%.
Jimmy was a winner. Jimmy was this and that. So stop it. Some of you clowns like James C. _1982 just get on my damn nerves because you're the same guys who will say, we should have kept Jimmy.
Did you? So, like, I'm glad you're bringing this up. Like, I kept a notepad in my mind, if you will, when Gilbert Arenas and Antoine Jameson were in Washington.
Exactly.
I watched from afar, even though the games weren't as accessible as they are now. Like, you couldn't
watch a lot of Wizard games.
No, well, you watch ESPN, right? And you'd go like, oh, the Wizards are winning again. Oh, the Wizards are going into the playoffs. And I would watch from afar as my team didn't make the playoffs, and I would say, God, the Warriors East. That could have been us.
Could have been us.
Right? And think about that. Think of how low I was as a fan. I was looking at the Washington Wizards bowing out in the first round going, that's the success I emulate.
Think about this one. Chris Webber played 1 year with the Warriors.
I watched his whole career wishing that
when
he was
with the Kings,
I know.
Going to the Western Conference Finals, on the brink of going to an NBA Finals, and we watched Chris Webber saying, trading Chris Webber destroyed our franchise. We held on to that for so long. And how many times? How many years? That's why the James Wiseman pick. When they picked James Wiseman, the first thing people said, boy, we finally got a big man like Chris Webber. We've been looking to replace Chris Webber for 20 years. So don't tell me that we're not going to talk about Jordan Poole. We will watch every single dribble of Jordan Poole's next year, looking at the box score. And some of you haters, some of you JP haters who are all about sunscreen and floaties and pool parties last year, who totally flipped and started hating on him, the minute he goes 5 of 25 from the floor, you're going to be roasting him left and right on the chat. So stop.
Well,
just stop.
I still, to this day, get texts, tweets, and Instagram DMs from people saying, should have kept Alex Smith. To this day. And I'm like, Did you not watch the final half of 2012? B, they went to the Super Bowl and were a throwaway, and they dropped 45 on Aaron Rodgers at home at Candlestick. And there are people to this day in their brain, I don't know why they think this, they think that Alex Smith would have won a Super Bowl that year.
Yeah, I know.
To this day.
To this day. Alex Smith's not coming back from 17-0 down in Atlanta. That's a fact.
I mean,
come on, man. So, this whole thing about JP, move off of JP. He was a guy who was maybe your third or fourth most important figure during that championship run at times. The dude averaged 17 a game in his first ever postseason. And yeah, he struggled at times, but who doesn't struggle in their first ever postseasons? You know what I'm saying? Everybody's. LeBron James struggled in his first ever postseason, and you hung a banner, and you had a guy who stole the show in the locker room talking about, I'm going to get it back, you're going to get it back. Steph, how do you the parade down Market Street? Jordan Poole got as much love as anybody out there. So don't tell me that, hey, hurry up and move the page. Nobody's going to be talking about Jordan Poole. We're going to be talking about Jordan Poole for the next 20 years.
Did you at any time envision, whether you said it out loud or not to yourself, did you envision him being the heir apparent to Steph Curry?
I did.
Really?
I did.
You did?
Steph Curry said it. When I leave the Golden State Warriors, my job is to make sure that Jonathan Kuminga's an all-NBA defender, that James Wiseman's an MVP, and that Jordan Poole's a multiple all-star. He's an all-star guy for multiple seasons. That came Sacramento series. When, who was it, Marcus Thompson or Anthony Slater or one of those guys in the Athletic, Tim Kawakabe, asked Steph Curry, what's the key? And Steph Curry stopped in the locker room and looked over at Jordan Poole and said, that's the key right there. Jordan Poole's the key.
Gosh.
That's what Steph Curry just said less than 2 months ago.
It's kind of crazy.
I mean, so how can we not look at Jordan Poole as a year? Think about your dialogue. We're going back and forth about Clay, Jordan Poole.
Know.
Like, I remember, I'll never forget. And I'm not even coming down your road with this one.
I mean,
with the Milwaukee game, because we were going back and forth, and you were like, the Milwaukee game Saturday night when Klay Thompson scored 37, but you're like, I know Jordan Poole and Steph Curry was in the closing lineup. It was like cemented that JP and Curry will be on the floor in the last 5 minutes, and he did.
He looked so good.
He was so soft. He was one of the best players in the NBA in the month of March. Just a year ago.
I know.
A year ago. So don't tell us to move off of Jordan Poole. This is a polarizing player. Again, pool party. People with signs at the gatehouse saying, can you get Jordan Poole out here so we can meet him? We love Jordan Poole. The girls loved him.
I can't get over 15. In a league filled with stars, he had a top 15 jersey in terms of sales. That's kind of crazy. Do the Giants have anyone in the top 50?
Not even close.
I mean, do the Niners have multiple guys in the top 10, 15? Because the Warriors do. That's crazy that the Warriors do. In a league where it's all star marketing.
Star-driven.
Right?
Think about top 15 players off the top of your head. Giannis, Jokic, Embiid, LeBron, Curry,
Anthony Davis.
Because
you figure that the Laker jerseys are going to sell. Tatum's going to sell.
Curry, Tatum.
Yeah.
Who else you want to go?
Right?
Yeah, I said Embiid.
I think Trae Young's jersey sells because he's Trae Young.
It does sell a lot.
Like he's a guy that everyone loves. LaMelo
Ball. LaMelo Ball's a star.
I mean, I'm just throwing out names that people absolutely love.
Luka Doncic.
Luka Doncic is a great one. John Morant.
I mean, John Morant's a huge one.
I told you, every practice that I coach in basketball, there's one kid at minimum wearing the throwback Grizzly jersey.
Kyrie Irving's
another
polarizing. Kawhi, Paul George. These kids are all naming Paul George as their favorite player growing up.
That's kind of crazy.
Jordan Poole out of all players.
I know.
Who a lot of you cats on the chat think is a scrub. Had the 15th highest selling jersey in the league.
So in 2023 so far this year, Stephen Curry number 1, Giannis number 2, Ja number 3, Devin Booker 4, LaMelo 5, LeBron 6.
5.
Yep, LeBron 6. This is 2023 so far. Durant 7, Tatum 8, Jimmy Butler 9. And Bradley Beal, number 10.
Is that the new Phoenix?
I would assume so. And then we do have a Niner in the top 10 in NFL. Can you guess who it is? Nope, it's not Nick.
George Kittle?
Trey Lance. Nope, not Trey Lance either.
Debo Samuel? Debo?
No, and we got some Debo sound for a little bit later in the show, by the way.
Christian McCaffrey.
Christian McCaffrey, number
McCaffrey.
10, right behind Bryce Young at number 9.
Already Bryce Young.
Tom Brady retired, still in there, number 8. You got Justin Fields, number 7.
Wow.
Burrow, number 6. Allen, 5. Mahomes, 4. Parsons, Micah Parsons, that is, at number 3.
Hey, that's a sick jersey.
Aaron Rodgers at number 2 with the Jets, and then number 1 is Jalen Hurts.
Jalen Hurts is the number 1 jersey in America?
I believe it.
Wow.
I believe it. I believe it. I believe in that.
I can't believe that. Yeah. No, I can't. I know you believe it. I can't.
Yeah, Jalen Hurts.
I hate Philly.
Yeah, Jalen Hurts.
Philadelphia, if you can hear if you can hear me right now, you want to clip something? I hate your town's guts. And not the town itself. The town is beautiful. The people that live in it are disgusting, awful human beings. They're terrible sports fans.
You know, it's pretty wild, McCaffrey being the only running back there, too. The value of the running back, not just in their contracts, but in jersey sales, too.
Let me tell you something, Spinoni. I will tell you right now, the largest concentration of Christian McCaffrey jerseys are being sold in the Sunset District right now.
There you go. Is Brock Purdy going to be in the top 10?
Oh, yeah, close. Anna already has a jersey.
In there, bro.
Anna has a jersey. She had the Brock Purdy jersey.
Already?
She got the Brock last year. She wanted it for the playoff, and I told her to hold off.
What color?
I think it's a white one. It's the white one with the red lettering.
Wow.
She got the replica. I was telling her to wait for the
Did you
authentic.
begrudgingly pay for that?
I didn't pay for anything.
Oh, so she went and got it herself?
She got it herself.
Damn, Anna, I'm impressed.
She got it. She gets those things. She spends her own money, man. She was like, "No, I'm getting that Brock." Yeah, no. She was like, "I'm getting this Brock." She's all in on Brock.
Wow.
She's all in on Brock. She goes, "I think honestly," she looked me in the eye and said, "I think we got our modern day Tom Brady."
When I went to the Giants game, this was earlier this year, Michelle was walking through her favorite baseball player of all times, Will Clark. She saw the Will Clark throwback jersey that they've been selling, and she had to have it. So we went and got it. That's the only time she's ever said, I have to have a jersey right now. No, Will Clark's my favorite player.
The Brock Purdy she was like, I got to have it. He's our Tom Brady.
Wow.
He's our Tom Brady. You got to believe it. And she was locked in on Brock. Locked in. I could believe it. By the way, shout out my guy, John Sackey.
What's that?
John Sackey, producer over at NBC Sports. He just texted me, made a great point about JP before we move off of this.
Give it to me.
He goes, I haven't heard it mentioned much. And this is an excellent point. We kind of slipped this under.
What's that?
It flew under the radar. But the officials targeting JP for carrying violations the first month of last season may have impacted his game negatively as well. So not only do you have to punch, but I forgot about the carrying calls.
We talked about it early in the year, and we kind of forgot about it. It took away that hezzy move that he had.
That sauce he had. Yeah,
that's a really good point.
Yeah.
That's a really good point.
You know, Nicole Diaz, Bonte, I don't think anyone think he was a scrub. I do think a lot of people felt like he wasn't willing to play his part. Going to the rim and getting to the line was his strength, yet he refused to. He just was out of sorts last year. So JP moves on. We got more sound from Dunleavy about Chris Paul. Larry Harris on Chris Paul. And we got some Debo Samuel sound. We got some Debo sound that should fire some people up. That's coming up on the other side. Plus, we have the All-Star Week blowout. All-Star Week blowout. More details on that on the other side.
You know what's coming around?
What's that?
Brian Baldinger videos of football all over my timeline. Yeah. Football's almost here.
Yeah, he had the offensive lineman convention. You see that? Baldy's ready to roll.
Baldy, if living your best life had a picture, it would be Baldy.
Brian Baldinger, no doubt about it. All right. All-Star Week blowout. That's all coming up here on the other side. We'll have more details on that. And what's coming up on the game, we got some Debo Samuel sound brought to you by the law offices of Robert Goldstein. If you have IRS or state tax problems and don't know what to do, contact the law offices of Robert Goldstein because resolving tax problems is all that they do. Call 1-888-TAX-EXIT, 888-TAX-EXIT.
Complete your dream outdoor kitchen with a grill for...
I'm gonna make an executive decision. At 9:20, you're gonna know the show. 888-957-9570. And everybody's qualified except for one person.
Who?
James C _1982. He ain't winning nothing from here. Imagine waking up at 6 in the morning complaining all the time about everything in life. Miserable. See, my goal every day, Shasky, day to day with a long-term vision, is to smile every day, laugh. There's no need for negativity.
I mean, nobody's mad.
Nobody's mad. Yeah, definitely not right now. I'm
mad at you.
Chris Paul's a warrior. Mike Dunleavy Jr. smiling. Lester Quinones is balling. Pajimski's doing some things, but positive vibes only. And you've got training camp right around the corner.
Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is winning home run derbies.
Fun. Got some great documentaries. I did watch the American Gladiators doc.
Oh, did you watch the Netflix one?
The Netflix one.
Good, because I heard there's an ESPN one.
The 30 for 30 is coming soon, I think.
I have not seen that.
But I saw the Netflix one.
Think?
Oh, my gosh. Poor guys got hosed.
Right?
Guys and gals.
Gemini was awesome.
Gemini was the original.
And
they replaced him with Sabre. I do remember Sabre.
Yes.
Was it Sabre a wrestler, WWE or WWF? I feel like he was somewhere else.
Well, Sable was a woman wrestler who ended up posing for Playboy.
Blaze, who married the sergeant.
So yes, how about the ex-Ram strike player who was the linebacker, and him and Nitro
were roommates,
and then they got into a road rage.
They both were scabs.
Dude, it was so good.
The strike, and they were living together, and they were living their life fighting. Roy Ray Nitro was something else. Became an announcer. They brought him back. To be a commentator.
It was so good.
They hosted him, man, on the tour and the merchandise and everything like that.
What would be the event that you would have liked to have played?
Oh, my gosh.
If you had an opportunity to be on American Gladiators. You can only pick one. The Joust, the tennis ball shooting one.
I kind of like the tennis ball shooting one.
Powerball was so fun.
Powerball was fun. The cannonball.
Malibu was done.
Malibu was done. But Nitro said I could tell he just couldn't take the hits.
He goes, I knew right away.
He got rocked.
He did get rocked. And then he hit his own head and split his head open.
That first season they were out there tearing ACLs.
Unbelievable.
Oh, it was unreal.
Well, some of the sets, it's like, you didn't think these guys would blow a leg or an ankle out? Are you kidding me?
I know. What about the football?
The trampoline?
What about when they were working out for the Gladiators? They were running 40-yard dashes. They were doing suicide ladders.
And then they started testing for anabolic steroids. And it was like, we're going to give you 6 weeks to clean up. And they all looked around like, yes.
Yes. Nitro said, he went to Mexico, had the loading gun.
Great. Oh, my God. It was great.
Got the gun taken away. And then they took the syringes, but he said, I got to travel with 90 syringes on this tour.
I mean, Steven Seagal online, too.
Where they said we need backup gladiators.
That was one of my favorite shows of all time.
I love that show.
When USA would replay it during the 90s, I would watch it all the time. It was that and Monday Night Raw.
No doubt. And I mean, just think about the contenders, too.
Oh, they
said the contenders I was like, we can't have these contenders be the same size as the Gladiators.
How about the woman
our Gladiators
from Stanford?
She dominated.
Destroyed
everybody. Ice, everybody.
Great.
It was
Ice
everybody.
Was great.
Joust, everything.
Yeah. The women Gladiators, I forgot how badass they were.
They were badass.
I mean,
they were
badass.
Sick. They were sick.
Yeah, they were.
And they were like, we got to tamper down the contenders
because the outfits they're in.
Because the contenders the first couple seasons were huge. They were trucking the Gladiators.
And then they had the actor who was getting all into it with Nitro and Gemini.
And Gemini, guy from New York. The guy from New York.
Give him the business.
The guy from New York. Oh my God, Gemini.
It's so good. If you haven't seen it, go on to Netflix.
They would get the crowd amped up by dancing and everything. What there is an announcer on there for a minute?
At one point, yes, he was.
Oh, my gosh.
American Gladiators was a good one. The best.
I was able to power through that one, man. But, hey, maybe this would be a question. Know the show, 9:20. Maybe we'll talk about Gladiators. I don't know. But you're going to have to answer the question at 9:20 about the show.
You would do which one?
I said the tennis ball one.
Oh, you do the tennis. That one was really cool.
That was really cool. Where you got to run. You go,
and then you got to shoot the Nerf gun.
I would do the football one because those dudes are huge.
Dude, Gemini was body slamming dudes.
I'm good off that.
And he's like, I loved when some of the little guys would have a lot of spunk. Right. Because then I give them a little extra.
Yeah, no, I'm good off that. The Joust. I'm kind of good off the joust.
How about the Marine that would teach the contenders?
Who married Blaze.
Yes.
He married Blaze.
It was incredible.
Because he said he loved Blaze's glutes.
It was so good.
He went down to San Diego. He had her come down to San Diego to train her.
It was so good.
He was sick. He trained the contenders. It was
so good.
To kick their ass.
And then the joust. I don't remember the joust on the little island where the thing fell apart.
No, that was like
that had broken leg written all over it.
Well, think about all the injuries the cats was suffering.
Well, I'm surprised there weren't more.
No.
Well, and then they went on the tour, and then they were all
the tour was all bad.
Yeah.
Because they were doing it every day.
That was drugs, sex, and rock and roll.
Motels. Not even hotels. Motels.
It was incredible.
Oh, man. American Gladiator. I'm glad you recommended that one.
Isn't that a good one?
Oh, well, Mustafa Ward. Of course, Mustafa Ward. This guy. He's another one eliminated from the prizes. Mustafa Ward. Netflix one was weak compared to 30 for 30. Mustafa Ward's becoming a guy. Well, actually, you know that guy?
Well, actually, Ward?
I like that. Well, actually, Ward. Get rid of that, Mustafa. Well, actually, it was this. Dude, just come on, man. Just have some fun in life.
I loved American Gladiators.
I did love it, too. All-Star Week blowout. The prizes we have. Tickets to Jerry Seinfeld at Chase Center, of course. Autographed Klay Thompson jersey. Tickets to go see Errol Smith and Jerry Seinfeld. We got the $250 gift card to Alexander Steakhouse and Buon Vino, $250. By the way, we heard from Judy yesterday. Judy from Buon Vino. Remember, we wished her happy birthday. She's a P1.
Buon Vino's
son runs Buon Vino. We love Judy out there in Moraga.
Lovely place to go.
Your birthday is booming.
Yeah, and you know what? If Judy can warm up to Chris Paul, so can I. Also, Evolve Trading Center. You get some Muay Thai lessons, some boxing lessons. That's right? Evolve Trading Center, Lubman. Thumbs up. There we go. Know the show.
You have any interest in the Pat Mahomes quarterback doc that's coming out?
I saw that. I may watch it. When does that come out?
Well, because Hard Knocks to me, I love Hard Knocks, but it's gotten kind of more diluted and more diluted and more diluted as the years have gone on.
Yeah.
And
who are they doing this year again? Are they doing the Jets? Who are they doing?
Who's
the Hard Knocks team this year?
I don't know.
Yeah, the Jets, I believe.
It's the Jets with Aaron Rodgers.
He loves it, of course.
Oh my
Aaron
gosh! I gotta. The in-season Hard Knocks is not bad either. I watched the Cardinals one. They were a disaster.
Yeah,
you could see why Kingsbury got clipped.
Who's their coach? Is it the DC from Philly?
Yeah, Gannon.
Makes no sense.
And they ran him out of town.
Yeah, that makes no sense.
Speaking of which, Philadelphia. Debo Samuel, I guess he's doing some media tour, whatnot.
Oh.
He went on the Zach Gelb show on CBS Sports Radio. Now, I think you've been on the Zach Gelb show. I've been on there a couple times. Zach is a good dude. He's a professional.
Yeah.
And him and Debo got into it. And you know what? This is just a minute, 33 seconds of gold. I'm going to ask you, was Debo in the wrong or was Zach Gelb in the wrong? And we could take
Okay, I'm here for this. I haven't heard the sound.
Yeah, and we might as well ramp up for football season. But here's Debo Samuel on the Zach Gelb show last night.
I saw what you said about the Eagles back at the Super Bowl at Sirius, where if Brock Purdy didn't get hurt, you guys would have won that game by double digits. Why would that have been the case?
I don't know that though.
So do you not still believe that?
I mean, I do, but I mean, we're not gonna keep talking about it. I mean, I said what I said.
Gotcha. So then what happens this year when you play Philly on December 3rd?
I don't know. Just wait till, week 13, 12, whatever week it is. We'll show you.
Well, then you know how that's going to go down. You're going into Philadelphia. Those fans are going to be booing you loud. You have a message for Eagles fans?
Hey, guys.
Yeah?
All right, we're good to go.
What do you mean? We have Deebo on right now?
Yeah, I know, but we're going to head into camp right now.
Are you serious? Okay. Thank you. There you
Thanks,
go.
Bye.
Debo Samuel right there. Doesn't want to answer a few questions. Are you serious? We got hung up on because all we did was ask him about the quarterback situation and then Philadelphia? And we got hung up on by Debo Samuel? That's a joke. An absolute joke. That's absurd. We were told we had 15 minutes with him. He was on for 5-6 minutes. And he didn't want to answer anything. So I've done this long enough. That was just get the promotional plug out of the way. Then you don't want to answer any questions, and you hand the phone off to the public relations person. What a joke that was.
So who's in the wrong? Was it Zach Gelb or Debo Samuel? 888-957-5570.
Why is Zach putting it all out there like that? stuff happens, right? Like, okay, you have to understand, like, I'm giving people some how the sausage is made stuff behind the scenes. Like, you've got to be tactful in how you conduct these things. Number one, he was going for the I gotcha, because he was giving you the over the top Philadelphia. You know the fans are coming for you. Dog, he's wearing a helmet. He's on the field. What are they going to do? Throw things at him? See, this is the problem with Philadelphia. This goes back to my original problem. Oh, our fans, we're tougher than anyone. No, you're lower life scumbags more than anyone, and I'm sick of it. We've perpetuated this. It's okay to be a dirty, crappy fan in Philadelphia because that's what Philly fans do. That I'm so sick of it. If Niner fans did this, okay, you know what they would file it under? Thugs. Am I wrong?
Yeah.
You know why? Because our fan base looks a little different than the Philadelphia fan base. Yeah. Believe me, I've been to both stadiums. All right? I'm so sick of this. We do this thing with Philadelphia fans. You don't know what's coming for you. What? A bunch of low-life scumbags cussing and swearing and throwing things at people?
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry. I have a problem. And I'll tell Zach to his face. Zach, people like you perpetuating this fandom that you think is acceptable, which is not. We all pay money for tickets. The experience should be fine. You should not have to worry about physical safety in an arena, in a stadium, because your fans are different. It's ridiculous. I'm so sick of it. And you know what? Good for Deebo for hanging up on him. Screw Philadelphia.
So, Zach Gelb is Temple Made, works for CBS Sports Radio, national CBS Sports Radio. But he did intern at 94 WIP in Philadelphia. Zach was obviously searching, and I've been on the show a lot. I personally don't have a problem with Zach. I think he does it. You know, I don't listen to a show every day, but I've been on the show, and he's cool. He's fair. Zach, obviously, the Philadelphia came out on him. He attended Temple University, interned at WIP. But he's a professional. I think he's really good at his job. What it sounded like to me, and, you know, Deebo hasn't had great interviews before. He's had some good ones, but I go back to Damon, Bruce, and Ray, right? And I always feel like if Deebo came on this show, we get the best out of Deebo. That's how I feel about you and I when it comes to these players. Well, I feel like we draw the best out of them. So I can't wait to interview Debo Samuel one day, because I think we get the best out of Deebo. We get him laughing. We're doing whatever. But obviously, the first 3 minutes of that interview or whatnot probably didn't go well. Probably didn't, because I would like to hear the whole thing. And I'm guaranteeing you that maybe the first 3 to 4 minutes didn't go well. So Zach he probably was like, damn, I'm searching here. This interview's not going well. I got 10 minutes to fill. I'm going to give him a benefit of the doubt without knowing anything. And he's probably like, all right, well, what about Philadelphia? Because that is the hot game this year in the NFC.
And he did make some comments that I don't even agree with.
Right. And Deebo said a lot of things after that game that made us look weak. We talked about that.
Yeah.
Felt like it made us look weak. And once Deebo's checked out of an interview, he's checked out of an interview. And so Zach maybe should have been like, all right, what because now all of a sudden it seems like you're searching for a headline. All of a sudden that last question where you're like, what do you think? You got a message for Eagles fans? That's not the question you ask. You don't want to, because now a player's going to say, oh yeah, Eagle fans, look out for me, week 13. And all of a sudden that gets blown up in Philadelphia. Now you incite an entire fan base, an entire city, and you don't want that. You don't want to make national headlines in late July. So I look at both of them. I say, should Deebo have hung up?
No.
Should the questioning have been better? Yes. So I just think both of them was searching for something. Deebo's like, what the hell with this? I'm out of here.
But here, okay, so let's go behind the scenes. A lot of people go like, Joe, why do you ask dumbass questions to some of these athletes, some of these people in prominence? And this is what I always say. When you respect the people that are coming on, right, the athletes that are coming on as human beings, all right, and you ask them about other things, it butters them up. Yeah. You get more bees with honey. That's the number one rule of sales. In some degree, we are selling ourselves every day we turn on these microphones.
Right.
All right. So when a guest comes on, I want to sell them to me. I want to get the best out of them, and I want to sell them over to the audience. So, for example, we had Lester Quinones on, and the first thing Lucas Alexander asked me, why'd you ask him about video games? And I'm like, because it calms them down. It relaxes them.
I'm with you there. That's the right approach, Shask. Not to cut you off, but I've done millions of interviews starting with my writing career. And when I would talk to guys, for example, Jabari Smith, I don't know. He covered the Spurs for a long time. Now he's with Forrest Magazine.
Oh, yeah.
And he gave me some insight about Kawhi Leonard. He's like, Kawhi's not going to open up about basketball, but if you talk to him about other things.
Exactly.
So during the NBA Finals, I walked up to Kawhi Leonard, was like, we started talking about basketball shoes.
Yes.
And then you get off talking to Kawhi Leonard for 5 minutes about basketball shoes and rap songs. City College, going to City College in San Francisco and having the benefit of being next to Coach Justin and Coach Adam and Coach Tom at City College and talking to those players, talking about other things under the basketball to get them to open up. That's how you do it. So when we ask Lester about video games, or we ask him about movies like Javon Hargrave, that gets them to just kind of breathe a little bit and get their personality working, and then you can go back to football.
There's an art to it.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Like, think about this. Like, think about your own life. When someone knocks on your door and tries to sell you on something, what do you normally do? What do most people do?
Hang up or close
slam
the door.
Slam
in
their face.
No doubt.
Right? That's what most people. But yet we all love to shop. Right? Everybody anybody who says they don't love to shop's full of it. We all love to shop. Right? So you got to butter yourself up in those situations, right? You can't just go be a door-to-door salesman. And I do believe at times, especially on these national hits, they can go sideways immediately because there's no loyalty, there's no earned equity with the person who's coming on and the national host. They don't care if you come back on again or not. And to me, it's all about relationship building. I want to get the best out of him. When Bob Myers comes on here, right? Part of when Bob Myers used to come on to our station, part of what made him so great was it felt like there was a human, not just a robot talking. Right? Now, look, for all the cringe people that like listening, like, for example, when Damon used to do interviews with Trent Baalke, it was so testy that was cringe and must listen to in its own way.
Right.
But I think you get more out of the subject and you get more out of the guest when you treat them like a human being.
Right. You just talk. Just talk.
Exactly.
We're going to get the football. We're going to get the football, but we want to get to know you.
Exactly.
That's been my tact my entire career, is try to get to know you and not just talk X's and O's. I think you'll waste an interview when you talk to a guy like Bob Myers. People want to know who the GM is. Who is he? Is he a family guy? Does he have kids?
Yes.
Does he like cheesecake? Does he like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you got to play off that stuff. Let's go to the calls. I want to hear from the calls here. 888-957-9570. Jose in Oakland. Jose, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, guys.
What's up, Jose?
Listen, I'm a Niners fan all the way, and I ride with Deebo all the way too. Okay? But when the team makes him available for an interview, he knows what he's going into. Okay? The way he punked out of that call, it made him look soft. It made him look sensitive. And do you think the dudes are thinking, man, D was soft? No, they're saying the 49ers, man, that team is soft. To me, he came out looking like Barry Bonds. And like I said, I'm a big-time Debo fan, but he shouldn't have done that. In any case, if he didn't want to answer the question, he should have said, look, in the heat of the moment, I said what I said. Maybe it wasn't the right comment at the right time. We'll see next time we play. I'll try to back up what I said. If it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out, but I will do my best.
Yeah.
But don't hang up like that. Like I said, it reminded me of Barry Bonds. And that's what I don't like.
Well,
He's representing the Niner Nation.
Jose, thanks for the call, Jose. We'll get the TC and Sack in just a second. 888-957-9570. We'll play it again. Jose, I'm kind of with you. I think Zach, sure, we're going to try to get Zach Gelb on by the way, at 9:30 to see what really happened during that interview. But we know Debo Samuel. And Debo Samuel can be a diva at times. He can be.
Well, I think both were wrong.
Both are wrong. That's exactly what I said.
To me, I think you're on to it.
But Jose's right. Yeah. I don't like the way we just hung up there because the way Debo talked after that NFC Championship game made the Niners look weak. Yeah, Robbie Gold talking about Jalen Hurts. All right? Robbie Gold, the kicker, talking about how the quarterback is not good enough to win a Super Bowl. And we watched Jalen Hurts go out there and, it was just unbelievable in that Super Bowl. Now, he did have a couple turnovers, but damn, he was really good. The Niners looked soft after that NFC Championship game. Did they not?
No.
The way they chirped?
I didn't like all of the comments coming out of that. But when you say those things and someone asks you about them,
Yeah.
Unfortunately, if you're the one who said it, you kind of got to back it up a little.
Well, guess what? Zach Gelb.
Or at least respond to it.
Zach Gelb, CBS Sports Radio. Sam Lubman on the shop, coming on at 8 o'clock. 23 minutes to talk about this
Got an
interview.
assist from the boss, too. Give him a shout-out as well.
No.
Summer Lub. We will give credit to that.
Summer Lub. Be selfish for once. TC, Sacramento, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Bonte Shasky, what's up, bro?
What's up, TC?
Hey, look, before I get to Deebo, look, that in-game tournament between us and and next season, man, it's going to be good, man. We got a real rivalry going on with the Kings and Warriors. I ain't tapped in. I got to speak about that every time. We're talking football.
Are you ready for group play in the NBA midseason tournament? Are you ready for that?
Well, yeah, I'm ready for that. That's going to be a little nice one, though, Vontae, for sure.
Yeah.
But look, check it out, though, man. Look, this go back to Debo crying about that contract. I know everybody want to get money, but he was acting like a diva. And Debo act like that every time it's an interview. This ain't the first time he act like that. Every time you interview Debo, even with the Niners media, he always, like he don't want to talk. Bro, you got to talk, man. You get what I'm saying? That's why everybody's saying BA's the number 1 receiver, and you're the number 2 receiver, bro, because how you be acting.
Well, wait. To be fair, can we? Not that Frank Gore did anything, like this in his entire career. Frank was not a great talker.
No,
I mean, your quarterback needs to talk.
Right.
I don't know if necessarily your wide receiver needs to be a great talker. I'm going to be real with you.
But at least Frank talked. Well, go ahead, TC. Finish up strong.
Hold on, but listen. Frank Gore was a stud. He did interviews. He did everything with kids and all that. Debo don't be doing none of that. And look, hey, how many reports have you heard about fans coming out saying, "Man, Debo was a douchebag, man"?
I never heard
want
that.
to sign my autograph.
I don't know about that. I don't think that's fair.
That's not fair.
I don't think that's fair.
However, I'll say.
What's that?
I'll say this. And I'll bring up a personal story. Miss Anna, my Anna, was in Vegas during the Pro Bowl weekend for a bachelorette party. For a birthday party. And she ran into Fred Warner and George Kittle, and they were very friendly. Oh, you got that Niners sweater on. What's up, man?
Okay.
She said they were just top-notch. Fred Warner Jr.'s wife was great.
Fred Warner Jr. is as presidential as they come.
No doubt.
That's
George Kittle was really cool.
Special.
She said she spoke glowingly of them. Next thing you know, that night with her friends, she was in line for dinner. Debo standing right in front of her. And so she was like, "Hey, Debo, how you doing?" Oh, hey, what's up? And she was just like, she shot her shot. You mind if I get a selfie or whatnot? And he was like, "Nah, I'm good. Nah." And she was just like, I was not impressed with Debo Samuel.
Was it the setting? Was it his response?
It was the response, the setting, everything. Now, I'm not.
Okay.
I
trust Anna's judgment.
I trust her judgment. I'll say this, though. I love Debo Samuel, the player. I love this player. But Shasky, I heard through the grapevine, I've heard a lot of stories about that. Now, again, I want to interview Debo because I think we get the best out of him. I think he's, Debo's different. I like Debo. I like Debo a lot. I don't like him hanging up on Zach Gelb.
Okay.
I like that could have been handled better. That's all I'm saying.
We're in agreement
I'm not gonna go out there and say he's a douchebag because I don't know Debo like that.
I think unfair.
That's unfair.
That's unfair.
That's very unfair. I like Debo, but Anna did tell me that story in Vegas. I forgot to bring it up to you. I was like, damn. I was like, really? Not a selfie? And compared to what Fred Warner Jr., George Kittle was, they were at dinner and they pointed at Anna with the Niners, baby, what's up? And she went, hey, thanks for everything, and blah, blah, blah. And they were really cool.
Debo's not the greatest vehicle because I do believe that he does have diva tendencies. There's no question.
Yeah.
I want my wide receivers to have diva tendencies.
Yeah.
Jerry Rice, God bless him, he used to have to look perfect throughout the game.
Right.
I mean, he had diva tendencies. Different. T.O. took it to a whole nother level, right? Randy Moss took it to a whole nother level. That's kind of baked into being a great wide receiver. I don't know. But the Zach Gelb part, here's the part where, I
talk to him in 19 minutes.
I can't wait. And this is the part where I think it takes two to tango. Both Debo let himself down, and I thought that Zach, at some level, not that he was attacking him, but you can't do the fans are coming for you. Really? The fans are coming for you? It's one thing to do it with a twinkle in your eye, like goofing around. Like when we have if we had an opposing
Philadelphia's coming for everybody. Their fan base goes for everybody.
Yeah, but it always feels so personal.
Well, forget Philadelphia. I can't. They're going to be so good this year too. That's the problem. They're going to be so good.
Good, win something.
They won more recently than the Niners.
I know. It breaks my heart.
They are loaded. Again, we're going to play this. Zach Gelb's joining us, CBS National Radio, went to Temple, interned at WIP, had a 94 WIP in Philadelphia, had a little cup of coffee, or his dad. His dad was part of WFAN back in 1987. Wow, so he's born in the radio. Here's your interaction between Zach Gelb and Debo Samuel in 888-957-9570. Who was in the wrong here? Zach Gelb or Debo Samuel?
I saw what you said about the Eagles back at the Super Bowl at Sirius, where if Brock Purdy didn't get hurt, you guys would have won that game by double digits. Why would that have been the case?
I don't know. That's old.
So do you not still believe that?
I mean, I do, but I mean, we're not. We're not gonna keep talking about it. I mean, I said what I said.
Gotcha. So then what happens this year when you play Philly on December 3rd?
I don't know. Just wait till week 13, 12, whatever week it is, and we'll show you.
Well, then you know how that's going to go down. You're going into Philadelphia. Those fans are going to be booing you loud. You have a message for Eagles fans?
Hey, guys.
Yeah?
All right, we're good to go.
What do you mean? We have Deebo on right now.
Yeah, I know, but we're going to head into camp right now.
Are you serious? Okay. Thank you. There you
Thanks,
go.
Bye.
Thanks,
Debo
bye.
Samuel right there. Doesn't want to answer a few questions. Are you serious? We got hung up on because all we did was ask him about the quarterback situation and then Philadelphia? And we got hung up on by Debo Samuel? That's a joke. An absolute joke. That's absurd. We were told we had 15 minutes with him. He was on for 5-6 minutes. And he didn't want to answer anything. So I've done this long enough. That was just get the promotional plug out of the way. Then you don't want to answer any questions, and you hand the phone off to the public relations person. What a joke that was.
Oh, I'm going to Zach Gelb will not be a fan of Debo Samuel moving forward. That's for sure. That's for sure.
That tells me he's never heard Deebo interview before that. That's like what that tells me. He says serious early there, but if he's ever heard Deebo interview anyone, like he's so short. Every single time.
Very short. Very, 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 very short. And if you've ever seen him at a podium, he's very short. Yeah. And kind of like, he's not an introvert because I don't know what he's like outside, but he clearly doesn't. I don't think he's very charismatic at a podium.
Yeah.
I don't think he's charismatic at all at a podium.
No, he's not. He's not.
He's a hell of a football player.
I feel like he used to be. Didn't he?
When?
I don't know. I felt like Deebo was a lot more personable.
Can both things be true?
Yeah, I mean,
Deebo clearly didn't handle it great at all.
Yeah, he didn't.
And I don't know.
I thought Zach Gelb.
I think it turned the second you're going into Philadelphia.
Yeah.
And right then it was like, all right. And it felt like he threw the burner out the window.
Right.
And who was that? Was that his particular like agent or PR person, or was that the 49er person?
It felt like his maybe PR person. Thanks, bye. Because Corey Russ is chilling. Corey Russ is with his family. He's the PR guy for the Niners. He's next to Shanahan. We'll see Corey Russ down at training camp in a couple weeks. He's chilling with the fam right now. I don't think he's following around Deebo on any pressers or whatnot. So I don't, it's funny.
What's the worst interview you've had?
Well, I know yours. Well, actually, that wasn't worse. I think it was Clive Wofford.
I was going to say you and Florio screaming at each other.
No, that was a great interview. I mean, we got content out of that. Florio's come back on.
Deebo said the same thing. Right. I said what I said.
Yeah, well.
He basically said the same thing Florio said to you.
And you know what's funny? You're the one who ran Florio off, not me.
What do you mean, not me?
We're best friends now, Florio and I.
What are you talking about?
Because you told Florio it was the longest answer in the world. He won't even answer Lubbock's calls anymore.
Forgot about that.
I yelled at friends too. I feel like I lost a friend now also.
Yeah, I yelled at Florio. If you can find it, I said what I said. Well, if you were playing Madden, Florio, I gave him a Madden comparison. What was that?
Well, he does smoke weed.
Yeah, he does smoke weed. But he won't come on. I didn't even run him off. We were able to finish the interview.
I'm not taking credit
best
for
friends.
that.
Well, he won't come on. He won't answer Lubbock's call after that interview.
It was a long answer. That's factually correct. The Joe Horn interview for me was the worst.
No, that was a great interview.
Well, it was great and horrible.
No, it was great.
He then got arrested by the feds the very next day.
No, Clive Wofford was a tight end for the Raiders, right?
Of the U.
It wasn't. It may have been Danico Autry.
Danico Autry. We're going way back.
Good player, too, Danico.
Because I can hear.
How are you doing?
The old 95-70 game building with Greg Papa, because even Greg Papa was like, go. Well, like, Papa would never come to the studio, so he would text me.
You've got really long arms, the bail technique. Tell me about it.
No, he would text me next question. And Danico Autry would give it like 3 answers, and we're going back and forth, and the Papas were rattled. I could hear him at the old building. There was this long hallway to get to the studio. I could hear Nahegan sprinting down the hallway. Get him off the air. This is not good radio. That may have been the worst interview ever.
What about you interviewing Russell Westbrook in front of a scrum?
Oh, that was great. I mean, I'm still getting tagged to this day in that interview.
Did you see it? No, I didn't see it. My favorite, when we asked Joe Horn what he was up to, not knowing less than 8 hours later his doors would be kicked in by the feds, he gave us this answer.
I just do a lot of marketing.
He was washing money.
I'm just living a life.
Hey, Joe, what was that cornerback, or what is that one player you'd like to go against every single day?
There's so many of them. I can't really give you an exact name.
Thanks, Joe. Appreciate it.
As he's looking out his blinds at helicopters hovering over his house.
Like literally sweating like at the end of Goodfellas when you got Ray Liotta ready to flush the coke down the toilet.
And he's looking.
That's how I envisioned Joe Horn doing that entire interview.
Oh, my God.
And he pulled the phone out of his sock.
Yeah, I think it started, too. He said, hey, Joe, how's it going? No response. Then it goes dial tone, and we had to call him back.
You got the Florio, the first Florio?
No, what about the one when Ric Flair hung up on you? Because that's basically what Debo did.
But that was a great interview, though.
It was a great interview.
It was a great interview. And he just hung up. I tried to get him to say
this. I said what I said.
No, you got the whole team because you hear Kate and Joe. Joe's like, Mike, Bonte, let me get in there. Mike, Bonte. And then Kate Scott yells like the mom she is, Bonte! You're going to ruin everything for us, Bonte! It's like, dude, it's Mike Florio. He's coming back out.
She wanted that NBC Olympic money, you know? I don't blame her.
And trust me, she got it.
I know, I don't blame her.
She got it.
She knew Florio was going to grease the wheels.
Oh, my gosh. Let's go to Jacob. As you find it, let's go to Jacob in Castro Valley. Jacob, what's happening?
Hey, this is the best thing that happened to Zach in the last
what's going
year.
on,
Good
guys?
for him.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Oh, we're good, brother. What's up with you?
Man, I'm all right. Just driving to the city, but I was going to talk about Deebo.
Yeah.
I feel like Deebo was in the right, honestly, because when you played it the second time, I was listening to Zach's questions, and they were pretty pointed. Like, when he asked him the first question, you said you would have beat Philly if Brock Purdy got hurt. It was almost like he was mocking him a little bit. And then he's like, oh, well, you got a message for Philly fans? And like, I really felt like he was baiting Deebo into trying to say something about Philly fans or something like that. So, if I was in Deebo's position, I probably would have done the same thing because I'm like, you're trying to bait me into saying, oh, yeah, we got Philly. Yeah, we're going to whoop you or oh, screw Philly fans or something like, if Zach's trying to bait him into saying something like that, then, it's better just to end the call.
Yeah.
Well, it's
good call, Jacob. Good call.
Okay. I don't know. We'll have Zach on in less than 10 minutes. I know when we ask certain questions, it's because we have to. When you have a guest on, you feel an obligation to ask someone. For example, right? If we had Bob Myers on immediately after the Jordan Poole, Draymond Green thing, we've got to ask him about that. There was a time we were in person with Bob Myers, and it was after the Kevin Durant, Draymond Green thing.
And
I literally said on the front end, I know this is an insensitive question, and I apologize on the front end. But I have to ask you, what were your opinions on the Draymond Green Durant thing? And he looked at me and said, I know you have, and this is what makes Bob great. I know you have to ask that question. I don't want to answer it. And something to that effect.
Yeah, and he looked, I was like, he's not going to answer that. Even Zaza.
But I felt I had to do it.
We asked Zaza earlier, and he goes, I thought it was funny, but some people probably don't think it's that funny. So that's.
But I felt guilty asking it to someone who I really like and respect.
But you know what?
That's the job.
Our boy Jason Battle. We love Jason Battle on Twitter, and he listens all the time. Jason's a good dude. But he tweeted at Anthony Slater, why you keep asking Jordan Poole about the punch? And I jumped in. I said, it's his job. It's his job. I think the casual fans don't get, because I actually went to journalism school, and I study this stuff. You don't know if a guy's going to answer the question until you ask the question. And you have to keep asking it if it's a hot topic. Or your editor will say, well, okay, so you're going to – if I'm the editor and you're Bonte Hill, Hill, and you're going to interview Jordan Poole, and I'm the editor, I'm going to say, so has Jordan Poole answered the question about the punch? And you're like, no, he hasn't yet. Yeah, we still got to ask the question.
Yeah.
It's still out there.
Well, that's what every fan's thinking.
Swing, and every fan's thinking it. Everybody's thinking. Same thing with Andrew Wiggins. You don't think somebody wants to ask Andrew Wiggins, so what? You're missing for 2 months. How's your dad doing?
There's no doubt.
What happened there with the 2 months?
Yeah.
Kenneth Burke asked it right away when he came back. So those questions have to be asked. There's certain questions you just have to do it, whether it's uncomfortable. Same thing. It happened with me and Joe Lacob. It happened with me and Joe Lacob. Joe Lacob was coming out to the set at the Gatehouse. And I talked to Raymond Ritter, and Raymond Ritter, we talk, and he's like, so Joe's going to come on, just to let you know a couple nuggets here and community stuff and this and that. And I was like, hey, Raymond, just to let you know, we have to ask the question about the Draymond Green punch. He goes, we understand. And I waited till the last question of the interview, get everything out the way. All right, Joe, got to ask the question. We ask it, he answers it, we move on.
Well, and I'm sure that Raymond or whoever is advising Joe is preparing him that question is going to be coming, right? Like that's the one thing that when I know you roll your eyes when I bring up David Sampson, but he always talks about like, where's the PR person to explain to this guy, like Bob Huggins, for example, right now is just out of his mind. And there's a variety of things. Does he have anyone in his life who understands, like, dude, these are the questions people are going to ask. You better be prepared for them when you go out and speak. And that's what made the Jim Tom Sula interview so legendary. He looked like he was unprepared completely.
He was not prepared.
Exactly.
Or he just forgot everything.
So, you know, it's interesting. I do think here's the gray area, and I'm not accusing Zach of this at all. I get triggered by the Philadelphia fan thing, and I'll admit it. Like I'll ask them about it. I get triggered by why they think that that's some badge of honor when it's ridiculous. It's bully tactics. But like, I do believe the gray area is everyone perceives every question to be, gotcha, I'm going to clip that and put it on the internet, whether fair or not. I think our society now, like, for example, Steiny, everybody's losing their minds because Steiny said, he had this long preamble explaining why maybe Steph Curry could go to the bench. But just hear me out, and then it gets clipped online.
It does get clipped. You knew it was going to get clipped.
Of course. And what are some of the comments underneath it? Oh, this guy should be fired on the spot. It's like, come on, man. Come on.
But let me say this, and I love you, Steiny. The hell are you talking about? Steph Curry come off the pitch, man. Don't even throw that out there. Come on. Like, I think about how ridiculous that is. I know what he was doing. I know he wasn't serious. Basically, his premise was like, why do I bring that up and people get mad? Well, Steiny, we get mad because it's kind of ridiculous.
Well, Steph it was Curry's a long conversation that gets boiled down into a 90-word tweet or whatever, and everyone gets triggered. So I understand if I'm one of these athletes, the last thing that I want to do is become another clickbait headline. That's what you don't want to do. But clicking on the guy with your phone and throwing it to a PR person probably got the same effect.
Yeah, no, that was probably not a smart move. All right, Zach Gelb, CBS Sports Radio, coming up in 6 minutes. Until then, we have the injury report.
Steiny, you're fired.
Steiny was just trolling. He wasn't serious. He knows damn well Curry's not coming off the bench, and he's just, slow day in the summer, man. It's all good. Steiny was just having some fun.
Did you hear his other suggestion?
No, what was it?
Nick Bosa moved to offense? No, I'm just teasing.
Oh, my God.
Tony laughed.
Listen. When it comes to Steiny, I believe anything. All-Star game tonight. Major League Baseball All-Star game. Aaron Judge out with the sprained toe. He's not playing. Wander Franco from the Rays replaced him. Clayton Kershaw will not pitch for the National League. He's been out since last week with shoulder inflammation. He did throw a bullpen session on Friday, and it reportedly went well. There's still no set return date for Clayton Kershaw. David Bednar is replacing Kershaw. He's had a really good year with the Pittsburgh Pirates. That was the injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. I had no idea Hillary from Boxer & Gerson had a Twitter account. She's been tweeting at me a lot.
Well, she had a party over the weekend for her sister that one of my buddies attended, and now I'm not to get too personal here. They got a 3-TV setup in the living room. I heard Hillary it's pretty spectacular.
Hillary does?
Yeah, so she's into her sports.
Or she's into some money.
That's not fair.
What do you mean it's not fair? Hard. No, I'm saying she's into some money. She's rolling in dough.
Well,
I'm not saying she's got a handout. I'm saying she's got a lot of money. A lot of money.
Man, she gets to watch the Raiders, A's, and Warriors lose all on 3 different TVs.
What a miserable life Hillary lives. Oh, boy. What's coming up in a game sponsored by Fremont Bank Full Service Banking? No compromises. Zach Gelb, CBS Sports Radio. He was talking to Deebo yesterday. Deebo hung up on him. Let's get into it. Zach Gelb here on the Morning Roast.
I feel bad for the Johnson kids next door. Their parents...
Oh, baby. What is happening on a Tuesday morning here on the roast? Good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. Good morning to everybody out there getting ready for work. If you're at work, what is happening? If you're getting ready for vacations, what's going on? Well, strippers, man, they probably need a vacation, man. Things are dry out there on the streets, but it's okay. It's okay. We all go through rough patches. Good morning to my man Ron out there, big truck driver. Dodgers, come on. Mookie Betts stunk. Preview their second half. Good morning to Spadoni, Lutman, Shasky, the YouTube chat, Twitch chat, Comcast Business Text Line. We got the All-Star Week blowout. That's right, 95.7 The Game All-Star blowout.
What's that mean?
That means that we are giving away some great gifts. And yesterday we gave out 4 gifts. Gave out 2 passes or 2 packs of Round of Golf at the Berkeley Country Club with us, the host. We gave out a Steph Curry bobblehead alongside some Jerry Seinfeld tickets and a Gold-Blooded Warriors t-shirt. Plenty of great prizes available, though. Klay Thompson autographed jersey. More tickets to Jerry Seinfeld. More tickets to the Berkeley Country Club to play around and golf with some of the hosts. A pair of tickets to a Warriors game this season. We got private lessons for jiu-jitsu, Muay Thai, or boxing at the Evolve Training Center. We got $250 gift cards at Alexander Steakhouse or Buon Vino on Walnut Creek. Shout out to Buon Vino. Everybody up there where we had the Warrior Summit. We'll have a Niner Summit at some point. Maybe we'll go back to Buon Vino. But we got that coming up. And the way you win these prizes, you have to know the show at 9:20. 9:20, we'll give up the phone number. You have to know the show. And we'll throw a question about something that happened today on the show. And if you get it right, you get one of these prizes. And we have some envelopes. Shasky, open it up. We got 15, we got 14, we got 13. You pick a number, and some numbers are already gone. So we'll do that coming up in 9:20. But Zach Gelb's going to join us in a second here. I think we got him on the line, and this is why we have Zach Gelb from CBS Sports Radio. I've been on the show a lot. Shasky, I think you've been on the show. It's a good dude. But he made the airwaves. I mean, he made national headlines because of this.
I saw what you said about the Eagles back at the Super Bowl at Sirius, where if Brock Purdy didn't get hurt, you guys would have won that game by double digits. Why would that have been the case?
I don't know. That's old.
So do you not still believe that?
I mean, I do, but I mean, we're not. That's like we're not gonna keep talking about it. I mean, I said what I said.
Gotcha. So then what happens this year when you play Philly on December 3rd?
I don't know. Just wait till week 13, 12, whatever week it is, and we'll show you.
Well, then you know how that's going to go down. You're going into Philadelphia. Those fans are going to be booing you loud. You have a message for Eagles fans?
Hey, guys.
Yeah?
All right, we're good to go.
What do you mean? We have Deebo on right now.
Yeah, I know, but we're going to head into camp right now.
Are you serious? Okay. Thank you. There you
Thanks,
go.
Bye.
Debo Samuel right there.
The thanks, bye, was unbelievable. Let's bring in Zach Gelb. Good morning to Zach, CBS Sports Radio, Temple Bay. Of course, he's been at 94 WIP, now doing CBS Sports Radio nationally. I believe he's in New York City doing the show. Zach, good morning. Welcome to my show, finally. Bonte Hill, Joe Shasky, the Butcher. And
yes, it's your show.
Our show. I should basically say it's my show. They call me the King of the Bay out here, Zach, so basically it is my show.
Oh, my God.
No, kidding. Zach, so before we get into what happened with Debo Samuel hanging up on you, give us a background here of how the interview started. How'd you book the interview? Was there some preset questions? Because it sounded like it only lasted 6 minutes.
Yeah, so a PR person that I do work with reached out to me and said they had Debo Samuel available. I've talked to Debo one other time before at a Super Bowl, so they asked me if we could put him on, and they said we had 15 minutes with him, and he was promoting some charitable camp with a bunch of different other wide receivers, and clearly they knew that football questions were going to be asked. So I started him off asking him actually in a fun way about that viral treadmill video. We shared a laugh after that, and then he did say when in regard to his season last year, he was awful, and that's not going to happen again. But then after that, when I asked about Brock Purdy, he didn't really give me much, gave me a little on Trey Lance, and I thought it was important to ask the Eagles stuff because that was something that was bizarre to me back at the Super Bowl. I understand having confidence in your team and thinking obviously you should win a game, but to blow out the Eagles when he said that with Adam Shine on Sirius XM if they had a healthy quarterback, that's just what I didn't understand. So I wanted to ask a little clarity on that.
So how long did the interview go? Because having that backstory obviously changes the viewpoint of this. So it sounds like you had him on for 8-9 minutes?
No, 5 minutes. His answers were very short. He didn't really want to answer anything.
Yeah, he's typically very short-winded, like when you talk to him. And the last time you spoke with him prior, was it face-to-face or was it over the phone?
It was face-to-face. This was at the Super Bowl 2 years ago in L.A.
Interesting.
So he was a lot more outgoing then, or was his answer still short there at the Super Bowl in L.A.?
You know what? I happen to be a big fan of Debo Samuel. That's the irony of this. And I was really excited the last time to be able to talk to him because he was having that big breakout season, and it was unbelievable. And I like the way that he goes out to the field with Trent Williams, the boombox, playing all the music. And, you know, I walked away from that interview, and I was a little bit unimpressed, if we're being fair. It wasn't a horrible interview, but it seems as if, you know, there's some guys that just do the interviews to take the money, which I don't fault them. I'd probably do the same, and they don't really want to answer that many questions. So I've had a lot better conversations with other people. Let's just say that.
So let me ask you this one. Where do you think the interview switched? Was it the part about his particular comments about the 10-point loss, or do you think it was you bringing up the Philly fans?
I think it switched when I started bringing up Brock Purdy.
Interesting.
Because I said something along the lines of, you know, we haven't really seen a lot of Brock Purdy, like 6 or 7 or 8 games. And he's like, oh, you've seen him for 12. And then I said, well, it's still a short sample size. Yes. You know, where's the confidence level heading into this season? And actually, someone that has worked with Deebo before reached out to me afterwards when they heard about this, before even listening to the interview. And they said, I heard Deebo got mad at you over asking about the quarterback. So I don't even know if it was necessarily the Eagles thing. Maybe that was the end point that made him hand over the phone, but I think it started to turn when we were discussing the quarterback.
That's very intriguing. Zach Gelb here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. National CBS Sports Radio does a great job at nights on CBS, and had Debo Samuel on yesterday in the interview when basically got cut short here. So he got upset about Brock Purdy. So what was his answer when you asked him about Trey Lance?
So I asked about Trey Lance, and he said he was impressed with how much has been thrown on his plate, and he did say that Trey Lance has taken a significant step. Now, I followed up to that saying something along the lines of, you've been very positive about Brock, and then you've been very positive about Trey Lance. You know, I still don't know what Trey Lance is, but you kind of get the feeling that Trey Lance needs to go somewhere else in order to be a starter with the confidence of Brock. And you know, I understand that could put a player in a tough spot, but I think it's totally a fair question. And to Debo's credit, he said, you know, that's a decision that's up to John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. So that's why I kind of transitioned it. All right, well, then something you can control and can speak of were the comments about the Philadelphia Eagles.
Interesting. Is there anything you wish that maybe you, because I got to comment on the Philly fans for a second, but is there anything that you wish that you'd done differently?
No. You know, there's sometimes you have to ask difficult questions that players don't want to answer, and clearly this was one of them. But if you would have told me before the interview where, you know, I don't write out questions, but I have an idea of some things I'm going to ask, if you would have told me beforehand that he would have hung up the phone and the interview would have only gone 5 minutes, maybe I would have believed the interview would have only gone 5 minutes because, like you said, he doesn't give a lot of detailed answers. But the fact that he hung up the phone, no, that's not something that you go into expecting to happen. Not the first time it's happened. I'm sure it won't be the last.
Oh, that's not the first time it's happened to you? You had somebody else hang up the phone on you?
Yeah, the NFC West have been making the rounds. Last year, we had Aaron Donald on, like, right after the helmet swinging incident. And to be fair, Aaron Donald was answering the questions. It was a PR person that stepped in. This one, just for my interpretation of it, you know, I could see Aaron Donald, then it was over Zoom. Here I'm just listening to a conversation over the phone. It does seem like Deebo starts screaming, Ashley, Ashley, and I guess that was the other PR person that was involved here, and then you hear him kind of hand off the phone. So a little bit different there.
That's unbelievable. Zach Gelb here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 Game. CBS National Sports Radio does a great job out there at the East Coast. So the Philly thing, because we went out there to the NFC Championship game, we didn't have a great time. We did not. Not only did the Niners get blown out, but the fan base was a bit abrasive.
They were lowbrow.
Yeah,
I'm being real with you, man. If any other fan, I've been to a lot of different stadiums. If any other fan base acted the way Philly fans act, we'd call them thugs and borderline criminals. The way they were throwing things, spitting, physical altercation. It was unbelievable. Like, honestly, it was unbecoming. So when I hear the media perpetuate, that Philly fans are different, it triggers me because I know if Niner fans did any of the things that Philly fans did because of how we look as a fan base, I know for a fact the headlines would look a lot different.
Well, let me ask you this. What actually happened? People threw things at you and you actually got spat on?
Say that again?
What you guys said that people were throwing things at you?
Oh, my God. Pushing, throwing hot dogs, spit on, beers, full cans of beers being thrown at Niner fans the entire time. You couldn't even get out of your seats without the entire row pushing you as you're going up out of the stadium. It was out of control. Full beers dumped on, spit right in the face. Yeah, we got it all on video, too.
No, I would like to see the videos. I'm just curious.
5 million views on Facebook, just our 95.7 The Game videos alone. And we were on Facebook Live, Instagram Live. I mean, it's all there for anyone to see.
And no one was antagonizing the Eagles fans at all?
We were walking through.
Okay. So I went to school in Philadelphia for 4 years. And then I lived there for 3 to 4 years after that doing local radio. Philadelphia fans, the passion is second to none. I do think there's bad apples in a lot of fan bases, but as you guys know, with San Francisco 49ers fans as well, that's been documented too. You know, there's some idiots in fan bases. There's also some great fans as well. So I didn't see the video, so it's tough for me to really speak on it, but I know what the perception is about Philly fans. I can only speak from my experience living in there. And remember, I'm a Patriot fan. I did local radio after the Patriots lost in the Super Bowl, so I've seen it from both sides, but only my experiences with Philadelphia fans have been positive.
Well, what's your perception of Deebo now after the interview?
Big year for Debo Samuel. You know, you have a back and forth. You have a back and forth conversation like that. Yeah. It's not like I wake up today and I go, "Oh, I hate Debo Samuel." You know, right. I had a job to do.
Right.
He had a job to do as well. Right. And you know, he didn't really even get the plug in. It was more so I read the plug for him. But
what was the plug for?
Yeah,
real quick, what was the plug for, Zach?
Well, I want to know.
It was for Panini trading cards, so they can thank me for the extra publicity. But, you know, everyone has a job to do, so it's not like, you know, when one of these interviews happens where I go, "Oh, I can't stand Debo Samuel." As I said earlier, he's an electrifying player. When I look at the 49ers, they have a heck of a team. We all know that. But the thing missing is the quarterback.
No doubt.
Maybe Brock Purdy is the guy. But until we figure out stability at the quarterback position with the Niners, they'll keep on coming up short.
No doubt. And Zach, I'll say this because I was telling our listeners here before you came on that I've been on your show a ton, and I think you're a professional. And I kind of know where the interview went left. Just kind of knowing who Debo Samuel is and knowing how you interview. And you probably was just like, you know what? I got to get something out of him. Maybe this will spark him. Maybe this will spark him.
Well, he did say those things. That's the thing.
He said them.
And I'm going to be real with you.
We thought he looked weak. We thought he looked weak after the NFC Championship game. Because it was not only him, Zach. It was Robbie Gould talking. Everybody's just chirping. It's like, dude, we got our asses kicked. Just leave it alone.
We were there, yes.
Well, this is the thing. People are like, "Oh, why?" Like Niners fans are saying to me today. You know, some of them. You know, I can't speak for the whole family. Yeah. Why are you bringing up things from January? Well, Debo's the one that, for the most part, at almost every turn, he keeps on talking about this. So if he would have just said what he said in January and that was it, it's probably not even on my mind. But with how many times I've seen it popped up throughout the offseason, that's why I brought it up. And I'll say this to Niners fans saying that to me, who are also probably Warriors fans. If you guys, let's say, had Bob Myers on tomorrow, I know he's no longer running the team. You're not going to ask him about the end of Draymond Green and Jordan Poole and what actually happened. Yeah. It's not like we got a lot of clarity there. So just because something happened a while ago doesn't mean that it's not still in people's minds and you could ask about it.
That's a great point. We were just discussing that because some people get mad about Jordan Poole still being asked a question. It's like, well, we haven't heard it from Jordan Poole's side yet, and we still want to know, even though he may not ever answer that question about Draymond Green. So how are Philly fans feeling before we let you go, Zach? How are Philly fans feeling for you? Are they salivating at facing the Niners in Week 13 again?
Well, that's why at the end, when I kind of realized he was hanging up the phone, I said, what's your message to Eagles fans? Because that's going to be some scene. You know, if you're a player, I don't think you let fans booing you get in your head. But that's going to be some scene on that Sunday. I believe it's a Sunday 4:25 game in Week 13 when Deebo comes to town because, you know, the Philly fans, they're sometimes often misportrayed and misconfused. A lot of their booing that they do is just holding players accountable. But since this is an opposing player, since he didn't just take the L on the chin, and I think if Deebo just would have said, hey, if we had a healthy Brock Purdy, I think we would have won the game, but it would have been close. But since he went to the line of, we would have won by double digits, the game wouldn't even be close. And I think he called James Bradbury trash. That's when it's okay. You could understand that someone is going to be confident in their team, but to not have any respect to the Eagles and say you're going to blow them out when the Eagles had a wonderful season last year, that's where I think it crossed the line for Eagles fans.
All right, Zach.
I think that's very fair.
Yeah, no doubt. Zach, you're a good sport. Thanks for coming on. I know a lot of Niner fans can't stand you right now, but Zach, you might be good.
Hey, Ashley, hang up on these clowns. I don't want to talk to these guys anymore.
Thanks, bye.
Catch you guys later. Be well.
All right, Zach. Thanks, bye.
I do believe, because he said that he asked the quarterback question and they got all. I've heard from a couple different people, around the 49ers saying that there is an element of exhaustion when it comes to being asked the question about the quarterback.
Every single year, every single week, every single month, every single season.
Every day.
Debo's been asked about it basically since his second season. It's that first offseason he had as a rookie when they lost to the Chiefs in the Super Bowl. Didn't know if it was going to be Tom Brady as their quarterback, Kirk Cousins. He had no idea. No idea. But you know what? I'm going to take something out of that. I'm going to spin it forward. It's time. It's time because I've heard a lot of chatter about the quarterbacks around here.
Okay.
Zach Gelb, CBS Sports Radio, as Debo Samuel. How's Trey Lance look? And that's the second time. George Kittle said it. And now Debo Samuel. He's taken a massive step forward. A massive step forward.
Okay.
What does that mean?
I don't know. You tell me what that means.
Does that mean?
Let me know, Wendy.
Does that mean? Does that mean that Trey Lance is ready to roll? Does that mean that a lot of you fools out there wrote off Trey Lance a little too early? Does that mean that Trey Lance is ready to go in Pittsburgh week 1 and light up the Steelers? What does that mean? What does that mean? I'm asking out loud.
I don't know.
He said he took a massive step forward.
I mean,
as opposed to last year where guys were kind of, they were a bit tepid around Trey Lance. They were like, Jimmy Garoppolo, that was 49er football. Now it's Trey Lance.
How absurd does that sentence sound?
It was very absurd. 49er football is throwing pick eights.
Oh, yeah, whatever.
49er football is throwing pop-ups.
Here's what I would say to you, B. The more and more I've been thinking about it, the more and more I keep saying to myself, I don't think even the exhibition games, I think we put way too much stock into the exhibition games. I think these joint practices, those are going to be the big indicator of who's doing what, whether it's Darnold, Trey Lance, who knows where Purdy is at this time. Like, right now, I have no idea if Purdy's going to be able to even be a full participant in the month of August. I don't know. I mean, we're at July 11th right now. Where do you think Purdy's at? I mean, we're guessing.
I don't know where he's at.
Is he throwing tennis balls, footballs, towels? Is he throwing footballs a yard? Is he throwing footballs 20 yards? I have no idea.
See, I think people are getting this all wrong with Trey Lance.
What do you mean?
And Brock Purdy in the quarterback situation. And what I mean by that is a lot of people are saying, Trey Lance has a lot of pressure on him. He has to prove it. He has to prove it. He has to prove it. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm saying, Brock Purdy's the one without all the big money. Brock Purdy has to come out and prove that last season wasn't a fluke. And Brock Purdy has to come out and prove that, hey, I'm worth $30 million guaranteed or $50 million guaranteed or whatever the quarterback position is going to get paid. I'm the guy. And so maybe there's some pressure on Brock Purdy to get back because you don't think there's a chance that if Trey Lance comes out and he starts and he lights the world on fire, that Shanahan will be thinking, boy, maybe I'll stick with the guy that I moved up in the first round to go get. Doesn't it behoove the Niners to want Trey Lance to ball out after trade and all that draft compensation?
It behooves them to have one guy, yes, or not one guy, more than one guy develop and be studly. How can that be a bad thing?
Think about the way we talk about the Warriors organization after giving up on James Wiseman and now Jordan Poole. They gave up on James Wiseman and people were losing their minds. Now, some people say James Wiseman was a bust, whatever. But that was a massive miss. That was a swing and a miss. Don't you think the Niners want to, prove that, hey, we moved up to get the right guy?
Well, I think they want clarity. They want one guy to separate from the pack because I do believe clarity shuts all up the questions so that George Kittle and Trent Williams and Deebo and all these guys aren't getting those questions. That's number one. And number two, I just think it makes it easier from a team building aspect to assemble the squad around him once you understand who that guy is. Regarding Brock Purdy and him putting pressure on himself, that's a point that I hadn't considered, and I think that's a really, really strong point. If you have any worry about your standing with the team and your financial clarity moving forward and how much money you're going to begin, because that's real. I mean, The average NFL lifespan is like 3 years.
Yeah, 3-4 years.
Okay, you're an undrafted guy, and you hit the ground running the way that he did. You want to be able to bank on that.
Exactly.
I mean, there's no doubt about it. I mean, he's shown more than Zach Wilson, and Zach Wilson's played infinitely more than him. And Zach Wilson's already made infinitely more than him. Right?
Exactly.
So there's no question. There's no question he wants to do that.
He wants to get back there and to get this job and not even put it in fans' minds or his team's mind as saying, hey, I'm the guy for this job, and I want to get paid by Shanahan at some point because that's what he's going to be eligible for after the season.
Yes.
Trey Lance, and look, and one thing that we're doing, and I'm not going to let it happen, not on this show, but if Trey Lance doesn't work out, that's on Shanahan and Lynch. That's as much on Shanahan and Lynch as it is Trey Lance.
Well, and the only way that gets wiped away is if Brock Purdy is who they think he is. Or who I guess we all believe him to be. I don't even know. Like, what do we all think that Brock Purdy is?
Nah, I don't know.
What do you think he is?
I don't know. I need to see it again.
I think a lot of people think he's a franchise quarterback.
I need to see it again. Franchise quarterback? I thought Jimmy was a franchise quarterback.
Well,
didn't you think at one point Jimmy was a franchise quarterback? We all did.
We've seen a couple of years of Trevor Lawrence. Who's shown you more?
Trevor Lawrence.
You think?
Absolutely.
But do you think the general fan is still like, I want to see more from Trevor Lawrence? Like, they're not ready to anoint him into that top 7-8, right?
I think I saw enough last season to say, okay, Jacksonville got it right. They got it right. They got a leader.
Okay.
They got a leader out there in Jacksonville. He went through the Urban Meyer season, stepped up. Even when Urban Meyer was acting a fool, stepped up. Played well, played through his lumps. He had the great comeback against the Chargers. Purdy's nice, but I still need to see a little more. By the way, before we break here and bring in Jason Dumas, who's, by the way, from Philadelphia, what's your takeaway now with Zach Gelb?
My big takeaway?
Yeah, after talking to him.
I didn't understand the, he asked a bunch of questions on the front end, and so to me, he went through the checklist of things that he said. Right? And so knowing that, I still believe that there... Not that he was in gotcha mode, but when he went to the quote, that was fine. Then he went to the fan. Hey, the fans are going to be coming for you. My setting, I'm like, oh, God, the Philly fans, oh, they're different. They're a different breed. I roll my eyes. But Deebo was wrong. I mean, the way Deebo handled it, Deebo, if you're going to do the media thing, do the media thing.
And plug your thing.
Yeah, you got to meet in the middle somewhere.
That would arrive. Ashley, thank you, bye.
That was great.
Thank you, bye. Look at Dumas, man. What was out there? Team No Sleep in Vegas. Now he's coming to the studio. Coming up, brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 15 convenient Bay Area.
Thanks. Bye.
All right, we're
Deebo.
good to go.
Yeah, we're good to go. Got that right. We'll move off of Deebo for a second. All week long, we're bringing you the 95-7 a game All-Star Week blowout. Look, we got a lot of great gifts here. The Clay autographed jersey still available. How about fitness or boxing lessons from the Evolve Training Center?
That's where Bonds went.
Bonds went to go get his what? Blue belt?
Yeah.
Barry Bonds.
And you got to learn to defend yourself in this particular era we're living in here in Gotham City.
Barry Bonds, man, he's a bad dude. He's still in great shape, by the way. Saw him at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. Dumas saw him in the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. Barry Bonds still looked like he could hit a baseball 500 feet. We got $250 gift cards, Alexander Steakhouse, Buon Vino. Shout out to Buon Vino at Walnut Creek. We're going to do Know the Show at 9:20. 9:20, Know the Show. Call the number 888-957-9570. We have these envelopes here. Shasky's going to open one up. If you get the question right, you'll pick a number, the numbers we have left available, and you will win a prize. All cool prizes here. But first, let's bring in Jason Dumas from Crom 4 here on the Morning Roast. We love Dumas here. He's out there in Vegas, man. My guy, Team No Sleep in Vegas, living the life in Summer League, and now he's back in the morning here on the Roast. What's up, Jay?
What's up, fellas? Yeah, Vegas was an experience this year. The whole Wemby experience. It was weird, you know. Everybody's waiting for the first game to go. The game before Wemby's to finish up. It was Scoot versus
Amin Thompson.
Yeah, that was a good game.
That was a good game.
We got a buzzer beater in that one. Wemby comes out, and you could tell he was nervous. You could just tell, even in warm-ups, he's missing dunks. I'm like, what's going on? Everybody's kind of standing on eggshells, and it was an underwhelming opening performance. But then he came back, game 2, he played really well, and you saw what everybody was talking about. But for anybody who's been to Summer League, it's like you're just rubbing shoulders with so many people. You walk into any room and you're liable to see like a star. So the access and just the casual nature of just high-profile people just walking around is wild.
I got to get this guy to Summer League one day. He just don't know what he's missing out on.
I must have the classic up in Sacramento.
That's not Vegas, buddy. Because Vegas, you got the Thomas and Mack and the Cox Pavilion. You walking up and down the hallway, and you're sitting next to GMs. You're sitting next to coaches.
I got about a 40-hour limit in Vegas before I'm like, all right, I got to get home. I feel disgusting.
This guy would love Summer League. Jason, he would love Summer League.
Yeah, it's pretty sick.
Of course. The Wemby thing is interesting, though, because he's already like it feels like superstar status, where just the size, what he looks like, a lot of people know. And then the whole Britney Spears thing. I mean, that had to be buzzing all over Vegas, right?
Oh, yeah. It was right at the Aria. It was right outside of that restaurant Catch.
It's very weird.
Yeah. Britney should know better, though. Running up to someone with security.
What is she doing?
You get mobbed all the time.
I think she's not all there in the head.
No, she's not.
No, she's not.
She's not. That wasn't even a big deal to me. That's just whatever. All
See,
right.
that's what I get.
Yeah.
In my ear, first thing Sam Lubman, leave Britney alone, man. Come on. Like, that's what everyone
Is
says.
it Britney Spears fan? Leave
No,
Britney?
I'm just messing with Shasky.
All right. Yeah, because Britney, I'm like, dude, why are you running up on somebody like that?
Exactly. You don't
Sorry,
touch
I did it
anyone.
again.
I don't like touching anyone. That's it. Like, don't touch people out in public.
What was she trying to accomplish? That's what I want to know.
don't know.
What, you wanted to get a selfie with Wemby?
Who knew she was such a fan? Like,
I didn't know she liked basketball.
I didn't know either.
So Britney Spears got her 5 seconds of fame. Chris Paul stole the show, though. You were there. Chris Paul spoke on Sunday. Jordan Poole spoke Saturday. Let's start with JP. We'll close the book on JP because people forget a year ago everybody was having a pool party, right? Everybody was wearing floaties, chasing her pop differently when JP was rolling.
he was almost like the fan favorite on the team.
Thank you. And now people can't stand him. Now a lot of Warrior fans on our chat say, leave JP, he's gone. Screw that bum. And I'm like, well, I don't think he was a bum. Your impressions of JP Saturday talking for the first time as a member of the Washington Wizards.
Well, he was extremely, JP in our relationship was always weird. Like, I'd see Jordan Poole one day, talk my ear off, sit and talk, blah, blah, blah. The next day, kind of not even make eye contact, walk right by you. Like, so you never knew what you were going to get with him from that standpoint. But on this day, very talkative. I get in, what's up, Jay, blah, blah, blah. We sat and talked before his presser for a while. He's excited. He's genuinely excited to move to the Bay, or move from the Bay and get to D.C. and experience something new. He knows he's going to have a way more expanded role. That's something that he had wanted. Look, he wanted to start.
Yeah.
He had wanted to start all season. And as I said last time I was on last week, like, the punch was kind of like the cherry on top, but there's something festering way before that and during the season. that had nothing to do with the punch. He just wanted more playing time. He wanted to start. He wanted to roll. Kind of wanted to get whether you think this is fair or not. He wanted to get treated like Steph, Clay, and Dre, and he noticed that, in his opinion, wasn't equal treatment.
Nah.
Didn't appreciate it. So, and that all played out the way it played out with him getting moved. But he's excited for that. And he was, aside from when he was asked about Draymond Green, he was pretty honest and transparent. He was like, look, we had great years. I won a championship here. I grew into myself here. I became an NBA player here. I'm always going to have love for the Bay, but I'm extremely excited to move to D.C. and, play with Kuz. Kuz had his presser right with Jordan. Like, Kuz was right before, so Kuz was still in the room. So he mentioned Kuz a lot. And, I'm excited for him,
Can we stop on something?
Yeah.
You said that he didn't feel like he was getting equal treatment, which I find to be actually kind of fascinating. We'll get into the Chris Paul aspect of that in a second. I think most people, when you say that, they're like, look what they've accomplished and look what he's done. At what point would he have, were there a list of requirements that he needed to check off to where he could get closer to equal treatment? Would he never been able to get equal treatment? I think that's a dynamic, that's an interesting point that I feel like it's an uphill battle for him to get to that point. And I think in a lot of people's eyes from the outside looking in, it's like, he's not on their level and never will be. That's hard. I just don't think the common fan, I don't think they realize how difficult that is when you feel like, hey, I'm playing every single night and I'm coming and I deserve a growing role. Not that I deserve to be Steph, but I deserve better treatment than what I'm getting. I want to explore that.
Yeah, because, you got to look at it this way. That's his workplace. We all work somewhere and you have to coexist with your coworkers. And in Jordan's mind, Jordan's like, look, I ball out. I helped this team win a championship. And there was this kind of sense of that Jordan Poole didn't respect the hierarchy of the team. But from Jordan Poole's point of view, he's like, I should be on that hierarchy at this point. I helped this team win a championship. Like you said, Shasky, I play every single night. I'm available. This is just me pure speculating. I think he was probably looking at some of his teammates, not Steph, obviously, but I'm better than you.
Yeah.
Whether you agree with that or not, that's what he thought. And that's really all that matters because it's him who is in the situation. So,
which is not unique to him. A lot of people in a lot of work settings are like, I'm better than you or I'm better than you. We all do that.
Exactly. So it's like you treat this person one way, you treat me another way, and I think I'm better than that person. It shouldn't be like this.
Yeah.
That's interesting because Steve Kerr said Jordan Poole was part of the foundational six. Steph, Clay, Dre, Looney, Wiggins, Poole. And if you're part of the foundational six, then maybe you're not getting equal treatment as Steph, Clay, Dre, but you're close to it. And I thought a breaking point, I think this game in Cleveland, I keep going back to that game in Cleveland. The starters don't play. Jordan Poole's balling, Kuminga's balling. They're winning. They're beating Donovan Mitchell and company, and the Cleveland Cavaliers were a good team in the East. Number 4 seed this past season. And Jordan Poole got called for the delay of game, and Steve Kerr went crazy.
Yeah, shoot him out.
Shoot him out in front of everybody. And that moment right there was like, oh, yeah, they're not on equal footing. And I think moments like that maybe deter Jordan Poole to be like, you know what? Maybe I just need to bounce.
He's not alone. KD, if you listen to the actual
KD too, yeah.
KD's talked a lot. KD was very frustrated with how Clay was treated versus how he was treated. He was very frustrated with certain players getting away with things and him having certain work ethic standards.
Yep.
And I think that he felt that there was not equal treatment on a variety of fronts. So, I know, people are going to say, well, Jordan Poole had one good season. He's not a good vehicle to deliver this message. And I would say this is now multiple people delivering this message because KD, who we all agree is an excellent player, also had a similar message. There were some differences, but similar. Am I wrong in thinking that?
No, absolutely not. It's it's just like in life, when you're the new guy in the group and these other guys have been together for a while, they're so accomplished. Like you said, they're all very unique. Steph is the easiest one, which is funny because he's the best one. But
Yeah.
Clay and Draymond are both unique, and they're not the type to meet people halfway. Steph Curry's going to meet you halfway. He's going to make you feel welcome. Clay's going to do his own thing. Draymond's going to do his own thing. So they're not going to really, you're going to have to blend in with them, and you're going to have to make yourself feel comfortable. And it's, you know, it just doesn't work for everybody. You know what I mean? And even if you like just listen to the messaging over the past year and some change, it was always Steph who would really speak up and defend Jordan Poole. Steph was the most welcoming. I think Steph probably even realized from himself, like, I need a guy like that. He can dribble, he can play make, like, because at some points, even during
his career.
Yeah, like during the Lakers series, Steph was probably like, I'm the only guy who can make a damn play on this team. Like he the idea of Jordan Poole before he went into the postseason slump helped Steph Curry. And I think Steph realizes that Jordan Poole, the emergence of Jordan Poole on some levels threatens Klay Thompson. It does, from a pure basketball standpoint. So you got to keep all that stuff in mind, because these are these people's jobs, their livelihoods, how they put food on their plate, egos. So I can see why it kind of went left. And like I said last week, the punch, of course, the punch was the cherry on top, but I think there was other stuff that was kind of just festering.
Well, do we know, have we ever found out exactly what led up to that?
What I was told, it was just two men talking trash. I don't know
for
specifically.
For that day alone, or for weeks on end leading up to it, for months on end. Do we? I don't mean to put the press to you. I'm just, because everybody's like, well, Poole said X, Y, and Z, and Cameron comes out with this, and it feels very reckless in terms of speculating.
Yeah, what Cameron said, I had never heard in my life. I think Cameron is just, Cameron, just being a funny dude, just saying whatever.
I can't tell if that's satire, what they're the whole show, or whether it's
what
going
Cameron
back
said
and forth.
was ridiculous. Listen,
I'm still getting DMs from people like, "Hey, did you see this?" It's like, I don't think that's true.
I don't either.
Man.
Okay, you don't think that's true.
At the end of the day, a punch shouldn't have been thrown.
Yeah,
let's just agree with that. A punch shouldn't have been thrown, no matter what happened. So we move on from that, because I want to get to Andrew Wiggins, because it felt like Wiggins and Kevon Looney. And Looney, I know, was pretty upset when that punch happened. And Looney was one of the guys who spoke about Draymond losing that trust. Milwaukee brothers. Andrew Wiggins, though, stepped away from the team for 2 months. And Wiggins and Poole were tight. Really tight. How's Wiggins feeling now? Because now he's coming back in, and nobody's even talking about him. I think he's a big X factor for this team if they want to get back to a championship, to play 70-plus games as a two-way player. Where do you think Wiggins is at? And it's tough to assume, because once he goes away, he goes away. You don't hear from him. But I wonder how he's feeling. Don't you kind of think about Andrew Wiggins, because he feels like the forgotten man in this whole equation?
To me, Wiggins is just easy. He's just easy to fill in his role. He's easy to go with the flow. I don't think Wiggins is really going to be overly opinionated about this whole Jordan Poole thing. I think, Wiggs got paid. I think he's happy and content. I don't think he has a lot of room to maybe voice his opinion after that hiatus. Yeah. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I wouldn't expect it. I'd expect to see Wiggins to get into town literally the day before training camp opens, and he'll be a loyal soldier. And who knows what happens if he doesn't miss all that time last year? Because the Warriors were 6 seed?
6 seed, yep.
They could be closer to a 4 seed, maybe, different matchup. He was clearly rusty when he came back. Got hurt his rib. So a lot of things just didn't go right for them last year.
How do they avoid? Because it sounds like this is what we do, and y'all do your own thing. That's what it feels like, right? And I get on some level, like, people that have earned equity deserve different treatment. But how do they avoid that with someone like Chris Paul now coming into the scene? How do they avoid this whole push and pull of, I like to start, I want to be a starter? Because just his reaction to that, I don't know, I thought it was very telling. How do they avoid the pitfalls of these personalities and these egos clashing again?
That's something that could go left really quick. So I think it's really important for the Warriors to get out to a good start next year. And I'm going to assume that he's coming off the bench. Just from a makeup of the team, it makes most sense.
Right.
But I'm also interested to know if they've had that conversation. Now, who knows with what he said when he was asked and pushed about coming off the bench, and is he willing? He kind of said it hasn't been talked about yet. I don't know if I believe that.
You don't believe that?
You coach him?
Yeah. That was hilarious.
First impression for Chris Paul. Not a good one,
I felt bad for the whole situation.
Andrews.
And then
Madeline Kenny did a great job of following
right back
up.
in and asked him about you've never not started. I thought it was really good journalism at that point.
I do too. And he even pushed back on me with a question I asked, and I in my head, I'm thinking what was so hard to understand?
Well, you asked. What was your question? Asked about the relationship evolving.
How's your relationship evolved with Draymond, Steph, and Clay over the years? And
it's a great question.
He goes, well, what do you mean? I said, you guys have been heated rivals.
Yes.
And from a basketball context, it seemed like you guys haven't really liked each other.
Yeah.
Now you're teammates.
Yeah.
How's the? He answered it and gave a great soundbite after that. But it's almost like he's testing you.
Oh.
Yeah.
Because it's like, I just asked you the same thing. I just worded it a little differently.
Yeah.
There's no way you didn't understand the first time.
Which is a fair question.
Very fair.
Considering they were all basketball enemies for a long time. I'm saying that in air quotes.
Jason Dumas, Cron 4, live in studio. He's doing a great job here in the Bay Area, covering all teams in the Bay Area. One-on-one sit-downs. Had a great sit-down with Corey Joseph. Was out there in Vegas for Summer League. And, I saw he got testy with Anthony Slater. Slater was talking about X's and L's. He's man, it's not that deep. It's not brain surgery or whatnot. So he gave Marcus Thompson a short answer.
Yep.
So we got to be on our game when it comes to Chris Paul, right?
Well, absolutely. He's going to make you step it up. So it'll be interesting, because like you said, the whole dynamic. Some guys have the equity, Shasky, and get treated a little different. Like it's obvious. This is not breaking news. Clay has a long rope. Clay has a longer rope than a lot of the guys. Steph has a long rope, but Steph doesn't use the rope.
Right.
Steph is a company guy.
How long is Draymond's rope? Yeah. Well, you got the new deal, right?
Yeah. So it's who knows? Kevin Durant said without saying that he didn't fit in with that, and he could tell he's a little different. We'll see how Chris Paul feels. Jordan Poole now was the same kind of way. Like I don't get treated like the rest of the guys. So it'll be interesting. And I'll tell you this, Chris Paul, Jordan Poole, a lot of stuff behind scenes, huffing and puffing. Chris Paul will make it known. He'll make the room uncomfortable if he's not happy. He's not the passive-aggressive type.
What do you mean by Jordan Poole huffing and puffing behind the scenes?
Oh, it was just clear that Jordan wanted a different role, but he wouldn't come out in the media. He wouldn't come to his press conference and say, I should be starring, I should be this. Other ways he would show it. Chris Paul will come out and say it, right? That's what I'm saying. Where he will be direct.
Yeah.
Well, you were in that locker room after Game 4 against the LA Lakers where Jordan Poole, what did he play, 10 minutes?
Yeah.
Didn't play at all. And what was he doing in the locker room? Karen Berg had to report. You talked about it. Where he basically was like, I'm not Vinny Microwave Johnson.
Right.
I'm not Vinny Microwave Johnson. The people made a big deal. Oh, my God, Jordan Poole's upset. Well, I would be upset, too. 1, you lost a playoff game. 2, you didn't play well. And 3, you really didn't have the coach trust you in a big-time playoff game after you helped them win the championship the season before. So that helped for the Puffin Shasky. It was on full display in Game 4. Everything came to a head.
Yeah, that's what I mean when I say huffing and puffing. Things like that, where he's not going to come out directly and say it, but Chris Paul will. Chris Paul is not happy. He's going to let people know about it. So it's interesting. I don't think there's a big room for error with CP3.
What do you mean by that?
I think if they don't get this thing right in the beginning,
boom, out.
It's not going to be the greatest situation.
Well, I keep thinking about it from his perspective, right? This is a guy who feels, in his mind, he feels he's on either the level or higher than Clay and Dre. I don't know about Steph, right? And I'm sure he's got his own feelings about Steph that are very mixed. So, him saying I'm the one that's going to go to the bench while he's got a contract extension in his own mind, whether he's at the end of the road or not, he's thinking I got another payday.
He said he's not even close to done playing.
That's my point. So why would I concede to you that I'm not viewed as a starter and limit the amount of potential income that I can make moving forward? And everyone's like, well, because look at where you at in your career. He's not ready to give that mantle up. It's like your dad in the backyard. I'm not ready to lose one-on-one to my kid yet. And that's the way I think Chris Paul's viewing it. And I think we're kind of... This is the ego that got him to where he is, which makes him so great. I think we're underselling how important that is for him to be a great player.
Yeah, so if he comes off the bench, it's going to be important for the Warriors to get off to a good start.
Yep.
Because if he's coming off the bench and the Warriors, they start and they're 8-12, just throwing out an arbitrary number, he might be like, look, bro, I tried it.
Right.
What we got to switch something up.
I think the biggest key is, yeah, that's a great point. But who finishes in the final 5 minutes?
Yeah.
That's the one that's going to get me, because if they lose a close game, and if Chris Paul's on the bench during those moments, or if it's Clay, or if it's Draymond, or if it's Wiggins or Looney, that's where things I think could blow up. I'm not finishing the game. Let me close the games. I'm a closer. That, I think, is good. That's getting swept under the rug way too much. I know we get caught about who starts and, who comes off the bench at the beginning of the game, and that is a big deal for these players. I'm not going to dismiss that. But who finishes the games in the last 5 minutes? And if they start off 8-12 and Paul's not finishing, then yeah, he's going to throw a big stink and say, "Get me the hell out of here."
Absolutely, absolutely. And he's a true man of his word. He says exactly what's on his mind. We've already saw it on display in that first presser. So it'll be interesting. It's important for the Warriors to get off to a good start. And if he does come off the bench and they're playing well, I think the Warriors are going to they'll be going all in on the PR front. Chris Paul, 6th man of the year.
Oh, yeah.
They're going to have to do the fluff that ego. They have to make Chris Paul feel like he has a role and that he's important.
He has to be. Yeah, he's very important. They have to nurture that part of him.
Mm-hmm. Don't you think, too?
I agree with
Steve Kerr, Andy Liu from Light Years Podcast had a great tweet yesterday, and I didn't even think about it like this. But with Kevin Durant, obviously, Steve Kerr and the Warriors organization had to massage a lot of egos.
Oh, yeah.
You had a lot of egos here. Iguodala had an ego, but he was coming off the bench playing 20 minutes a game.
He didn't want to.
He didn't want to originally. Steve Kerr may be the right guy for this job, to massage these egos. That's where, you could question the X's and O's. You could question some of his rotations. But in terms of managing the egos in that locker room, I don't know how many guys can do this job other than Steve Kerr.
Yeah, that's Steve Kerr's. I know the tweet you're talking about because I found that very interesting too. Steve Kerr's great at that whole. But here's the thing, though, just to play devil's advocate.
Right.
He didn't really manage Jordan Poole's ego.
Nah.
And Kevin Durant, this is not source reporting from what I saw. I don't think Kevin Durant loved Steve Kerr.
At all.
No doubt.
Did not so.
At all.
I think philosophically they had basketball differences.
Yeah.
Across
Remember the
board.
Indiana game when they lost to Indiana? Steve Kerr said, "I want us to play with more anger, more force." And Kevin Durant got asked, he goes, "Yeah, well, I thought we were supposed to play with joy." I was like, "Oh man, here we go, here we go with KT." I mean, what's great.
Yeah.
But to that point though, is there something? Is there an impasse with the youngsters here from Steve Kerr? Is there something that we're missing here? There's not a connection.
I was going to say, don't you think the youngsters are now going to kind of fly under the radar because we're all going to be so hyper-focused on the success or failure of CP3? And to a lesser degree, I guess it correlates to how the youngsters are playing, but it takes a lot of heat off them, no?
Yeah, it does. And
CP3
I think
is such a big personality.
I think CP3 is going to really help the youngsters. He's going to help Jonathan Kuminga. He's going to help Moses Moody. And it'll be interesting. I'm not sure how much time Podziemski will be here in the Bay. I think he's going to be in Santa Cruz a lot.
Yeah.
I saw Trace Jackson Davis working out at their facility. He looks good.
Him.
He hasn't played yet, but he looks good.
I do like him.
He looked good in the little workout setting I saw. Chris Paul comes in. Steph comes in. And we get thrown out the gym. They're like, all right, time to work out. No more cameras allowed in here. I was trying to linger so I could get some footage of that, and I got a phone call from Ray Ritter. I shouldn't have tweeted. I tweeted a picture of Chris Paul, and that sent out the flags that I was still in the building.
Oh, man, because I know I retweeted it. I was retweeting everything this weekend. Remember in Toronto during the finals, Sassy in Toronto when KD was working himself back? There was cats lingering at Scotiabank Arena. And I know some people got ran out of there, security spotted, hey, because we were all trying to get footage of KD.
Yeah, it's so funny. It just depends what arena you're at. Some people are on it, some people are off. I've been able to stay at workouts and stay in an arena where I'm probably not supposed to be filming still, and nobody even is realizing security ain't doing their job. But Warriors are really tight about that.
No, they are. Ritter knows what's happening.
But especially with me. They know Jason always got a camera on him. They're like,
they're watching.
Where's Jay at?
Oh, Ritter, it's amazing. Ritter is aware of everybody's tweets.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody's tweets. Draft night, he actually...
Ritter's the original KD. He definitely got some burners.
He got burners because he was discussing some things on our show that we were talking about. And he goes, you guys do realize this? And I was like, Raymond, we're good. Raymond's listening right now, probably out in Vegas. He does not care. He's got that Odyssey app, no doubt about that. You brought up how Kuminga may be better with Chris Paul.
Yeah.
And maybe they fly under the radar because of Chris Paul. I do agree to that to a certain extent, but if the youngsters aren't playing much, who's to say Kuminga doesn't mope again? He went to the media during the playoff series, sat down with C.J. Holmes with the Chronicle, and it was all, I was like, oh, yeah, he's not playing no more.
Oh, no. Now, first, I'll shout out Kuminga. He was also in the building. I didn't say him. I had a nice conversation with him. He's in good spirits.
7'2"?
Yeah.
No, he's not 7'2".
6'10", 6'11".
It's funny. We talked about that.
And what'd he say?
He was just laughing. He was like, I can't believe they say that on TV. Like, I'm not 7'2".
Kuminga's wild.
But he looks bigger.
Physically?
Yes. His arm, not,
7'2"?
He's not 7'2". No, he's jacked.
Really?
He is jacked. And
it's that Reardon weight room.
Yeah, probably. The cousin.
Eyeball.
That weight room's like, what? Smaller than his studio? That weight room at Reardon?
It's not about the.
Yes, it's at Reardon. You see Jason
I
Gibbons at Reardon?
I did. There's a lot of kids transferring in and out now.
Crusader Forum.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, Kuminga. I mean, it's up to him, really. Not up to him, actually. I don't want to put it all on Kuminga because I do think Steve did him a bit dirty last year. I thought he had a little more rope than just like a bad 6-minute stretch in Sacramento. Then all of a sudden it's like,
don't play.
We won't see you again. What he did while Wiggins was out during the season, I thought he should have been rewarded a little more than that. Like, give him a chance to play through his mistakes.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Especially when you see Keegan Murray on the other side get to play through his mistakes with Sacramento.
Yeah, Keegan looks so good in summer.
Yeah, I know. He shouldn't be playing this summer league.
Yeah,
No, he should.
He played in Sac, and they told him he's done. We're shutting you down. You're not playing anymore.
Did he drop 41 down in Vegas, though? Did he play? He didn't play in Vegas. He just played in California?
No, it was just Sac. He had the 2 games in Sac.
Yeah.
He had 27 and 41. And the 27 was like an easy 27.
Yeah.
He was just cooking the Warriors. I think this is a big year for Kuminga. He knows it. He knows it. It's just weird because what the Warriors want and need from Kuminga kind of holds him back in just terms of playing style. But I think with a CP3, when you got a guy like that, and Kuminga's guy told me, he's like, I told Jonathan, be Chris Paul's shadow. Do not leave that man's side. Like, let him be your vet. So we'll see. I'm hoping he has a big year.
What do you make of Dunleavy thus far?
I'm not sure. Do you think, and I want to push this question back on you guys, do you think Bob Myers trades for Chris Paul?
Wow.
I don't know if he does.
I don't think he does.
I don't know if he does.
This felt like Dunleavy's, like, this is my mark.
I said to him, it's a Sabian moment. Like when you come onto the job and you trade away someone, whether they're a fan favorite or a seminal piece of the team, you're putting your mark on what you're trying to accomplish. You're not waiting around to see what happens or whatever, because I think it's easy to ease in, wait a year or two, make a move, or kind of let things slowly crumble around you. This is very bold.
But isn't it true that Poole was kind of a Dunleavy guy?
Yeah, Dunleavy was the guy recruiting him all the time, they said. So
sometimes you know the most flaws about someone when you're their biggest advocate.
Scouting him.
Scouting, and then the contract and development or whatnot, sticking with Jordan Poole. I know Jordan Poole, Steve Kerr warmed up to Jordan Poole. I know Steve Kerr originally was like, I don't know if this guy could play in our system.
Right.
And the first couple years were a bit rough.
Oh, they were.
First year and a half, I should say, and then that second part of that playing season, he was a lot better.
Yeah, even Steph mentioned how he helped them go 15-5 at the end of his second season.
Yep.
Then the third season was just a storybook year for him. He became a fan favorite. He played so well and helped them win a championship. That's why it was bittersweet to see him move on, because in theory, a homegrown guy like that, you want to see him.
Right.
You want to see him stay and everybody make it work. And like you said, B. He's gotten the ire of a lot of Warriors fans, but it was not all on Jordan.
No, it wasn't.
It was not. I think a lot of people played a part in making it not work, and he was just one key of that.
Do you feel like the vibes are already better with the Warriors as opposed, to the end of the season after they lost to the LA Lakers?
I mean, now, yeah, but like I said, it's going to be important they get off to a good start, because CP3 isn't just going to toe the line. Like, if he's not happy, I think we will all know about it. So not a lot of room for error. It's really not.
You got any more Warrior questions? Because I wanted to ask him about the journalism tact when it comes.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not a journalist.
Well,
I don't pretend to be one.
He
about Zach Gelb.
He tries to be one. He wants to be a journalist.
No, I don't.
He wants to be a journalist.
I don't want to be in the scrum.
He wants to be there.
Because
You're
I'm
listening to 95.78
I'm busy
KGMG.
coaching. We're in a super regional tonight.
And AC1 San Francisco, always live under Free Odyssey app. He wants to be in there. Hey, Jason,
every inch of my body and anything that comes out is for sale.
All right, you heard the
Casey,
Debo Samuel.
why did you swing 2 out? No, I'm just teasing.
You heard the Zach Gelb and Debo stuff, right?
Yeah.
You listened to it. Should we play it again for our 9 o'clock audience? All right, Zach Gelb, CBS Sports Radio, just joined us at 8 o'clock.
I want to ask him about journalism in general, but it's going to start here.
But we're going to play this cut right here.
I saw what you said about the Eagles back at the Super Bowl at Sirius, where if Brock Purdy didn't get hurt, you guys would have won that game by double digits. Why would that have been the case?
I don't know. That's old.
So do you not still believe that?
I mean, I do, but I mean, we're not. We're not gonna keep talking about it. I mean, I said what I said.
Gotcha. So then, what happens this year when you play Philly on December 3rd?
I don't know. Just wait till week 13, 12, whatever week it is. We'll show you.
Well, then you know how that's going to go down. You're going into Philadelphia. Those fans are going to be booing you loud. You have a message for Eagles fans?
Hey, guys.
Yeah?
All right, we're good to go.
What do you mean? We have Deebo on right now.
Yeah, I know, but we're going to head into camp right now.
Are you serious? Okay. Thank you. There you
Thanks,
go.
Bye.
Debo Samuel right there. Doesn't want to answer a few questions.
What did you make of that entire exchange?
I thought, well, first off, it was cowardly of Deebo. If you have a problem with the guy, just tell him. Just tell him, hey, I don't like the way this interview is going. You get your PR person on to go say, like.
I felt like he just flipped the phone to her.
Yeah, you heard him calling her name, and she came over, so he probably just handed her the phone. She came over, he handed her the phone. I don't really think, like, there's a part of me, I understand why Deebo don't want to talk about that.
Yeah.
One, because he probably, deep down in his heart, he probably knows he shouldn't have been talking about, because it was silly.
It looked
weak. It was a dumb statement.
And two, even if he doesn't feel that way, it's like, all right, I said that like 6 months ago. Like, what are we doing? Like, I get that line of thinking.
Mm-hmm.
He just should have handled that better. It made him look bad.
I agree.
The radio host just doing his job.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Yeah, maybe you could have asked a little more timely questions, but you probably also, you probably wanted to get some reaction.
For sure.
You tweet out and you're going to get engagement.
Absolutely.
So I get that. So, I think Deebo looked worse than the radio.
We love Tyler Miller here on our YouTube chat. Zach, I understand it. Once I heard the backstory from Zach, he's like, all right, I got nothing here. He's not answering anything. He's short with the answers. Let me go to something that maybe try to open him up and talk about something that he did say on the record. But Tyler Miller, we love Tyler on our YouTube chat. But I want you to explain something to fans here, Jason, because I see this a lot. And I don't know if fans are going to ever get this. But Tyler goes, media guys are going to ride for media guys. And I think fans will always write for players.
Yeah,
they'll always
absolutely.
say, media guys are product. You see this when Jordan Poole was asked a question Saturday. Anthony Slater had to ask the question. It's his job. Hey, anything with Draymond Green, any closure there? He didn't answer it, but fans are like, stop asking him the questions. Stop asking him the questions. Same thing with Andrew Wiggins. We didn't talk about Andrew Wiggins for 30 days. We finally brought it up saying, do you guys want to hear from Andrew Wiggins? It's not your business what's going on with Andrew Wiggins. Well, there's a lot of season ticket holders who disagree with that. They're saying, what's going on with number 22, Andrew Wiggins? When's he coming back? So what's your pushback with that when it comes to the fan-media relation? And what don't fans get about that, about you doing your job and asking a question like that?
It's just that. Like, I'm not a fan. Of course, in general, I'm a fan of the sport. I'm a fan of whatever. I'm a fan of all sports. But in this particular context, I have a job to do. I'm getting paid to do something in a very, very competitive field, mind you. So I'm going to ask the tough questions. And look, Jordan Poole's a grown man. If Jordan Poole has a problem with the question, he can say something to Anthony Slater there on the spot or thereafter. He doesn't need a bunch of fanboys having his back on Twitter. It's just not that deep. Like you said, that was a very appropriate question from Anthony Slater. The guy on the radio show, could he have asked maybe more timely questions? But I didn't even know that you said that Deebo was like just giving.
Yeah, he joined us.
Okay,
he joined us to ask him about Brock Purdy, Trey Lance. They had a couple laughs before. But Zach Gelb, who was conducting the interview, was basically saying it went left when he started asking about the quarterbacks. And Deebo was all of a sudden kind of shut down.
Very much a relevant question. It's very much
it's the
irrelevant.
number one question.
Why wouldn't you ask the wide receiver that question? And why is that out of bounds in your opinion?
I'm asking the D lineman, the cornerback. What's going on with the quarterback? It's the number one question on the Niners. Yeah. It has been for how many years?
Since Steve Young retired.
Put that one to the side, 'cause I want to rat-a-tat two quick ones before we go. You've got Philly roots to the deepest. Mm-hmm. Do they hate the Niners?
Oh, hate them. They hate them. That's a rivalry now.
Yeah, it is.
Because I hate them too.
It wasn't before. Yes. It was never a rivalry before. Obviously, two teams that are historically pretty good in the conference. Always a battle when they play each other, but it wasn't a rivalry.
But now it is?
Yeah. Now
what is it? Is it the pettiness from the Niners players?
Did we light the gas?
Yeah. It was.
Did we light the fire?
So here's the thing.
I dropped the 5 million views on Zach Gelb's face, and I don't know if he liked that.
Here's the thing. I think Eagles fans or Philly fans are deep down, they're too proud to admit it, but deep down, they hated the way they beat the Niners in the fashion where the quarterback got hurt.
I get that.
Like, I hated it. I was like, oh, this is so annoying.
Because it leaves a little bit of doubt or talk for the naysayers. Like, we wanted our best versus your best.
Right.
That's what we want.
That game was unwatchable in the second half.
And then...
Josh Johnson had moments.
Oh, my gosh.
So I think...
I'm teasing.
Oh, it was so bad.
He had no idea what to do.
Oh, my gosh.
He got crunched in between us, and I turned to Bunte and go, he can't even get up.
Dude,
and Bunte goes, Josh Johnson is quarterbacking in the NFC Championship game. He just kept repeating that.
Dude, I was just like, we're done. And Shasky's trying to be like prideful and hopeful. All right, we can do this. We come out of halftime. It's like, no, it's not happening.
Hey, there was one glimmer of hope when Christian McCaffrey broke 8,000 tackles.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Oh my God, the place went dead silent.
Yeah, they were a little
and
rattled.
The two of us jumped up. I said, we are public enemy number one.
And then, the Eagles fans just didn't like the way the Niners players and even the fan base chatter online was after. So it was just perfect storm. So now the two fan bases just do not like each other. And the players don't either. Because,
Well, Trent Williams body slamming someone late in that game wasn't a good
We
look.
weren't even in the stadium at that point.
You know what? Every Niner fan said? I get it. Because we were all frustrated, and I can sense he was. One last thing. We've been talking a lot this week. I just want to squeeze this in because today is the All-Star break. Giants baseball. I've said this to you before. I'm going to keep saying it. It sure as hell feels like Farhan has no sense of urgency, that the Giants have zero sense of urgency in terms of the pressure to win from fans and media, at least when I compare them to the Warriors and the Niners. Is that fair?
That's extremely fair. It's like very laissez-faire over there. And it's just, I don't know. And it makes it worse because of the division that they're in and who the Padres and who the Dodgers go out and sign each off season. And then the Giants is like the discount players. Like, we're
this market where Jet York and Joe Lacob are spending all types of money.
Yeah, it's noticeable. And, they had an amazing June, of course. They kind of came back down to reality the past 2 weeks or so. But it's a noticeable difference. You just into last year, went out and got Chris Paul.
Yep.
Went out and got Christian McCaffrey.
Yep.
Who did the Giants go out and get?
They failed. And then they made a lot of excuses.
They tried to get Carlos Correa.
Right, Carlos Correa. And then they made a lot of excuses where Farhan basically says, the city and the politics make it. We don't want to hear that. We don't want to hear that.
Because it's not true.
Yes, no, it's not true at all.
Money makes the world go round.
And then he comes out and says, as they're hot. Well, I never believed we were going to get Aaron Judge. I as an owner, if I'm a fan of the team, and I am of the Giants, I don't want to hear that from my GM saying, wait, you don't believe that you could go sign? Imagine Bob Myers going to the Hamptons. Hey, Joe, come here for a second.
It's a waste of our time.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to sign Kevin Durant.
Well, tell your boss, hey, I'm going out to Vegas. I don't think I can get in front of any players.
Yeah, no.
I mean, they'd be like, what? Then why are we sending you there?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know.
Yeah, you don't say that. Yeah. Even if you believe it, you don't say that publicly.
All right, the All-Star Week blowout here at 95.7 The Game. Know the show. That's coming up. Line them up right now. 888-957-9570. We have some great prizes to give away. A lot of good prizes on the line. A couple $250 gift cards at Alexander Steakhouse, Buon Vino, and Walnut Creek. We got fitness and boxing lessons at Evolve Training Center. We got an autographed Klay Thompson jersey, a round of golf with some of the hosts here at 95.7 The Game at the Berkeley Country Club. That's coming up. Line them up right now. Your chance to win a prize, a great prize here at 95.7 The Game. 888-957-9570. Know the show's coming up. In the meantime, we say goodbye to Jason Dumas again. We love having you in the studio. You're doing a hell of a job, man.
Absolutely.
Hell of a job out there, Summer League. Love your coverage and how you dominate
was that
the
you
press
with
here.
the piece of paper? Please don't break into my car. There's nothing in here.
No, that wasn't me. I was walking past it, and I just found it funny.
That's probably not going to work. People will probably want to break into it even more.
Right.
What really is in there?
Yeah, people are bipping left and right. All right. Well, know the show coming up. Brought to you by S.E. Johnson STEM.
All right, we're good to go. Bye.
Off clean feel, so I can accessorize with studs and not with mosquitoes. I can wear my...
This is Steve Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
I love it, Spadoni. Get ready. Line them up. Know the show. 888-957-9570 is the number. We have prizes galore. Prizes galore. Just for a quick second.
Have a choice?
Just for a quick second. I'm watching right now on the MLB Network. They're just interviewing all the guys for All-Star Game. I do still get kind of nostalgic when I watch the All-Star Game. I know I'm a sucker. I just really enjoy it. Seeing all the teams in their own uniforms, take the big photo as I'm watching them right now. All the Phillies guys, all the Pirates guys, Nolan Arenado right there. I don't know. There's just something about the All-Star Game and everybody in their uniforms, their team's uniforms, not like all in the same uniform, that I love. Camilo Duvall in the background over there. I'm a sucker for it.
I like the All-Star Game. I'll watch it.
There's a bigger game going on tonight.
What?
Series California.
PJ Golf?
No.
Who? What?
The Super Regional Pony, number 1 seed, San Francisco SFYBL All-Stars play tonight.
Oh, boy. So you won't even be watching the All-Star Game.
I'll have it on an iPad.
No, you're going to be coaching.
Nah, I might be banished to the dugout.
No. See, that's not right. That's not right. You need to be locked in on those kids.
You know I will be.
No, you won't. You're bringing the iPad. If you were locked in on the kids, you would keep the iPad at home.
All right. Maybe I'll do that.
Just get ejected in the first inning.
Or you could do that.
That's actually not a bad idea.
Kick dirt on it. Can you kick dirt on a home plate umpire?
I mean, what is
hey,
this,
Michelle,
Bad News Bears?
hold the iPad. We need video evidence.
There was a time back in the day, shortstops, when they would try to hold a runner on at second base, they would flick dirt with the glove at the runner. So one time in high school, I think young Guido's out there somewhere driving, I picked up a big thing of dirt, turned around and fired it at a shortstop and got in trouble in the middle of the game.
Wow.
Yeah.
By the way, shout out to Jason Dumas, man. Did an excellent
great.
job. I love Dumas, man. I've really gotten to know that guy on and off the media circuit, man. We had a great time in Toronto when he first moved out here, and he's doing it, man. We got some great writers out here. We got great reporters, whether it's Jason Dumas, Anthony Slater, Kendra Andrews, Madeline Kenny, CJ Holmes, of course, the Kawakamis and the Marcus
Sam
Thompsons.
Lubman.
Sam, you know what? I'm not laughing about
I'm
that.
not either.
Sam Lubman going down to Oracle Park. He's got a name down there. They know who Sam Lubman is. He's doing it. I listened to that whole Farhan presser. Lubman was asking some hitters, some heavy hitters. We're lucky in the Bay Area, man. We're lucky in the Bay. We are.
Now I know.
Now we know. And now we know it's time to know the show.
Now I know.
We got
so good.
Full lines, baby. Full lines. Know the show. It's time for the 95-70 game All-Star Blowout giveaway. We're giving out a great prize right now. Lines are lit up. 888-957-9570. You have to know the show. Shaska, I'm going to give you the envelopes right now.
All right, let me
and
get
the
it.
numbers that are taken away, 4, 7, and 11.
4, 7, and 11.
They're not available.
Okay.
Here's the envelopes right there.
All right, I got them. Wait, let me just make sure. I'm going to pull this thing up.
You got it? There you go. Know the show. Nobody does it like 95-7 game. Ain't no other radio station out here in the Bay Area doing this. We love the fans. We love the audience. And we want to take care of you for supporting us all year long. So know the show at 7:20 this morning, Shasky.
Uh-huh.
We talked about American Gladiators.
Ooh.
You asked me.
I did.
What event in American Gladiators I would want to do.
I did. That's
you
right.
You did.
Yeah.
What event did Bonte Hill, me, as I'm talking in third person, me, what event did I want to do on American Gladiators? Know the show. And we'll start off with Dick in Lathrop. Dick, what's happening? Know the show. What event what's up? What event did I want to do in American Gladiators?
Man, the event you wanted to do in American Gladiators was the tennis ball shoot.
Wow, what a done! Winner.
All right.
Chicken dinner. All right. Hold on, Dick. Hold on.
By the way, every time I hear about Lathrop, I hear about how great the community is. What's the weather like today up in Lathrop?
It's going to be warm. It's not too warm yet, but yeah, I'm out here in River Island.
Nice.
So the community's large and in charge out here.
Nice. All right. So 4,
Living up to
7,
the name.
and 11 are already taken. What number envelope would you like?
All right. I think we will go with number 6.
Number 6. I'm crossing it out on the list, Loveman. Go ahead, open up number 6.
3.
What is he going to win?
6. Okay.
Number 6.
Do it right near the microphone so we can hear it. Open it up. All right.
Here we go.
Number 6.
There we go. I love that envelope sound.
I
love when you open it. Go ahead, rip it up. I love that sound.
Okay.
I love that sound.
Right, one sec.
It's not chalk. It's not nails on the chalkboard. It's
all right. Dick, are you there?
I'm here.
Congratulations. You've won a pair of tickets to Aerosmith, a pair of tickets to Seinfeld and Jim Gaffigan at Chase Center November 3rd, and a gold-blooded Warrior shirt. My God, this guy hit the jackpot.
Aerosmith, gone. So, Dick, are you an Aerosmith fan? Are you an Aerosmith fan?
That is awesome. Make my son and my wife happy.
Wow, that's great.
And you got to stay on hold. Stay on hold, all right, because we're going to get all your information. Wow. You also qualify to win a Steph Curry autographed jersey.
Damn.
You know how this guy did it, Dick, right now? You were listening to the show, weren't you?
Yes, I was. Listen every day.
Wow, you got one and done. He knew exactly what event I wanted to do, the tennis ball shooting contest, man. Wow, great. Dick, have fun at the Aerosmith concert. Who loves you, Dick? 95.7 The Game loves you, man. Congratulations.
Hey, Joe,
Congratulations.
Joe, got a question for you, Joe.
Uh-oh.
What's that?
Shasky, got one question for you.
Shoot.
Are you a sausage guy?
Oh, my God.
You know what? I am.
Oh, man.
I like sausage and peppers. Call me Tony Soprano.
And Dick gone.
And he's gone. I love it.
You know what? I'm Alex and Dublin Marge are on hold, and I know they lost out. They can try again tomorrow. But you know what? I'm going to go to Dublin Marge because I like hearing her voice. It puts a smile on my face.
Too.
Dublin Marge. We'll get to Alex and Stanley Andrew in just a second. Dublin Marge, how you doing this morning?
Hey, Bonte, I'm doing well. I really appreciate that you all are giving away all these cool prizes. Made me even call in, hoping to maybe win some Warriors tickets. But I'm happy for the guy who won. So, yeah.
Absolutely. Dublin Marge, what's on your mind in the sports scene here in the Bay Area? Chris Paul, Trey Lance, Debo Samuel. Give us your thoughts as we get ready for the MLB All-Star game later tonight.
Yeah, my thought is, there's a lot of talk about will different players come off the bench, and I'm thinking these guys are locked in on winning chip number 5, and I don't think any of them are thinking about, will I come off the bench or not? They're thinking about, let's be a team and win that chip, and especially Chris Paul, because he wants another contract. His path to another contract is to work with the Warriors to win a chip, and we all know how badly he wants a chip.
Wow.
So I'm excited. I'm excited about Chris Paul. I'm excited about Trace Jackson Davis.
Mm-hmm.
And Mario.
Dublin Marge. I love the positivity. I'm feeling like you. I feel like chip number 5 is coming into our future. I feel like we're all going to be on Market Street. You, me, Shasky, Spadonia be running the board depressed over his LA Lakers getting bounced in the first round.
To play for you.
Dublin Marge, I'm with you. I needed those vibes. Let's go to Alex and Stanley Andrew. Alex and Stanley Andrew, what's happening?
What's happening, guys? How you doing?
Oh, good, Alex. How you doing, buddy?
Man, I'm doing great, man. Hey, I'm really happy for the guy that won, and I just want you guys to know, I listen to you guys. I have the same sickness as you guys. I listen to this radio station. I drive a truck for a living, and I listen from 6 in the morning till 6 in the evening. And I love you guys. You get me through my day, and you guys do a great job.
I appreciate you, Alex. We appreciate that a lot. You got to have a sickness to listen to us from 6 to 10.
Well, I've got a lot of sicknesses. I know that we had really discussed this earlier in the week, but Bonte, at some point, I've got to unveil something.
What's that?
Can I unveil my top 26 players of all time in my lifetime for the San Francisco Giants?
Nobody wants to hear that. We're having such a good show.
I'll go quickly.
Nobody cares.
It's baseball. It's the All-Star. We got to talk a little baseball.
Oh, my God. Do we really?
Can I just tell you I was inspired? Just hear me out.
Wait till we see our ratings next month.
I know. Just hear me out here. Hear me out here. Hear me out here. All right? Pablo Sandoval was at the game Friday night. Did you watch that?
was actually watching Summer League. I'm not going to lie.
Well, I was going back and forth between both. But Pablo was at the game.
No, I watched when the Colorado Rockies took a 5-2 lead.
Yeah, that stunk. Yeah. But I got to thinking, and I put out a tweet, and it said basically, in my lifetime, of my favorite players, okay, for my squad, Pablo Sandoval's somewhere on the bench, but he's on that team. I got to have him for the vibes alone as a pinch hitter. He can also be your emergency catcher. He can play third base, first base. I mean, he can even pitch in a pinch if you need him. And so it got me to thinking, what is my top 26? Because that's what a roster is, 26-man roster. Oh, my God. I'm going to roll through it. I'm going to do this just to tick you off. All right.
Why would you want to tick me off? I'm in a good mood.
I know. Here's the bench.
You know what? When those ratings, when we have our Wednesday meeting and those numbers are dumping and Lutman's getting reamed, I'm going to just sit back and laugh.
I'm going to keep this less than a couple of minutes. I promise.
I should take the rest of the week off.
Here's my bench. Pablo Sandoval, absolutely on my bench. JT Snow, I need a defensive replacement. I mean, come on. I need a winner guy. JT Snow's on my bench. Rich Aurelia, on my bench. Okay? Might need a guy to hit 37 jacks off the bench. Robbie Thompson on my bench. Darren Lewis, defensive replacement late in the game to play center field. He's on my bench. And Benji Molina is on my bench. This is my lifetime, okay? 35 years or so, all right, when I started watching baseball. My relievers coming out of the pen.
Lubman, please get those calls.
John Burkett, Javi Lopez, Sergio Romo, and then here's where it gets tough. Brian Wilson, Rod Beck, Rob Nen. I'm going to go Rob Nen as the closer. Those are my relievers. Are you ready for my starting five staff? Are you ready for them?
Blow me away.
All right. Fifth starter, Kirk Reeder. You got to have Woody in there. You got to have Woody in there. Matt Cain is the 4. Number 3, I'm going Jason Schmidt. Jason Schmidt was an elite pitcher that time has forgotten about. Number 2,
wait a minute.
Got to go lefty.
Wait a minute.
What?
You have Kirk Reeder in the starting. You don't have Matt Cain in this rotation?
I said Reeder's 5, Cain's my 4, Schmidt's my 3.
Bumgarner 2.
Bumgarner's my 2.
Lincecum 1.
And Lincecum's my 1. Lincecum is my ace.
Logan Webb ahead of Kirk Reeder?
I don't have Logan Webb on it.
Russ Ortiz?
I thought long and hard about Russ Ortiz. Here's my starting 8. So if Lincecum's my ace, I'll go around the diamond. In the squat, Buster Posey. First base, it's got to be Will Clark. Second base, I'm going Jeff Kent. Third base, I'm going Matt Williams. Shortstop, Brandon Crawford, absolutely. And in the outfield's where it gets tricky, and I'm going to admit this right now. This might not be the best defensive outfield because I couldn't have a center fielder. There's an argument to be made. Marvin Bernard should have been a starter. He had 9 great years with the Giants. To look back at the numbers, it's kind of surprising. But he didn't make my team. That's why I got D-Lou coming off the bench as my Gold Glove center fielder. So I've called them all outfielders. Bonds, Mitchell, Pence. Boom. That's my 26-man roster. And here's my manager. Obviously, it's Bruce Bochy. Coaching first base, Dusty Baker, just for vibes alone. Coaching third base, the Hum Baby.
Only God knows.
I did that 2
now
minutes.
I gotta go.
2 minutes. Wow. That's my 26-man roster, all-time, my lifetime, my favorite Giants.
Who needs coffee when we have you?
I wanted to put Rick Russell in there. I wanted to put Russ Ortiz or even Sean Estes. These guys had arguments to be in that bullpen somewhere.
Bye.
How hard was it for you to leave Brandon Belt off that roster?
And Brandon Belt wasn't even a consideration.
He was definitely struggling with it.
Was not a consideration.
All right, we're good to go.
No.
I think it should have been some sort of consideration.
We couldn't do 120 seconds on the all-time Giants 26-man roster?
Nobody asked for that. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. But you know what?
I'm getting a lot of texts.
We got it out your system. Yeah, I'm looking at a lot of texts right now. And I'm looking at a lot of personal texts, and I'm looking at the chat. Put a poll question up. Does anybody cares about Shasky's 26-man rotation? We all knew the names. We all knew the names. It was going to be on there.
Who was omitted?
Surprise, surprise. Tim Lincecum's your starter. Surprise, surprise. Bumgarner makes a rotation. Surprise, surprise. Hey, Rod Beck, Brian Wilson are your closers.
You know who I wanted in there? I wanted to find a slot for Vogelsong. Vogelsong deserves to be on my team.
Buster Posey's your catcher.
Of course.
Surprise! He went with JT Snow over Brandon Belt.
Hey,
Oh my God, he went with Brandon Crawford at shortstop.
Well, I was going to go Jose Uribe.
Come on,
Jose Uribe had some good years.
Right. Come on.
Royce Clayton? Royce Clayton didn't have
When
to,
does that
he didn't
crack
deserve recognition?
play?
Rich Aurelia?
Don't play dumb on me. You were not going
Rich Aurelia?
Jose Uribe over Brandon Crawford.
Yeah, I know.
You're not going Rich Aurelia over Brad Crawford.
And here's the thing. I'm not old enough to have witnessed a lot of different players. Like, I wanted the caveman Don Robinson in there.
I wish I was on crack right now.
I wanted to have Willie Mays in there. I wanted to have Willie McCovey. I didn't watch them play. They weren't in my lifetime.
Oh, my
Marichal
gosh.
would be in the rotation. Not in my lifetime.
Oh, my gosh.
Gaylord Perry. Not in my lifetime.
I didn't shut down Shasky. He got to give out his 26-man roster. Trust me. We tried to shut it down, but it's not just my show. It's his show, too. We're a team. So he wants to say some things.
I
talk
wanted
about
to
some
go
things.
Bud Black. I wanted to go John Burkett.
Listen.
I was thinking Billy Swift.
I like to talk strippers. He likes to talk about 26-man
Exactly.
all-time Giants rosters.
Your all-time 26 roster. Strippers.
Because there's 26 right now, Major League Baseball, 26 on an
It's
active
not
roster.
9. He didn't do a starting 9. He didn't do all-time outfield.
Nope.
He didn't do all-time infield.
Nope.
He did 26-man roster.
Baseball.
You know what?
Baseball.
You know
Because
what?
Pablo has to be on that bench.
He should have just got a 40-man roster.
I can't.
He should have just got a 40-man roster. But you know what?
I honest to God, I'm going to be real with you.
Talk baseball.
You want to laugh a little?
We talk baseball.
Marvin Bernard's numbers are actually, in terms of pure center fielders for the Giants, shockingly, when you go back.
That's funny. I brought up Marvin Bernard a couple weeks ago. You guys all laughed at me. Now all of a sudden his numbers are shocking. See, I think you and Lubman, when y'all talk this baseball stuff, it's like nobody can talk baseball with you guys. You guys are at the table by yourselves. Oh, we're the baseball nerds.
What are you
Stay
talking
away
about?
from
I've
us.
been begging you to talk baseball for months.
I talk baseball all the time.
But I want to win.
I talk baseball all the time. You want to win now. Yeah, wait till you see our ratings this last month talking baseball, boy.
Only God knows.
Only God knows.
You know
Hopefully the public will never know.
I wanted to have Johnny Sanchez somewhere on this team just because I love Johnny. He just did not meet the criteria.
888-957-9570. The rest of the show.
Laugh.
The rest of the show
is yours.
Wide open lines. You can ask whatever the hell you want to ask. You want to ask about my all-time AAA Fresno Giants roster? Go ahead.
Give me your starting 5 for the Golden State Warriors in your lifetime.
Oh, that's easy. That's easy.
Give it to me.
I'm going Steph. I'm going Clay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going my man Mully.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going KD.
Uh-huh.
I got to throw Draymond Green out there. We're going small ball 5.
It's pretty good. Roll. I can't argue with any of that.
I'm going, that's what I'm doing. And that was in 10 seconds.
Well, I mean, it's 5 guys. It's pretty easy. They're pretty,
I go top 26 in a minute.
What if you had to do your all-time starting 5 for the Warriors before Steph Curry showed up?
Ooh.
Okay.
Would you go Diddy over Tim Hardaway in a Warrior uniform?
I go Rick Barry, Wilt Chamberlain.
No. Your lifetime.
My lifetime
That's
before
the whole
Steph.
point, is your lifetime.
My lifetime.
Yeah, your lifetime.
All right, my bad. Tim Hardaway.
Uh-huh.
Latrell Sprewell. Chris Mullin.
Uh-huh.
I've got to go Mitch Richmond.
I mean, he's only a couple of years, but they were great years.
I got to go Mitch. You know what? We're going to go ultra small. We're going Baron Davis, too.
Over Jay Rich?
Yeah. Barely. B Dizzle was sick.
I mean, if you're going to go with small shorts, man, I think Weber deserves consideration if you're going to allow Mitch Richmond. Mitch Richmond was awesome.
Chris Weber would have been there. Chris Weber would have been there. Maybe.
He's in the mix somewhere.
He's in the mix.
Yeah.
My lifetime. Nate Thurman should be on the list somewhere.
Yeah, but that's not your lifetime. I'm going like last 35 to 40 years.
All right, you know what? We got open lines. Ask us anything. The rest of the show. We're off. The train is off the track, Jack. It's off the track, as Guru would say.
They want you to do your all-time 26 strippers.
Oh, well, Diamond, Garden of Eden, Mystic, at Mitchell Brothers, Paradise, at Market Street Cinema, Porsche, at Crazy Horse. Let me stop there. Ryan is
extremity will compromise.
Candy. Yeah, Candy's a good winner. Chavez, Candy.
Mercedes.
Destiny, Mercedes.
Well, now I know.
Sparkle. That's a good one.
Sparkle.
Rose. Lexus.
Are these
Those
American
are
Gladiator names? Or
no,
are these
are stripper names.
Okay.
We say Crystal already?
We said Crystal. My Anna's listening right now. I got to stop. Ryan in San Francisco, what's happening? I got to stop. It's not going to end well.
Hey, Bonte, this is Sarah Solomon's boyfriend. How are you?
Sarah Solomon's boyfriend, Ryan. I love you, Ryan. How you been? Sarah Solomon left us at NBC. She's with the Warriors now. She dumped us.
Yeah, she misses you.
I miss her, too. She did a great job last year at Media Day, PCA. Tell Sarah, you guys, we got to do a double date one day. You, me, Sarah. Well, maybe even have Shasky. Shasky would be my my third wheel.
I am very down. We set that up. My question for you guys is, other than the quarterback position, both of you name a guy on the Niners you think has to have a breakout year.
Right tackle. Whoever's playing right tackle, because we don't know right now who it's going to be. Is it Jalen Moore? Is it what's the God? The name's evading me.
Oh, Brunskill?
No, Brunskill's playing in the middle.
I don't know where the hell Brunskill's playing.
Yeah,
I can't even name the backup offensive lineman right now.
Like right now, I think right
Tom
tackle.
Compton still here?
No. Right tackle is the number one question, and then who's going to be the guy opposite Nick Bosa?
Yeah, that's the big one.
Is Drake Jackson going to actually do something? Those are my two positions. I also think cornerback.
Yeah, I was going to say Diamador Lenore has to have a breakout season here because he's going to get tested outside of Charvarius Ward. Diamador Lenore has to be that guy. Also, Sammy Womack III, Ryan. Sammy Womack III. Still there, Ryan?
Absolutely.
All right, man.
Absolutely. Those are great answers. I think McCaffrey, I don't know if he's going to play 17 games. I'm looking at Jordan Mason. I think he's got to have a breakout year too.
I like that, Ryan. I like that. Tell Sarah Solomon we all going to get together, man. Mr. Ryan.
Who's it more make or break for? Let me ask you this question.
My guy who owns District Barbershop, Brian B. Hill.
Yeah.
Champagne to the stage. Champagne. Another stripper name. Champagne to the Diamond and Ronnie from Players Club. Oh my God.
You can just go with every single name from PD Pablo Freaka Leak. You can go Shamika, Keisha, Zara, Shonda, Sabrina, Crystal, Deronda, Teresa,
Kitty,
Felicia.
Do you prefer that
Monica
song or the DMX? What They Want?
Oh yeah, What They Want from with Cisco. That was a hard song.
Cisco was sick.
Cisco was sick of that
And then
song.
him and R. Kelly beefed.
Oh my gosh, they did. Well, probably want to dump that name, R. Kelly. Everybody playing him.
Every now and then, the album with Jay-Z comes on randomly at the playlist. I have to what is it called?
Subscribe.
No, you delete it from the library.
Oh yeah.
You have to take it out. And there's
playlist.
Songs that pop up. And I'm like, gotta get rid of this.
Jigga Kelly, not guilty. I'm not guilty.
You will not be using that song in music quiz.
No, we will not.
No,
that song was hard, though.
No.
That song was hard. Damn, what a despicable human being he became. Chastity.
Or always was.
Damn, a lot of people know stripper days. I know our audience. I know what they were doing. No wonder y'all so broke listening to us.
Who bigger make or break for this year? Sam Darnold or Trey Lance for their NFL career?
Oh, Sam Darnold. Trey Lance will get another shot somewhere. Well, I hope,
I mean, you never know.
Especially with a black quarterback.
I didn't even mean it like that.
I know you didn't mean it like that. I'm just saying. Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold can't flourish in this system. USFL for you, buddy.
Well, it feels like Gabbert and him have very similar, just the way we talk about them. Oh, if he could just get it all together.
We are off the tracks, man. Daniel Severson, it's your fault. You did the 26-man roster.
It took literally a minute and a half.
I was about to go to Larry Harris. That's what happens when I let you start a segment.
Save Larry Harris for tomorrow. We're cooking. Let your boy cook.
All right,
I'm cooking sausage over here. Yeah. And peppers.
You might be burning down the kitchen.
I might.
that Wednesday meeting, boy. It's going to be a rough one tomorrow. Daniel San Francisco, what's happening?
All right, first is a comment. Nobody cares about the stripper list. Do you think we didn't care about the 26-man roster? We definitely don't care about the stripper list. All right, here's my question, though. So
you're on your own there, Dan.
Joe Lacob can spend $1 gazillion, and that's great. But why can't we buy talent this year? So nobody seems to understand how the salary cap works.
Well, no. The way it works is if they are over the apron for next year, starting in 2024,
second tax apron.
Yes, exactly. Then they lose their ability to attach draft picks to any trades, which means it limits the amount of potential trade options that you might have moving forward, whether that be a good player, a great player, whatever. So all of the moves that they're making right now are to get under that second tax apron for July 1st, 2024.
Yep. All right, he's gone. 888-957-9570. Ask us anything here on the roast as we end the show. San Jose Jazz fan. This is the guy looked up Sarah Sullivan's LinkedIn page. Says, shout out to Sarah Sullivan for using the word partook on her LinkedIn page. Guys looking up LinkedIn page, man. What's wrong with y'all? We talk little strippers now. You guys get all crazy. That's why we don't talk strippers no more. Jesus Christ. Adam in the city. Wow. Have some pride, San Jose Jazz fan. Adam in the city. What's happening?
Hi, Adam.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good.
Good. Love to hear it. Okay, so I have a question for you. Super Bowl on the line. Who would you rather take, 2012 Kaepernick or 2019 Jimmy G?
I'm taking Kaepernick.
All day long.
I watched him win close playoff games.
Yeah, I'm taking
multiple
I'm taking
in that
Cap.
same season.
Not even. It's Kaepernick. Not even close. Who would you take, Adam?
Honestly, Kaepernick for back in the day because of his dual threat mobility. You know, when he had that play, when he had the 20-yard touchdown run to pull us within it. I'll still never get how Frank Gore gets us down to the goal line. You don't give him another touch within the 5-yard line.
Or run Kaepernick.
For Greg Roman.
Yeah, they gave Michael James a touch because Frank Gore was tired after breaking a 40-plus yarder. So Gore was not in that game on first down. And then second down, they had to blow the timeout. Or third down, they had to blow the timeout on the quarterback keeper, which was setting up wide open. Believe it or not, Michael Silver wrote a great article about that play in that sequence with Greg Roman.
And don't also forget, LaMichael James fumbled early in that game.
He did.
And Randy Moss barely showed any effort on a pass that Kaepernick threw high. Randy Moss, it really ended bad for Randy Moss, saying he's better than Jerry Rice that week and then not giving any effort in the Super Bowl game.
Yeah. What about Jimmy G or Alex Smith for final drive to win the Super Bowl?
I mean, I saw Alex Smith have the greatest 4 minutes of his life at the end of a playoff game. I might lean Alex Smith.
Oh, gosh. Can I just go with Josh Johnson?
I think also Alex had a game with Kansas City in the playoffs against Indianapolis that was pretty spectacular.
Yeah, but they lost that game.
They did. I think they had a big lead in that.
They also blew a game against Tennessee when Marcus Mariota had the touchdown where he threw it to himself, basically. Pass got deflected, went back to Mariota. They blew, I think, a 21-3 lead in that game at Arrowhead. Gosh. I go Alex. That's not easy.
You want to go Andy Lee and
I'm
just
basically prepping myself
away?
for a loss. I'm prepping myself for a loss. We're losing the game regardless, so I might as well go with Alex.
Okay.
Oh, man.
Is Brett Swain playing on the outside?
Brett Swain might be in the slot.
I'll never forget when he threw a couple to Brett Swain on 3rd and forever, and you're like, what? Why? Why are you throwing that way? And Brett Swain was like covered like you would put, a tarp over some like furniture on the deck.
Michael Crabtree, 1 catch, 3 yards in that football game. And I remember after the game, he said, sometimes you got to just allow your playmakers to make a play. Just take a chance.
If there's one card, forget rookie card, because this is what the 925 is asking. If there's one card to get on the current 49er team, who's that card? As in, like, what's going to have the most value years from now?
Nick Bosa.
Over McCaffrey? Trent Williams?
Nick Bosa's going to
Okay, I think you're right.
Like Brock Purdy. Bang for the buck.
Oh, my God.
Mm-hmm. Do cards even, carry that much value anymore?
They're making a comeback, I believe.
Do they?
Yeah.
I've got a nice...
Yeah, they're making a comeback.
Collection.
I heard years ago someone was saying, I forget where, but it was the reason baseball cards, I guess cards in general, were declining in value was that there were so many pristine ones in circulation, so the value went down. Whereas back in the day, like 60s, 70s, whatever, people would always like stick their cards in like the bike spokes, and so like a lot of cards
that's what
were,
my
like,
dad did.
in bad shape, so there was like less like pristine cards in circulation because so many kids like got them messed up. I don't know if there's any truth to that, but talking cards, I always think of that.
415. People want to add to the list. Comcast Business Text Line. Before we get to Jimmy in San Francisco. Does Ponte have a collection of stripper cards? No, I do not. Maybe I should look into that. Did anybody say cinnamon or caprice? You guys got way too.
And Capri Sun?
Cinnamon is a good name. That's a good.
So the Capri Sun.
envision some things.
I never did it upside down until, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 years ago.
Really?
That's the way to do it.
Yeah, we're doing that. Yeah, we're doing that when I was 5 years old.
I didn't do that.
You can't drink a Capri Sun like that. You can always flip it over. I didn't like
real OGs would lay it on its side.
What?
Who did that? The hell are you talking about?
That was just me.
That was just you, buddy.
What?
Trust me, that was just you.
Saying?
That was just you. Jimmy in San Francisco. Ask us anything. Jimmy. What's happening, Jimmy?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
What's up, Jimmy?
How y'all doing?
Oh, man, I can't complain.
Man. Hey, 100, man. I'm from the city, man, from San Francisco. Born and raised all my life. And I wanted to touch about the 2 topics, maybe 3, but Joe Shasky, I agree with your lineup, man. The Giants lineup was on point for me, man.
Thank you.
That was my era. I grew up. I'm a 80s baby, but I grew up in the 90s.
Let's go.
And second of all, Bonte, don't get mad at me when I say this. It ain't tricking if you got it. You feel me?
I feel you, baby. Oh, I live that life. That's my motto, baby.
Back in the day, Market Street Cinema was popping.
It was popping.
Not just the fact. You don't get just a lap dance. You get the total package. You feel me? But you forgot one thing, Vontae. One thing. When the cinema shut down, it was about the Century after that. On Larkin.
Oh,
you feel me? So you can't remember the Century, man. The Century was popping.
What neighborhood did you grow up in?
Jimmy, where you from,
you are
man?
spitting some
where
very good
You're talking
knowledge.
to my soul right now.
You went to Oxnard's a few times in Midtown Rags, didn't you?
Hey, look, I'm from downtown San Francisco, cuz. You feel me, man? But look, man, I got family all up through the downtown, TL, Fillmore, everywhere. You feel me? I'm from the city, man. So, look, Fonte, I agree with you. Joe, I agree with you. Both of y'all my favorite radio hosts in the morning.
Thank you, man.
I don't listen to 680 no more. Man, you guys are the guys, so keep holding it down. And, Joe, don't let Bonte knock you off your stool, man. You got the spot, man.
Thank you, bro.
Show, too, you feel me?
Hey, that's the key to this show. He doesn't realize it. See, he's the king, but behind the king's hand does all the dirty work.
No, he doesn't. The king's hand does no dirty work. The king's hand leaves right after the show.
Just ask Ned Stark and Robert Baratheon.
Yeah, man. I get when everything goes wrong, you don't get the phone calls. I get the phone calls. They blame me for everything here. Boy, what an end to the show.
I know. It's Fast Five time.
Is it? Look at John Curley. You know he wants in on this.
Oh, my man.
Hey, is there any coincidence? Hey. Jimmy ain't lying. I spent my first ever management check from UPS at Market Street Cinema. But is there any coincidence that this show took off when John Curley decided to step away?
It's not Curley stepping away. It's Lubman stepping in.
Wow.
Even better.
That is the greatest Fast Five take of all time.
Even better. Uncle Looney, Peaches. You ain't lying, Peaches. Woo!
I'm uncomfortable with all this.
SFA Jumper, Bonte going to be doing some reads for Levitt's Furniture after this show. You damn right I am. The couch.
Right. My favorite moment all time. This is my favorite All-Star moment all time for All-Star game. For me, personally, it's not Atlee Hammaker, getting lit up like a Christmas tree.
You weren't born.
It's not a guy from the 60s getting blown off the mound. No, it's none of those things. It's when Barry Bonds had a home run robbed by Torrey Hunter and then ran out, I believe it was in Milwaukee, ran out to the middle of the field, picked him up, threw him on his shoulders. That was my favorite All-Star game moment of all time.
Remember we had Torrey Hunter. He talked about it.
Exactly.
It was one of our better interviews. That was a great interview.
It really was.
We get players on, Shasky, I got to say. We tag team it. Yep. We're like tag team champs when it comes to interviews.
I agree. We're like the Rockers. I'm Shawn Michaels. You're Marty Jannetty.
No. See, you had to go there.
Or, you know what? I'll be Shawn Michaels. You could be Big Daddy Pump. You could be Diesel.
No.
I'll let you be Diesel.
No.
This is the Heartbreak Hotel.
No. None of those chumps.
Who are we?
Scott Hall. Razor Ramon.
You're Mr. Simmons. I'm The Rock.
That's so unfair.
You guys can be Farouk and Bradshaw, APA.
That was a weird pairing.
How about we just do the Dudley Boys?
I'm good with that.
Can we be the Dudley Boys?
I'm good with that.
One was white, one was black. I mean, we are.
Yeah, it's not bad.
It's not bad.
Lubman and I could be Spike. There you go.
Ooh, I like that.
Damn.
What's your final thoughts there, guys?
If you're betting tonight on the game, just take the American League. They've won. Actually, they haven't lost since 2012. 2012. The American League has not lost since then. 18 wins since 2000. Take the American League if you're betting tonight, folks.
Is tonight the night that America realizes Zach Allen's good?
Sure.
Could be.
Or not, because the American League's going to win. So
they might light his ass up.
Couldn't tell you.
Loved it. What's happening? What you got?
My final thought is we had a pretty good win for journalism this week. I don't know if you guys paid attention to what was going on in Northwestern and Pat Fitzgerald getting dismissed there. But so the whole thing, there was the whole hazing thing going on. The university did an internal investigation. It was like, oh, there's no way Pat Fitzgerald could have known what was going on, so we'll suspend him for 2 weeks. So then a couple students, Nicole Marcus, Alice Brown, Cole Reynolds, and Divya Barjwaj, student reporters there at the Daily Northwestern, did a huge deep dive into this and basically exposed that there's massive hazing and racism going on within that football program, and Fitzgerald knew about it. This report was so big that the university reversed course, and the university president came out and said, yeah, no, I messed that up. We got to fire this guy. And they fired Pat Fitzgerald, and that was all because of these 4 student journalists who went did their investigative reporting, found this information, gave it to the people, and made stuff happen. Journalism matters, people.
There it is. My final thought is there's a lot of great stripper names out there. Damn, there's a lot of great names out there.
Why don't you root on the 12U SFYBL team tonight?
Sure. Go get him, Charlie.
Go get him, Charlie.
Prince. I better come back with a win.
Seriously. One for the king?
Yeah, no, I'm not the king. What? Dave Fleming's the king. Charlie, get out there and get me some hits. Prince, Sleepy, all you guys go out there. You better win the game. Better win the damn game.
Sleepy
all right?
Daz.
I don't want to hear about a loss. You went down there, Carmel, got your asses kicked on the last day. I need to hear about a win, you little leaguers. Should I bet on them? Should I bet on you guys?
Don't do that.
I will bet on you guys. What's the line?
The parlay. You're taking the SF.
I'm taking SFYBL and the National League tonight. Yeah. 2-team parlay.
Where are you getting those numbers from?
I don't know. That's
offshore.
You guys, I heard you guys are heavy underdogs today.
We might be.
I'm betting on you guys.
We're staring Vacaville and Rodeo in the eyeballs.
I'm betting on you guys.
Yeah.
You know what? I will be
good.
You know what? Now that I think about it, look, we're talking about strippers. We're talking about 26-man all-time rosters. When's the Little League World Series?
Coming up. All the sectionals have all started to come through. Little League's on a smaller diamond.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to take leads. It's just a different game.
It's time to bet on the Little League World Series. It's time to load up for football season.
I'm ready for it.
All right, that was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now with Matt. He wants to bench Steph Curry, Steinmetz, and Daryl the Guru Johnson.
Are you facing legal troubles?
Ain't nobody bringing me down today.
Ain't nobody.
Nobody, as Jim
Why?
Harbaugh would say.
Pay off the tee.
I got 4 hours, and I am hitting the road for a few days.
Hit the road, Jack.
Steph Curry fans have officially driven me out of town. Nah, I'm kidding.
Why did they take it the wrong way?
Because they're not. Because some of them, I'm going to say a few. A few of them just aren't that intelligent.
Because Warriors World Sheet came at you. You hit a new low. Oh, boy, that was funny. Now you shared that with me.
Are you trying to bring me down right off the bat?
No, I can't.
I got. Come on, man. Yeah.
Okay, before you set it up, the two things I know about you: you're a beer connoisseur, and there's nothing better that changes your personality, nothing more.
Wait,
than
mine?
Your personality when you have something to look forward to.
Okay.
Yeah.
I look forward to golf. It's not like I just wish you wouldn't have said beer is what I look forward to.
No,
I look forward to 2:00. I look forward to golf.
Well, you're a connoisseur, which all the different beers, like that's a hobby of yours. Like your knowledge and info. Not you're a lush.
You're not going to get me down?
I'm not trying to. Go ahead, baby. Good to see you.
Great to see you. Great to be here in the Bay. And let me start by saying we're not going to talk about this all day because I'm not going to let people talk about it. So I didn't go on social media. I knew what was going to happen.
Your mentions were a tire fire.
I just don't understand. And I'm going to say something.
That's what we do.
So I never said Steph Curry should come off the bench. I never said I wanted him to come off the bench. I said, of course, he's not coming off the bench. I set it up for 3 minutes. What I said was, when I started hearing the Chris Paul discussion about whether he's going to start, come off the bench, I said, well, Looney goes to the bench. Okay, Chris Paul would come off the bench. That means it's Curry and Clay. Well, Clay's not coming off the bench.
Yeah.
And so what comes into my head is, what about Steph Curry? With a smile on my face.
Yeah.
And you know what?
Watch the show.
For the last time,
YouTube.
I ain't saying he should come off the bench, nor is he going to come off the bench. My point, the discussion that I wanted to have, Guru, was that it was a mechanism to start a discussion about why Steph Curry is so unique as a person and as a player. It was a way to get in to some of the greatness about Steph Curry as a player and as a person. He's one of the greatest players of all time. You're right. He'll never come. Why would you even think about him coming off the bench? I'll tell you why. It's because of all the great players that I've ever seen, he might be the most willing to do it if he had to. He might be the best at making the role of sixth man as good as it's ever been done by a player. He could be twice as good as Lou Williams. All right? Is he going to the bench? No, he's not going to the bench. But my point was I wanted to have a discussion about what makes Steph Curry the most unique player I've seen in a long, long time. And you know what? For kicks, for fun, there are some actual basketball reasons that you can make. For the last time, is Steph Curry coming off the bench? No. But some of you guys blew an opportunity yesterday
Look at you.
to talk about the greatness of Steph Curry and why that even ran through my head. And it ran through my head because Steph Curry is one of the most unique athletes on and off the court as I've ever seen. Cut that, please.
I got
send
your
it
back.
out. Send it out to the
Not
the
that you need me.
Jackals. Send it to the Jackals.
I got your back like a T-shirt, Stoney, and I'm going to tell you why. I almost lost my stuff when you first said this, but then on the Guru meter, I said, This is the ultimate compliment. He's giving Curry a compliment.
Of
Someone
course.
on here, Stoney, don't trip walking backwards. But it's not backwards.
See,
you were giving Steph. You were giving Stoney. You
It's
get
my
that
daughter
same
again.
call every day. Oh,
I know.
hello.
She's calling from London.
But no, it was the ultimate compliment to the chef and his
Of course it was.
personality.
Of course it
so
was.
That's when I stopped. I said, he ain't going to get me to raise my blood pressure. So I get you. But the people took it as if you were, it was a demerit towards Steph. So I'm going to let you know, again, I got your back. You don't need me to have it. This your last day before your vacay. Yeah. We lightweight juice for you, Stoney. But I knew what you meant.
So, look, I knew I was going to hear it. Because I know there's a few.
Came at you.
There's a small percentage of people that just.
There was a large part.
You know what? I forgot there's going to be a small percentage of people who wouldn't be able to go from point A to point C.
Oh.
Some people are only capable of going from point A to point B. Those are the people who say, that's a dumb idea. Well, okay. The reason it's not a dumb idea is because
talk to them.
It provokes and promotes a discussion on why somebody would even think that about Steph Curry. Yeah. So,
get off of Twitter, which you did.
I'm on Twitter.
But now, I do read the comments. This comedy.
So then last thing on this. I come in today and I kind of explained to Evan, man, he said, I just feel like this. Not saying he should go off the bench. I'm saying, don't people realize this guy is so special that, no, who's my favorite player of all time?
Bird.
Okay. Ask me if I think Bird off the bench?
Please.
No chance.
He'd give you a knuckle sandwich.
See, it wouldn't work. You wouldn't ask him, and he wouldn't do it.
And we said,
and he wouldn't. He just wouldn't.
Yeah, Clay wouldn't either. No, we like you, Clay.
Most players wouldn't, and Steph would obviously be reluctant. But I'm telling you that if Steph Curry got in a sixth, and by the way, we don't have to talk about this now, but is he going to start every game of his career till he retires, or will he eventually come off the bench? That's not for now. But Evan put the rat on the table.
Brought to you by Atco Pest Control, the pest of the month where spiders and mosquitoes. Go to AtcoPestControl.com for all your pest control needs.
Evan Giddings is younger than me. He's 30.
He'll be in your chair tomorrow.
He's an old soul.
28.
Oh. He's an old soul.
He's almost in the 30-30 club.
He's an old soul.
Yeah.
He simply said to me, Steiny, you got to, don't you? He gave me a don't you get it. He goes, Steiny, don't you get it? And I'm like, what? He goes, there are more Steph Curry fans than Warrior fans.
And that's real.
Are you, I'm not, are you, seriously?
You pointed this out months ago.
Seriously?
I'm using you. What don't you get? Don't you get it? When you are this great, there are more Jordan fans than Bull fans. There are more Magic fans than Laker fans. There are more Kobe fans. Steiny, when you get to this plateau where the chef is at, I believe that, and it's the ultimate compliment. And it's no shade at the Steph fan, the Warrior fans that have been converted into Warrior. It's a cult-like. When you get to this status, it's cult-like. Nothing wrong with it, Steiny, I understand. But are you really telling me that blew you away?
I was surprised because everybody knows my guy was Bird, but Bird never eclipsed
that era was
the Celtics.
Different, though.
Well, it's funny. You said, Evan, that's kind of when that shift, when the whole idea of players over teams started.
Yeah. And I think social media had a lot to do with it.
But it was always Birds, it was always, Celtics late. You could not dismiss the Celtics Lakers aspect to Magic Bird.
It was one of my favorite video games, Lakers Celtics 90.
Was it a video game?
Yeah.
No.
You didn't.
Right.
You didn't have attention span to play video games, I don't believe. You couldn't sit still. You got a little ADD. You like to move around.
I played. Let me tell you something. I played a video game that you probably never even heard of.
Atari.
In television.
No, that was one of my favorites.
I'm gonna tell you something. You couldn't beat
sport games.
You could not beat me in baseball.
Me and Max Koenigsberg. He was Jewish.
I was
Koenigsberg, Steiny. I'd walk to his house and we would battle. And he had it in television.
I love the young people.
Now why bring the party down with that?
You would not. I'm serious. You wouldn't have beat me in baseball. I was great in baseball.
It was great. Man.
Let's go to Marlon in Oakland. What's up? Hey, Marlon. Got to hit that radio.
Oh, Lord.
What's up, Marlon? Marlon.
Sorry, his radio in the background.
Now, there's one guy on the line here that says Steven in San Jose, and it says he agrees with Steiny, but I don't want to put him on because I don't want...
You better put him on. I live for those. Go ahead.
Steven in San Jose. How you doing, Steven?
Hey, thanks a lot for having me on, guys. Sure. Listen, I'm not telling you I agree with you, Steiny, 100%, but just hear me out for a sec.
Sure.
You mentioned how Steph Curry is a very unique individual as well as an athlete. He would be the one that would set this concept of having, I guess you call it a warm-up act for a starting five to start a game. You can call them scrubs if you want, but it's a warm-up act, and then you build it up to allow your A-list players to come in, like Steph Curry, and they would also finish the game in the fourth quarter. I think if this were to get some traction, you'd see a lot of players that would maybe prolong their career if this concept were to take root. Now, I agree with you. I don't think it's going to happen.
No.
Steph Curry's a starter, but he would be the guy that could lay the groundwork for something like this. That's all I got to say.
Appreciate the call. Like John Havlicek, they say his career was prolonged because he went to the bench a little later in his career. Became a six-man.
But what? Yeah, but
I'm not saying we're there yet.
No, that was not the genesis of your point. Your point, again, this is a compliment, and it's why Kevin, do you think Kobe
Luckily,
Bryant,
Steph understands.
Yeah, no doubt. You talk to him? Some people reached out.
He doesn't like his overzealous fans. Let's put it that way.
Dude, yeah, that's oxymoron.
He doesn't.
Stoney.
He doesn't. Who would?
Me?
He doesn't like. I wouldn't like.
What if you had fans like that? A
fans
cult
are fans.
following.
No, I don't want a cult following. I don't need
You
acolytes.
can't control it.
Exactly.
Acolyte, look at you.
Exactly. And it's not healthy either.
This is when I knew Steph was different. Listen to me.
Yeah, give it to me, buddy.
Bird would not have signed off on Kevin Durant or another alpha male coming to him.
You might be right.
Isaiah Zeke Thomas wouldn't have did it. I'm gonna tell you, I don't think Magic would have did it. He went into it. He was inherited with Kareem, and I look around and how Steph Curry allowed KD to come in and be himself.
Incredible.
Steph is.
It really is.
Am I doing too much if I call him the NBA version of Gandhi? Like, he's just Steiny.
But
he's
Gandhi,
special.
but he's tougher than Gandhi.
Yeah, right.
Who's Gandhi with a toughness about him?
With a triple three, but dude, that was a compliment that you gave, not a diss.
All right, enough about me.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll keep talking.
My line.
I'll keep talking about Curry for sure because
Curry
he deserves it, and that's right. You know what? That's right. That's what I wanted to say. You talked about Durant coming in here, and that is one thing.
Man.
And I'll be honest with you. At the time it was happening, I was like, well, Durant's a great player. If Steph's deferring, I was like, I don't know if it's that strong, but yeah, Steph's definitely open to Kevin Durant taking a big role, and he doesn't care whose team it is. I'm talking about Steph. But at that time, I'll tell you right now, 6 years later, I look back at it with Steph and Durant,
go ahead.
and I'm more like now I'm impressed. Like at the time it was happening, I didn't think much of it. Oh, Durant, big deal. Durant's coming in. He's a great player. Curry's cool. But now 6 years later, I'm thinking, you know what? That wasn't easy at all.
No, man.
No, very few players, if any, would have been able to do it.
That's what I'm talking about.
Like in 2023, yeah, you know what? That's something that goes on Curry's ledger in a positive way. The way he ushered Kevin Durant in here.
I love 925 views on YouTube. I love all the YouTubers study, so I got to get this out. He puts stop sign, stop. Did Steph really have a choice? If you don't believe with KD coming, if you don't believe the chef could have put it, if he wanted to cause a stink, shout out Mark Schlereth, he could have stopped that from happening because he was the show.
No doubt.
And I understand it. But you know what? I can share. You know what that's worth?
You know what, though? This is when we get back to, does Steph have clout? Does he not have clout?
Oh, my God.
And I say, of course he's got clout, but it's Joe Lacob's decision in the very end. And I believe both things are true. I will say this. If that season ends and Steph Curry goes, you know what? I don't want KD here.
Because we're going to win.
Then there's no way KD's here.
Talk to me.
There's no doubt about that.
Talk to me.
I like that. That I'll buy into for sure. Marlon's back. Hey, what's up, Marlon? How you doing?
Hey, is this better?
Hey, what's up, Marlon?
Listen to those pipes.
Okay. So I wanted to double down twofold.
Real quick, Marlon. Is this Merle? Is this Merle or Marlon?
Some salt in your jet. Marlon.
Okay, Marlon.
Yeah,
welcome.
Merle.
Okay, Merle. What's up?
Oh, both of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. What's up, bud?
So Guru, I'm gonna go ahead and talk to. Hey, when you said nobody can ruin your day to day.
Okay, good.
You need to look no further. You need to look no further than Jordan Poole's photos for PC.
Why are you laughing at the photo? What's funny about the photo, Merle?
He looks so sad. That's the first thing. So I know that'll hurt your heart. That's number one. Number two, Stanley, I'm so with you. I'm doubling down because honestly, this could be the first time in the history of the NBA that something happened. Steph is selfless. Chris Paul is a better ball handler than Steph Curry. At some point during the season, we're going to find that out. But if Steph came off the bench, man, Steph could be the sixth man of the year and the MVP of the league. Steph come in and put up numbers in bunches. That's the first time I think something could happen like that. Steph knows that Chris is a better ball handler than him.
Hey, Marlon, I appreciate
at that point.
Thank you, Marlon. I appreciate it. It's not going to happen.
I want more Steph, not less Steph. And I'm not. Come on now.
But see,
we're not there to where.
But this is kind of the conversation I wanted to have. This is the fun part of the conversation that I want to have.
He can master a six-man role. But how about, but it's not reality.
I know it's not reality, but it's a way to talk about some of Steph's characteristics that we may never get to talk about under any other circumstances. And like,
I get that. You said it like that
first. Oh yeah. Oh my gosh, I buried the lead, Matt. I'm sorry. I'm talking to Hegian. It's the All-Star Game Week blowout, everybody. And if you've been listening, you know that we're giving away a big prize every single show. We've given away 4 prizes, and we're going to be giving away a monster prize at about 1:30. All kinds of great prizes. Tickets to see Jerry Seinfeld and Jim Gaffigan, an autographed Klay Thompson jersey, a round of golf with the show hosts, private jiu-jitsu lessons or self-defense at the Evolve Training Center. Barry Bonds got his blue belt there. This isn't a fitness center. This is a training center. We've got 2 1-month memberships there. We've got big-time gift cards to Alexander Steakhouse, Buon Vino, our favorite place in Walnut Creek. So 1:30, we're going to be giving that big prize, big prize away.
Wow, man.
Oh, so, one of the things I was thinking about was, what you could, and again, I don't know if it's tongue-in-cheek, but it's like I was thinking, you know what? In a crazy way, you could have Steph come off the bench. Would you feel any better if I said this? You could have Steph come off the bench. He plays 2 or 3 less minutes a game, but he averages more shots than he's ever averaged in a game in his career.
No. Because I want to.
Now that sounds strange to me. Okay. But all right.
I'm telling you, I'm driving the caddy to Chase, and I have a relationship with the chef, and I want to see him as soon as that ball is tipped off. I don't want to wait. I'm blowing past your basketball reasons, you and Merle. I want to see Steph right away. Jackson 5s come out, Stanley. I want Michael on that note. ABC, 1, 2, 3.
Mac Life. I say it all the time. Steiny runs material. Let me ask you something, Mac Light, CEO. What's material? What is material about me saying that Steph Curry is one of the most unique athletes and people on and off the court that we've ever seen? What material is that? What material is Steph Curry is selfless? What material is, of course it's not going to happen, but if anybody could pull it off, it's Steph Curry. It's not material. Chucky. in Oakland. What's up, Chucky?
How y'all doing?
Hey, my man. What's up, buddy?
Hey, Scotty, I hear you about to go on a trip, man. I hope you just enjoy yourself, man. It's well-deserved, man.
Thanks, Chucky. Appreciate it, buddy.
Yeah, but I'm not having it. I'm not having it. I am not having it.
Talk to him. See, now you, Chucky, have a sense of humor about it. Oh, you, buddy.
What you saying is sacrilegious. Listen, now you mean to tell me that this man gonna work on his game? He gonna work on it. He want to be the most prolific shooter in NBA history. He want to come in at the unnatural body size, playing the NBA game, and just excel and be on the top of the league. You mean to tell me he gonna work on not only his game, but work on his behavior, work on being a good guy? It's not too many good guys in the league. We need good human beings in the NBA. And now you mean to tell me his reward for being a good guy and for being the most prolific shooter the NBA has ever seen, he going to be considered for a sixth man? That's what he going to get? Scotty, let me tell you this. Let's say Steiny, that Steinman is the most, let's say you're the top guy at 95.7 the game.
All right.
You just get the most excellent interviews, man. I mean, when you and Guru on, man, you just get all the most phone calls out of all the shows. It's just Steiny, because of you, everybody just want to tune in, and so you just keep 95.7 going. But the head guys, you guys always talk about your bosses, they see that, they got to cut back. And what they got to cut back is, the staff, people that clean the bathrooms and mop the floors. And so
I would do that.
They say and so they consider Steiny to, man, we going to ask Steiny to mop the floors and clean the bathrooms. You're going to get less radio time, but we still going to pay you the same. We want you to mop the floors and clean the bathrooms because, you a good guy. We know that you can handle it. Out of all the radio show hosts, we know Steiny, he won't get an attitude.
Let me ask you this.
So we don't want you.
Let me ask you this,
want
Chucky.
You to mop the floors. How you feel about that?
Hey, man, do our ratings go through the roof? Are we number one then? I might think about it.
But
Chucky, thanks, man. No, I appreciate it. Chucky, I love you.
Chucky with a mini movie.
I mop, and I wouldn't say going to six man's equivalent to mopping floors. I got to admit, you were. I had your head spinning around like Linda Blair in The Exorcist when I said, "What if you could get Curry more shots in less minutes?" You wanted to say yes so bad.
Oh, no, I didn't.
Let me tell you something. If I could get Steph Curry more shots in less minutes, I would do it every day of the week times 9 because he's the most efficient shooter.
Okay, but
so why wouldn't you want to get him more shots?
Give me the platter where he gets more shots and doesn't have to come off the bench. That's what platter.
Then let's move one of our scores.
Yeah. We got to go.
Yeah, we talked about this earlier. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. This is our All-Star Week prize blowout. Matt Steinmetz, Darryl, the Guru Johnson. Don't go anywhere. I'll teach you more about yourselves on 95.7 The Game.
That's not going to happen anymore.
coaching? Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
The greatest soundbite of 2023.
Who's making the shirt?
You coach.
You coaching?
That's so phenomenal. When I speak to my nutritionist over the weekend when I weigh in,
23 pounds.
Yeah, you coaching? That is great.
Well, now I think you can turn that into a line that you use all the time when, like, Evan, I think you should get out there more. I think you should get out there more, meet some people. You can say, you coaching?
You coaching?
You think he's apologized to Miss Andrews Kendra?
No, of course.
It was just tongue in cheek.
All right, I'm going to take this one last call, and then it's over.
We go on the Niners.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. A couple other things. Hey, Scott, what's going on, buddy?
Thank you for taking my call, Mr. Steinmetz. Hello, Guru.
Hey.
Yeah, I just wanted to defend Steinmetz a little bit. So, I've been listening to him since he had that wrestler on for years. And I did mention it way back when Steph was coming up being a six-man. I think people need to leave their ego at the door about the six-man thing. Same thing with the Wiseman. So I really don't want to get into that. He's over 30 years old now. I need him to play 30, 35 minutes a game if he's willing to do that. Let's go back in history a little bit and look at what Bob Myers and Steve Kerr did originally. When Steve Kerr took over the team, he sat down with Iguodala and says, I don't necessarily need you to start the game, but I need you to kind of finish the game. It's the same thing with Steph Curry. It's kind of like he's over 30. We need to load manage him, which is a big catchword now with Pop and all that back in the day. We have this opportunity with Chris Paul. I need Chris Paul to start this game and run 10, 15 minutes a game to give relief. Yes, I want Steph Curry to start the third quarter. Yes, I want Steph Curry to finish the game. So at the end of the day is how are we going to manage him? I'll use a golf analogy for you, Stein, but you're probably going to go play golf. I don't want him playing the first 3 holes, but yes, I want him playing the back 9, and I want him finishing the golf round. And Guru, for you, baseball kind of guy is like, I need someone to go through these innings. I need filler innings.
Yeah.
But who do I want to close? I want Steph Curry. Thank you.
Thanks, Scott. Appreciate it. Dude, I have the...
Came out your sweater. I'll see you.
I have the car all packed up.
See, that means something to
Got
me.
the car all packed up. What does it mean?
We used to deer hunt, and Norm would pick me up at school, and the truck would be the Toyota Blue. The truck would be full. He'd call that, we're ready to go, break, and so you're ready. So you ain't going home. When you're off, you go. You're
not unless
your
I
journey.
realize I forgot something. But I'm pretty thorough.
You're out.
So wait a minute. So you go hunting. I take it for a weekend.
Yeah.
So Friday, he'd pull up at Logan.
Yeah, and the teachers would get mad that it might be Thursday because
He let you take a Friday off for hunting?
The teachers be like, "You're going killing the deer," and but be quiet. But anyway, that's how we're doing it. And I'd see the blue truck ride up.
So the coolers packed,
everything,
tents out there, whatever.
Mini Snickers, salami. Yeah.
Like, here's the thing. Yeah, I tell that Norm and I have that in common because you know what? Yesterday felt like a day off.
So you got your playlist ready?
I got a bunch of playlists.
You ready?
But I got my beer yesterday. It's all on ice right now. I got my golf bag packed.
How long is your trip?
It's 6 days.
No, this journey that you'll be in the car to get to your destination.
About 4 hours in the car.
Okay, so you ain't stopping.
I'm not drinking in the car.
Yeah.
It's just, I take that stuff up there.
Yeah, no doubt.
And then
you're ready.
I am ready. I'm excited. There's one other thing I wanted to talk about with the trip.
The playlist. You got your
playlist. Stuff. Oh, you know what I did yesterday? You're going to find this out about golf. I did pack, obviously. I'm also the kind of guy that when I get to the hotel, I take everything out and put it in the drawers, believe it or not.
No, I got you.
So, you know what else I did yesterday? And this is a shout out to Skinny Bob.
Home Run Derby.
Skinny Bob.
No.
So Skinny Bob sent us a ton of golf balls. A lot of them are really good. So I went through all Skinny Bob's golf balls, and I picked out the 16 best ones, some tailor-made tour response. There's different levels of balls. Some are really good. I'm not really good enough to know the difference, but for a pro, there's a big difference between the ball they should use.
Wow.
Anyway, Pro V1s are obviously great balls. And by the way, we're going to talk about the All-Star Week contest blowout right after this. But there's a lot of guys, Goo, that play like Pro V1s. Let's say I'm in a foursome with you.
Yeah.
Okay? And we might be playing the same kind of ball. So there could be a situation which there's a ball we maybe mix up.
Oh, yeah, I don't like okay.
So you take a Sharpie. People take a Sharpie, any color they want.
Shout out to
you. And they put some kind of mark on the ball so that
I got you.
If you have a TaylorMade 2 and I have a TaylorMade 2, well, I have a black dot and you have a...
I'd put a D.
D for Darryl. Exactly.
Yeah.
So last night I took these 16 balls out of the bag.
You didn't, Donnie.
And I got my black Sharpie out.
Look at
and I go single black dot. That's my right under the number, Titleist 2, and then right under the right corner of the 2, I put a black dot and right one of the dimples.
Yeah.
And it's very simple. Some guys do some funkier stuff. Some guys write their name on it. And so I got the 16 balls out, and I just went through them one by one.
Look at my guy.
And I put the black dot on them.
How long did it take you?
About 7 minutes.
Yeah, I got balls.
And that's the man. And that's right. Let me get back to my original point. That was Skinny Bob. And thank you, Skinny Bob. I've taken 16 of your finest golf balls with me. I play 5 rounds of golf.
Bring a victory back.
5 rounds of golf. Will I run out of balls? Is the question.
Yeah. But bring
some of the courses
back,
are really
Stoney.
good.
Bring the jacket back. Like, I know you don't. I don't want to steal from where you're at. You're in a good place. But damn it, bring a dub back.
I'll try, man. I'll try. All I can do is my best, as the great Craig Lazzaretti said. Hey, if you don't know, this is this week's All-Star Week Blowout. We're giving away a prize every single day. All right? On every single show. Seinfeld tickets, autographed Klay Thompson jersey, gift certificates to steakhouses and wineries. We've got what else we got? We've got lessons from Evolve Training Center. We got golf at the Berkeley Country Club. 1:30 p.m. At 1:30 p.m., we're going to be giving away a prize. Everybody's got a shot, and you just got to listen to the show. That's it.
Know the show.
Yeah, absolutely.
I already got a great question. I'll tell you guys during the
now,
break.
and this is a great, and I need to address this too. 805 Steiny, do not leave your car pre-packed for vacation.
I just was about to ask you. You're not on the street.
Right, no doubt.
Okay.
No,
you're in the garage.
I'm in a private garage.
Yeah, look at you.
So I packed up my car this morning. It's company garage. It's not private.
Well, private sounded better. But
okay.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. I stopped off at a store down on 6 blocks away. There's that store toward Levi's Plaza. Nice little grocery store.
Yeah.
They call it a bodega.
I know where
Safeway?
you're at.
No, it's a smaller place.
You're right. I got you.
You know what I mean.
Yeah.
So I wanted to put the beers. I needed ice to put in the cooler. Now's the best time to put it in. So I parked my car and I was across the street. And I swear to God, Ice was like, "Are you sure you want to do this?" I'm like, "It's going to take 5 minutes." Meaning leave a golf cart, luggage,
all of
in
it.
a work bag in my car. And I was like, do you really even? And I'm like, "Are you kidding me? I'm not going to get a bag of ice because I'm scared of going into the bodega for 5 minutes."
Listen, man, Steiny. Listen.
Anyway, I took a chance, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but car wasn't broken into. And by the way, as I'm buying it, I'm looking out the window of the bodega. Is it there? Is it there? Is anything out? Is it Bip?
Listen,
this
look
city,
how you
Goo.
it ain't just us. My boy Carrington Kane that you met. Remember he showed up to Old Ship with Rutherford. He has his own trucking business. Steiny, listen to me. The 18-wheelers, G-Force Transportation. He has a load on his trailer. He goes in to sign the paperwork, keeps the big rig now in Milpitas running because he thinks, I'm good. Why does somebody get in a big rig while he goes in for 2 minutes to sign his John Hancock, gets his duffel bag, takes the house keys, the car keys, his cell phone, and he says this, "Goo, call me Daryl. If they knew how to drive the big rig, it probably would have been on the road." But he looked around like, the audacity. They got him like that. So I know you're thinking like,
I feel
who
I'm
can really
lucky.
get me?
I already feel like, I got away with it.
Sick
but
of
anyway,
this.
805, thank you for your concern.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Appreciate
As long
that
as you didn't get bipped. You didn't get hit.
No.
Gaffled.
I didn't.
I made it up.
All right.
I can't wait to this. If I know where you're going.
You want to go? You want to go to it?
I do.
Debo Samuel. He plays for the San Francisco 49ers. And he was doing an interview with Zach Gelb,
who we've had on the show,
CBS Sports Radio. And he got Deebo on because Deebo was promoting something, Panini trading cards, I believe. So for those that don't know, the way you usually do this is a guy like Draymond Green. You get Draymond Green on. Subway pays Draymond Green to do interviews. You usually ask him a couple things about Subway, and then you can talk basketball usually, most of the time. I mean, now, I remember when Draymond came on, I was like, look, let's just take care of the Subway stuff first. All right? Ask him about Subway, get it out there. Now, there's two, you could also say, we'll hit Deebo up with the Panini stuff at the end of the interview. So he's on this, he gets introduced, and by the way, he's introduced, representing Panini trading cards, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then Deebo does this interview with Zach Gelb. Okay. Just take a listen. It's a minute and a half because I found it very interesting for a number of reasons. Take a listen, Goo, and everybody.
I saw what you said about the Eagles back at the Super Bowl at Sirius, where if Brock Purdy didn't get hurt, you guys would have won that game by double digits. Why would that have been the case?
I don't know. That's old.
So do you not still believe that?
I mean, I do, but I mean, we're not gonna keep talking about it. I mean, I said what I said.
Gotcha. So then what happens this year when you play Philly on December 3rd?
I don't know. Just wait till week 13, 12, whatever week it is. We'll show you.
Well, then you know how that's going to go down. You're going into Philadelphia. Those fans are going to be booing you loud. You have a message for Eagles fans?
Hey, guys.
Yeah?
All right, we're good to go.
What do you mean? We have Deebo on right now?
Oh, boy.
Yeah, I know, but we're going to head into camp right now.
Are you serious? Okay. Thank you. There you
Thanks,
go.
Bye.
Debo Samuel right there. Doesn't want to answer a few questions. Are you serious? We got hung up on because all we did was ask him about the quarterback situation and then Philadelphia? And we got hung up on by Debo Samuel? That's a joke. An absolute joke. That's absurd. We were told we had 15 minutes with him. He was on for 5-6 minutes. And he didn't want to answer anything. So I've done this long enough. That was just get the promotional plug out of the way. Then you don't want to answer any questions, and you hand the phone off to the public relations person. What a joke that was.
All right, Goop, you have at it first.
Well, I really believe Debo Samuel cannot stand any and everything Philadelphia. He is not about that gangrene life. He went on to do and talk about his charity or whatnot, the subject matter. And I don't think Stoney, after hearing it again, I understand how they feel about it. But Deebo, he don't like nothing Philly. So I'm going to give him who am I? I have no problem with it.
Bye-bye.
I don't think
which part or all of it?
He didn't want to open up on some real life questions about his football team that are hovering over the team. That was not Mayoko, maybe. That wasn't the venue. He didn't want to he looked at those dudes as the little rascals. And their energy was like, yeah, you can tell us something so we can go viral. And I guess for whatever reason, he was in the headspace of, you guys ain't worthy of getting it. I ain't giving it to you because you're the enemy. I can't wait to hear your take.
I heard, first of all, it is a touch unfair, the segment we played, because Deebo had been on for 2 or 3 minutes prior. Go ahead, Evan.
Well, just one clarification. Zach Gelb was with CBS Radio. He's not associated with the Philadelphia station. He used to be there, but it's a national show.
Gotcha.
So he had asked a couple. He had called a couple, just I think pretty basic questions. Oh, yeah, he asked Deebo about the year he had, and Deebo basically said, "Yeah, I was terrible. I'm going to be better."
So he did talk.
Like he's right, but look, Debo Samuel, he doesn't speak in long stretches. He's not an easy interview, as it were. He just isn't.
Did his
from the
handler say,
get-go.
Debo, you got to do 15?
Well, he got paid for it. This is the kind of thing. This kind of interview that Debo gets paid for. And again, usually the way it works is We're going to ask you. We'll either start out with the Panini stuff or we'll finish with the Panini stuff. What you're endorsing, what you want to talk about. But it's also understood, we want to ask you some questions about the team.
It's the biggest story in the league right now. One of them.
So, you don't fault Debo? No, I don't doubt, Zach Gelb, at the end, I could see how Debo, this, that, and the other thing. But this actually, I'm making a big interpretation here. But what I'm hearing is, why did that bother Debo Samuel? To me, it started with the quarterback situation. Because there was talk before that a little bit about Purdy and Trey Lance. And what Zach Gelb, who was on with the morning show, said was once he started asking about Lance and Purdy, Debo just was not into it, man. That's fair. Why isn't he into it? Because he gets asked about it all the time. Debo Samuel gets, every time he does an interview, he's asked about the quarterback situation. How's Purdy doing? How's Lance doing? Who do you like to play with? Which is better? Who's the... You know what? He's sick of it. That's what I hear. He's like, quit asking me about the quarterback. I don't know. That's what I'm hearing. Like, I guess Brock's... Like, I hear what you hear. Purdy's going to start, unless he's not, and then we'll roll with Trey. I like Purdy. I like Lance. Don't try to get me into who I like better, this, that, and the other thing. And now I'm going to extrapolate just a hair more. I think the team in general is just frustrated, and we can talk about with whom, about the uncertainty at quarterback. And they're sick and tired of getting asked about it. And whether you believe it or not, I think it's now become a dynamic in the locker room. Not one they can't overcome. It's not going to split the locker room. But you know what it's going to do? Shasky had the word. It's going to exhaust the locker room.
I'm not mad at that, but I don't believe that's what set him off, Steiny. I believe he's still smarting over the loss to the Eagles. And I believe the guy wanted Debo to go viral when he said, do you want to speak to Eagle fans? And I think Debo, he didn't want no part of it. Like, you ain't going to get me to say nothing. You ain't going to set me up. Now I'm hearing you and Shasky. I'm not mad at that. But, Steiny, I put that as rich people problems. Talk to me about making it to your next payday when you got nothing and no groceries. If you're an athlete like the Niners and you got a quarterback controversy, if we want to even dub it that I don't think that's – you can be exhausted, but at the end of the day –
sometimes that's the difference between winning a Super Bowl and not winning a Super Bowl.
But you can't –
what do you mean you can't?
No, I'm like – what are you to do then?
You can't do anything.
Right.
You have to, all of you collectively and individually have to handle it and keep your sanity.
So you're saying Debo's exhausted, not just this interview, just with this in general.
I do, yes.
When Trey actually, Brock Purdy was not even a thought last year at this time. So what did we know? Jimmy's gone. They're going to give it to Trey Lance, and that's what happened. So last year, the energy around this team, it was Trey's car to drive. So where was the exhaustion then, Steiny? I'm just telling you it wasn't at a high level because Trey Lance got the keys in training camp. There was no young Montana. So it's not like it's years of this I'm trying to describe to you.
It isn't?
I mean, it's been Jimmy's show, and people tired of how good Jimmy is, but there was no – Jimmy never had anybody to look over his shoulder.
Do you think it's possible that some 49er players, regardless of why it's happened or not, are frustrated because we don't know who's going to quarterback? Because that's the way it's gone for years now.
Okay,
now I get it. Everybody knows there's injuries in football. Real quick, take a listen to this. Is Greg Cosell and
love Greg
and our guy Ross Tucker on a podcast. They were talking about a report from Matt Mayoko, NBC Sports Bay Area, that basically the 49ers believe, or Matt Mayoko reported that the 49ers believe they're higher on Trey now than they've ever been. Take a listen.
You know, I don't know if it's right to say they've soured on Trey Lance. It's just the fact that they still believe that Trey Lance is a quarterback that needs work and that he's a work in progress. And this is not a work in progress roster, Ross. So, it comes across in a very negative way. And we don't know if that's fair or not. But the fact is, if Brock Purdy is healthy and ready to play, he's going to be the quarterback.
All right. So,
damn.
You think the team knows what's going on?
As far as who's the number one?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
And I believe, I got to say this.
That kind of sucks for a Super Bowl contender, I would think. Especially if you've been a Super Bowl contender for the last 4 years.
Okay.
Boy, it'd be nice to have a quarterback you knew.
Yeah, but what if I told you last year when Trey Lance was announced starter that the season was going to get off the track in regard to the quarterback and Mr. Irrelevant was going to take over? Yeah. You would have never, I'm just speaking to everybody, nobody would have stood up and said, this team is destined to go to Philly to be 4 quarters away from a Super Bowl.
You're right. We're just sitting in the revolving door.
The constant.
Right, I know. And that gets me to my point where, if you think that I don't believe, I believe some players in that locker room are not crazy about the quarterback situation and the way it comes down on their shoulders and how much they have to deal with it. Maybe there is some residual at Let me ask you this. Do you think, and I'm just messing around here, but do you think Christian McCaffrey, let's say Christian McCaffrey's talking to Kittle, and they're just joking around. You think George Kittle wouldn't say to McCaffrey, or McCaffrey goes, hey, we got that. Hey, we're playing the Eagles week 12. Did you see that? I think, that'll be a fun game. I could see Kittle saying, wonder who'll quarterback. Who do you think will be quarterbacking? My odds, you know what I mean? Even if they're joking about it, it's old. It's gotten old, and I think there's frustration among some players to different degrees. You think there's nothing there?
And the reason I think nothing is there is because they're winning.
Right.
So let me give you this.
Not the ultimate prize.
Let me I'll go Dallas. I'll go Detroit. They all got their franchise quarterback, Minnesota, but they're nowhere near the winning that the 49ers have had. Now, I got to be honest, Steiny, I'm sure they would like to have. Well, they just got over the Jimmy Garoppolo era, so you had a constant when he was not hurt about who was going to be behind center. So I feel like the stuff that you're talking about, those conversations or snickers or whispering, can you believe? I feel like that's on mute because whoever is behind center last year, prime example, they're winning damn near more than anybody else.
That's right. So I agree. You might be right. But you can't see that for 4 years we've been knocking on the door, and the one constant is uncertainty at the quarterback position. If I'm the competitor of all competitors, I might say, if Kyle would have figured out the quarterback situation earlier, we'd have 2 more Super Bowls.
Or if Tart catches a ball
13-3 ain't good enough
in the NFC Championship game, we're going to our 2nd Super Bowl. Or if Mosley doesn't turn the wrong way on 3rd and 15.
But you know what? Those are out of your control. Getting a quarterback with stability, that's the goal.
And what if Trey Lance is that? And they need to find out.
I'm just saying, it's year 7. We still haven't found it. And I think there's probably frustration within the organization from players and from front office people. Is it going to derail their season? I'm not saying that. But it's something you got to deal with at some point, I think. Or at least it's got to be figured out so it resolves itself.
And that's why you owe it to Lance to see if you got it right to get that stability that you talk about.
Maybe you do. 888-957-9570 is the number. I see one of my most. I see a great caller on the other line. Somebody I enjoy talking to. We'll talk to him on the other side. And it's all brought to you by Chilton Auto Body. And don't forget, this is the game's All-Star Week blowout. Don't go anywhere. Your chance to win incredible prizes coming up at about 1:30 late.
Deebo.
See ya.
no folks that no folks that no folks.
I got thug tears.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, baby, as Bonte would say.
That is a good thing he's got going.
I know.
Baby.
I got to come up with something. I don't have a signature.
Just win, baby.
I don't have a signature call.
Al Davis, dude.
Most people do that are in this business. But then, you know what?
You would be fake if you go get one.
Well, you know why I don't have one?
Because
I'm not a real host.
No.
Real hosts have them.
Hey, go ahead.
I got
said traditional.
This is the big.
He didn't say real.
Yeah, this is the one thing we got to do.
Okay, yeah.
To keep the
I'm
boss
excited.
Happy. Yeah. This is the Game's All-Star Week blowout. We're giving away a great prize every single show, every single day this week. We're going to do it about 1:30, and we're going to ask you a question at 1:30. If you know the answer to the question, it's going to be something about the show. You answer it right, you have a chance to win a great prize. What kind of prize? How about tickets to see Jerry Seinfeld and Jim Gaffigan?
Let's go.
How about an autographed Klay Thompson jersey?
You kidding me?
How about 2 private jiu-jitsu or self-defense lessons courtesy of Evolve Training Center? There's also about 2 other great prizes from the Evolve Training Center.
Damn.
By the way, Barry,
he looks great.
Let me tell you something. You got to know my humor. I was messing
You better
around.
be careful.
He legitimately got his blue belt from the Evolve Training Center.
Dude, he's and he rides bike. He's in phenomenal shape.
I know. By the way, it's a training center, which is different than a fitness center, by the way. Training center. $250 gift card to Alexander Steakhouse, $250 gift card Buon Vino. So 1:30, we're going to do all that, and it's your chance to win.
I got to pick your brain
of great prizes
because those are heavy prizes. We're going to be golfing at the Berkeley Country Club. This will be Goo's first time at a country club. What do I expect? I'm gonna be fancy with my fit, but what do I expect? And tell me about the Berkeley Country Club.
Boy, I played there a long time ago when it wasn't the Berkeley Country Club.
What was it?
It was another course called
Mira Vista.
Mira Vista,
Look at Evan. All right.
And so now it's a country club, so that means
a little
been
uppity.
upgraded.
Yeah.
But it's a great course. It's a great course. And
scenery just immaculate.
Yeah, it's up in the hills.
Oh, no.
Little bit.
By Tilden?
Not by Tilden, but not totally unlike Tilden.
But up in the hills, though.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun.
I gotta beat Bonte.
One of the I don't think you're gonna.
Now see, you're doing that because
he's more clubs than you. I see him. He's kind of working on his game already.
Now, I told you I was with Rutherford Handy yesterday, or I volunteered the information. We swung some clubs. I'm getting with my boy Mike Souza today at Mission Hills, and I'm swinging. You're saying that because he's doing the famous route because he's got them doing.
But I
so
just
you're
know
doubting your partner.
Well, I know you haven't practiced at all.
I just told you.
Right. Tomorrow you're practicing.
Yesterday, too. And I'm practicing today at 4:30. I'm out of here.
So
I'm going to Mission, the golf range at 4:30, and I got the extendos. Mike Souza helping me out. So, but you picked who you pick. It's like the girl choosing the guy. You don't got to tell me why I lost.
Dude, Bonte's been over at the golf spot in Pleasant
Hill. But that
ain't
on the links.
All right.
That ain't on the link. But you got him, huh?
Yes, I'm sorry.
I ain't mad. A little jealous.
It's not a competition.
But it's not like he's out there playing 18.
It's about spending time with the listeners. You think we're really going to be keeping score?
Oh, I am. But it's about the listeners, my boy.
It is bougie, though, Berkeley Country Club.
I can do bougie.
My brother used to play there. It was his home course in high school. He saw like Andre Iguodala there, a lot of other big-name celebrities. So it is a frequented course by a lot of big-name people, including Steiny Guru.
If you have golf at your high school, PSA from the Goo, shout out Willard and his sons, your parents are doing it right. And you're going to a good school. Mm-hmm. If your high school provides golf.
I'm sure Logan's got a great golf team.
I'm so proud of mine. That's why I'm just saying.
How's McClymon's golf team? Is that what you're getting at? How's Oakland Tech's?
I don't know if they have one, and I hadn't heard it, but I'm just saying resources are abundance at schools that have a golf program.
Yeah.
You know what I'm getting at.
Steiny, did you ever try to teach any of your daughters to golf?
Wow, what a great one.
Spadoni, your sense of timing is impeccable, and people are going to think this is a shtick or setup, but it's not. I get home yesterday.
Uh-oh.
I'm like, where's Mary Page? She's going to be a senior in high school. She said, you're not going to believe this. I said, what? She's like, she went golfing with a friend.
You had
like,
to mail.
What? I'm like, she's never golfed in her life. She goes, yeah, I know. I guess she went out and played golf.
So did you ask her how it was?
Yeah.
I'd have been waiting at the front door.
So she gets home at 6, and she's got to go right to soccer practice.
Oh, okay.
So she was in and out. I said, I want to ask you about this golf. She's like, okay, but I got to go.
So you got her into it without trying.
I'm not sure. So we'll see.
Dude, that had to melt your heart.
I felt bad because I took Benny to the driving range a couple weeks ago just to have fun, for Father's Day. And he was hitting some good balls, but then he was getting very frustrated. I posted the video of where he threw the club and was like, I don't like this anymore. So I asked him the other day, we were laying down to go to bed. I was like, hey, buddy, you want to hit the driving range this week? No.
Hey, buddy.
Uh-oh. That's it.
And I'm like, well, why? I was like, I didn't have fun last time. I was like, oh,
look
man.
at
I
Benny.
felt like I failed as a father. And then I was like, it's all right. I'll try again in a few years.
That kid is
That's
so
great.
beautiful.
Let
You
it go
did
for a
not
year,
fail. Dude, have you seen little Benny up close? Yeah, you were at the party with him.
I've met him. Have
Just
you?
as long as they got camera.
Have you
yeah.
ever met him in person?
I'm telling you, I did at the basketball game, but he's so beautiful, Steiny. He don't have to pick the camera. He'll be ready. Jeez. He's the next DiCaprio, man.
See,
good looking dude, man. I know good looks, Steiny, that are gonna, I'm gonna be quiet.
He's got the eyes. He's got the curly hair.
Everything,
he's got it all.
man.
He might not have the height. We'll see just then.
He'll
His baby
be all
sister
right.
might be taller than
Yeah, he'll
him.
be all right.
But he's got the face. He'll be fine.
And if he didn't have the looks, Guru would let him know.
No, because the kids go through their ugly phases. I did it,
Right.
and then you get back. But Benny ain't gonna have that, Steiny.
See,
Your
this
boy's
is
beautiful.
See, this is usually where I come in with a one-liner about kids or a kid or Spadoni's kid.
Our nephew.
I'm not doing it.
Yeah, and you
Spadoni's
shouldn't.
kid is wonderful.
Yeah, your nephew.
Wonderful.
Yeah, Uncle Steiny.
Kid ruined his old man's birthday, though.
He did. He didn't ruin it, but it got off to a rocky start. Clean up on aisle Benny.
Yes, exactly.
My son from the 510 Comcast Business Text line. My son goes to Tex, and they do have a team whose home course is Lake Chabot.
Okay.
Lake Chabot. Now that's dope.
Yeah.
Expose it.
By the way, coming up at noon, we're going to get back into the Warriors a little bit. Talk to Madeline Kenny. She writes for the San Jose Mercury News. She is in Vegas, and she's been tapped into the Chris Paul
She asked
stuff.
the question.
The Mike Dunleavy talked yesterday. First time Mike Dunleavy, the Warriors' new general manager, talked about the trades that the Warriors made with Chris Paul and the acquisition of Corey Joseph. And I listened to the whole Dunleavy interview. I thought he was solid.
Yeah.
And the one thing, I don't know, it's pretty obvious the direction the Warriors have gone. Like, their roster is pretty much set right now.
Oh, there's no doubt. But help me out with the obvious. What direction?
They're going for veteran players who know how to play, or at least have the reputation of knowing how to play, and they're going that direction because they feel like the younger players they had didn't help them last year.
So
like
they had
wanted
a bad
them to.
experience with the younger players.
At least last year they did.
Okay.
Now I think they realized
Porter
that
Jr. Bielitsa, that was perfect.
exactly.
GP2.
Yeah, exactly. So they went from Porter Jr., Peyton II, JTA, and
JTA, who's still out there,
Bielitsa, to Kuminga, Moody. I guess Patrick
JTA is
Baldwin Jr.
available.
Okay.
I'm just asking you think they reunion? Because they got a roster spot open.
Warren Zevon has a song called Sentimental Hygiene.
What a
You want to make a sentimental hire? Go ahead. Go ahead, bring him back. Everybody will feel good about it. Ain't going to be the difference between playoffs and non-playoffs.
Yeah, I don't do drugs. Why?
But yeah, they bring JTA in. I love him. Good vet. But
he'll be no worse than Dre. Excuse me,
Whoa,
Andre Iguodala.
whoa.
Andre
You did it.
Iguodala.
See, you hear what Guru just said? See, now if I'd be like, JTA was not better than Draymond Green. That's who Dre is here. You can't keep doing that.
I was talking Iggy.
No, I know, but you can't keep doing
This
that.
sets you off.
It doesn't
You don't
set
like
me
it.
off.
Well,
it confuses the
but
masses.
you're too smart to know.
Some in the masses, a few in the masses, as we learned yesterday, there's things they don't get.
I still can't get over
There's things they don't understand.
Yeah. The message I got from Draymond's peoples that not he heard us, Wanted him out of town.
And we can talk about this too. I mean, I got so much stuff I want to talk about today. It's unreal.
You got to get it. You're gone.
Yeah, Matthew. That's what my mom used to call me Maddie when she liked me, and Matthew when she was going to give me the belt. Actually, it wasn't the belt. My mom's not.
Didn't Bobo sign with somebody? He's off the market.
I don't know. Matthew, this is interesting. I know, and I kind of I know the right way to play, but that's not going to stop those youngsters from dunking the ball on my head. Ha, ha, ha. I did look at the Warriors roster, and I mean, it is, to me, their lack of athleticism.
Dude, and somebody
is
here goes, Steiny, the
glaring.
510, are they slow?
It's their lack of athleticism, I think, is
I don't like
glaring.
it. Well, you got Kuminga.
That's
got
it.
Moody.
Moody is not an upper-tier NBA athlete.
Now, that's a hell
He's
of a
solid NBA athlete.
And Steiny, there's no, we got to be careful here. There's no shame in solid.
Half.
Because what you're saying first is, damn, Dominique Wilkins. Well,
that's kind of what I'm talking about.
Kuminga's in that tier.
Do the Warriors have Michael Porter Jr.?
No. Well, they do.
Okay.
They got
that's
Kuminga. Yeah.
All right, but Kuminga's not nearly as good. Okay, did they have an Aaron Gordon on the same team?
No.
Well, that's two guys that. So the Denver Nuggets have two guys.
I can't, man.
Who would be two or three of the most athletic guys on the Warriors, and the best player in the game. Like how's that going to work?
For you. I have nothing for you.
Like Brown is a pretty good athlete.
No doubt he is. I would love him on the Warriors.
So they have
a type of player like that on the Warriors.
So
that's what I yearn for. But hey, we forgot Wiggins. I mean, come on, Steiny.
Correct.
All right.
I'll give him.
But is that enough?
I'll give him 3/4.
No, come on, Steiny.
No, I'm talking about
what I'm asking.
I'm talking about guys like throw me a roster, please.
But now it's just about athleticism. It ain't about winning. Because
that's the point.
The Raptors.
Well, that's the point. They cannot find both.
Portland has a bunch of athletes. Houston has a bunch of high flyers. Jalen Green and company.
Do you think Damian Lillard's a great athlete? Right, by NBA standards.
No, yes,
NBA standards.
Yes, he is.
See, I think he kind of was, but I think now he's basically average. Athletically in the highest league.
Oh, okay. All right.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying he's slow. I'm not saying he stinks.
Yeah. But man.
Like, the Warriors, I think, have an athleticism problem. That's all.
Well, they chose to have this or take it on more because of what you just mentioned prior. They chose to. They said bye-bye to the youngsters. And Poole, he wasn't a high flyer, but he could get by you. He was quick. That qualifies.
Now, Jordan Poole,
he was quick, Stoddy.
Like, you just answer me a question. When you go from Jordan Poole to Chris Paul,
oh my gosh,
how much does your athleticism go down?
Like going from Halle Berry to
and you might say, what does that matter?
Roseanne.
Well, that matters.
Yeah,
it matters.
And I like CP3. We'll see what he brings. But
you
and
always like
Bonte were
CP3?
saying something. I'm snitching on you. This is the most excited I've been for a Warriors season because I do not know, yay or nay.
It's going to be incredible. Like, here's the other thing Shasky was saying. We were talking about this with Chris Paul yesterday. Like, okay, Chris Paul. All I've thought about are like basketball stuff with Chris Paul.
Yeah.
If he comes off the bench second year, if he stays, whatever. But like Shasky is
what
like,
does he say?
This guy, Chris Paul, he is going to be a content machine.
Oh, my.
And I got to tell you,
what if
God's honest truth.
And I love our guy, my brother. What if I said that sounds a little like you're not giving CP3 the benefit of the doubt? Because I don't content, good or bad or what?
No, what I'm saying is I don't think of Chris Paul as a content machine.
Well,
why is he a content machine?
Because he's been since the announcement that he was coming here because of the fit and the history. So from that alone, that's content.
No, he's a Well, I think what Shasky's saying is he's watched Chris Paul for 18 years. And Chris Paul is a content machine.
Just
and
regardless.
I'm like, I guess. Like I know he hasn't been able to get over the hump. I know he flops. Yeah. I know he is ahead of the players, he gets injured at tough times. I know all that.
And he'll ask the reporter, "You coaching?"
But I never thought of him as like a great quote or he's not like Barkley or even Draymond.
So do you think Shasky, and I could text him, do you think he meant that it's a bad thing?
No. Well, It can be good or bad.
Okay.
I mean,
or distraction. I didn't just try.
I mean, even if Shasky just meant Chris Paul's going to be a content machine because he's on this team right now, which he probably meant more than me saying 18 years. But I was like, huh? And that's I underestimated. I underread how strong the feelings were about Chris Paul. So now I kind of get it. I guess he will be a content machine because, I mean, everything he does is going to be scrutinized. But
you coaching?
But I just never thought of him, really, believe it or not, as a controversial guy or as a
some started Sunday with that answer, right? So Shafsky for the dub, for the win, because just with his answer to Kendra, that was content.
I'm
just
thinking
with his
more.
answer, Steiny. I'm just. Yeah, it can be bigger, whatever, but that was content. The internet was abuzz when he said, "Are you coaching?"
But, yeah, I guess that's true. I was saying, like, to me, Draymond is content, pretty much. When Draymond says something about somebody or something, it's usually pretty provocative. Like, I've never thought of Chris Paul as that type of quote. Now, if he gets surly with the media here, keeps them on their toes, to me that's a little different, but it's mostly about, boy, he better help the Warriors. You know what I mean?
No
like, he better help.
It.
So
I got him.
But
I don't know. I just feel like, and again, 44 wins, and I'll be a broken record. Wiggins was out, yada, yada, yada. But I feel like this team can win 50 games. Now, that ain't what it's about, though, Jack. What are they going to do in the offs?
See,
That's where I'm at.
And this is where I completely differ. It is about the regular season. They need both. They need 50 wins to win a title.
What's scary about that?
They need a regular
There's no rest,
season.
Donnie, and that scares me. If you say that's how they're going to attack.
They can't just they can't just
no days
sleepwalk.
Off. Yeah,
they can't just sleepwalk and think they're going to get to 50.
Yeah,
they're going to have to work for 50. Yeah. But they need 50.
No.
Or whatever. Whatever gets them to 4 or whatever the number you think it is.
Hey.
But they can't, they have to be conscientious in the regular season.
Okay.
There is, do you disagree with that?
There's no doubt. And now the way that you just said it hit me like some good cologne. Like, they got to exert. There are no days off. They're trying to find out who they are and the seeding. Hey, this is super random, but it's about the Warriors getting to the finals. Denver lost 2 guys, and I want to ask you, do you care? Is it nothing? But to me, Steiny, I don't know the financial aspect of it, but the fact that the Denver Nuggets thought that they could say bye-bye to Green and Brown, to me, now that I know we're not in Denver, I know you're probably going to laugh like, oh, those 2 scrub. Steiny, those were 2 guys that helped the Denver Nugget. I am shocked that both left. No big deal to you at all.
Well,
or you can't keep everybody, Goo.
You can't keep everybody in this day and age.
I think those
you
were
literally almost
like Brown
can't
was
keep
a big loss to Denver.
What was he, 7th man?
Yeah, but he was
7th man.
All right.
See, this is where I would come back with you with, I get it, Goo. I get it. Okay, Bruce Brown. It's about dudes. This league's about dudes.
Yeah,
it ain't about Bruce Brown.
But it is. But it's also about
Jokic
Lonnie Walker
and Jamal Murray
when he had his moment.
Okay, that's one game.
Christian Braun
Did
with
the Denver Nuggets
Denver
not win it without Bruce Brown last year? Because I don't think he was as important to the Denver Nuggets as like Jordan Poole was last year.
Well, you know what? I'm going to keep it so real. They want it kind of going away, and I know Miami was. So to answer to your question is
I'm not saying it's not going to be a
won.
loss.
But he was a player.
Well, can't keep everybody.
I got you. And that is true.
Goo, how can Poole be so athletic when he wears church shoes?
I wonder why nobody asked him about his balance as he was on his way out of here. Hey, Jordan, why were you on the ground so much? But the great Jim Barnett gave me the best answer. Guru, Jordan Poole throws the ball ahead of himself like a dog. He didn't mention this part. A dog in the park chasing the ball. So the ball's not always in Poole's hand.
Wait, who said this?
Jim Barnett.
Wow.
He throws the ball ahead. He throws the ball ahead. So that gives you time to where it's not in your hand like a yo-yo to slip, stumble, fumble.
Okay. Hey, you know what? How about this? Because I think Dub Nation is with us on this one. And I'm ready to go there too. we should have some fun with Jordan Poole, and that every time his name comes up, you play the back to Wiggins.
Let's do it right now.
It doesn't matter anymore.
No, it's over.
We know everything that happened. He's in D.C.
I'm with you.
So
it's like a breakup.
That was my fault. I brought up the text about Jordan Poole.
But I've been with you 5 years. Steiny, it might be 6 years. We've never had a subject. Shh, you can't. It naturally came up. Yeah. So you didn't come in here, let me break off this,
You know the boss, though. He listens to what he wants to hear.
I called him yesterday.
Back to Wiggins.
I gave him a ring. Then we had some other stuff to talk about.
You're so. Why are you afraid? Why are you afraid?
What about talking to the boss?
What are you
equated to afraid?
Why are you afraid
timid?
To be at odds with the boss?
Why? Because I need my check, one. But two, what made you just default to afraid? We were talking about kites.
I don't know. Messing around.
Yeah. I'm going to miss you.
Okay.
So much I'm running you out of town.
We'll play that cut on the other side. Steiny, you didn't sound like you didn't watch Denver. Of course I watched Denver, and Bruce Brown's a good player.
No, you did.
But it's like the Warriors. They got Jokic, who's a max guy. They got Murray, who makes 48. They got whatever. They got Gordon, and they got Porter. They had to let Bruce Brown go. I'm not saying he's not a good player. Okay. I'm not. Okay. Then they're not going to win it next year because they lost
I'm not
Bruce
saying
Brown.
that. But
I know you're not.
The Warriors had something that was
nuance. Nuance.
That was of substance to him in Poole, but because of how stuff happened personality-wise, he's somewhere else where I believe he would still be here had everything been the Poole on the same page.
Back to Wiggins.
Yeah, they were forced to do that.
Back to Wiggins.
Denver said
back to Wiggins.
Denver said night-night
back
to Brown,
to Wiggins.
and we love you.
Back to Wiggins.
And Jeff Green.
Back to Wiggins. 510 and 707. Bruce Brown changed their team. He was their third best player all year.
I'm just saying, man.
Bruce Brown was their sixth man. Okay. You know what? Okay.
And you didn't disrespect him.
No. I'll reassess. Here's what I would say. I'll use the guru argument. Bruce Brown was such a big part of the Denver Nuggets. They said deuces.
Well, that was a case.
So he's so important. So Mike Malone and the Denver Nuggets are so dumb. They knew they just could let their play. Come on, people. I'm not saying he's not a good player. We're talking about the league's the league, the NBA is about dudes. It's about Steph Curry and Jokic. It's not about Bruce Brown and Corey Joseph,
who we have hardly even mentioned.
Thank you. 510. Yeah, no, you can't pay everybody. Joe Lacob's finding that out. See, if you're a Warrior fan, you'd probably get it. All right. It is All-Star Week blowout, giving away prizes every show, and that's coming at 1:30. We also have Madeline Kenny, San Jose Sports, San Jose Mercury News Sports. She's joining us at noon. She's in Vegas with you know what? I'll say it. She's embedded with the Golden State Warriors, along with other beat members. It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromise. Back to Wiggins.
man. Love them waves, man. Good night.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Coming up in a half hour, Madeline Kenny, San Jose Mercury News. She covers the Golden State Warriors. She's in L.A. She talked to Mike Dunleavy Jr. yesterday. She talked to Chris Paul over the weekend, and she is locked into what is going on down in Vegas, which is where Golden State News is absolutely happening. And don't forget, in a couple hours, we're going to do the rest of our All-Star Week blowout, or at least through Tuesday. Every single show this week is giving away a prize, one a day, every show. 15 total prizes in all. We're going to do that at 1:30. You got a chance to win Jerry Seinfeld, Jim Gaffigan tickets, an autographed Klay Thompson jersey, round of golf with a host at the Berkeley Country Club. You get another prize, ticket to Warriors game this year. We got all kinds of certificates and what do they call, vouchers, gift cards to the Evolve Training Center. They're doing big things on the peninsula, and we've also got $250 gift card to Alexander Steakhouse and also Buon Vino.
Let's go.
1:30. We're gonna ask you a question about the show, and if you get it right, you get to pick an envelope, and then we'll open up your prize.
And our lovely young lady won yesterday, so we're 1 for 1 on this show. Nobody's missed yet, Steiny.
That's correct.
Batting 1,000.
That's correct. What did I want to...
you were going to come at me for something.
That's
well, you know what? That's
me. When is the last time, the day before I left for a vacation,
my guy
I ever came at you?
My buddy Goldie and his little daughter Charlotte are listening, and he texts me because your co-host is in a great mood. I was like, he's on vacay. Yeah.
Not yet. But one thing I am going to do, Goo, I'm off. I never do this, but I'm not going to be looking at the text line or the YouTube chat. I'm still here.
You're addicted, pal.
It's
okay.
I'm actually
here for you.
No, you know why? Because I just realized that
it's okay.
The guys on the YouTube chat,
gals too,
Uncle Looney, full on Jeff. I'm not doing a show for them. I'm not doing a show with them. They are trolling me, so now they must be ignored.
You know what conversation. I mean? Why do you take it trolling?
No, it's not.
Because they feel like you were trolling them with the Curry take, and it went over their heads.
They're demeaning me. They're demeaning me. They're cyberbullying. Yeah, and so rather than kick them off, which I should do because their tone is just awful, I'm just not going to look. Just not going to look. I had something. You know what? You have my sources say you might have a gripe today.
Oh, dude, Steiny, this is I just need you to understand me when I let
you
it out.
You want to do it now?
I'm ready.
Half hour, we got Madeline Kenny, San Jose Mercury News.
It's time for Guru's Great.
The chef.
Fire away, Guru.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore.
You're starting to
I need you to meet me halfway, Steiny.
I want to
please
so
don't
bad
make me
today.
angry, pal. You wouldn't like me when I'm angry. King Kong ain't got on me.
It's time for Guru's Crops.
Mother sucker.
I really believe you know me, but you think my personality is all about the glitz, the glamour, the Cadillacs. But Steiny, you know I'm a nerd at heart. You know the little things in sports mean a lot to me. The All-Star game is tonight in Seattle. I fell in love with it as a young kid. And let me tell you why. It was an episode of one of my favorite shows, The Super Friends, because you got all 30 teams represented, and all 30 teams are going to show you that expensive stitching on the numbers and the jerseys and the Orioles, the Giants. Every team in the league was repped with their jersey, which is, if you had that merchandise in your hand, look at any sport league, NHL, MLB, NBA. There's nothing more sacred than the work that has gone into making and creating these jerseys. But tonight, Major League Baseball will be back in these hideous uniforms that are not marketing the sport, and all these 30 beautiful jerseys to Kelly Green A's. So I'm already ripped off from being able to see that part of the All-Star game that drew me in as a young kid. And I'm salivating right now thinking about it. And last night, you're not going to believe me. The great, let me get it right, Gabe Locke from the USA Today wrote an article about how this will be the third year that Major League Baseball will not be doing this and how this hurt me. Players are torn. It's 50-50 on repping your team at the game or wearing this slander of a uniform tonight. So I just want to take this time, and I have, to let you know I'm going to have to pour something, a beverage, to get through tonight's game when the guys won't be repping their uni.
So you're telling me that half the players say, I'd like to wear our individual team uniforms, and half the players are saying, no, I'd rather have the National League uniform or the American League uniform.
It hurts me.
Well, sounds to me like that's a no-win.
But forget them. No. This could be a mandate from the league to show your uniforms.
Just know that
Cal Ripken used to have his.
Right, and just know.
Yes.
Just
Roberto
know.
Clemente.
That's all great.
Willie
That's all
Mays.
great, old-timer.
Cheater.
That's all great, old-timer. But guess what?
That bothers me.
As strong as you feel about this, half of my All-Stars disagree with you.
Because they don't care about the tradition.
I think you're speaking for them. I don't think you know that. I don't think you know that.
It ain't about them. Can you meet me? Do you understand, though? It's not. I agree.
Yes, I do understand, and I would rather have.
What do they do? Just to sell a new jersey at MLB.com?
That's right. That's right.
Are we all about money in this society? Is it all about the green guy? And tell me, I should already know.
You should. Sometimes we have to tell you stuff way more than once. Of course it is. And I guarantee you those American and National League uniforms and hats are selling like hotcakes.
Have you seen anybody wear them?
Well, first of all, not everybody's got the same taste. For everybody who hates them, maybe there are people that love them.
But it's about the dollar, though. This is a spectacle where Cal Ripken and his white Orioles, if they were home, American League.
It's about honoring the history of our league.
This is how you do it.
And the foundation of American League and National League.
This is where you and I are just so different.
Well, we're not really. I just don't feel as strongly as you about it.
Well, I'm kind of with Goo. It's like, well, I
am too.
You basically got rid of the interleague. Everyone plays each other now anyway, so what's the importance of a league? And you also got rid of, or at least trim the amount of divisional games that you play against each other. So you're essentially saying everyone's in the big melting pot together, and yet you still have two uniforms.
I hear you.
Goodness.
I hear you. Maybe
so you understand it, though. Yeah.
No, I'd rather have them in their individual uniforms also.
It's just
absolutely,
fail,
positively.
Man. I don't. But they had them yesterday for the home run derby. Did you watch any of it? A lot of my friends were not tuned in. I'm lightweight hurt.
Well, now this one, I know
we got to bring this up.
I know this is going to sound a little backwards. But I did not, like you said, you like the home run derby more in the game now. Or you were more interested in watching the derby last night than the game tonight, right?
No, that was Evan.
Oh, yeah, I was. Okay, you. So
because he had a line of the year we're about to bring up in a minute after you get done.
No, what was it? I forget.
About
the home
run
that was
derby.
The Steph Curry
I remember
fans
at Wrigley Field next Ernie Banks, when it was just one-on-one home run derby way back in the day. He said, they don't let you see these majestic home runs land. And they're just 4 home runs. And what are we doing? All this tech. Evan, can you break that down?
He's absolutely right, but I'm going to give him the floor.
Yeah.
Well, essentially, it's like you got a machine gun at this point, putting home run balls into every which way. And the only time we actually get to know how far they've gone is when they put a home run, like the distance number up on the screen, 3 home runs after it happened. And so I'm saying, oh, wow, that's incredible. Luis Robert just hit a 475-foot home run. I kind of forget which one that was.
See, can we see it land? Oh, my God, it hit the Coke bottle.
You know how you sometimes say, meet me halfway?
Yeah.
I'll meet you guys all the way and then some.
Look at my guy.
On this. I'm really surprised baseball's got this one so wrong.
That's big from you.
So here's my point of view, and I think you're going to agree. The home run has, nobody cares in a way about when it comes off the bat.
It's weird.
You want to see Where does it go?
Yes.
How close to the glove in left field did that tape measure home run go at Oracle Park?
Man.
All right. At Veteran Stadium, I believe, or Three Rivers.
I'm picturing it right now.
The third deck, the seats would be like yellow, but there'd be one seat that's a different color, and it's where somebody
Stargell hit a ball.
Thank you.
No, they have that.
Thank you. So at Veteran Stadium, they had a fake, not a fake, but a Liberty Bell. What's it called? A simulator, whatever, a Liberty Bell, a little model. And I remember hearing, I think Greg Luzinski hit a ball off the Liberty Bell.
Luzinski.
And you get to the stadium and you look and you're like, there is no way. But it goes back to our childhood playing wiffle ball. Like, could I hit a ball onto the Bavers, our neighbors, right field porch with the lattice underneath it?
You're about to make me tear up, man.
I can tell you for a fact, for 3 summers in a row, we would go to the Jersey Shore and play wiffle ball, and we had this field set up where my brother claimed that he hit a ball over the chimney of the house across the street that was in right field. And I still, to this day, I'm like, you never did that. It was too far. And he's like, I'm telling you, I did it. That's what needs to be shown. Even if it's a ball banging off seats, the kids chasing it down. Kudos to both you guys. Yeah. You're absolutely right.
You speak it to me. And Evan, you can let me know if I'm wrong. But the home run derby has turned into the NCAA tournament. Like there's too many players now. So that's why we get ripped off from seeing where the ball lands, because it's like a production thing. Let's see the essence of where the ball lands.
No doubt.
No, I'm with you. I mean, the one thing I do think they get right is that the star players, the powerful players, all perform in the home run derby. Like, you're seeing the best hitters go out there and swing as hard as they can. You're just not getting to see where every single ball that they hit lands.
Yeah.
Man, oh boy, you guys hit that out the park.
I mean, like, how about when a home run ball hits the foul pole to win a game? Like, that's part of it. Yeah. It hit the foul pole. That means it almost was foul. Like, that's important. Like, I don't know. I'm totally with you. You know what? We should end the show.
Yeah,
everybody in agreement.
But that never happens.
Let's go to Xavier in Berkeley. Let's talk a little All-Star game. What's up, Xavier?
Hey, what's up, guys? Just want to start off by saying I love and enjoy the show.
Thank you.
But what's it called? I got a little thing with Goo. You know, this is the second time I heard you talking about sipping on one, buddy. You know, you got to watch that diet, my guy.
Yeah, but listen. Listen. I love you because you're the diet police. But as you gain and you gain these principles that I'll keep for life, you can now treat yourself in moderation because you know it's about moderation.
Oh, okay. Well, to end this, all I got to say is back to JP.
Oh, I got you. Thank you, Xavier. Bye-bye.
Oh, back to you.
Bye.
And somebody was mad we left Peyton the second off of the athleticism.
I'll give him, I'll give him a half now.
Half for what?
He's got to prove he's athletic anymore. He was not athletic last year.
Okay, but
not athletic last year.
I'm going all healthy.
Well, I'm just saying
that dude's body.
He might be the world's most athletic power forward.
Hey,
boy,
how's the how's the movie?
Oh, Attica.
Yeah,
it's on Hulu. But I was with Handy and the guys. I had prior engagements. And we're going to talk about the gifts I came in.
No, we'll talk about those now.
Okay. All right.
And let me just go ahead. You could lay out right now.
You know, because I am this.
If you could
with
lay
the
out
soda diet, I'm getting more energy and I'm stepping on you more.
Yeah,
I
know.
I couldn't let Bonte get a word in on our little video.
Great call, Spadone.
Yeah.
Right. If you're not on YouTube now, great. Thank you, Spadone. It's a great visual.
You guys are the best, boy. I'm going to take a playoff.
I have to go back to the YouTube.
Yeah, I'm going to take a playoff.
The
Hit
YouTube
that back button.
channel. So Guru's got a friend. Whoop, Phil Handy works for the Lakers, right?
Yep. I'm a Dodger fan.
So Phil Handy gave Guru a nice, we call them pieces, a nice.
Because you recognize
Lakers
pieces.
I do.
Yeah.
NBA type pieces, absolutely. So if you're not on YouTube, get on there now. I'm going to hold up this thing. So Phil Handy gives Guru this item. And I got to tell you, I don't know that I would have given this one to anybody.
It's incredible.
But Guru is more generous than me, and he's more giving than me, and he has given this to Joe Spadoni, who is a big-time Laker fan, and I just think this thing's pretty cool.
They wear it. Mohegan goes. They wear it on the sideline.
I'm holding it up.
That's clean.
And you know what? It's got the 7. Look at that. It's Lakers.
Clean.
Los Angeles Lakers. It's got an old school Lakers logo. Look at the side. 75th anniversary.
That's
it's a
clean.
pullover. You know, the one thing I will, and there's the NBA logo. Oh, man.
That's nice.
Hey, Goo. What did I say? You said, look what I got for Spadoni. And I said, let me be there when you give it to him. It's really a cool gift.
And then Evan got the All-Star, the black one. Did Evan show you his swag?
He gave Evan a really nice
And I had one for
t-shirt.
you, but I knew you wouldn't wear it.
No.
Because I know you have,
No.
You ain't in that club.
Well, no, I would wear it.
Oh.
But I just, you don't need to worry about me.
Well, you got something coming then.
No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
I got a trunk full.
He give you a box?
He gave to Rutherford, didn't I give it? You know how that goes, yeah.
Oh, so in other words, you got your share.
Is it the hand-me-downs?
No. So it's like the old.
Look how you guys
like
make
the old
good story into what?
It's the why can't I think of the? I can't believe
nobody got to it before I.
It's like the band song, the night they drove Old Dixie down. Guru, you take what you need and you leave the rest. So you took what you needed.
No, if that's what you end up getting, hey. But listen, Attica's on Hulu.
Good job.
You had a tweeter.
Oh,
a young lady reached out to you. What was her name?
Shenanigans.
Oh, on Twitter. Yeah. People don't like government names.
No, it's not Twitter. I'm not on Twitter.
She sent you a print screen of Attica and 8 options of what to watch it in on what service. I got a headache from looking at it. It's on Hulu.
Okay.
Evan figured it out for me. I'm going to fire it up tonight.
Yeah, you should. This would be one of those things. I'm actually kind of surprised you haven't seen it. It's right up your alley.
But I've seen the movie like that 50 times. There's been 50 movies of.
This one's going to be. This is real. This one's going to tug at the strings. It really is.
Yeah. So when you get back, I'll tell Evan how it was because we got 3 days together. But I'll give you mine.
How's that going to go, you think?
It's already gone. We did a week without you, buddy. And Friday, I'm going to be in your seat. He'll drive tomorrow on Thursday just to throw a little cream.
That's cool. Mm-hmm. Oh, by the way,
take that for data.
Before I turned off the text line, well, not the text line. The text line's still alive, but the YouTube chat. Before I turned it off, people are a little concerned. They think you're wearing a Portland Trailblazers shirt on the YouTube.
This is a handy also shirt. So could you tell them what it says?
But the color, I can't right now.
It's a
stand up. Believe in yourself. Hoop Code Basketball that's a handy shirt. That is not NBA.
Yeah,
it's Nike. Don't get me wrong, but it's not official NBA gear. But it's.
Yeah,
I'm not saying it. I'm not saying it ain't nice.
Yeah,
it's nice. But people are saying you're caping now for Portland.
No, never. And what about what we talked about?
Of course not.
When you have a breakup, you don't want it to be messy. Why is everything happening with this Dame situation on both sides playing out in the media? I'm telling you, Steiny, when I got the news, the Blazers may not trade Dame for months,
right?
Then it ain't a good relationship as we were told that it was between the two. I don't like it. That's messy and it's not fair to anybody. Just get this thing.
Well, it's fair to the Portland Trailblazers and their fans.
But must you now, please explain.
Damian Lillard said, I want to leave Portland. The team said, we will try to accommodate you.
So all good in the hood right now.
We're not going to be put on a timeline. That's not fair to our franchise and our fans. Now, maybe Lillard's like Steph, and they're more Lillard fans than Blazer fans. But if I were a Portland Trailblazers fan, and I heard my GM come out and say, yeah, this thing might take a couple months, I'm like, good job, Joe Cronin.
But you're posturing, though. You're saying that for a reason.
You're also...
Why is it out, though? Why Dame in Miami? Why do we know that? All that should be...
That's the point. He ain't just going to You think it's in the Portland Trailblazers' best interest to make a move?
Hell no.
Quickly.
No.
Then what are you
Why not just hold on to that info if that's how you guys feel as an organization?
Because it's not, to me, it's not a big deal.
It's a downer, though.
He's stating something that everybody should know. If everybody, again, let's go not A to B, A to C. You're not just going to – it's not fair. He just deals with Miami.
And
so
I'm saying, Stoney, all breakups are not messy. Somebody like Guru, no, they're not. Some are just like, you know what? We grew apart. I'm going my way, and, let's they're not all messy, and you know that.
I don't know that this is messy right now.
I think it's playing out in the public forum, and it's messy.
But okay, it's messy, but and I don't mean that. So what? So what if it's messy? He made it messy first.
And I'm telling you,
seriously, he asked for a trade. It's like, well, what are you supposed to do? He can't hold the franchise hostage.
No, he can't.
He can't, and he can't make my team say, I'm only going to Miami. So it's like, right now, it's like, wait a minute, nobody wants him other than Miami, and Miami's offering crap. So you know what?
Yeah.
We'll table it for a while.
But
we'll
as a fan, I'm rooting for Dame, and I'm happy about his next location, hopefully. So as a fan, Stoney, this personal reasons, I was just soured that if that's true, damn, I thought something was on the horizon and it was going to happen. I
think less is on the horizon now than will ever be on the horizon.
That day he made that announcement, I don't know why. I thought, the 24-second shot clock is about to go off. He wants to get traded. Here we come. And, it was free agency, but nada. Daniel would like to know, Steiny, he just hopped on Cardenas. Steiny, where you going for vacay? Set it up real quick.
I'm going to Reno and Tahoe.
No.
Well, you look puzzled. I thought I told you already.
I thought it was one locale. Why Reno and Tahoe?
I'm staying in Reno tonight, tomorrow, and Thursday.
Oh, this is pre-trip.
And then I'm going
pre-golf tournament
to stay at a house
resort
on a golf course. Okay. Saturday.
Just get the dub, man.
Friday, Saturday.
So you got your clubs in the trunk too?
Yep. Yeah.
What set you play with? What's the name of the club?
You know what's weird?
Are they Callaway?
Pretty sure they're TaylorMades.
Oh.
They're good.
Yeah.
They're not great. They're good. Let's go to Yogi real quick. Yogi's in the Bay. Hey, Yogi, how you doing?
Yo, Steiny, man. What's up, man? We got to talk about Chris Paul, man. I'm kind of tired of hearing you talk about Chris Paul, but I need to talk to you about it personally because it's getting ridiculous.
Well, Chris Paul still has some leg room to work with, not Jordan Poole.
Back to Wiggins.
All right, go ahead.
He got some leg room on our bench to just coach, that's for sure. He's not going to do much on the court but complain. This is a manipulation move, a chess move for Chris Paul. He's going to stick with us and ruin our whole culture for half the year and then get asked to get traded, and then we're going to be screwed.
You think so?
I mean, do you think Chris Paul? Did you see his interview when he asked about the starting lineup?
Well, you know,
very interesting, very worrisome.
No, hey Yogi, you know what's funny is yes, I thought it was worrisome too. What do you say to the other half of Warrior fans who say you guys are making a big deal out of nothing?
Have you watched Chris Paul's career? Him and Kerr are going to blend. Him and Kerr, Draymond, too many cooks in one kitchen, man.
Hey Yogi, I'd say that's a hot take. Oh, yeah. He said Chris Paul sabotages the season and gets traded at the deadline. Now, that's a hot take.
Well, I'm going to do this.
Yogi.
I'm getting out the vehicle, and Yogi, I need your ID. I'm the fan police. You have a problem with Chris Paul already, even if he didn't come to town.
Is that what you're saying?
18 years. How long Chris Paul been in the league?
I think 18 years.
So why would you diss him and say,
who?
Chris Paul, that he's coming to poison?
I didn't say
No,
it.
not you, Yogi. But yeah, that's what Yogi don't like CP3, and there are people out. But to say that's what he's doing to get traded.
But why would you not acknowledge that a lot of people may think that?
Yeah, that's
fan
short for fanatic. But it's not
unfair to think it.
Yeah, but when you assassinate somebody's character or personality,
I don't think he did that.
And I've done it. That's where you're going too far, and I need to see your ID.
Sabotage is a strong word. I probably would not have gone that far.
Put your hands up.
But bringing Chris Paul into the Golden State Warriors, we got to go.
Yeah.
Bringing Chris Paul into the Golden State Warriors does have some risk. Put the rat on the table.
Brought to you by Atco Pest Control, mosquitoes and
mosquitoes and what? Mosquitoes and rats.
Spiders.
Yeah. Hey, Madeline Kenny, San Jose Mercury News Sports. She covers the Golden State Warriors. She is in Vegas. She's joining us on the other side on 95.7 The Game. And don't forget, it is our All-Star Week prize blowout. I'll tell you how to win a Klay Thompson autographed jersey on the other side.
Bye-bye.
I think since they're all fierce competitors, they're going to have to learn to do what it'll take to win, and how that lineup might shake out will be definitely something to watch going into training camp.
Maddie, speaking of something to watch, I know a lot of news, and rightfully so, was about Draymond and when he was going to sign, if he was going to sign. He did that. Poole's gone at a new location. CP3 is here. And I'm watching Summer League. You guys are doing a great job. And I see Popovich, the announcement, he's got 5 more years. And it got me to thinking, Maddie, about Steve Curry and his situation. And I'm telling my partner here, I think any day we're going to hear something with Kerr. Can you share with us your thoughts just on that subject matter? And if you expect anything done before the season starts, or would he actually go through the whole season without a contract or on his last year?
Yeah, I don't know if something will necessarily be done before the start of this season, but that's definitely another storyline to watch heading into training camp. I think the big thing is it might be, a wait and see kind of situation, and wanting to just kind of see how the season plays out. Steve's obviously been with the Warriors for a long time now. He's won 4 titles with them. I feel like it would be an obvious decision to want to bring him back. It's a question of whether he wants to be back. And, when he was asked at the end of last season about his situation, he kind of brushed it off and said, the focus is, on what Bob Myers is going to do and what Draymond's going to do. And so now that both of those things have settled, Steve is the next main priority.
You're listening to, I want to get your title right, Madeline, because I know I didn't get it right the first time. Madeline Kenny, Bay Area News Group Warriors reporter. She's down in L.A. I'm butchering everything. Las Vegas, she's with the Golden State Warriors. I was, let me just ask you this, and I'm not going to hold you to it, but what's your gut say? Is Chris Paul going to end up coming off the bench?
My gut is saying, and looking at the Warriors as they are, bringing back all 5 main starters of last season, there's a scenario where you could see, Steph and Paul being in the guard spots, maybe moving Clay to the 3, Wiggins to the 4, Draymond to the 5. They've ran that small ball lineup with Jordan Poole in past seasons and have had some success with it, but it'd be hard to start that lineup that small every single game. So I think eventually something's going to have to give. And so I think it's definitely a possibility that we could see Chris Paul, coming off the bench for the first time of his career in his 19th season.
Maddie, if I hear a second apron again, or the Warriors are over the tags or whatnot, my head's going to explode. But with that, and we were kind of just tossing it around, the roster construction, do you think this is the Warriors roster as is, or could you see it an addition?
Yeah, I think they'll probably want to round it out with at least one more versatile wing, or maybe a little bit of front court depth. But other than that, I think this is the team that is going to be around heading into next season. Dunleavy said yesterday that he really likes the makeup of this team. He feels really good about it. He thinks that this is a team. When he was asked specifically about whether he thinks it's a contending team, he said he thinks it could be, so there's a lot of optimism around it. I think the biggest thing that we've noticed, or what their main goal of the offseason has been, is to get veteran, high IQ players who don't make a lot of mistakes on this roster, players that Steve Kerr can trust to put out there. Because I think that was kind of the issue last season with just young players. If you're a lottery pick and you're going to a team that's rebuilding, you have so much opportunity to play through mistakes, and to the leash, I guess, so to speak, is longer there, right? But when you're on a team that's contending for titles and is trying to maximize Steph Curry's prime, you don't get to play through those mistakes, and that can be really hard for some players, especially young players. When you talk about egos and confidence, and so I think the way that the roster is right now, it'll be really interesting to see whether it all works out. But the Warriors are feeling pretty good about the situation they're in as of this moment.
Madeline Kenny joining us. She's Bay Area News Group's Warriors reporter on 95.7 The Game. We're talking about the Golden State Warriors. I think you're obviously absolutely right. They've added some experience and some know-how and some IQ. They have enough athleticism?
That's a really good question. I think as of now, yes. But the big concern that I kind of have with this team is that it is a lot of older players, and so you worry about durability, right? Because even last season, Steph was out for two chunks of the year because of injury, and Clay and Jordan were the two that really stepped up. And I think sometimes people lose sight of that, how much of an impact Jordan had when Steph was unavailable. You talk about Draymond Green, he's dealt with injuries in the past. He played a lot of games last season, and he played through a lot of pain. But he was also on a contract season, so he wanted to, prove and help his market value. And even, Clay, he came back from those two major injuries. Load management is a word that's often thrown around, obviously, and Chris Paul's 38. And so I think you do worry about just the availability of these guys, and I think Rick Celebrini is going to have his work cut out for him this season.
Let me ask you about the two rookies. I'm two for one here. How's Pajinski looked from the University of Santa Clara? And I'm not, Maddie, concerned, but I'm disappointed that Davis hasn't seen the floor.
Yeah, Tracy's still dealing with that hamstring injury. I know that he was targeting one of these last final summer league games to hopefully make a debut and get on the floor. He has been working out with coaches, doing some side work during practices and stuff. The Warriors have practiced today in a little bit, and so we'll probably get an update on him to see where he's at. So it's definitely been disappointing. You never want to see a rookie get injured or be unable to play in summer league. It's so important for these guys, just, development, learning the system, getting reps in. That's what summer league's all about. So hopefully he'll be able to get on the floor soon. As for Brandon Pajinski, he's had an up and down summer league, I would say. He's had some really great moments. I know the Warriors are still really high on him, and they're really confident with his playmaking abilities, his decision-making. They love his ability to rebound. Shots haven't fallen for him, but that Dunleavy said yesterday that that's not really a concern. They still have a lot of confidence of him as a shooter. And so, if you're going to miss shots, do it in summer league, not the regular season, right? So
right.
I think that there's, a lot of optimism with these guys. Now, how much of an impact Brandon's going to have on this season, that has yet to be seen. Obviously, especially with the Warriors going out and getting Corey Joseph, again, another veteran guy that Steve Kerr can trust and kind of lean on with that second unit. But I think overall, it's you see the progress, you see the strides with him.
Madeline Kenny joining us on 95.7 The Game. She covers the Golden State Warriors for Bay Area News Group. The one thing I always find interesting about mid-July, let's say, is you take a look at the Golden State Warriors roster and, okay, Steph Curry. Well, I know Steph's in Vegas because I just saw him on TV with Chris Paul, and I'm sure he goes down there for a few days. He's working out down there. Okay, that's what Chris Paul and Curry are kind of doing. I've seen some workout videos with Jonathan Kuminga, and I just happened to notice that he did it at St. John's in New York. I don't know why he was there, but it looks like Jonathan Kuminga's working out, on his own or with his team or whatever. But I'm and Draymond Green. We know he went to France with LeBron James. Have we heard it all, or do we know anything about Wiggins and Clay this summer? Like, just what they've been up to, and it's not even an ulterior motive. Just do we know how they're spending their summer?
Not really, other than whatever they put on social media, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, for Wiggins, that's not a lot. I know he's been posting about his camp up in Toronto, but Klay Thompson, I think he's in a better position this offseason than he was last season, even though he was riding the high of the championship. He talked a lot in training camp last year and even heading into the season, just that mental hurdle that he was trying to get over and playing 5-on-5. I'm sure he's in a lot better mental space this offseason and feels more comfortable to be doing that. But those are definitely guys that we'll be checking in on, in the coming weeks or so. Kuminga has also been here in Vegas. Moses Moody's made an appearance. Saw Gary Payton II here. I think, during this week and a half, this 10 days of Summer League, I believe it is, a lot of guys kind of drop in here and there. And I think that's kind of cool for a lot of the guys on the Summer League team, right? I know Pajemski stayed after practice the other day to watch Chris Paul and Steph Curry work out together.
Maddie, I need your help. My partner always teases me because he says I get excited over everything. But I got a new fave on the Warriors, and his name is Lester Quinones. I just love his game, his motor, do I need to slow my roll in regard to assuming that he'll be on the big club? What are his chances on kind of carving out a niche on this team?
Yeah, I think a lot of people have compared him to like a Jordan Poole kind of player.
I did that.
I think that he's definitely a front runner for at least a two-way roster spot, right? And he ended the season on one last season. I know the Warriors were really happy to see his progress over the last season. His decision-making has improved and just his overall confidence. And he's been really challenged during this summer league to just step up and be a leader for a lot of these rookies and a lot of these new faces with the Warriors organization. And he's stepped up to the challenge, and he's done a really good job. He's been probably the Warriors' steadiest player throughout the summer league process. And so I know a lot of people are really high on him. They really like, just his game and his confidence and everything that he does.
You know what? I'm going to throw you a little curveball here because it was just something that I find interesting and right now I don't think it's either good or bad, but maybe you can get your perspective on it. So Nick Uran has been with the Warriors for 9 years, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, and I'm kind of setting it up, and he's obviously been focused on the Warriors in the NBA, and he just got hired to be the general manager of the Phoenix Mercury of the WNBA. Mm-hmm. And I find this interesting because my first question is, what does he know about women's basketball? Like, there's a lot of information out there. To focus on the NBA, that takes up a lot of your brain energy. It's like, I'm not saying he doesn't, but what do you think about that?
Yeah, I think obviously the NBA season or schedule is never ending, right? Except for the little bit of dead time that you have between July and August, which is, kind of peak WNBA time. But I don't really know his background in women's basketball necessarily and how close he's followed it, but I do know that he is from Phoenix originally, so he kind of gets to go back home. And at the end of the day, it is just basketball, right? And so if you have the ability to identify talented players, whether that's men's or women's games, like that is a skill to have. And I know that he was really well respected in the Warriors, and people trusted his opinions and suggestions and all of that. And so I think this is a great opportunity for him. It's a step up. Being a general manager of any professional basketball team, it is an accomplished honor, and I'm sure he's excited for the opportunity to get going. Phoenix Mercury will have a lot of decisions to make this off season, and it'll be really awesome to see how it all plays out for him.
Maddie, I was going to ask you, I know your job is to be around the team and cover it and break the news, but I got to tell you, while all this stuff was going on with Jordan Poole and CP3, Jonathan Kuminga, this is a big year for him. Can you share with us if you ever, went to bed thinking, you know what, I think he might get traded? Did those thoughts ever creep into your mind this offseason? Because they did for me.
Yeah. I mean, I think that obviously, I think everyone thought it was a possibility. I don't think anyone was necessarily safe other than Steph Curry heading into this offseason when a lot of decisions had to be made. And so I know that there's still there still is confidence with Kuminga and what he can do, and he has not nearly reached the ceiling that he has and the potential that he has. He made strides last season, and I think the hardest thing, for him was he had a bigger role when Andrew Wiggins was gone and when Gary Payton was coming back from his core injury and stuff. And then at the playoffs, you have Wiggins back, you have Gary playing, and that kind of pushed him back out of the rotation. And that can be really hard for a young player, especially a player that has extreme confidence in their abilities and wants to be out on the floor. And so I know he's working hard this offseason. There's certain areas of his game that, he needs to improve on and be more consistent with. And I think that those are kind of things that he's working on over the next few months.
Madeline, thank you so much for joining us. Thanks. And remember to put on sunscreen.
Oh, of course. I'm a big SPF girl, so
nice.
No sunscreen for me.
Nice. Well done. Thank you for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, guys.
All right. That's Madeline Kenny.
I like her.
Warriors, Bay Area News Group Warriors reporter.
You coaching?
That is fun. It gets better with time.
So,
where you go?
Yeah.
You're on vacation.
Let me be clear here. I just have I have a million questions about this Nick Uren thing. It's got nothing to do with the Warriors. I just really do. I think it's fascinating. Steiny, what's fascinating? So,
share with them my question to you when you're done.
I don't
That I asked you in the
remember
green room about this.
I don't remember.
Like, couldn't we technically lose the word woman's and take that out of this equation and just say it's basketball and basketball?
Well, what is she? How does he? Does he know anything about the personnel in the WNBA? Personnel. I know he knows basketball.
Right.
Can he name me the eighth man on the Phoenix
Okay.
on the
if you're
Liberty?
going there, then that I don't
eighth
know.
woman.
Yeah.
So what I get is, if I'm a woman, I'm like, wait a minute, we're hiring a man general manager? Now, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I'm just fascinated by it. And I'm starting to think about it. I'm like, you know what I think this is? Here's what I think the NBA.
Because you ain't going unqualified.
I have no idea. I have no idea what he may be a WNBA expert. I have no idea. I just know that for the last 9 years, his focus was the NBA and the men's game. Here's what I think the NBA's kind of grand plan is, and I actually don't have a problem with it. I think they want to develop almost a seamlessness between the WNBA and the NBA, and that over time, it will not be unusual for men to go to the WN or personnel from the WNBA to go to the NBA and personnel from the NBA to go to the WNBA. And it might involve a woman from the WNBA going to work in the NBA. Or it might involve a man who has been in the WNBA coaching to go to the NBA. And it's not going to be I don't know. I think it's I don't know. It just struck me as my first thought was, oh, that's cool. Oh, I mean, I got to believe there's at least one woman out there who's a WNBA.
I didn't even look at it from that, Stoney. I didn't even look at it from that angle. You kidding me?
Now, what I may not know is that inside the women's basketball community, Nick Uren is very respected.
But I don't know. Let's say he is, I still could see that having volume, that thought process. Hey, I was looking at Get a Life. I was watching the Aces WNBA game.
Oh, you're done with that conversation?
And no, I'm trying to continue it. And I tell you know how big of a fan we both are, Becky Hammonds. Do you think, Stoney, I think we're further away from a female NBA head coach than we've ever been.
Yeah, I disagree. And you know what? A lot of it has to do with this hire, believe it or not.
Wow.
I think this is actually setting up for it to move more quickly. Like, if you are a woman head coach.
Like Becky Hammonds.
Like, there's going to be more women. There's going to be more and more women assistant coaches in the NBA.
I get that.
So over time,
it's coming.
There's going to be
it's coming. All right.
It's
in our lifetime, you think?
I'd bet on that. What about you, Evan? My lifetime's shorter than yours. Let's say 30 years. Wait a minute.
16, I hate guys. I hate young people. But go ahead.
30 years. Will we see a head?
I thought you were like 40 years old, Goo.
35.
Will we?
Okay.
Well,
I retire. Go ahead.
Well, I certainly hope we will. I mean, I believe we will. I think society's moving in that direction.
So 30 years, we'll see a woman head coach in the NBA.
I hope so.
How about NFL or Major League Baseball?
Major League Baseball is a little more stuck in its ways. Yeah. I think that would be kind of tough. Although there are women that are making major strides, specifically in the front office. But I think basketball is probably the most accepting sport. And that would be my bet.
Okay, let me lay this on the two of you before break here. And I'm not mad. I don't know who I'm mad. These are thoughts. What if I told you I thought, and we had this discussion, that Becky Hammonds was good. She was already in the NBA. So I don't know what the reason was, but Evan, she didn't have to go prove herself to me at the WNBA. So I looked at that like she took a wrong turn. If she were that close, she could have went from her assistant coaching job to the big chair, Steiny. Why does she have to, and help me out. Everybody, help me out. Why does she have to go to the WNBA, which is not the NBA, when you were right there as an assistant coach in the league?
Maybe she looks at it as a promotion.
Oh,
she has gone
Becky
from
Hammond.
assistant coach, Hammond.
Yeah.
She's gone from an assistant coach on the professional level to a head coach at the professional level. It happens to be women, but she is now a head coach.
I was just asking.
And if you now, I mean,
because you see where I'm going, like they could have said, "Hey, Becky, it's your job." Becky? Let's say the Spurs got rid of Pop.
Well, what about? Okay, well, let me. Yeah,
because she was there. I'm just.
Well,
there's
let's
some
say
jobs.
What if she found out last year Pop wanted to stay for 5 years?
Well, I was saying other jobs that opened up. Would she be a candidate?
Well,
I think
there's a case where,
or even get an interview.
I don't know. Here's what I think off the top of my head. If she would have just stayed an assistant under Popovich for 5 more years, she ain't getting a job.
Oh.
But by moving to a head coach in the WNBA, I think she's still got action.
So my question to you would
now
be,
she's going to go to some other place at least and succeed or fail, and not everybody's going to. And people who think, oh well, she kind of get propped up in San Antonio. She proved it somewhere
we're up against it. Why couldn't she do what Luke Walton and the rest of the gangs did? The Brian Shaw's assistant coach to head coach.
Because Popovich didn't go anywhere.
Oh, okay.
Because Popovich has been there for 30 years.
But I was saying from her position to a head coach in another city where they've been firing coaches left and right.
Maybe she needs more experience.
I thought that's what you were saying, and that's why she went to the WNBA. But that would be different for what the men had to do.
All righty. 888-957-9570 is the number. Matt Steinmetz, Darryl, the Guru Johnson. Don't forget what a monster week this is, and we are right in the middle of it. And I'm talking about the Games All-Star Week blowout. That's right. Coming up in about an hour, your chance to win some terrific prizes. A Klay Thompson autographed jersey? Maybe. 2 tickets to a Warrior game this season? Maybe. Golf at the Berkeley Country Club? Maybe. And a bunch of other stuff on the table on 95.7 The Game.
I'm hella excited. I'm learning about artificial intelligence. It's scaring me.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru, your boy's got 90 minutes.
So I can't piss you off
till he goes on vacation.
I can't because what I've been doing today is I've been trying to press that button to get you mad, and it ain't been working the last couple of days. So I got to lay something on you.
Okay.
During the break, part and a staple of our show, you, Evan Spadoni, and I, we ask you every week, Wednesday, where are you going to go? What did you shoot? Because we care. It's a thing. What did you shoot? What mood you in? And during the break, I said, you know what? My boy is about to dip and be out. But, Steiny, you got to – I ain't putting no pressure on you. You need to bring some skin back. We need you to win this tourney.
You coaching?
I guess I am. Call me Mick to your Rocky.
You coaching?
We need a dub. We need – like, is there any part of your brain saying, I want to win it?
Of course, but I'm not. That's not my main focus.
Don't be Steiny at the free throw line in D3 where you missed the free throw.
It's high school.
Oh,
I never missed a big free throw in college.
Come on, bring it back.
And I only missed one big free throw in my life. All it takes
is one.
And it was against Eastern New York. I can give you the last 7 minutes.
I want you to flush that. I shouldn't have brought it. But you are thinking about winning. Not just I'm going to go on the road and have a nice trip. I want you to win.
Like, this is where it's hard to explain, and this is where I've been working so hard on myself. I don't want to appear I don't want to appear condescending. You know how many guys are in this tourney? 43 guys.
Give me the Van Gundy. I don't care.
So Goo, only 1 out of 43 guys will get to win it.
And I want you to be that one.
You know what? I thank you. I do too.
Evan,
I would love to be.
Do you feel good about your game? You had an 80-83.
I actually feel better about my game than I have all year,
That's
all
half
summer.
The battle, then.
But like like if I go out there on Saturday and play great.
What day does it start?
Saturday.
Okay.
2-day tournament, Saturday, Sunday. Of course I go up for.
I wish we could have the camera.
I go up for I go up for I have to go up for my celebrity event, and no, I'm just kidding. I go up early to have fun. No, but if let's say on Saturday we're playing hard courses, Old Greenwood. If I go out and shoot an 85,
you're in it.
Like that's about 5 strokes better than what I'm expected to shoot. Okay,
right.
So it's a way to calculate how well. Okay, so then technically I'd be 5 under.
Gotcha.
And I'd say, you know what? That's the best round I've ever had on this course. Okay, guess what?
Can you follow up on Sunday
with another one? Like I got to follow it up with like my second best round.
But so do the other 42.
I know, but don't you get that 20 guys on that first day are going to be like, I just didn't play well. Well, they're done. It's hard.
Make the cut.
For example, if they have this tournament for 43 more years and I'm in every one win would be what's expected of me to get.
Has Dibs won this?
Why do you do this? You know he did.
I swear I didn't know. So
you know he did.
One. He got a jacket. He had to ride home with him. I do remember.
I don't have the heart. I don't have the heart to tell him, but he's mixed up trips. Believe it or not.
Ooh,
yeah.
He
thinks I was upset on the trip when he won and I wasn't. And the way I can prove that is because I videoed his speech.
Oh, so you were okay.
So I was was
you
fine.
Celebrating it.
He got emotional. So I was like,
did he? He dropped tears.
What I think he's wrong at is he's thinking of another year when I was in contention.
And you choked.
No.
Choke artist.
I just didn't come through. I hit a ball.
That's what that means.
You want to hear the details or not?
Yeah, I do. But
and then you tell me if I choked. I choked because I didn't know the rules.
Oh.
So I hit a ball at par 3. I hit a ball into the sand with an absolutely awful lie. Embedded is what they call it.
Gotcha.
And I didn't realize at the time that you can take an unplayable lie in the sand, but you just have to drop in the sand. What? I didn't know that rule existed. So, of course, I tried to hack it out, didn't get out. Hack it out again, didn't get out. hacked it out a third time. It went across the green, and I think I ended up with like an 8.
So when did you know you could have did something different?
At the end of the round.
Oh, man.
So I'm thinking, dude, you could have laying 1, unplayable 2, out of the sand 3. Maybe I could have got up and down for a 5.
All right. Well,
I was despondent because I didn't.
Yeah. No, in a rifle. But that'll never happen again. Nope. Kyle with the flag is Philly. He'll throw it. All right.
No, won't.
Yeah. But I'm rooting for you, man.
And I don't mind shtick, but I actually wasn't mad because Dibley won. I was,
Can I say something to you?
Your boy was loose, and I slept in the back seat on the way home.
You were mad, and there's no.
No, I wasn't.
You're a competitor. You're a competitor,
right?
Yeah, I'm not saying.
But I'm practical enough to know. Hey, Goo, you know what? I'm probably not going to win this weekend.
I hate every part of that thought process.
Well, you don't know, and I know you don't understand individual sports like this. That's why. Because if you're going to try to do this to me, then I got to get to the nasty, Matt.
Yeah, that's what I think that's what's good. You take some nasty to win it. You're too. Who's the dude? Well, ladies and gentlemen, what's the guy that had the red jacket?
No idea.
That Evan wasn't born. What, Mr. Rogers? Yeah, you got that. I don't like that. I need some dog.
Tom Hanks?
No, Mr. Rogers.
Hey, yeah, everybody. Tom Hanks played him, I think.
No,
do you understand that if let's say you're playing golf and I shoot poorly, okay, and you're in the tournament and you play great and win it, I'm not mad at. Don't you get? I'm not mad at you. You have nothing to do with it.
I hear you.
I'm mad because I didn't play well.
Yeah, but if one of my good friends like Rutherford won a tourney, and I didn't choke, I just naturally I would want anybody else to win it but him.
Well, that means you're not his friend. There's no other way to put it.
We're competitors.
No, there's no other way to put it.
I want you to be misery loves company. I want you to be miserable with me. Not you want it. Not
you think you're going to win every tournament?
No.
You're not going to win hardly any.
Well, if we win this Warriors World Tournament, there will be tears.
Might be a parade. Sonny, you don't root against your friends when you're competing against them?
This is fascinating.
No.
Come on,
man.
Not even your teammates?
No.
You're not a killer then.
You can't see, any great golfer will tell you, and I ain't a great golfer, the greatest golfers can completely eliminate what the other player's doing. They don't care. Okay. Of course they see the board. It was bigger than
golf with that.
Of course they see the scoreboard. Anybody want to give Guru some insight on kind of what we're talking about here?
I'm rooting for you, bud.
So, that's the other thing, Goo. There's nothing.
The old Steiny's coming back slowly.
There is nothing that can I'm playing 5 rounds of golf in 5 days.
All right.
I'm playing
That's
Wednesday.
The win, then.
Exactly.
I
can't. And don't you get, Goo, don't you get it? This is the thing about golf. If I stink Wednesday, and I stink Thursday, and I stink Friday, and I stink Saturday, and I stink Sunday.
Oh boy!
I'm gonna come in Tuesday. Believe it or not, I'm gonna be like,
I won't be. If you ain't disappointed, I ain't disappointed.
Steiny, you stunk, huh? And I'm like, yeah. How you feeling? I'll be like, you know what? I'll be honest. I'm a little discouraged. Right. Mad? No. Right. It's a hard sport.
And if you're not mad, I'm not going to be
angry?
Mad.
Of course not. Yeah. Did I have fun? Yeah, damn right I did. Yeah. Would I have had a little more fun by shooting an 82? Yeah. But you know what? I look at life through reality, not through rose-colored.
Aussie Rules said, what course?
5 of them.
Oh, just so the tournament's in 1, though.
Yeah, anybody, 888-957-9570. Jump in on any text lines of the YouTube chat. I'm playing Wolf Run, Red Hawk, both courses, Old Greenwood, and then
but the tourney's
Gray's
in where?
Crossing. The official tourney starts Saturday, Sunday.
That's what
2 days, 2 courses, and they're really nice courses. And then for 3 days, we've just gone up and playing with buddies as they trickle in to the 35th annual Cal Pacific.
So you've been in this thing for 35 years.
Oh, I've probably played the last,
that's dope, man.
I don't know, maybe 10 out of the last
that's sick.
13 years. But now it's embedded in my calendar, my social calendar.
Back to Wiggins.
Hey, we can take the set busy off the phones, right? Thank you. Especially when I say feel free to call in. 888-957-9570 is the number.
Mm-hmm. We didn't mention Alyssa Nacken, who's the first base coach for the Giants. Well, but I'm not saying she's close to being a manager.
Right, but we'd be a good chance we'd be here all day if we mention all the women who are in men's sports and vice versa. The women making incredible strides. Maybe not as fast as we'd like, but you'll never hear this guy say that a woman doesn't belong in the sports world.
Right. Gotcha.
I love women in the sports world. Let's get off this. Back to Wiggins. Look, I got so much here still outstanding. Why don't you just tell me what you got?
Matt Mayoko sound about that really is the way we look at life and sound, you and I.
Now here, I'm going to have to set it up.
Okay.
So Matt Mayoko, NBC Sports Bay Area, wrote recently that the 49ers are as encouraged right now, or they like Trey Lance more now than they ever have during this 2 or 3 year process of him as a quarterback. Matt Mayoko said the 49ers feel as confident with Trey Lance as they possibly can at this point. Purdy's still probably going to start if he is healthy. So that leads me to Debo Samuel. And he was on an interview with Zach Gelb of CBS Sports Radio.
All right.
And he started picking at the quarterback position, and then he moved on to something about the Philadelphia Eagles. So this is a twofold discussion with two talking points, but just take a listen to Debo Samuel on with Zach Gelb and their little back and forth, and I want to know what you make of it.
I saw what you said about the Eagles back at the Super Bowl at Sirius, where if Brock Purdy didn't get hurt, you guys would have won that game by double digits. Why would that have been the case?
I don't know. That's old.
So do you not still believe that?
I mean, I do, but I mean, we're not gonna keep talking about it. I mean, I said what I said.
Gotcha. So then what happens this year when you play Philly on December 3rd?
I don't know. Just wait till week 13, 12, whatever week it is. We'll show you.
Well, then you know how that's going to go down. You're going into Philadelphia. Those fans are going to be booing you loud. You have a message for Eagles fans?
Hey, guys.
Yeah?
All right, we're good to go.
It's a wrap.
What do you mean? We have Deebo on right now?
You had him.
Yeah, I know, but we're going to head into camp right now.
Are you serious? Okay. Thank you. There you
Thanks,
go.
Bye.
Debo Samuel right there. Doesn't want to answer a few questions.
Debo wasn't having it. And
Now let me I gotta bring broader context to this because we didn't hear the first part of the interview. The interviewer was on with the Morning Roast today, and they were breaking this interview down piece by piece. And Zach Gelb maintained that the interview changed during a point that we didn't hear in that tape.
Oh.
And it was at the point where Zach Gelb was asking him about Trey Lance and Mark Purdy. Mark Purdy. He's former great columnist with the San Jose Mercury News. Brock Purdy, the 49ers quarterback. So I was listening to the interview on the Morning Roast, and I thought to myself, okay, so we started to get annoyed when they started asking about Purdy and Lance. And my first thought was, yeah, I would too. Like, if I'm Debo Samuel, I'm sick of it. I'm sick of questions about the quarterback. I was sick of them yesterday. I was sick of them a week ago. I was sick of them a year ago. I was sick of them 3 years ago. And that's all we ever talk about. You like Jimmy? How about Brock and Trey Lance? You know, it's like, anyway, Zach Gelb insinuated that once the quarterback position topic came up, Debo was like frustrated. And I just was like, I could see it. I could totally see it. Why? Because my feeling is, I'll bet you the 49ers, over years, the guys who have been here for a while are sick of talking about the quarterback situation. I'm not saying it's just old. It's exhausting. That's what I thought. So when I thought of Deebo getting annoyed, I would be like, I'd get annoyed too. It's just the quarterback. Can we just talk about the team? Why not? Why always the quarterback? Well, we always got to talk about the quarterback, Guru, because we haven't figured out for 6-7 years who the quarterback is.
Well, see,
I think there's got to be frustration there. That's all.
I'm not mad at you, but I totally disagree because Jimmy Garoppolo, Steiny, he was a lightning rod to the fans, but there was never a Steve Young and Joe Montana comp. Okay, and now we finally got it possibly with Purdy and Lance, but I don't believe that had anything to do with that and a build-up and Deebo looking at the quarterback position like this is the reason we haven't, made the playoffs. They've had much success with Garoppolo and Mr. Irrelevant. The one they haven't had much success with.
So the players are good enough.
The
players are content with playoffs. See, I think Deebo looks at it and says, forget the playoffs. This team can get the playoffs anytime we want.
In the Super Bowl and 3 NFC championship games.
That's right. And I think it's just as logical to think if we had a better quarterback, we would have won 2 Super Bowls. The hell with the playoffs. I know we can make the playoffs. Hell, we got Trent Williams. We got a great defense. It's like if the quarterback position were a little bit better, we would have won 2 Super Bowls.
Or if my quarterback didn't get hurt in the first quarter last year.
No doubt.
So to me, just that example, last year with Philly it wouldn't go under the column of the quarterback failed us again.
What about
he got hurt?
What about this? Okay, I'm a 49 fan. You know what, Goo? I don't care anymore whether it's injury or not. I don't care anymore whether it's Kyle doesn't quite believe in this guy. So
you sounded like me now.
Like, look, let's cut to the chase. It's year 7, and we don't know who the quarterback is.
Now there's a lot of that before this interview, but yeah,
that's what I mean.
But I
don't believe, or I believe
you think there is some players tired.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I'm not saying this is what you want and how you draw it up, but
it's just like Damian
we had
Lillard.
A whole lot of winning for you to be disgruntled.
Winning, that's different than the championship. Damian Lillard's up in Portland saying, can I get some help? Can I get some help?
And now that train is not even going to the playoffs.
They never got him the player he needed. Well, guess what? If I'm McCaffrey's not been here. If I'm George Kittle, I'm saying, can we get the quarterback in here that can help win us a title?
But I'd say, damn, George, you played in. We talk about stage. You played on the grandest stage.
That's right.
19.
That's why I'm so frustrated because I know we can get this far with.
So you're blaming Jamie for them not?
No, I'm blaming Kyle Shanahan. I'm saying, hey, Kyle, I'm sick of it. I've been here for 5 years, and there's 4 pick a guy and stick with him.
Well, that's what they're trying to do.
Well,
and Evan said something in the green room that I just totally agree with, and I hate just from a vantage point of we didn't get to see the real 49ers offense go up against the Eagles in the NFC Championship game, and we all know why. But he brought up something that a lot of people have already crowned Brock Purdy, and I'm no hater. I get Brock Purdy. That was amazing what he did last year, and my heart I couldn't believe what had happened in regard to that opportunity for him to cash in from a selfish standpoint, that ticket to take that team to the Super Bowl, a movie would have been made. But we still need to see, and we've talked about it, how good Brock Purdy is on the league making adjustments to him. And what did you say? The rollout or the skedaddle, as I like to label it, quarterback 101, things you don't do, avoiding pressure, and it's never really blown up in his face. So I'm not going to sit here and say I don't forget the Thursday night game up in Seattle where Brock threw a pick six,
it's not.
Okay? Or Diggs in the Cowboy conference semifinal game last year where he threw the pick and my boy dropped it. He's gotten away with a lot, but the Niners still need to see if Brock is the guy that you talk about the players are yearning for.
See, we are going to get no fight.
No.
You're completely missing my point.
No, this is where you sell me short. I've processed your point to the point I said I've given you the point. I'm giving you something else that's on my quarterback radar.
Right, but it's not it has nothing to do with Purdy and Lance. Nothing.
How can it not when you're blaming Kyle Shanahan? Those two can go a long way
what I'm saying
in
is
identifying being the guy that you say the quarterback they don't have is all I'm saying. Those are two
The names
options.
are not important. What's important is that for whatever reason, I don't care. Like, I'm saying Kittle's probably pick a quarterback, damn it. Pick Lance, pick Purdy, pick Darnold. I don't care. Just pick somebody.
Well, George, we went up in the draft to get Trey Lance.
Right.
Can you hold on?
Hold on.
Because we think we got our franchise quarterback. George, he just broke his ankle last year.
It's not about who Kyle goes with. It's about Kyle saying, let's go with somebody. And I get the injuries have happened, but the injuries and his indecision have added to no franchise quarterback. I don't care if it's Garoppolo. I don't care Trey Lance. I don't care if he picks Trey Lance, Purdy, blah 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 blah. I don't care. You want to tell me Purdy's better than Lance? God, you want to tell me Lance hasn't been given? You're right. Lance hasn't been given a shot. The cards are stacked against Lance. Brock Purdy needs to do all that is true. You don't think that some players on the team are like, I don't care anymore about the discussion. I want to know who's going to be under center. That's all.
And I hear you. The only problem I have with that is they are still damn near getting to the ultimate goal.
Yep. And it's a shame if that's what holds them back.
Okay, and now just let me use this. George, if you feel that way, what more can I do than what we did in the draft a couple years ago to tell you I feel like you? I'm tired of multiple chair and quarterback. I'm trying to get that guy.
Right. And I would say, but Kyle, okay, you tried to get that guy. You didn't. Find another guy.
And it may be Brock. It may be Brock Purdy, Steiny.
Let me tell you this. I mean, this is where here's what I think. If the 49, well,
tell us. I want to, because I hear you, but I don't hear you because I think part of
the if the 49er if Kyle Shanahan loves Kirk Cousins as much as we all think he loves Kirk Cousins, then you know what? Go get Kirk Cousins in here because at least everybody will know he's our quarterback and you love him.
I ain't mad at you.
I'm not saying anything more than there's got to be some frustration with where we still are.
But I don't believe that's what set Deebo off in that.
No. I just no.
Because Zach, from all I'm hearing, is a good guy. His energy was with Deebo. I think his energy, he was overzealous and thirst to where you're about to go viral, still went viral with your answer. And I think that turned Deebo off.
For example, Don Nelson. Don Nelson never got his big man. Never got his big man. Okay? Coached 30 years in the NBA. Never won a title. Never got his big man. Guess what? After a while, it's like, get a big man or shut your mouth.
Okay.
Get your big man.
Did he want a big man, Stoney?
That's a great question. Now, that's a great question, and that's a great conversation. All I'm saying is...
I hear you, man. I just disagree. It's okay.
And I understand injuries have been a big part of the instability, but after a while, it gets a little old not knowing who is under center. 888-957-9570, babe. We are a half hour away from the game's All-Star Week blowout giveaway. In a half hour, we are going to be giving away a monster prize. Jerry Seinfeld tickets. You want them? They're up for grabs. Autographed Klay Thompson jersey. You want it? Up for grabs. Round of golf at the Berkeley Country Club with the hosts. It's on the table. Warrior tickets for the upcoming season on the table. Defense lessons and boxing lessons at Evolve Training Center on the table. $250 gift card to Alexander Steakhouse. And, I didn't even see this one, Alexander Steakhouse and a pair of tickets to Hip Hop Made by the Bay at the SAP Center.
Right.
$250 Buon Vino with those kind of tickets. I mean, I'm telling you, 130. We're doing it all on 95.7 The Game.
Go Doves, baby.
tonight we unite.
I'm not a leader.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, an hour left, and in 30 minutes, the All-Star Week prize blowout happens. Make sure you listen in a half hour. And I'll tell you what, we're doing this all week. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, the rest of the week, every single show is giving away a prize during each of their shows. 15 prizes at all. At 1:30, half hour, we're going to be asking the listeners a question about something that happened on the show today. First person who gets it right,
let's go.
By calling in, we'll clear the lines and then set you up. First person who gets it right will then get a chance for a prize that's contained in one of these envelopes. So it's going to be fun. We're doing that at 1:30.
That's big.
1:30. Okay. Now, you said something that I didn't pay much attention to at the time, but now you're kind of hurting me.
Uh-oh.
So you said earlier that if you were in a golf tournament with a buddy and he won and you lost, you kind of be mad at him. Yeah.
I would want him to lose with me.
Okay, by that.
Like Relaford.
Okay, so by that measure, I got 1 hour till vacation.
Oh, look at you.
You're still working. Do you hate me? Do you want me not to go on vacation because that's what you're
There's
about?
no competition. We're family. Your vacation,
I got a better vacation than anybody.
I think I'm more excited for your vacation than you are.
No,
That's
you're not.
totally that's the worst analogy. Dude, no. But if we're competing, I'm telling you, I'm false to Carson Wentz. If I'm Wentz, I don't want my team to win the Super Bowl because I'm hurt. I can't say it, but I say the stuff people think about.
Feels like you're jealous of me right now.
This is so scary because now when I go on vacay or something's good happened to me, see, that's scary that you're saying this stuff.
Really?
I'm happy for you.
Now you told me
for this vacay.
Okay.
And the break.
I think you could be a little more enthusiastic for me.
Evan, I've been on, as you say, 10 for this dude's thank you.
And you know what? Maybe I'm overstepping something here. But do you remember?
You're revealing your character.
No.
Dude.
No. Remember?
You think I'm jealous because I went out for a week to Texas.
I'm not jealous of Texas. But remember Remember when before the show you said, you know what? I may go somewhere.
Oh yeah.
What was I was like, I'll do.
I said,
good. Why wouldn't you?
Anytime something's wrong with you and the Higgins.
Can I say where, or should I let that go?
Not yet.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I got to. Don't say it. I got the time off and something. I thought
Goose already on vacation, and he's probably going to go down to L.A. area and check out Oxnard.
Well, and why?
Because the Dallas Cowboys have training camp
and I
there.
Can't believe my whole life I've never thought, take your ass down there. We did it to the Niners, but go ahead. What did you say? You were fired up.
You said, what do you think, Steiny? I'm like, well, you got to do it. Why?
Yeah.
I said, why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
I said, go. I said, that'll be fun, man. Jeez.
But you always, people don't know this, Steiny. You always do it. And then if something's going on with the fam, I got you. So I appreciate that. But for you to think, because you're going to some cockamamie golf tournament, that I'm jelly, that's what hurts.
I don't know if it's jelly. You just don't want me to win.
Well, what if I look forward to you being gone? Like, we just need a break. Come on, man.
It's fair.
Me and Evan.
What I'm interested to hear is Guru's response to you when you don't bring home the chip. Because now he's excited, but he wants you to win. And when you don't, what's he going to be like?
You know what?
You're right, man.
I'll be in for the 10:30 a.m. press conference on Tuesday morning.
Okay, right.
I'll do a press conference on Tuesday morning regardless.
That's how Evan will be in the room with me.
Let me tell you something.
You got two people.
You think Chris
Spadoni
Paul,
too. You coaching?
We should actually do that. We should have a fake press conference.
We can do it. It's done. Send out the announcement.
I tell you what, you'd be so surprised with how I treat the media. Be respectful like I am of everybody.
I did something during the break I'm ashamed of. Can I run it by you?
I don't care.
So the boss sends this tweet to Zion Williamson where he was at the podium. I learned all this during the break, where he said he's going to do his body like LeBron. Good for Zion.
Okay.
So I see our boss, who's great on Twitter, tweets at sodaweightloss.com to Zion, right? So since I'm having some success and I'm a nobody, But I retweeted and I tell Zion it's working for me, and I put at him. But I'm thinking that might have been cold if Zion gets that and that comes across his time. So what are we saying to Zion? The boss said it first.
I remember.
You're fat.
Yeah, I remember the last time
I was shocked the boss did that.
I remember the last time I was pathetic like that online, where I tried to kind of catch the attention of a big boy. Only in this case, it was a big girl. And then the next day, I was like, what did you do?
Oh!
And I tried to link in, what's it called when you tag? I tagged Sarah Silverman.
Right.
I love her.
Look at me.
I think she's the best. And I tagged her. And then the next day, I was like, dude, how that's so bad. Anyway, that's the last time I did it. That was about eight years ago. I would have thought you'd learned that kind of thing by now. But anyway.
Yeah. A lot of people wishing you good luck, man.
I appreciate it. I'm not going to come in Monday. No.
I made it up.
This is another thing. I'm not going to come in mad.
Well, there's a press conference going to happen.
Okay.
Because the last time you went to, was it Vermont? And it was Bonte, Steiny, and Guru.
South Carolina.
We were worried about. I talked to Bonte on an hour commute home about, dude, hide the objects.
I was discouraged.
And despondent.
I was discouraged after that
You didn't know
trip.
who you were or what you wanted. Like you you can't come back like Bonte will tell you. We were worried.
I won't. Because I've gotten over, it's really hard to explain.
Failure.
But no, it's like back then. How long ago was that? 7 years?
No, we went to Vegas about 18, 19.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was it that recent?
Yeah, but 2018, 19.
Huh.
Yep.
Well, you know what? It shows you how you can grow up. Like even at that point, I actually getting discouraged isn't. Sometimes that I don't throw clubs. I never get mad.
Dibs does.
I get a little bit discouraged.
Okay.
But I get over it in a day or two.
But if you threw clubs, I wouldn't be mad if that was your outlet. Like Rashid and got technicals. Draymond, they get technicals. That's how they deal with it.
Throwing clubs is over the top.
You could hit somebody.
Is there anybody out there that says, hey, I'd love to play with somebody who throws clubs?
I don't.
I'd love to play with 3 guys who throw clubs and get mad.
What if Tiger Woods threw his clubs?
You know what? I know you're going to think I'm trolling. I got no interest to play golf with Tiger Woods. You know why?
I'm all ears because I don't believe you.
I don't know.
Why did he say who it was?
He's like...
He could have said it's artificial intelligence.
I don't think Tiger Woods is at all interesting. I don't think he's...
You watched his doc, though, on HBO that he wasn't a part of that was still fascinating.
You know what I found? There's not much there. He's really immature still, I believe.
Okay.
I don't think he's I don't think he's particularly clever. I don't think.
But what about the golfer?
Do you think he's a good time? Do you think he's? I'd rather golf with John Daly.
That's my
Tiger
type of
Woods.
Guy.
Rather golf with Steve Elkington.
But what if the outing was just about golf and you could pick his brain?
I mean, obviously I'm not going to turn down around with Tiger Woods, but it's like, in fact, I kind of wouldn't want to play with Tiger Woods because I'd almost be too nervous and too, he's going to think I'm Tiger Woods does not, when I think Tiger Woods, let me tell you what I don't think. Fun. That's all.
So you sleeping on him, Steiny. He used to hang out.
Maybe if I'm in his inner circle.
Like Barkley and Jordan were, giving him bad advice.
Do you know
I got
that for
sources.
sure?
Sources with, hey.
So long, fried rice. Hello, fried chicken. I love you.
I don't know what that was.
That was Chappelle's Tiger Woods.
Do it again.
Dave Chappelle
I didn't get
is a genius.
So long, fried rice. Hello, fried chicken. I love you.
The dude, you get it though, right?
I
Just
think.
the whole Chappelle's show.
I think.
Dude is a genius.
I get kind of the second part. I'm not sure where
And Bill Burr, my new favorite comedian, Steiny. I've been sleeping, man.
See, to me, he can be really funny.
What?
But not all the way through.
Oh, you
not
seen
like
something
Chappelle.
to wear it? Okay.
Oh, not even close to Chappelle. The greats can keep you for like
Richard
an hour
Pryor,
and 15. And
Andrew Dice Clay.
And Burr, to me, he's got more. He's got a couple good. He's got a few good bits.
Yeah. Okay. How about real quick? The late great Robin Williams. Could he take you all the way through?
You know what?
I have some that were we know he's a legend.
Son of San Francisco.
He just didn't do it for me.
No, you ain't the only one I've heard that from.
He was a genius.
I appreciate it.
He was funny. He just wasn't like he's like the Beatles.
Okay.
His greatness cannot be questioned. It just wasn't my cup of tea. You know what? I was a Rolling Stones guy. You know, I liked Richard Pryor.
Yeah. Oh boy.
I liked
Live on Sunset Strip. Give me one more.
I liked a guy named Stephen Wright.
Remember I brought him up.
I don't do it. Wait, what?
That was my Stephen Wright.
Wait, do it again. I think you got the wrong guy.
I was talking to. Yeah, I'm messing up. There's too much pressure. He has that deep voice, Donnie. He's just great, and his cadence and his lexicon. He's a great comedian. And I'm
not convinced. You're thinking of the same guy.
No. It's hard now. Mock Rivers wants to come out, but that's interesting, man. What you like, but Chappelle's a genius, man.
Absolutely incredible. Okay. Oh, you want me to? I can rev you up right now.
It's been a while.
I can rev you up.
30 minutes, but what you got?
So apparently you didn't know this, but when we were leaving today, I chatted with Bonte, and he said something to me on a subject that I had heard about. You didn't. And so then we brought it to your attention, and you began to seethe. Yes, Goo, there were a lot of people who went up to Lake Tahoe for July 4th, enjoyed the fireworks,
this is no way,
enjoyed
man.
the parties, and left one of the biggest messes that Tahoe has ever seen.
This is incredible.
With trash and crap all over the place. Whoever was in this rather large area, which must have been a lot of people, didn't even consider cleaning up for themselves.
We are. How did I miss this story? A picture's worth 1,000 words, so I could just imagine. And I believe Evan helped me out. The golf tournament that's on my bucket list in Tahoe that Steph, Dale, and Seth will be at is this weekend.
That's correct.
I got the Union City reunion, so I can't go. But I am flabbergasted and disgusted. Tahoe has been as beautiful as it's been forever. This has never happened. My question to you is, why now did it happen? And what does it signal? We do not give a you-know-what about anything.
I should have told you before. You could have scripted a gripe.
I never script anything. No, for the people driving,
you know what?
You took that
I'll support that.
Oh my boy. Dude, this is my life. But yeah, Stoney, that bothered me.
I think
So can you give us a visual? Was it stuff in the water, the campsite?
It looked like a big beach. Probably King. Somebody knows the details. 888-957-9570.
You guys don't do that where you're going.
I don't. Let me tell you what I don't get. Littering. I don't get it.
Well, I had a bout with it when I was young.
Whoa. What are you saying?
No, I just had
whoa.
It was something that it got me off. It was an activity. I just like driving and then just rolling the window down and then Norm, he broke me of it. Yeah.
I hope he broke you of it with the belt.
It was bad. But I used to get off on just, Daryl, what did you
Why?
I don't know.
I would love to put you on the couch.
Yeah, no, I don't know. But I broke myself of it, and my kids, they ain't into littering. My son went to the California Classic. I did get mad at him. We're leaving Spadoni and Lil Benny. He picks up his nacho cart and walks up the stairs with the nacho cart that's finished to put in the garbage. I wanted to slap it out of his hand and say, somebody will do that, son.
Somebody will do it, but somebody.
What are you doing?
Somebody maybe won't have to do as much, which is a nice gesture of your son to make to the person. Even if it's one thing, it's one thing less. Now imagine if, how hard is it to
him
how hard is it to do that?
People will take advantage of you, son.
Hey, Hey, son.
Leave that thing right there like everybody else in this arena's doing.
Son, don't overdo it.
No, I did say.
For goodness sake, do not take that 0.7 of a pound piece of cardboard and actually walk it 6 steps up.
I couldn't believe. I'm like,
they're playing you for a sucker, son.
No, wow. Is that how you think it came across to him?
That's what it sounds like to me. I always try to do what. You know what? I try to when I go to a restaurant.
But people take advantage of your kindness. That was kind of the message. I was like,
okay,
relax.
So clearly, when you go to a fast food place,
I'm not a slob. Nobody works.
What's the difference? I know
you leave it there. What?
Well, I don't at McDonald's. I don't go to those places. But a place like that, yes, I will pick up my tray or my plate and throw it away. I mean, of course you don't have to do it.
So do you take your shopping cart back to the place?
Of course I do.
I leave mine.
I know you do.
Oh, my God.
Not only do I take it, and I don't just throw it in the front
Evan,
either.
do you believe him? I don't believe you're lying.
This is who I am.
You really take the cart all the way?
Yes.
You're better than me, man.
No, I'm not. I'm born with a gene that I have no control over. I'm born with
Austin
something.
and San Jose, goo, that's a bad message. And my wife cussed me out one time. He did it before. Like, guys, somebody's coming to get it.
You better be careful.
Somebody will come to get it. But why not? I'd do a little more.
Yeah.
It's like, it's kind of like, put that, it's like.
Just because you could do something.
Who doesn't feel good when they go the extra mile?
I'm going to run this by Norm, that message I tried to give Lil D. And what message was I really giving him?
Yeah, there you go. Man, this show moved. I wonder why. I'm going to throw some topics out for you. Because I didn't get to them all.
Why would you? Wow. Guru, don't be a bum.
We could do some rapid fire.
Yeah.
Wembanyama. His summer
awesome.
league is over.
As well as it should be.
What? I never get you.
Okay, I'm about to
so you're fine.
He is.
I thought you'd be fuming.
This dude is the goods. I know. I love that he gave us 8 quarters. There's nothing else but an injury to happen to Wembanyama. He was a tease.
That's obviously what they
I love
believe.
his bounce back. Shut that guy down, and if he rips or tears something, let it be during a game.
All right, fair enough.
Shout out to the Spurs.
I just saw a story from Mark Stein.
I think I know where you're going.
Siakam.
Oh, no.
Siakam may be available, and he's right now linked to the Hawks and the Pacers. That's your. I'm just saying it's your boyfriend.
I like Halliburton and the Hawks. Steiny, I'm not as down on them. Do you know Grant Liffman is like a big boy in the Hawks? How did that what did I miss? It'll be holy hell.
Siakam is going to be on the last year of his deal.
Okay, so it'd be one and done.
Making $38 million.
Okay, so they wouldn't get Siakam and say, we're going to build around you.
They could if they want to
resign
re-sign
I don't think
him.
he would want to.
Well, he doesn't matter.
Well, he does when this deal would be up.
Yeah, well, then he just becomes a free agent.
Man.
I mean, come on, Goo, let's talk about it. That's
love
your
him.
guy.
I
love
him.
What will you give up for Siakam? Find $38 million in Warriors salary you're willing to give up for Siakam.
Okay, so
would you trade him straight up right now for Klay Thompson?
If you telling me Wiggins, I would do that, but I know it wouldn't happen because of the sentimental value with Klay Thompson.
All right.
Okay, but I would give up Wiggins and Kuminga for Siakam.
Wiggins is about 26. You might have to give up just a touch more. Okay. Moody? Will you give up your friend Moody?
No, wow.
Gary Payton a second.
Okay, we'd go there. And
All
I
right.
love GP2.
So.
That's how highly I think of Siakam.
Okay,
especially with Steph,
now I'm thinking of myself.
Klay and Dre.
In Toronto's shoes.
Because right now it sounds like they ain't going to get much.
Wiggins is a nice piece, I guess.
Dude, you ain't giving Wiggins that.
I like Kuminga as I love. Like this is what people I struggle with to explain myself. Well, I'm critical of Kuminga and his game as it fits on the Warriors right now. If I were another team, I would be interested in acquiring Jonathan Kuminga.
Hell yes.
Okay, so
he could be a better Aaron Gordon.
So I'd rather have Kuminga than Wiggins, even though Wiggins is better.
Oh, I kind of get that.
Yeah. So,
but you always give Kuminga the benefit of the doubt that you don't give Trey Lance.
That's because I've seen more from Kuminga. That's because what I've seen from Kuminga, even though everybody else seems to think it's not enough, what I've seen is I like where he's at. Like, I think Kuminga is that's a good. Who's further ahead, Kuminga or Lance?
Kuminga.
Yeah.
And that's an indictment on Lance.
But that's the only reason.
But Lance had the rug ripped out underneath him for us to really determine what you're really bad at.
I haven't written off Lance.
Okay.
But what I have done is said after 2 years of Kuminga, I don't think he's behind. I think he's, as my mom likes to say, I think he's right where he should be.
And this is where we differ. Mm-hmm. I think the biggest thing in his way is opportunity.
You're right.
Okay, and now it's mental with Kuminga. But, Steiny, I think there is a budding all-star for 8 or 9 years in Jonathan Kuminga's body. He shoots the three. He ain't hesitant. And I'm just telling you, I want to see more. I'm on board. And for the people that think I was trying to run Dre out of town, the caveat.
I knew it.
The caveat.
Here comes the I'm scared of Draymond.
It's over. We ain't coming on the show. The caveat was Kuminga could have took his place, and I would have had my popcorn to see. Man, let's go. Hey, you tricked me just a couple minutes ago.
Draymond's not going to respect you if you start kissing his behind because you're scared.
The time I got Draymond on the show, I don't know what the Subway thing you bring up is. When we got him on, I told him I came down this road, and he appreciated that. And then you brought up the Boris Diaw thing from years ago. Listen, I mean what I'm about to say.
Got about a minute and a half, and I got to do the blowout at some point.
Yeah. I'll do it on the side.
Can you do it in 30 seconds?
Me with the Niners are high on Trey Lance than they've ever been. That was the other Mayoko sound. Right. And some people are taking that as, gear up the trade machine. I'm like, no, I told this means something. Yeah, that's a good. Remember, you were like, if
it's like life. I don't know if it's true or not. It could mean one of two things. Mm-hmm. All right, this is what happens right now. This is all-star blowout time.
Let's go.
Your chance to win a monster prize. Here's how you do it.
Ernie Chavez, man.
In 1 minute, approximately, we're going to shut down the lines, then reopen them. Is that correct?
Yeah, I love it.
We're going to do what they say. We're going to clear the lines. We're going to clear the lines. And you know what? I'm going to do this. Evan, open them up. 888-957-9570 is the number. 5 callers. We're going to line you up. I'm going to pick 1 through 5. Your chance to win prizes. 888-957-9570. I'm going to ask you about the question, something that happened on the show. I'm going to ask you about something that happened on the show. First right answer, big boy prize. Oh, what's a big boy prize, Steiny? How about tickets to Seinfeld and Jim Gaffigan? How about an autographed Klay Thompson jersey? How about a round of golf with the host at the Berkeley Country Club? How about a package with Evolve Training Center? How about a 2-month membership to the Evolve Training Center? How about a gift card of big proportions at Alexander Steakhouse? How about another gift card at Buon Vino in Walnut Creek? How about tickets to Hip Hop Made in the Bay at the SAP Center? 888-957-9570. Somebody going to win something good on the other side.
You coaching?
He's the GOAT. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
One of the things that I always try to maintain in my life is to never get too high or too low, and try to keep that even keel. But even I'm getting a little excited now because I'm about a half hour away from rolling and taking some time off and playing some golf with my good friends and enjoying the outdoors. And so I am. I'm getting.
So I was excited for you yesterday, and you got the audacity to say I'm jealous. I was excited for you when I walk in, the difference between you and me, because I know it means something to you. Okay. And I'm happy for you.
I got to go to contest.
Yeah.
But thank you. All right, here it is. This is the All-Star Week prize blowout. It's officially here. All right. I'm going to ask a question. We got five people lined up.
All right.
I know how, 5 people lined up. I'm going to ask you a question about today's show. If you get it right, you'll get an envelope number to give me. And here we go. Do we have any dramatic music?
We had some yesterday.
Dramatic. Give me a drum roll.
1 for 1.
Give me a drum roll.
Dude, I like this.
Matt in Livermore, welcome.
Hey, guys.
How you doing, man?
I'm a little nervous.
You should be. Yeah. This is big boy stuff.
Make it happen.
Have you been listening all show?
I have been. I've been taking care of a baby, so off and on. So hopefully, I get this right.
Wow. All right. Here you go.
Gaga, gaga, goo goo.
What professional Bay Area athlete hung up on an interviewer after he was asked about the Philadelphia Eagles and their fans?
Our boy Debo Samuel.
That is correct.
Bam, bam.
Yes, sir. All right. Now,
look at him.
Step 2. I've got 11 of 15 envelopes. I want you to pick a number between 1 and 15, not 4, 6, 7, or 11. And I get to open this up for you.
Let's go with 12.
12.
Wow.
Evan, I'm going to go ahead and cross off 12 right now. 12 crossed off. And now I look for it. Of course, vintage 95.7 The Game. The envelopes are out of order. 15, 14, 13. Hold on. All right, there's 12. I got 12 in my hand.
What you got, Steiny?
By the way, the rest of the week, Guru, you and Evan are going to get to do this.
Yeah, but I should have been opening it anyway. So tomorrow when Friday, Evan will be over there.
Oh, by the way, do not go anywhere, Matt, because you are officially a winner.
Here we go.
Matt, you're going to be going to a Golden State Warriors game this upcoming season. You've won 2 tickets. Yeah. 2 tickets to a regular season Golden State Warriors game.
Congrats.
You have also qualified to win the Steph Curry autographed jersey. So you'll still be in the hopper for a Curry jersey. So 2 tickets to a Warrior game, 2023-2024, and still a shot at the Steph Curry autographed jersey.
Go Doves, baby.
Stay on the line. Congratulations, Matt.
Way to go, baby.
All right.
Just win 2 for 2, Steiny.
Has anybody gotten the first question wrong yet on any other show?
Oh, that I don't know. But I'm taking some heat, Rocks.
Well,
pay it forward and have you. I'm going to do that starting today, Steiny, in regard to trash. Lay off. Because I'm not a bum, but damn.
Should I go ahead and cross this?
Yeah, you do. You pay it forward for the next toast.
No, I'm talking about. Wait, where is that one? Oh, there it is.
Yep.
A pair of tickets to a Warrior game. Those are now off the board. Those are off the board.
Holy cannoli.
You know, it's funny, Goo. I was thinking,
dude, he got a Warrior game to go to.
Yeah, it's only probably about a $500 prize.
Do you feel me?
Gonna send him to the Wizards game?
Boy,
you know what? I was actually thinking
that might be sold out.
I'm honest to God, it's like, I wonder what the game will be. And then, of course, because sometimes I'm cynical, I'm trying to get rid of that part of me. But I'm thinking, I bet it's not that great of a team. But then I was thinking, I'll take Washington. I'll take the Wizards. And you know what else? Somebody would be like, yeah, you really want it to be OKC? I'll take OKC.
Boy, they're fun.
I'll take OKC.
Tell me this in regard to betting in, if you got your chest out, you and Evan. Who's going to have more points against the Warriors when they come back and play the Wizards, Poole or Wiseman?
No, that's, please.
You put Wiggins on Poole. I'm asking. Now, we'll know who'll get more shot at
this. Is this
tips.
a joke? See, now this to me is a troll.
I actually took it off Twitter.
See, isn't this a troll question?
No, it's not a troll question.
Jordan Poole's going to average 29 a game.
All right. How many?
Jonathan Wiseman won't get 29 minutes.
James.
What did I say?
Jonathan. Why was he in summer league?
Because he hasn't played. Oh, so what do you say? Why are you asking that? Did you not want him to play?
Like,
do you think
if
he should have been
40,
able to skip?
We would have, people, not me. If he scored 40, we would have said, "Oh, it's summer league," so he couldn't win. The Jackals, he couldn't have won. If he scored 40, would have been on summer league. I'm rooting for the big ticket.
Yeah. Wiseman may not even be on that team when we come here.
Slow down.
Guru, come on. Wiseman isn't even number 1, 2, or 3.
And he played a lot when he got traded.
A lot of people are LOLing that one.
Yeah, that's better than my trash take. With the
That's right. Oh,
Dude, we got Willard and Styles coming in. What do you?
One or two other things written down, but of course I ripped up my.
Your glasses are right there.
No, they're not my glasses. I'm sorry. Hang on, Goo.
What the?
I have a couple miscellaneous things I wanted to talk about.
Oh, you'd already packed up.
The car's all packed up.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Adam Silver was talking about expansion. And he didn't rule out that, in the near future, upcoming future, make it 2 new NBA
there's no
teams.
doubt they're coming, Sonny.
What cities?
You know Las Vegas.
What are your 2 cities
Las Vegas
that you want an NBA team
sure.
coming to?
Dude, remember, I was like, you can't have it. Vegas, it's incredible.
All right,
Vegas, and Kevin Durant's old home when he was drafted. Seattle. They are getting a team, Steiny, and they support their team. I just thought of Key Arena. I watched the WNBA.
Well, that ain't going to cut
the
it.
Storm.
Key Arena ain't cutting it. They ain't getting a team if they got to go play in Key Arena.
But I used to love games there. So, Steiny, there's no other city you could give me. It's Seattle and Vegas.
All right.
You going Vancouver?
They had a team.
No, I know. I was just saying.
I think Nashville could be in the mix. I think Evan had an interesting city. Montreal.
Yeah.
I just thought of Gary
I
Carter.
know. If it's not in the U.S., you don't want to deal with it.
No,
I get it.
Expos.
I get it.
They supported the Expos, the Canucks.
Gung-ho. Oh, my God.
Or the Canadians.
But it could be...
See? You don't have a lot, though, right now.
Right.
Yeah.
Nashville?
I said Nashville.
I put thumbs down on that. Vegas and Seattle.
Have you ever been to
popping.
Nashville?
No.
Thank you.
But for
Austin?
what?
Yeah, you tell on yourself.
No, but
so
for
often.
what? It's like going to Cleveland. Why would I go to Cleveland?
For the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame?
Go?
Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
If I was there, I'd go see it. But ain't nobody going to Cleveland.
Right.
Ain't nobody, hey, where you going?
Right.
Nashville. Please.
I'll tell you right now, Nashville is way different than Cleveland.
Do you understand that Nashville right now is like one of the hottest cities in the... Okay.
What are you using?
Okay, Mr.
What are you
Know-It-All.
using? What
Do you
are
know
you
it's
using?
the Bachelorette capital of the world?
Oh, now you got
Oh,
me.
yeah, I knew that would
But
get you.
what were you using before
See, now,
that?
yeah.
To tell me, I'm just asking Nashville.
Somebody help me out here.
Cozumel is
This guy
in
doesn't know a
Nashville.
damn thing about Nashville and how it's
You should check it
boomtown.
out. It's an incredible city.
Maybe now you partner me with.
What are you using to
All-time-
What am I using?
all-time underrated
I've
party
been
city.
there.
Well, now what does that mean?
It means I've experienced the vibe.
You don't
Goo.
do the Steiny census of what you know goes into a city to make it attractive. You could say it has nice
This
stuff.
is the hottest take of the day. This kind of crap that you're spewing right now about Nashville. What do you know about Nashville? You don't know Nashville.
I don't wanna know.
Crossover next. and Alan Styles. It's the crossover. And what's up, John? This is what I usually say. I don't think I've ever done radio with Alan Styles, and then he'll say, "Oh no, we did about 3 shows together."
Yeah. Surprisingly, no, both of you. This is the first for
you and Willard.
No, neither.
I'm excited. We got four days of this now. This is our maiden voyage. We've done crossovers, but this is our first.
That's right.
First full shows, and I'm excited about it. So. Yeah.
So to be Alan,
and you're excited. You're walking on air right now.
Dude, I'm excited for
you. You're so out of here.
Can you do me one favor?
What do you need?
Can you do the legal today?
Oh, are you leaving?
At 2.
I can always do the legal at 2.
And then I'll leave.
But you're cutting our time with Styles short.
I'm going on vacation.
So
there you are.
Okay, look at this a couple of ways. The first question
I knew he was going to do this.
Well, no, if you
I can't believe you revealed it so early.
If you're going to stay until after the legal, why do you need me to do it?
No,
that's
when
he's
out. I said to Evan, I go, I'm not doing the legal today. And he's like, why? And I said, because if I don't do the legal,
like,
Willard's just got to do it at 2, and I'm gone.
And the little bird told me, when he leaves, you both have to leave at the same time. I'm like, no. I didn't say no, but I was thinking that.
I was like, no, you didn't.
I was thinking to myself.
On air, we run the damn show around here. We don't run the damn show.
Unless Willard's going to go Nick Bosa and try to keep me from the door.
Well, here's the other question.
I got a guy with a bad wheel over here.
Normally, when you're like, I got a tea time, it's at 2:52, and I got to get there. The other way of looking at it is, you're going on vacation. So what the hell is 7 more minutes?
That's how I would think about it.
What's the setup? What's the setup, Sonny? Do you have a flight you got to catch?
Just driving the car, already packed, ready to go.
What's the deal? Going somewhere? Where's Tahoe?
I'll be honest with you. Okay.
You want to get out? You tell me. I need to get out of here, too, because I want to go help clean up the lake. I'll tell you to leave now.
Speaking of which,
I heard you guys talking about it.
If I leave at 2 o'clock, as opposed to 2:10,
you're gonna give us that.
I will get to the pepper mill in Reno 10 minutes early.
You're going to Reno?
Wow.
For the first 3 days.
So, in other words, if we make you stay till 2:10,
I'll stay
actually saving.
You'll stay to 2:10.
I'll stay till 2:10.
We're actually saving you $250.
You might be right.
And so you're welcome.
Willie, can I toot my own horn?
Oh, there's no games tonight. I was going to say this.
We
got Summer League and All-Star
game action.
It is. I just meant like a full baseball schedule. That's
Alan,
right.
I'm watching the Summer League like it's real basketball. I'm sorry.
We got the Warriors Summer League coach coming on with us.
Oh, that's big. What time?
Yeah, Jacob Rubin, I think at 5.
Now, I'm going to toot my own horn. I don't like doing it.
Don't really lock it in yet, but anyway.
Alan, it's coming to you because it's about you.
Okay.
I don't get enough credit for the great teammate I feel like I am at the job. I don't care who you are.
Mean here?
Here. That's just, I use my Rolodex. So I got mad at you and Steiny because I talk about my hoop chronicles, and you guys go, "Goo, you're 50. Something's gonna snap." You don't say that you want it to snap, but that's the feel I get from the committee, especially when Dibs is here. Like Yoda, you're gonna get hurt. It's gonna happen.
I'm trying to because I like you. I'm trying to help you, man.
Yeah, but you scare me.
But the man's 33 sitting next to you, and he's got a year of coming back from this thing now.
And we were teammates about to be in the Warrior War tourney, and when I saw the tweet, I go, this is a joke, the cast. And I called him immediately. I said, Alan, no way, like you're good. He says his people, his ear to the streets, heard me kind of laughing about the injury because I'm 50, he's 33.
Well, the streets were saying.
No,
but I do look at it like I'm going still.
I can speak on it. No, you weren't laughing about the injury. We were all sort of amazed at the timing, if you will, the irony, if you will, because we're all having this conversation, and I just straight say it. I don't care if everyone wants to call me a W or a whatever you want to call me. Like, I'm not playing organized basketball anymore.
Me neither.
I'm not playing 5-on-5 anymore. And if you want to call me Jock Peterson's little brother, do it. I don't care. I'm keeping my damn legs intact. Because if I was going to go play in that tournament, I would schedule the orthopedic surgery before the tournament even happened.
Now here's the thing,
and so we have this conversation, and then you come up.
Now here's the thing, and I'm not trying to,
because we were going to play in Alameda.
And you did not come. And I'm starting to think, if you show up, maybe I don't go that next Saturday. And I don't drive to the left. And I don't go pop goes the weasel.
Yeah. And you are decades younger.
But here's the thing, though. It's actually my buddy. And I got, Steiny, that's why you got to stay, because we got the PA connection, because, I went to Temple.
Yes.
So my buddy who pitched at Temple, he's now in physical therapy. And he was telling me how we're actually this age range from 30 to about 40. We're actually in the scariest realm. Wow. Because we are the weekend warriors, where our bodies still has some of it. Yep. No disrespect, but because I asked him, I said, these 50-year-olds, some of these guys that come play, how come they're fine? He said, Alan, they're not doing what you're doing. So your body basically
parked in the corner like PJ Tucker.
Exactly. Yeah, so I'm a tweener. So I'm a tweener. So that's why people our age from 30 to 40, we are the highest risk because we still got some of it. That. But the body is saying you don't really got it, and then we're only doing it once a week. And you're trying to go crazy and relive the glory days. And now I'm wheeling around like,
This is just what it is.
Scooter Magruder.
A 30-something has not acknowledged yet what life is doing to him.
Because he's still in his prime.
I don't. Yeah. The ego in now late 40s, gone. Gone.
I'm going to tell you this right now.
I'm like, yep, we're here.
And it was a game to 16. I probably had 7 points in that game. They didn't know I was left-handed. I was cooking.
So you felt the kick in the back?
Oh, my boy Rutherford said I looked back, and I basically said, I did the classic look back, and I was looking around. I said, "Is there a ball on the court?" And it didn't register. And then about 10 seconds later, I said, "There's no way."
Oh my God!
First of all, I'm like, I gotta call my wife, and we got the 2-month-old. So I'm like, oh my God!
Steiny brought that up.
Did we talk about how the play?
Yeah. So it was kind of a broken play. So I'm left-handed. I get the ball on the right side, right? So I'm facing Guru. Guru's the basket. So I get the ball on the right. I just power dribble to get to my left. Like I said, they didn't know I was left-handed. So they were just now starting to say, guys, I think he's left-handed. And then I hit a three. They said, okay, he's for sure left-handed. I think it was the very next play. Game to 16, I think we had about 11, 12 points. Dribble to the left, and it just was like, doo.
No way.
It was like, doo.
Willard, I'm scared.
Yeah. So you can't even blame somebody else.
No.
Nobody was dirty, not even
nobody
close.
was around.
It was just meant to happen, man.
Well, that's good in a way.
Now that's the play. Now the more important part. How did the conversation with the wife go?
Well, you know me. Big. So first of all, I had to say about 5 times, I'm not joking. This isn't a joke.
Right.
And then even after I said that, she said, are you serious? And I said, I'm really not. I really wish I was joking out of all the times. And then I had to drag my cement foot about 0.3 miles to my car where it was parked.
Alan, man.
It
was rough.
Got your car for you? Who are you playing with, man?
We don't really know each other like that. They actually don't even, unless they're listening today, and they probably are because they know I do this, I don't really have their numbers, so I just stopped. They just heard a pop, and I stopped showing up.
So are you where Clay is at? Like, have you, I know you processed it. You got a brand new baby, but do you think the worst days are over that you
can't say that. Getting out of the cast was huge.
Okay,
the cast was terrible, and I did my show. I did a show with Dibs last week, and I just got the cast off, so I wasn't walking it. It was terrible being in the cast. I can't say that though until I do my first physical therapy. Okay. I'm a little bit worried about my first physical therapy.
And about what?
It's August 3rd.
No, about what about just.
Oh gosh!
I mean, I got to get my leg back. I got to remember how to walk again.
The rehab. I hear you.
I mean,
okay. I got you. But that's progress that you're doing
back,
the rehab.
But he doesn't know for sure he'll get back.
I'm worried about my golf game. I'm gonna be a scratch golfer pretty soon.
I mean, you know what? I got to tell you, and I know I don't want to turn serious, but to me, that is something that we kind of just don't get as fans.
Man.
Like Klay Thompson, when he got hurt the first time. No matter what, if he's been an Iron Man his whole life, that injury, there are no guarantees he'll ever come back to the same. And he knows that.
Yeah.
And then he gets hurt again. So, it is a big, if someone were to tell you right now, there's a chance you're not going to, you may have a limp the rest of your life.
Yeah.
That's huge.
I think it's different, too, when you're a professional athlete because when that is basically, call it your moneymaker.
Yes.
Or what have you. I think from what athletes have told me, in many ways you feel betrayed.
Oh, man.
Right? You know what? Do you guys remember about 2 months ago when I went through about a week and a half? And
your voice?
Yeah.
Sounded
like Mock Rivers. Sounded like you doing Mock. Right? I had to miss a show or two, and I sort of got it. I'm like, good Lord, this is frustrating because I'm like, this is this is what I use. This is how I go to work.
Whenever I want.
Right. And to just have it not there and not really know why, gosh, there's no worse feeling.
Yeah.
Not knowing when it's going to come back. Sorry.
1095.7 The Game, KGM's, the FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station.
Not to change the subject, but Alan, I can't wait to hear you guys. But I came in and I told Steiny the Niner quarterback situation is so fascinating. I'm not pro or anti any of the quarterbacks, but I do know Brock Purdy. I want to see the adjustment he makes to the league making the adjustment.
Yeah.
But with that said, I said, Trey Lance, if I had his number, you got to win. What is it? Matt Mayoko said they're as happy with you as they've been. Is that real progress? Is that trade bait? Because I'm processing it like, okay, Trey, whatever you're doing, they're high on you. Or do y'all just scoff at that report?
It's not scoff at it. I just find it to be irrelevant unless certain ifs become reality. Like, I heard you guys talking earlier about how Kyle Shanahan is this quarterback guru and how long can they sit here and have the situation be unknown without, as you said, Steiny, just go get the guy, right? Don Nelson never got a big guy. Go get your guy. I think, and I don't think that they necessarily knew this last year or whatever, but I'm just talking about today. I think they do have their guy. I think they do know.
And that's
They
Brock.
politically can't say it because it crushes Trey and value and future and all of that. I don't think there's any question right now in the locker room or in the front office, what do we, so what do you think? How are we handling August? No. Brock gets healthy and he plays. Now, they can be happy with Trey, and he'll get his shot if something goes wrong. But if nothing goes wrong,
Brock is your starter.
He's not going to play.
No.
He's not going to play for the 49ers.
No.
That's how you feel.
Well, the other thing is, think about Trey Lance, and he's still young in this league, so he's not even cynical yet. But think about all the stuff that's already been said about him. So, like, this is just, like, I'm sure he doesn't even care. Like, he knows it doesn't even matter.
What the 49ers
Well, just the
think
report itself. Like, he's not at home saying, yes.
Well, no, I got you there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now
I
believe now. They believe.
No, I mean, I think he's got a direct relationship with him. So, I mean, he like, and I mean, based on what we know about Trey so far, like, I don't think he's wired that way. I think, he seems like a really good dude.
But don't you want to see him ball, Alan?
He's just going about his business either way. And what I was going to say is, when I heard that report, right, it's basically the equivalent of, your wife, my wife. You have that friend that she might not have liked too much when she first met him, and now she can stand him, right?
Rutherford.
That doesn't mean that she likes him.
Right.
That doesn't mean she wants you to go out on the town with him.
Right.
But then you have another friend who she really likes, and he's a good dude, and he does this and he does that. That's Brock Purdy. Trey Lance could just be the friend that your wife likes a little bit more now, but doesn't love.
They got to set the table for whatever is going to unfold, and they know better than anyone that you don't know what's about to unfold. So, like, play out the scenarios. What if Brock Purdy's amazing? Well, you want Trey Lance's value to be as high as possible. What if Brock Purdy gets hurt? Well, you want Trey Lance's confidence to be as high as possible. You have to just, like, all I feel like the Niners are doing right now is creating lanes. They are creating lanes for all three of their quarterbacks to be whatever they can be and whatever they need them to be based on how this all plays out. But option one is obvious.
Here's the way I look at it.
I can't wait, man.
The 49ers wooed Trey Lance and made it clear to Trey Lance he was going to be my partner. All right? My partner, my spouse. And now here comes Brock Purdy, and you like him a little bit more. And now everybody outside saying, Trey Lance, he's a terrible spouse. He's no good. He treats the 49ers. And the Niners are saying, hey, we can say that about Trey Lance, but you can't say it about Trey Lance. So we like Trey a lot. We love him. Don't you dare denigrate my wife, even if we may turn her into a mistress.
I mean, that's what people usually do with their mom, right?
Yeah.
You can't talk about my mom.
Exactly.
I'll rip my mom.
That's where it stops.
You don't talk about my mom.
Or a sibling in general.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? My little sister's annoying, but I can say that. Somebody
How
else
old is
says
your
that.
little
Well,
sister?
She's 30.
Okay.
So not really little, but younger than me.
Right.
So
So, do you have any problem with Debo hanging up on the interview?
Well, before we get into that, you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco, always live on the Odyssey app.
He missed it.
I got to give you the Don Nelson. Do you even listen to the show?
Did you do it?
He did.
I wasn't sure.
You were talking.
I decided
that should be.
If I was talking, it doesn't count.
Wait a minute.
Even if it's my fault.
Yeah, I thought you were.
I'm doing a show. He's
forget.
not listening, but I got to stay.
Yeah.
Do I look like I'm listening to you
that's
ever?
Come
on.
And by the way, Steiny, the boss needs to see you after the show.
That's going to cost you 8 minutes.
Wow.
So Steiny, Reno.
Yeah.
Reno. I mean, look.
But he's really not leaving. Because I got to leave if you
I'm
leave.
serious. I'm
so
leaving.
your feelings are hurt.
Why am I here if you didn't know I already did the leave? That means he's not even listening.
No, it means I talked over your legal ID, and therefore it doesn't
maybe
count.
I'll teach you a lesson.
Doesn't count. Oh, yeah. If I was going to learn that lesson, I would have learned it a long time ago.
All right, I'm listening to both of you guys.
Hey, thanks, Goo.
Bye, Steiny. Hey, good luck in your ridiculously overhyped tourney. All right. Are you leaving too, Goo? Okay. All right. That's it. Here we go. It's our turn. Our time. Something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, here we go, man. Alan Styles in the building for the rest of the week in for Dibs. And I know that we actually teased Steve Curry yesterday. When you hear someone say, I'm excited 3 or 4 times in a row, it's like, all right, you're forcing it a little bit. Steve, you're not excited about the in-season tournament in the NBA Cup. But I truly am, man. I'm excited. It's our first time we've got to do this together, and we got a little bit of space here. We got 4 days to play it out a little bit. So let's ride, man. I'm glad you're here.
No, look, we're going to get to know each other, and I think all the listeners are going to be real happy. It's been a couple years now that I've been here, and we see each other. We say hello to each other. You know what I mean? And now it's time to get it going.
It's time to ride, man. And Goo was about to set it up for us, and then Steiny left, and so it all came to an end. But that is definitely where we start, because I have a little something different to say about the Debo Samuel hang-up. It's just a phone call. It's just an interview. It's not that big of a deal. What I find to be a big deal is something that I keep hearing people say about what happened. Now, I don't want to presume that everybody's heard this, so we'll play this for you here in just a second. But this is on a CBS radio national interview, Debo Samuel, with a guy by the name of Zach Gelb, who our boss Matt Nahagian knows very well. And apparently you have some, at least college in common.
Yes, we both went to Temple, and, so I had to, when our boss responded, I had to hop in there too, and he actually responded back. So, go Owls.
All right, so this is the aforementioned back and forth on a radio show with a PR person in tow, which is a very significant point that I feel a lot of people are missing. But if you haven't heard it yet, here it is. This is yesterday, CBS Sports Radio.
I saw what you said about the Eagles back at the Super Bowl at Sirius, where if Brock Purdy didn't get hurt, you guys would have won that game by double digits. Why would that have been the case?
I don't know. That's old.
So do you not still believe that?
I mean, I do, but I mean, we're not. That's like we're not gonna keep talking about it. I mean, I said what I said.
Gotcha. So then what happens this year when you play Philly on December 3rd?
I don't know. Just wait till week 13, 12, whatever week it is. We'll show you.
Well, then you know how that's going to go down. You're going into Philadelphia. Those fans are going to be booing you loud. You have a message for Eagles fans?
Hey, guys.
Yeah?
All right, we're good to go.
What do you mean? We have Deebo on right now?
Yeah, I know, but we're going to head into camp right now.
Are you serious? Okay. Thank you. There you
Thanks,
go.
Bye.
Debo Samuel right there. Doesn't want to answer a few questions. Are you serious? We got hung up on because all we did was ask him about the quarterback situation and then Philadelphia? And we got hung up on by Debo Samuel? That's a joke. An absolute joke. That's absurd. We were told we had 15 minutes with him. He was on for 5-6 minutes, and he didn't want to answer anything. So I've done this long enough. That was just get the promotional plug out of the way. Then you don't want to answer any questions, and you hand the phone off to the public relations person. What a joke that was.
All right, that's Zach Gelb, CBS Sports Radio. What do you think?
Well, and to be fair, this is what he responded to me and Matt with. That wasn't that clip that went viral. That wasn't, which CBS actually posted. So they knew what they were doing. That was not the first question he asked.
Not at all.
So
he said they had 5 or 6 minutes with him.
Right. So
Yeah.
Zach came in and he said what he responded back to me with was that, hey, man, I was talking to him about what he went viral with when he was on the treadmill. So he was talking to him about that and then eventually worked into it. And like I said, Zach goes to Temple. I think he's a New York guy, but definitely got some Philly green in him. And you could hear that.
Oh, yeah.
But ultimately, listening back to it, I think you could tell that Deebo, and I talk about this a lot when we talk about jobs where the feeling that you have right now, not your personality, but I'm not in a good mood, but you got to put on a good face, right? Deebo might have already just not been in a great mood. That's what listening back to it, I just think Deebo was not in the mood. And to be completely honest, we talked about this a little bit in the pre-show. He doesn't have a great track record.
No, he's not a big radio interview guy, which is, again, significant. I wonder if everybody understands how this came to be.
Mm-hmm.
That is relevant today, and I feel like has been largely left out of this conversation. What I hear a lot of people say is, oh, this Zach Gelb guy, he was poking to go viral. He was trying to put Deebo in a spot.
Mm-hmm.
He was trying to get him to say something about Philly. Then he could go to Philly and get Philly mad, and everybody's going to fight, and I'm going to be a big social media star. Hold on a damn second. Do you understand that when there's a PR rep there and you hear Zach Gelb talk at the end of that conversation about get the promotional piece out of the way and then have a conversation? There's two ways that interviews come together in our business.
Mm-hmm.
There is, for instance, and this is the norm, you reach out to people of interest, whether they're on a team, coaching a team, or just another media member. You reach out to people and ask, hey, do you have a few minutes for us today? And they largely will do it or not do it out of the kindness of their heart. They will fit 10 to 15 minutes into their day for a show. That's the norm.
Right.
When there's a PR person next to you, that means they reached out to you. Yes, we get requests from very big names. Hey, this is how it worked. I promise you. Zach's show got an email about 3 weeks ago. Debo Samuel has availability. Would you like to have him on? Zach's team says yes, based on the pretty much understood give and take. I will use your show, Deebo will use Zach Gelb's show to promote whatever he is trying to sell. And then in exchange, Zach gets, as he said, 15 minutes of time to talk to Deebo. And that is Zach's show. He has earned that. That is a thing, too, just how Deebo has earned an NFL contract. Zach's show, he earned it. He is allowed to talk about whatever he thinks is relevant to his national audience. That is so disingenuous to me for people to be like, oh, you're trying to go viral. No, he's actually talking about what his national audience knows about Deebo, which is your treadmill viral video, your quarterback situation, and what you said back at the Super Bowl. I got zero problem with the way Zach approach that interview. And if Debo's going to use a show to promote something and then not give back, sorry, it's out of line.
Right. It's a give and take. And I think that the way that Deebo reacted, it was as if he had no clue. When it's like, let's be honest here. We're in the middle of the summer. Camp technically hasn't even started yet. I don't know what camp you're going to.
I got kids in summer camp.
Right,
what camp is Deebo appearing at? Because I'd like to, yeah.
So, whatever it is. So you get through the quarterback conversation. You get through the viral. Let's be honest. What you know the game, Deebo. What else do you think that is going to come up? It was a big deal, and I think it would be. Here's my thing, Will. I think it would be different. Let's say if the Niners weren't playing the Eagles this year. then I would say it's a bit more fishing. We're reaching a little bit. But they're playing this year.
Yeah, he moved the conversation forward. When Debo's like, that's old, right? Like, we're not going to talk about the Super Bowl thing. He goes, fine. How about you're playing them this year?
Yeah.
Is that game different? Is there something for the fan base there? Listen, you got to play the game. Mm-hmm. Zach played it for you. Do you think Zach cares about your line of underwear that you're trying to sell, Debo?
Not
or
particularly.
whatever the hell he had going on?
Yeah.
It's a game. He played it for you. You used his platform to promote it. Now he would like to be a little bit playful with you. Mm-hmm. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
And yes, you can feel it out. Sometimes a guy's not feeling it. Okay, you can change the line of questioning. He was barely given an opportunity to do that.
Yeah.
Debo's like, I don't like what you're saying, and boom, PR person. I'm off going to a camp that doesn't even exist.
Right. And my favorite part about the PR person situation is her first line of, hey, we're good to go.
We're good to go.
Zach's like, good to go? What does that mean? We're good to go here. Thanks.
Every PR person I don't want to pay with a broad brush, they all sound exactly the same.
Yeah.
It's like she went to PR school.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're all good here.
Yep.
Bye.
Thank you.
Oh, my gosh.
Thanks
it's
for that.
kind of nauseating, to
We're
be
good to
honest
go.
with you. Yeah. So he got used.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I want everyone to understand. You can think that he wanted to go viral. You can think whatever you want about the media. Zach Gelb got used. He got used for promotional purposes, and then Debo didn't give back. And that's the way I see it.
Now, I will say this. Yes, in the area of Debo, but also, let's put it to you like this. How many people were talking about Zach Gelb 2 days ago or yesterday compared to today?
No, this is great for him.
It's great for him, too. It is great for him, too.
Yeah, that's why I started with this is not a huge deal. It's not like nobody died. This is not bad.
Right.
Debo's not going to get fined. Mm-hmm. And Zach, yes, this went well for his show.
Yes.
So point well taken there.
It's a win. It's a win-win. Either Debo says really what you should try if you are Debo, and again, maybe he just wasn't in a good mood or in the right mood to handle those types of questions. Maybe it's you answer it, but you say, I'm not gonna. There is always a athlete speak way to go.
Totally.
Right? And he could have done that.
Just tell
and then
him.
Zach gets the answer. It's not click-worthy. You didn't take the bait, right? Debo took the bait because now you're getting talked about because you hung up.
That's the funny thing.
If all you had said was, hey, you have any message for Eagles fans? Well, we're gonna give him a good shot and hopefully our quarterback stays healthy. Nobody's talking about this today.
Nope. Or you can even just tell Zach, hey, man, listen, I know I said that back at the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
It's now July. We're about to start camp. I really don't want to get into it. Do you have something that you want to talk about the upcoming season or whatnot? You can just be straight and be real like that without kind of hiding behind a PR person. The irony of the whole deal is everyone's, Zach's trying to go viral. Guess what? He did.
He did.
There's nothing Debo could have said that's going to go more viral than this.
Right. Right.
What gets this to be what we're all talking about in the Bay Area today? There's only one thing, and it's that. Mm-hmm. It's to walk off the interview, call your PR person over, hand her the phone. Come on, man. Like, it's immature.
Right. And now
that's all it is.
Let's fast forward to the game. And Bob, as they get ready to kick off, Debo Samuel was asked about the Eagles. He said what was viral earlier this year. Then he was asked about it on the Zach Gelb show, and he hung up the phone. I wonder how upset he is going into this game. It all plays together.
Yeah. What was important to me was everybody can form your own opinion. Mm-hmm. I know Debo is somebody that people really love, right? Like, he's got a lot of fans. He's an important player for the 49ers, and Zach Gelb is largely someone that most of you listening to us have never heard of. But be that as it may, I think it's important to understand how things work behind the scenes in our industry when it comes to having someone as a guest on your show. Mm-hmm. Like, you can blow it off and be like, that's the 49ers versus some guy on CBS radio. Well, to Zach, that's his job. That's his life. It's really important. This show that you and I are doing, we take time and thought and we put into this show what we're going to do, and we do not take any minute for granted. If we put out an invitation for somebody to come on the show today, it's because we believe that is going to be really good conversation for you to listen to. That's important to us. So if he said, hey, there's a give and take, and someone reached out to Zach So Debo's available. And Zach was like, man, Debo's such a great name that I'll actually take 2 minutes of my show and turn it into Debo talking about 1-800.com, whatever the hell you're selling today, Debo.
Right.
That's a thing. That's a thing. And he gave that up in exchange for the agreement was you can have Debo for 15 minutes. And once you do that, unless the PR person sent an email ahead of time, do not talk about Philadelphia.
Which is possible.
It's possible. If that had happened, now we have a different conversation.
Yeah.
But if nothing was said to Zach, you get Debo for 15 minutes in exchange for us advertising on your show, then that was handled very poorly by Debo and his PR reps.
Yeah, and the thing is, when you say this type of stuff, there's no statute of limitation, right? And just because it's old to you, Debo, we're in the middle of summer. Everybody is looking for content, right? And ultimately, you got to think it's going to come up, man. Can you at least get to camp? And there was still ways for him to speak around it. But like I said, Zach knew what he was doing, and he did it well.
Well, you just brought up something that I think is another piece of the conversation, which is, okay, all the 49ers are dealing with this. They're tired of answering the same question.
Yeah.
Remember when Juszczyk was on with Rich Eisen last week, and George Kittle had to jump in and start making fun of Rich, bringing up the same damn question. Everyone wants to know Purdy and Lance and Darnold and Purdy and Lance and Darnold. Okay, do things get beaten into the ground in our industry? Of course they do. I don't know if you know this, but we're still talking about Jordan Poole.
Right.
Do things get the punch? The punch. What about the punch? Good God, yes. Things get driven into the ground. We totally get it. By the same token, though, I think it's funny sometimes when people go, don't talk about that anymore. Talk about this. And whenever they say, whatever's at the end of that, talk about this, I promise you, it's highly boring. What is it you want Zach to ask Debo outside of the quarterback position? The way the season ended last year, people will go, talk about what he's working on in camp.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Which is,
like,
yeah.
What do you, like, that's part of your $85 million. I'm sorry, Debo, you got to answer the same question 48 times.
Exactly. And it would be different, to be completely honest with you, if this was, I don't know, 20 years ago and you didn't have access to these stars. You want to know what Debo's up to? Go follow him on Instagram. Right? I mean, it's very easy to know what these guys are up to. Oh, yeah, it looks like he's been doing this, doing that. I go on Twitter and there's 18 videos of Debo's workouts. So you know what he's working on. So now, and you are, and again, we're talking to mostly Niner fans because that's the area we're in. But if you look at it from that is a national show. Nobody wants to know about the new routes that Debo's working on. That's just not, that's not it.
I don't even think people necessarily want to know that here.
They don't.
It's like,
they don't.
What are you going to say about it?
But he's their guy, and his guy got upset, so now I'm upset. That's how it works.
You are absolutely right. I mean, that's kind of that's the thing sometimes is I think when you go into any situation, it's a good thing to ask, like, this is true in your relationship, right? Like, okay, you were talking about your Achilles, and I bet one of the first thoughts that went through your mind was not, and maybe the first thought was, oh, hell, that hurts. Maybe that, and you go, oh my gosh, what does this mean for the next year? But I guarantee you within the first 2 minutes, you thought to yourself, what does this mean for my wife? What does this mean for my newborn kid? In any situation, I try at least to ask, okay, what's going on for the other person?
Yeah.
Right? And that to me is the core of what we're talking about here, which is, okay, yeah, you got to play a little bit of a game, but Debo, like, you don't get to just use the radio whenever it's convenient for you and then not understand what's in it for Zach or for CBS Sports Radio. So, sure, you may have to roll your eyes, grit your teeth, and talk about Brock Purdy and Trey Lance, especially because you're a wide receiver.
Yeah.
You may have to do that, but I'm sorry, that's the give and take. Like, Debo, what's in this for Zach? What's in it for Zach if you're just going to be like, okay, try my new thing, and then, oh, no. I don't want to talk about what you want to talk about.
Yeah.
I mean, even every radio show, I guarantee you Zach asks himself before he starts a show, what do my listeners want to hear? it's not usually what I want to talk about, what we want to talk about. You and I'd love to hear about your Achilles situation. I'd love to hear about your golf game.
Yeah.
But I think that our listeners would rather hear about Debo Samuel, Chris Paul, and Shohei Ohtani.
Now, Dibs might just talk about the Achilles.
Yes, because Dibs thinks he's a doctor. Dibs thinks he's a doctor.
Which he kind of did on July 3rd.
I mean, seriously. Yeah, how many times did he get in touch with you?
Oh my gosh, just outstanding. Outstanding.
But right, you gotta that's the question. Like, what does the audience want here? And I don't think athletes always have a great sense of what it is that the audience wants. It may totally bore you to tears, but I mean, it's kind of like when athletes don't like it when they get hurt and they get all kinds of tweets about, "Oh, you just ruined my fantasy team."
Right.
Well, unfortunately, that's what matters to the audience. I'm not saying it's appropriate to get mad at an athlete when they tear their Achilles.
Bad
it's
look.
a terrible look.
Yeah.
But I think it's incumbent upon all of us to understand what the audience we're talking to or performing for is interested in.
Yeah. And here's the thing. The same way, I think that is a really good point, because this is what's interesting. Everybody was ready, specifically out here. Dylan Brooks, nicknamed Villain Brooks, we know. After all that stuff went down with Dylan Brooks, and then this year, how things didn't go too well, he doesn't do his media availability. Everybody in the Bay Area who already does not like him, oh my gosh, dude, it's part of the you got to do this, you got to do it. But when it's Deebo, because he's your guy, it's a different situation. Two different versions of the contract, but still two agreements that you made, right, in being an athlete. You follow Deebo on Instagram, you see he's living that life.
No.
And there's a lot that comes with living that life. And if you can't gut it out for 15 minutes about something that you said, what are we talking about here?
Well, that's a great point, because if anybody in sports, there's a collection every year of people who I think do a great job of using social media to their advantage. Debo's one of them.
Yeah.
Did he not just use social media to his advantage to get the 49ers to pony up an absolute Brinks truck last year? He unfollowed the 49ers on Instagram. Everybody made a big deal. Then he was at that club, and he was and he was making different gestures and all. Like, yes, Debo Samuel uses media to advantage, and Debo, high five, great job. But man, then you gotta come with the other side when you take advantage of what's on the left. You got to be ready to hand out what's on the right.
Yeah, and I don't know. Look, obviously Debo's a star, but do you think that anything, even though Zach Gelb did get the viral moment, he didn't get it, which I'm trying to figure out which would last longer, the viral moment of the hang-up, or if Debo had said, tell the Eagles fans, because I feel like it's the latter.
Well, the Eagle thing, if he had said it, it would have been there.
It eats longer. It eats longer.
It would have been there in November when the game is November, December, whenever the hell it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would have been there. In Philly, come on, WIP would have had that thing on a loop.
So Zach is making the best of this situation, but he didn't get a bite that he can use. You can't use the click, really.
Yeah, I didn't even take it that way. I thought the guy was just trying to be playful and see, where he could connect with Debo on the whole thing. But anyway, to me, he's getting demonized in a way that he shouldn't be. We're sponsored by Cars.com. Obviously, today we continue the All-Star Week blowout here on 95.7 The Game, so a wonderful opportunity for you, once again, to win an incredible prize every show, every day, all week long. We'll take your phone calls next, plus I thought you had a really interesting observation at the All-Star festivities last night with the Home Run Derby. We'll get into that. Styles is in for the rest of the week. This is Willard and Dibs.
Bye.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Lansicum. I'll just use I use players to get our messages across to each other. Does that work? Lansicum.
I like it.
Yeah, double fives.
I like it.
Which actually won't work because I'm terrible with I can't. People will do this, players who have been playing. If you asked me, like, I got Curry's number.
Right.
I know Clay's. I know Draymond's. Gosh. If you asked me, like, Kevon Looney's number or Andrew Wiggins, I'm like, does Wiggins wear 22?
That feels right.
Is that right?
That feels
What
right.
does Looney wear?
And here's a better question.
I have no idea.
But here's a better question.
What's that?
Do you get judged, right, as a fan if you don't know numbers? Is that a thing?
Well,
what, you don't know his number? Are people judging you for not knowing that?
I know my sons do because they've got that kind of thing. Like if we're watching the Red Zone, and it's flashing, and here's the Texans and the Bengals, and now there's the Packers, bing, 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 bing. And they're like, yeah, that was, Dad, that was number 85 for the Packers. And I'm like, I have no clue. If you give me the name, I know that. I just don't. My mind doesn't register that way. I do have a little bit of a photographic memory, but not for that.
I think fantasy also trains you that, right? If you're watching for your guy to do something, you're looking for a certain number to do something. You're watching where he's on the field, and then you watch him run a route. If you're watching for T. Higgins, you're looking for 85, right?
No doubt, yes. Once you draft a guy, you learn his. That's true. You learn his number real fast.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Thank you.
There's a lot of levels
Great
to
job,
this,
Lucas.
right? If you were to trade, and as you get older, there's only so much information you can retain, right? So, look, I know colleges. I might not know numbers, but I know colleges. Is that okay?
No, it's great. Look, you get to do it how you want. That's why I just come out and say it. I'm like, that's a weak point for me. I don't remember the numbers. But the boys make fun of me for it all the time. And part of it is, and this was a big part of the home run derby last night, these dudes are on their video games all day, or they're on YouTube all day. And so by osmosis, they're picking up everything. Like, we don't play fantasy baseball in our house, but my God, my sons could tell you the whole White Sox lineup.
Right.
And they're just like, what? You don't know Luis Robert? I'm like, yeah, I know Luis Robert. If he didn't have his uniform on, I don't think I could have picked him out of a lineup.
No, I can do that. Now, the number thing, I'm with you. And we got Travis Irby on the YouTube chat. Can't name anybody on number on the Giants except for Camilo, Duvall, and Crawford. I think baseball just shouldn't even count because there's way too much going on with baseball.
And the Giants only a couple years ago now that they started putting their names back on the home jerseys too, right? Like, if I asked you what's J.D. Davis's number, what kind of shot you got?
I feel like it's under 30.
I'll take the under. Is it a single digit? I want to say that it's a single digit. J.D. Davis. I could be on,
and that's my guy
wrong.
too. And that's my guy too. That's my boy.
I don't even know his number.
And I don't know his number.
I don't even know. Is he number 8? Does he wear number 8? Everyone's looking at each other like we don't know. Oh, that's
someone's
saying
7. E Blue is saying 7 on YouTube.
I have 2 follow-ups on this.
Okay.
Number 1, Kevon Looney. What position does he play?
Right. He plays basketball.
He plays center, which is also known as the
5.
That's his jersey.
Is that his number?
That is. Yeah.
Okay. I'm also not a jersey guy. And I think you know what I mean. That's a little bit different. Like Shasky and Bonte, jersey guys.
Right.
Whatever the Warriors wear, the next day they'll be in here and they'll rock 8 minutes of content out of it. And I ain't mad at it. That's what the team store looks like.
Right.
But I'm like, did they win?
Sure. Guru will post the actual combinations that the teams are wearing. So you don't care about. So like City Connect, don't care either way.
If they wore clown shirts and scored more points, I'd be like, wear them again tomorrow.
So you must love City Connect.
Loved it.
Yeah.
Loved it from the day that it started.
Right.
Everyone was like, creamsicle. I know the players. The players were like,
yeah.
Like, they can't say it out loud.
No.
But if you're in the clubhouse and you had kind of a private moment, they're like, God, not really what I'm into wearing. But then they started winning all the games. And I'm like, wear them on Wednesday.
Right.
How about Thursday? Win all the games. I don't care what you're wearing. So that's part of it, too, is I just don't. I don't know. It just doesn't register to me that way.
But I guess it's less about what you like. Is there anything that because I think for me, a lot of times it's unless I really like something or something is just, oh, no.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Padres City Connect. Does that, do any jerseys, do you dislike or you just have no feeling on any jerseys?
No, I mean, I guess, no, I have feelings on it where I'll look at it and be like, either like it or I don't.
Right.
But it doesn't like connect with me on a way of like, I don't. That's fine. Right. Wear an ugly jersey. If you win, I'll be totally happy.
And speaking of that, the jersey colors, right? The combinations, and then how you wear the jersey. Maybe it's just because it doesn't really. It's kind of hard to wear a bad basketball jersey. It can be done. There's some bad baseball jerseys, and just nowadays, I know you got your 2 teenage sons. The new swag for baseball is just terrible. They like the tweener. It's like right there on their ankles, or they pull the pants above.
All the way
and I'm
up.
blaming Hunter Pence for that. I have to blame Hunter Pence. And I'm just thinking,
he's probably okay with that.
That's cool now. What are we doing?
It's such a great point, Alan. I was watching Fernando Tatis earlier, actually, because he does this, right? When you were younger, if you saw someone have their pants maybe 2 or 3 inches above their shoes, where you could see some socks, and it's tight around their ankle, that's like the biggest loser way you can rock pants. But he's making that cool now.
Yeah, but you know what's also fascinating is this is a sports thing, because if you guys did what you just did in any other facet of life, people would be like, pause. Like, what on earth? Why are you staring at what I'm wearing right now?
It's a uniform.
You know what I mean? The only thing I'll do is, like, you know that Warrior black jersey with the floral thing at the bottom that they did this year?
Mm-hmm.
For me, there was a functional issue. I don't care whether you like the look or not. I wanted to know why the floral part was that part of the jersey that got tucked in. I'm like, if you're going to do a thing, let me see it. They did it, and then they tuck it in, and you're like, you can't even see it.
Right. They should have just put it on the back, but then everybody liked it more because they didn't like the flower, right? So because it was hidden. Because now I'm watching, College World Series, shout out to Stanford. They got about, 7, 8 guys drafted this year, by the way. They all had the tweener pants. All tweener pants, everywhere.
Yep.
Everywhere.
By the way, I also got offended by this on a certain level, I think, at my early time of becoming a sports fan, because many of the jerseys around sports that people rip have the color orange. Okay? Tampa Bay Bucks 80s creamsicle. People have always ripped the Bengals helmet. Giants come out with the City Connect. Everything is somehow discriminatory against the color orange, and I love the color orange. It's my favorite fruit. I went to San Mateo High School, orange and black. I grew up a Giants fan, orange and black. Give me Orange Fridays all day long.
Sure.
I wanted to go to Syracuse. Sorry, didn't have the out-of-state money. Like, I love orange.
Yeah.
And people are always ripping orange. So I'm like, leave the orange alone. We're fine over here on Planet Orange.
I as a kid, I did really like orange. I even, playing Madden when I would randomly play with the Broncos just because I like the color combination. You know what? And this might be completely random. I think people don't like orange. You want to know why, Will?
Why?
Because you can't rhyme anything with it.
Ooh.
It's just there.
That's true. I've done that exercise before. Like, that's one of those things when someone tells it to you, I'm like, no, I bet I could come up with a word. And it's true, right? There's no word that rhymes with orange.
I've tried it.
And you
try right now.
How close did you come to it?
Is there anything, like, if you were putting together a little hip-hop rhyme, you probably come up with something close that would work.
Well, they're the rappers that do, hey, if you really wanted to be that guy, throw any word in a hat, and I'll rhyme with it.
Just be like,
or you be the guy, I'm just throwing orange.
Yeah, I'm like racking my brain again, and there's nothing.
Yeah.
I have other words that don't have a rhyme in the English language. Would you like to hear them?
Did you just look this up or something like that?
Yeah, because I knew that there were others, and I have the full list.
Okay.
Silver, purple, month.
Are we supposed to just buy this from you?
Yeah. No, it's fact.
Okay.
It's from Flocabulary.
I mean, Dr. Seuss would
Did
like
you say
a word.
Flocabulary?
I did, yeah. It's a website.
There's no word that rhymes with silver?
Ninth, pint, wolf, opus, dangerous, marathon, and discombobulate.
Damn. And that's it? That's the whole list?
That's all, yeah. So
like
orange
discombobulated, that I get.
I mean, you can all... But,
silver?
Right. But the thing about rapping is that they don't have to be actual words. They could be names.
Right. It just has to be close.
Exactly.
It just has to sound like a flow.
You know, favorite color silver. I like my quarterback mid. Trent Dilfer.
Oh!
You know what I mean?
Styles make fights. Damn. Oh, my gosh. He brought up Trent Dilfer.
There you go. That's off the top.
That was really good. I'm impressed.
I stated the facts.
I think you should do the rest of the week. That's what I think.
There you go.
All right. We're always here for your calls, 888-957-9570. We do have some developing news on the All-Star game tonight, which we'll tell you here in just a second. But let's go to Paul in San Jose. Hey, Paul, you're on with Willard and Alan Stiles today in for Dibs. What's good? What are you doing? Paul?
How's it going? Hello?
Yo, what's up?
Yeah, I'm here. How you guys doing? I love the show. Long-time listener. Just don't get to call often. But I wanted to speak about the new transition with the Golden State Warriors, and there's a lot to be excited about. I mean, last year, obviously, our hopes was up, and we were let down. But I truly believe that with all the stuff going around with Draymond and with Chris Paul, I mean, Chris Paul, yeah, we lost some athleticism by losing Jordan Poole, but we gained control. We gained a floor general. And, Chris Paul, it's hard for a Warrior fan. I've been a Warriors fan since Sharunas Marshalunas. But it's hard to look at a nemesis and say, hey, you know what? I can't accept this guy. When he's a baller like that and he's going to bring that type of an IQ, just like Draymond did to this team, I mean, it's going to be so beneficial for that second team. And not only that, me being a Chris Paul fan before Steph came into the league, I think it's come full circle for me anyways as a basketball fan to see Chris Paul in a Warriors uni. And I had one more thing to say, too, about the whole thing about the transition with Poole going over to Washington. And I'm happy for Jordan Poole. But, we always kind of bear down on Draymond, and Draymond did this, Draymond did that. But you know what? What Draymond did was in defense of a push that was pushed. So, in a way, yeah, there was trash talk. He was pushed, and the rest is history. But I think it's best for everybody, for all parties, and I'm really excited for the Warriors basketball organization this year and moving forward. I think that they're going to do good things, and they're in a good position to really make some noise in the playoffs next year.
Paul, thanks, man. I'll say this. Look, the Punch is forever going to be a part of their history. It's a reference point to different things that have unfolded. I personally am kind of done going through the whose fault it was and why it went down and all of that. Like, oh, he got pushed first. Who knows what was said? Whatever. The Chris Paul part, to me, a little bit more interesting. I'll admit a vulnerability right now. We had a conversation that lasted the majority of the show yesterday with regard to Chris Paul's introductory comments to Kendra Andrews. Hey, you coaching? Mm-hmm. I am not and have not been a fan of Chris Paul. And one of the reasons that I was hesitant when he was acquired was because of stuff like that. Mm-hmm. Does it mean is it a backbreaker? No. But his way of dealing with the people around him is rough around the edges. That's not usually, at least with the point guard that we know, that's not what we're used to. Right. I find it to be a little grating. It's not the end of the world. We don't have a choice but to root for him. He's got a Warrior jersey. So he's on the team. Yeah. But there are going to be moments throughout the year where I roll my eyes. The first time he falls on the ground when no one touched him, I'm not going to cheer. Right. I'm going to be like, okay.
Well, it might be a tech, too.
Maybe. I hope it is. It should be.
Yeah.
So that's part of yesterday. Mm-hmm. Is it emblematic of a massive ego? Maybe. In the moment, it's just one interview. And, yeah, I don't dig it. I don't really dig that being the first thing you say to the assembled Warrior media who you're going to be dealing with on a daily basis.
Right. And I go back and forth with it because, I had people responding to me saying that she didn't assume. I don't know where you're at with it. Either way, he shouldn't have responded like that. But to me, she kind of assumed.
I thought the start of the question was presumptuous.
Yes.
However, here's what I'll say about that we didn't really get into yesterday. First of all, when you're interviewing someone like that, this is not a planned interview. This is, you know what I mean? Like, here comes availability. I mean, you got to come up with your words on the fly. And sometimes they don't come out perfectly. Mm-hmm. By the time the question was over, she had worked her way to a completely different question.
Right.
And that was just a premise of where it starts. That's not to make an excuse for her, but that's tough. That's not always easy to do. But secondarily, did you read her article that she wrote yesterday?
I didn't catch it yet.
Okay, it's on ESPN.com, and there's a bunch of things she writes and starts the comments with per sources. Mm-hmm. And it's like, per sources, this is what the Warriors are planning to do. Kendra has talked to plenty of people in the Warrior organization, and it is my belief that her presumptuous sound was because that's what the people in the Warriors organization are telling her.
Yeah.
Chris Paul's coming off the bench, and so she made an assumption of what is going to happen that maybe hasn't really fully been told to Chris.
Yes.
Or maybe he doesn't accept it yet.
Right.
One of the two. So just know that. That's my belief. I think that she's been told.
No, that's fair.
Chris is coming off the bench.
That's fair. And
so she presumed it.
And if they haven't had those conversations, or maybe Chris just felt like, you're not going to put me on Front Street in this situation, right? Where I'm just now starting, and now he takes it out on her. She gets caught in the crosshairs. But to your point, I think that's a great point. This isn't one of those, well, since I think, right, it's not somebody that has no source. Well, I think that he's coming off the bench, and these Twitter geniuses think he's coming off the bench, so I'm going to go with that. No, she's got sources that are, it's not coming from out of nowhere. And maybe Chris felt, hey, well, if we haven't officially talked about it yet. So, and that's the other question. Has he actually not talked about it yet, or did he feel like this wasn't the opportunity to have the conversation?
I don't buy it. Do you buy it? Do you buy that the Golden State Warriors, with a $30 million investment, had no chat beforehand?
Maybe it was surface level. Maybe it was just not. Maybe it wasn't in stone yet. Very similar to my Achilles, right? When I felt it, I was pretty sure it was done. But I still went in to get confirmation. She did the Thompson test. She grabbed my calf. She said, I don't even need the MRI for this.
It's not there.
You know what I mean?
There's nothing there.
So, but I needed to hear it, right? Maybe Chris he knows it. It hasn't been officially said, and I'm not going to take that from the media when I haven't had this conversation yet.
That's what I think he has had the conversation. He just didn't like where it was coming from. Mm-hmm. It's like, wait a minute. You're just going to put that out there? And then, by the way, here's the other thing. Chris Paul is going to start a bunch of games this year. Jordan Poole wasn't a starter. How many games did he start?
Quite a bit.
Almost half of them.
Yeah.
So, Chris Paul is going to start some games for the Golden State Warriors this year. So, even if he's not a starter, he may have just heard that question and been like, hold on a second. You just started on third base.
Yeah.
Like, I just got here, and you're over here already, and we don't even know what's going to be going on in the fall. And he could have moved past it, but he didn't. So,
and that's it. If that's how you want to take it. I mean, ultimately, I do think when you have guys like this and the pedigree and the resume, personally, I don't know about you, Willard. I think that Chris Paul will start game one. I think
based on what?
I just think he will. I just think
he will. Are you predicting an injury? Or,
no.
Or you think everyone's healthy?
Everyone's healthy. Chris Paul will be in that starting lineup.
And who's not? Who's the odd man out?
That's the question. But I think it's all going to work itself out because at some point,
it usually does.
Somebody's going to miss time, right? And then they're going to win and say, you know what? We're going to just roll with what's hot, right? But I do believe that Chris Paul will be in that starting lineup opening night. I know Steiny's gone. Don't take it to Reno. Don't take it to Reno. Take it to Peppermill if you want.
No. I'm
telling you, man.
No. Steph's not on the bench.
But it won't last I don't know. It's very simple. It'll happen like that. If they lose, if things get a little sticky, they got to play with things, right? If they win, you keep riding it till it's not. But he will get that respect. I just got a feeling.
Gosh, I mean, you absolutely could be right. I hope you're wrong, just because I think that, and that's not for any personal reasons. It's for the reasons that I think the greatest part about having him is him on the second unit. And running that unit. That's what's attractive about having him.
And that's what Kendra said.
If he's not there, then who is?
Yeah.
Who's running your second? What do you want, Pajemski? What are we doing? Right?
Corey Joseph?
GW in Livermore. You're on with Willard and Styles. Hey, GW, what are you doing?
Hey, I'm listening to you guys.
Us too.
I just wanted to. You guys are doing a great job, by the way. Thanks for taking my call. I just wanted to give a shout out to CP3. I think there's a little bit, I've never seen an introductory press conference with the jersey reveal where they're like, it was almost like he was like in an aisle away. And there's a trash can like 2 feet away from him. His jersey was wrinkled at the bottom, and he has the members of the press almost like on his right and left shoulder, just no distance in between. And then they're talking to him about a bench roll. And this is a 12-time All-Star, 11-time All-NBA, All-Defensive Team, Rookie of the Year, All-Star MVP. I think he just kind of was a little on edge in terms of, I didn't think it was going to go down like this, the Thomas Mack Center.
Well, except for G-Dub, he actually did and had a say in it. Like, just to give you behind the curtain a little bit, if it's not going to be a planned press conference, that's the way media availability often looks. It's just a guy in a hallway, and everybody's surrounding him. Gabe Kapler before a game is just sitting in the dugout, and people just surround him, and it's very casual. And if Chris wanted more of a show, all he had to do was ask for it. I guarantee you the Warriors would have brought out a logo and a microphone and everything. But this is the way it was. There's nothing offensive about that, if that's sort of what someone's thought was.
Right. I'd simply think that Chris Paul, because of that, thought it was going to be a little softball, right? And Kendrick came in a little bit hardball.
Quick and easy.
Yeah, and Chris Paul, I just got my jersey, and all of a sudden you throw me to the bench, right? I think that's how Chris Paul thought of it. But I don't think there was foul play. You got to ask the questions.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Absolutely. I thought it was a fair, subject area to start. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Styles is in for Dibs. We'll tell you all about the All-Star Week blowout and the prize opportunities that are there for you today, and also coming up next, some developing news out of the All-Star game that'll launch us into an observation that Allen had last night. That's coming up on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
So I'm just actually updating myself right now on what was won on the morning show and the midday show today with our All-Star Week blowout. And if my memory serves, it looks like somebody won a pair of tickets to a Warriors game earlier today, and somebody also won a pair of tickets to Aerosmith and Seinfeld and Gaffigan. So that's what was won earlier today. You know what that means is the autographed Klay Thompson jersey is ... still on the board. Wow. Still on the board, along with all kinds of other great prizes. We have more tickets to Seinfeld and Gaffigan. We've got these great prizes, courtesy of Evolve Training Center, private jiu-jitsu, self-defense lessons, Muay Thai boxing lessons, 1 month memberships, a couple of them to Evolve Training Center, the gift cards to Alexander Steakhouse, gift card to Buon Vino, and a pair of tickets with both of those to Hip Hop Made the Bay at SAP Center in November. All of that is still on the table, and I think by now y'all know the deal. Every show, every day this week, we'll be giving away one prize, and toward the end of our show today in the 5 o'clock hour, you'll call in. If you've been listening to the whole show, we'll ask you a question about something that happened on the show. If you get it right, you get to pick an envelope, and I still have, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I got 10 envelopes still in my hand right here, and we'll open up for another winner coming up. Yeah. So it's been fun this week. So Luis Robert of the White Sox, who cost me $10 last night, Styles. I was feeling good, man. When Rutschman came out and did the left-handed, right-handed thing.
Which was awesome.
It was awesome. And he hit like 28 home runs. And I was like, oh, damn, I bet on Luis Robert. And Robert came out and had no trouble flying right by him. And I was like, gosh, his swing is smooth. He didn't even look like he's trying. And so I was feeling good. And then he ran out of gas in the second round. And apparently he ran out of a portion of his leg, too. And he has confirmed that the injury did spark in the Derby.
Not good.
And so he's out of the All-Star game tonight. I don't think it's serious, but that's the kind of thing, I don't know. I take it easy when players say, I'm not doing the Derby, and we rip them because, come on, Shohei, be in the Derby. It's like, it's a lot. You watched that thing last night? Like, it looks exhausting.
Well, I was going to say, and a lot of people were saying last night, go back to the 10 outs, right? Because this version of the Derby is a cardio session.
Totally.
This version of the Derby, you can get hurt. Well, imagine if they're wearing an Apple Watch or a Fitbit during this Derby. It'd be ridiculous. And so I think you can make the argument that their bodies, which sounds crazy, because because baseball players get a bad rap. I think and we're going to get into the athleticism of baseball players a little bit later. But you could make the argument that specific type of workout that they're doing, they don't typically do.
Well, it's kind of why I was surprised that Vlad won, to be honest with you.
And they kept talking about
that
it. So
man
good for him.
Is a truck. He is a truck. And it takes so much to spin that body around, swing, swing, swing. I'm like, he has got to run out of gas. And he never did.
No.
He never did. He also almost killed a kid. Good Lord, Major League Baseball. Like, I know this is a little hindsight is 2020, but this is the second time that some elementary school kid has almost died out in the outfield. Because the ball is coming out there at 115 miles an hour. Like, get the kids out of the field, please, unless we know that they can catch.
But I was going to say, again, back to the 10 outs, it's a little bit different because it's not rushed. Not only are they coming at 100 miles per hour, it's one after the other. So you're looking at, I'm a third grader. Oh, wow, look at that. There's another one coming right at me.
Right at. It's a great point. You look it up like, oh, that one's going just, wow. Like,
head on a swivel.
Dude, did you all see that last night? And I got to shout out, like, we're watching at home. My lovely Christy's there, and I didn't even notice. She's like, hey, there's a kid that is just like, he is face down. I'm like, where? And the camera's just like, oh, there goes another
There's
one.
No time. There's no
I'm
time.
like, what are you seeing? And then finally, after the fact, you go to social, like, holy hell. This kid took a 115 mile an hour exit velocity liner It did not clip anything else before it whacked him in the side of the face.
Yeah.
And he's face down. And baseball's just like, all right, next up is Rosarena. I'm like, my God, there's a dead child in left field.
Right. Let's go to Bo Bichette and see what he thinks.
They're all making. I'm like, this is. Oh wow.
So
get the kids who can't. Like there's too many of them out there. Good Lord, get the kids out of the outfield.
I don't even think they get to keep them. Right? They're not keeping those baseballs, are they?
Well, what are we getting? I get that they're getting a cool experience, I guess, unless you get whacked in the side of the head by a ball. But I always look at it through this lens. Like, why are they there? Why are they there?
Who are they? We were wondering that because they've been doing it for so long.
Right.
How do you sign up for this? And now somebody, Chris Say on YouTube chat saying, Aunt Will saying kids about to be rich soon. I don't know about that. They probably have to sign something.
Oh, for sure. Major League Baseball's not that dumb.
Yeah, I think they got to sign
For sure.
Please, Mom. Please, Dad. I can catch a ball.
Yeah.
Whack.
Yeah.
You got to put an age limit on it. You got to be 14.
I know plenty of 14-year-olds who wouldn't have caught that ball. I mean, my gosh.
Because is a high schooler going to do it?
You see the clip of the new. Is there a new Bachelor? Did the Bachelor 28 just start?
I posted that.
Did you see? Was that you? That lady, and that was a lob ball.
Yeah.
My man just lobbed her the ball. And she just like trying to be all cute. Like we're on a date. It's like, whack, now you got a broken nose.
Yeah, and as he was tossing it, she's like, I don't really know what I'm doing. He goes, oh, no, you're doing great. As the ball is in flight and just, I don't know how, to be honest, I don't know if they put more makeup on after because she had no signs of it, but she got smoked.
She got absolutely, she lunged at it. She lunged at it and whiffed.
Yeah.
And she got one right in the nose.
Really surprised they went, if they went with maybe they didn't go with the hard ball. Who knows?
Yeah, right? Wiffle ball action.
Maybe, or Farm B softball.
Because of this, I didn't even remember that apparently Pete Alonso did this a few years ago, where he hit a line drive to the outfield, and some kid, and I mean was beyond concussed, and they had to pause the action. And so they video out to the outfield, and there are two people practically carrying this guy. He looks like an NFL player who just tore his ACL. He's got his arms around two people, and he is just has no clue where he is. He's limping out the outfield wall, and the camera pans back to Alonso, and he's just outside the batter's box, just dancing, just vibing. Yeah. He vibing to the MLB stadium music. He's like, sweet.
Yeah.
I'm like, are you not concerned? You just killed a child.
Right.
And you're just like, yeah, man, this is my jam.
Yeah, he'll be all right.
This is a bad look.
It's a bad look. It almost could be, I mean, I think they're coming out with season 2 of Squid Games. It could be a game on Squid Games. Just don't get hit.
I mean, it feels like a way too advanced game of 3 flies up that you play with your kids.
Yeah.
Right? Get a big old pile of kids. I used to do this at the end when I coached Little League for my oldest son. This is how we would do our last practice of the year. I'd be like, all right, we're playing 3 flies up, everybody out to the outfield. And then I would pull out a massive bucket of water balloons.
Okay.
And we're going 3 flies up with water balloons, and these kids are just getting soaked. And it was hilarious, right? They had so much fun. But this is different. These are live 115-mile-an-hour baseballs.
Right. And and you can see the miles per hour, right? Eduardo Perez.
Seriously.
That one's 110. Just right at some kid's face.
Yeah, how are they getting this exit velocity to come up seemingly before the swing is even done?
Yeah.
It's like, how did you do, man, the technology.
With the launch angles
is
and
almost too
like
much.
That. Well, and they did a separate broadcast that was even more stat-driven. I didn't watch that. But, I mean, it's almost as if back to, because you said you had Luis Robert and people were saying, they were like, if you look at certain numbers, we're not going to spoil it for you. But basically, there is an equation to show who's going to win. And I haven't looked back today because I didn't watch that broadcast. But basically, you can see who's supposed to win based on trajectory, launch angle. And it was right like the last 2 years.
And it predicted Vlad?
They didn't even say because they wanted you to watch.
Oh.
And I kept it on.
Okay.
I didn't
Did they tell you afterward?
I didn't check that.
And I don't know if I would believe it.
I don't
either.
either.
Be like, so we totally knew Vlad was going to win.
I can tell you they didn't have Randy or Rosarena because they kept on getting on Randy and my guy Mookie for their heights, all right? So shout out to Randy. I wanted him to get it done.
I thought Randy was going to get that thing. When he got into a rhythm, it was just like whack,
lightning.
Whack. It's all about that pitcher. It's all about that pitcher. And you want to know why else last night was a great night? Hey, every time a Dodger embarrasses himself, an angel gets its wings.
Yep. And Mookie's my guy. And I hate that Mookie's my guy.
I've been on record that he's the least annoying Dodger. But I still love that he just got base hits.
Didn't even take the time out. Tell me you don't want to be there without telling me you don't want to be there.
Just like, I think I'm going to ground this one into right field for a single. Good job, Mookie. All right, Styles is in for Dibs. More of your calls next, 888-957-9570. And after watching the Derby, you had an interesting thought that you threw out there earlier today. We'll get to that coming up next. And Jacob Rubin, the Summer League coach for the Warriors, is coming up in a couple of hours right here on 95.7 The Game and Willard and Dibs.
and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, so again, All-Star Week blowout is here. It is all on the table. So if I'm you, I keep listening. Because it could be a Klay Thompson signed jersey. It could be tickets to Seinfeld and Gaffigan. It could be self-defense lessons, boxing lessons, Muay Thai, memberships to Evolve. Could be a gift card to Alexander Steakhouse. Could be a gift card to Buon Vino. You could end up at Hip Hop Made the Bay. All of that is on the table today on this show. And then again, and by the way, yeah, we still got one round of golf with the hosts as well. Not you. Not you.
No.
You're not walking. I mean, you can come out ride the cart with us if you want.
Yeah, I'll just wait. Too much of a tease.
I know, right? Gosh, that's got to be the hardest. By the way, for those of you who don't know what we're talking about, how long has it been since you tore the Achilles?
It was the Saturday before Father's Day.
So, it's only been a little over a month.
Yeah. I mean, I tore it Saturday, got the surgery on Wednesday.
Ugh.
Yeah.
I've always heard that it's just like, and I don't know, you're in it, but everyone's always like, don't do that one. Like,
Don't do that one.
That's the injury.
My PSA is just stretch your calves. Just stretch your calves anytime you can.
Dang, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel for you, but
I'll be all right.
But you'll be back. You'll be back.
Now,
yeah.
But here's the thing. Now I'm on a new wavelength. Now I can say, when I tore mine and when I talked to Klay the next time, when I talked to KD, so now we're on a different wave.
Like it's like that.
So, you wouldn't understand the trenches unless you've done it. And now I'm in the trenches.
Okay, so
I didn't want to be in the trenches.
Guy, pal, trust me. You're angling for a one-on-one with Klay Thompson.
That's right.
And then you're going to hammer the Achilles, and he's going to say, that's the past, man. We're done with that. And then you're going to be like, yeah, but man, like you and me, we've done that. And so like, what'd you do next? And then his PR rep's going to be like, bye.
Yeah, we're good to go here.
We're all good here, Mr. Styles.
That's right. And that's what's so funny because
we're going to go to camp.
Right, we got to go to camp and make some s'mores, right? Now, I have people hitting me up on Twitter saying it was a wide receiver camp. That's the camp that he had to go to. Actually.
No, I'm sure that there was some camp.
Yes, but
I'm sure.
And you were going to go right now.
He had to go. Those kids were waiting. So it was time to go. Anyway, we'll get back to Deebo in a little bit. But I'm fascinated by what you said earlier today. Your observation after watching the All-Star game and the Home Run Derby last night.
Yeah, and I thought about this even before, but just seeing all the players, it's crazy because I'm sitting here and I listed off a number of players, and we saw that thing. I really got to go in is that tweet that was going around about Zach LaVine hitting a ball 250 feet. Basketball players can play whatever. Did you see the video of Giannis in the batting cage? And that was off a tee. Can we stop with that? And it led me to continue to think about baseball players. And I think baseball players, and yes, I'm biased, I think baseball players are a little underappreciated when it comes to their athleticism. But with that being said, off the top of your head, Willard, and you're a baseball guy too, you could name a bunch of young studs, and I guarantee you're going to forget somebody. I'm sitting here in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, I'll put Ellie De La Cruz in that category.
For sure.
De La Cruz, Mookie Betts, Juan Soto, Ronald Acuna Jr., just off the top of your head. Mike Trout, obviously. Shohei Ohtani. Well, who'd you forget? Now you go down the list. J-Rod. Right, Julio Rodriguez, and I'm forget Corbin Carroll, who's now a new guy coming up. This is the most athletic era of baseball in the history of Major League Baseball, I think. And I guess if you want to say besides the steroid era, sure, but it's ridiculous. I mean, these guys are legit athletes right now.
Absolutely, they are. We left out. It's funny because the Derby came up last night. And I bet most people would still. In fact, me being one of them. Who's the cat for the Rangers? Who's the kid who went up against the Rosarena?
Garcia.
Adolis.
Garcia.
Adolis Garcia. Okay. Who knows who that is?
He's yoked. That's what I know.
He is. A really good young player.
Yeah.
Right? And even a Rosarena, because he's with the Rays, there is, even with all of that said, and maybe that's always true. Mm-hmm. Maybe every era is the most athletic it's ever been, because that's just the nature of the beast. They don't look like Babe Ruth anymore. Mm-hmm. But at the same token, you have all of the things that should be what baseball is looking for. What have we been asking for from baseball? Hey, speed it up. Okay, we did. All right, we need some good young players. All right, you just laid that out. You know what we need? We need more African Americans in the game. You mentioned Mookie Betts. It's actually fascinating that he's not more popular than he is. Maybe that's a Bay Area slant, but I don't think it is. Yeah, I don't feel like Mookie Betts' name comes up in the top 5 or 10 sort of like Q rating baseball players. Yeah. And he's actually the exact guy everybody's been saying that baseball wants. We want someone who's young, African American, speaks the language, has a big personality, and is really good and is in a big market. Check, 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 check.
And he has some commercials. He's got the Bleacher Report podcast, and that's what makes me feel. And I would say Mookie on a baseball relative scale in terms of personality. Mookie does have a good personality. Not last night because he did not want to be there. And you know what's so crazy? I'm such a good athlete. The thing that my wife makes me, Alan Stiles, take out the trash. Mookie Betts' wife makes him do the home run derby.
Made him do the home run derby.
There's levels to this, all right?
Like, if you need to have your arm twisted to do the home run derby, like, hey, Sweets, there's one thing that you haven't. Is he even 30 yet?
He's 30 on the dot.
He's on the dot.
Yeah.
This guy's 30 years old. And what has he not achieved in the game? What's still left? What's still left?
Well, he ain't going to win the home run derby.
Well, there's that, right. But I guess that's what their thought was that's kind of the one sort of like little fun goal that you haven't achieved yet. It's like Brandon Crawford when he pitched a couple of weeks ago. It's like, it's the one thing you haven't done, so let's go do it. So he did it, and he did not do it well.
No. He didn't do it well, but I'm just looking at all these guys, and Mookie to me is someone who does fit the bill for whatever reason. We were talking about this a little bit in the pre-show. I don't think he's flashy enough, to be completely honest with you. I think that Mookie is a guy who shows emotion on the field, but he would be a guy that the purists would say plays the game the right way. And maybe that hurts him a little bit because you were talking about your sons. Your son's like Ronald Acuna Jr., who does whatever the new he gritties after the game. He does whatever the newest dance is, and people love it.
Absolutely,
and people love it, and it's good for baseball. Ellie De La Cruz, right? People love that stuff. Mookie doesn't do that, and it's crazy that one part is holding him back. What sounds insane now is that you could even look at it, the brand is the brand, but Derek Jeter, how would Derek Jeter play now? He would still be huge because he's Derek Jeter. It's the Yankees. But Aaron Judge doesn't really have a personality. If Aaron Judge was on another team, even doing what he was doing, I don't know that anybody cares.
It's not as big of a deal.
Not at all.
He's got a big smile. He doesn't have Aaron Judge's personality is better than Mike Trout's.
Sure.
Right? But also sometimes I think we use personality as a catch-all as an excuse for when a player doesn't have a big Q rating. Because what is Shohei Ohtani's personality?
He's got a personality, though.
Sort of, except for
he's always messing around in the dugout.
Right, but we don't even like what equals personality. We can't even have a discussion with him.
Right,
he doesn't speak the language, and but this is
maybe
you're
just that good that you don't need a personality.
I'm saying that's the biggest compliment you can give the guy. He doesn't speak the language, and he's found a way to become the most popular thing in baseball, and he's done it on a secondary team in a big market. You know what I mean? This would be like somebody on the Clippers taking over LA. This would be somebody like if someone on the Oakland A's became the most popular player in baseball. That is incredibly hard to do. However, he's obviously doing something that nobody has ever done in the history of the game, and therefore, that's how you do it. So I don't know. I don't know if it's all about personality or if it's just about doing something. Sometimes I think this is almost abstract. Like, what captures your imagination when you fall for a baseball player? Jeter's a great example. If Derek Jeter were a Marlin, what is Derek Jeter? He's like he's Luis Ariz. That's cool. You can hit 300. You're a good player.
Right.
Nah, that's it. But he's a Yankee, so he becomes like the legend of the sport.
And that's a bit of just how it goes, right? We understand all that. But getting back to the athleticism of the sport right now, I think it's a exciting time for baseball, but it's also scary, Because my take on this is if you're not able to pull in because I'm a millennial, so millennials still like baseball. I think millennials and up still like baseball. It's the Gen Zers. It's everybody below the millennials. You're trying to capture or recapture, right? Unless your parents really like baseball, right? Just brand new fans. If you don't get them in this current era where you've shortened the game and you're more athletic than you've ever been, you might just sit there and say, I think we've plateaued.
You might, although I just think that, like, you look at Rob Manfred at the podium the other day,
oh my gosh.
right? And you got the Astros drafting, and Rob couldn't even get through it. It looked like he was about to vomit. He looked like he was about to start yelling at people. Right. He couldn't even handle the booze and all of that. And he's an example, I think, on so many levels of somebody who, quote unquote, doesn't get it. He just doesn't get it. The answers are there. You just have to understand them. And the problem with baseball is it's always sort of been run by an old, stodgy type of a background. Like I live in a house where there were two people, 16 and younger, last night who would not come to the dinner table.
Right.
Because they would not come eat until the Derby was over. They were that. They're like, I'm starving. Dad, can we bring the food over to the couch? No, we're having dinner as a family at the table. All right, then the food's going to get cold because I'm not turning the Derby off. And I tried to access, like, why does this matter so much? Vlad Guerrero is playing Randy Arozarena. You have two players who don't speak a lick of English, who don't play anywhere near this city, and one of them's not even in this country. And you are enthralled. And my oldest is like, well, whoever wins this gets a 99 card on MLB The Show. And I need it. So no, you could blow it off. Yeah. Well, brother, that's the deal.
Hey, what gets them?
That's the key.
Well, I was going to say, before you said that, I was going to say it is different for if you play, because both your kids play, right?
Yeah, they do.
So if you play, it's a little bit different. How many kids have that feeling? And I don't know how many kids play the show who don't play baseball. Adults is different because you're washed up and you're an adult. But kids that play the show who would care like your kids did, I think it's all connected. I think the problem with baseball is the thing about basketball is you can play pickup. Hopefully you don't tear your Achilles like me, but you play pickup, right? Football is football. Football's king. Baseball, you're not, after you're done with Little League or whenever your career ended, your connection kind of stops, right? So that your kids that are currently playing, whether it's connected to the show or just the fact that they like they play baseball, I think that's a huge thing. Baseball hasn't been able to capture those that aren't on the field or don't have it in their blood.
Well, and
they cannot capture brand new fans.
To me, that's why a player like Shohei Ohtani becomes so incredibly important to the game and potentially important to any organization for which he plays. We were throwing this out earlier. I wonder what you all think. 888-957-9570. I made the statement yesterday. I think the Giants would be nuts to acquire Shohei Ohtani. Absolutely nuts. And in fact, no, I really do. I think almost any team would be stupid to acquire Shohei Ohtani right now. And it's only because of math that I say this and because of what I think is driving Ohtani. I firmly believe that Ohtani is being driven by the idea of winning. I don't think he's being driven by the idea of money. Maybe I'm being naive, but if it's going to go north of $500 million, I don't think Shohei's really got to worry. Like, you offered me $560, but someone else offered me $565. Oh, God, who gives a rip? He going to be fine. The money is going to be there. So he's never played a playoff game in his life. I think that's what's driving him as he approaches his 30th birthday. So let's think about this from the perspective of the acquiring team. The Angels are stuck. They both, at the same time, say they want to re-sign him, yet they're going to miss the playoffs again. And if he leaves as a free agent and they get nothing for him, they've got egg on their face.
Right.
But if we're going to buy into the idea that Shohei wants to be on the West Coast, we're really talking about three baseball teams. We're talking about the Los Angeles Dodgers, the San Diego Padres, and the San Francisco Giants. If I am any one of those teams, am I going to be so hell-bent on trying to win the World Series this year that I am going to take what it's needed to acquire him from the Angels? Mm-hmm. I'm going to give you 4 of my top 7 prospects to get him from the Angels and then potentially lose him 10 weeks later? Or am I going to focus on getting him in free agency? And by the way, making the call right now to say, hey, Shohei, we want you so bad that we wouldn't dare acquire you because we would like our top 4 prospects to be your teammate for the next 4 years. I think Shohei would actually be activated to not be acquired by one of these teams he wants to go to, because in theory, they're going to be a lesser team when he gets there.
Yeah, that's true, but that is also what kind of would kick the Giants out of, and that's what you said. Giants would be crazy, but unfortunately, and I hate to say it, and I hate to put it in the universe, unfortunately, that's what makes, if they're going to continue to just open their wallets, that's what makes the Dodgers scary. Because, Willard, it seems like they got a top prospect a dime a dozen. Every time every time they take the field, there's a 20-year-old that hasn't played that they're about to give the keys to. So I think the Dodgers could maybe take that chance and say, yeah, you can have these prospects. We got more. But the Giants can't do that.
Right. But the Dodgers, I mean, look, there's no discounting that the Dodgers are the favorite. Mm-hmm. But it's funny. When I put it out there yesterday on Twitter, and I said, I think the Giants would be nuts to acquire Shohei Ohtani. I don't understand it. And the number one thing that you hear back from fans, because we always try to live in the moment, and you're supposed to be go for it type of a mentality, is people say, if you win the World Series, then it's worth it. Who cares about your top 4 prospects if you win the World Series? Right. But what about the mere entertainment factor? Let's be obvious, the self-esteem to a city that goes with an entertainment entity like that. Mm-hmm. If I offered you this, you got to pick one, okay?
Okay.
You're the Giants. You win the World Series this year with Shohei.
Okay.
And then lose him. Or you don't acquire him at all this year, and you get him in the offseason for the next 10 years. No promises on what happens during those 10 years. Which side are you picking?
Man.
And you can weigh in on that too. 888-957-9570. Would you rather have the World Series title this year or Shohei for the next 10?
So you win it this year with Shohei, but you're going to lose him.
But then you don't get him.
Or you get him for 10, and you could win. You don't know.
And I would think the chances are decent, pretty good, in a 10-year stretch that you would get one.
Right? But if you...
Knowing what we know about...
The Angels found a way to not do anything.
Right. Giants have a better track record about that. The Angels have not had a good pitcher in forever, other than Shohei himself.
I mean, it is tough because if you're a Giants fan, we've been living off these even-year championships pretty darn well here, it could go a while.
Yep, of course, it's baseball.
But I think that if I'm thinking of going to the ballpark, taking the kiddo, right, enjoying myself, grabbing the bacon wrap hot dog after, and I just watch Shohei pitch a complete game and hit a, go splash hit, I think you got to take your chances with the 10 years. You have to.
I think, to me, I know how people think, and this is like, when I first asked the question, you're like, oh, you think about it I don't even need to think about it. To me, that is an easy call. Give me Shohei for 10 years. Like, what are the Giants really missing? They're missing the cool factor. Mm-hmm. You're going to take a ring this year, and then Wilmer Flores is batting third again next year? That's what you want?
Hey.
And I love Wilmer. Like, sorry, Wilmer. That's like totally out of line. But come on. Slater's batting first.
Be careful.
Wilmer's batting third.
Be careful, man.
Slates is batting sixth.
The Slaties will get you. You got to be careful.
Like the cool factor totally changes. People are freaking out to get to a Giants game, to watch Shohei put it in the Bay. Maybe on a night when he also throws a shutout. And you get that for a decade. Like, come on. Stop trying to, you got to get him this year. And then you'll use that 10 weeks to convince him to stay. Right. Oh, stop. That's not going to mean a damn thing.
Right.
Shohei wants two things. He wants the contract to be right, and he wants the surrounding team to be whatever he wants it to be. Mm-hmm. And if I'm the Giants, I'll call his representative right now. As I tell you what we want. We want Kyle Harrison right next to you in the rotation next year. Mm-hmm. So we're not even going to make an offer for you this year.
Yeah. The Angels themselves are in a ridiculously
terrible spot.
Terrible situation. I hear what you're saying. I would also say that at this point, when you look at the numbers, and we were talking about the MLB draft that just happened, they're down to 20 rounds now. So if you look at those percentages and how many of your guys truly hit to the level that you want them to hit, is it worth taking that chance? Let's say the Giants miss the playoffs, and now all of a sudden you have to convince Shohei, we're going to go from missing the playoffs to a World Series contender. You got to convince him of that, or you get Shohei, you lose in the first, second round, and you say, hey, you did have a pretty good stint with them. You lost some prospects, but who knows what those prospects were going to be anyway.
No, who knows? But again, the Angels aren't doing this deal for anything less than a big, huge haul.
Yes.
I think the Giants can make the playoffs without him this year.
But
that's the ideal.
Right. But isn't a smaller haul better than no haul, which is with the Angels? That's why the Angels are in a tough spot, because if he walks and you get nothing. So they're going to have to, oddly enough, I feel,
Take less.
Yeah,
but understand the PR hit that comes with that. Because it's not just, hey, we got to get something. It's also a full admission. We're out on the race. Mm-hmm. The Angels right now are pitching to their fan base that we are one of the teams that can sign him this offseason.
Come on, man.
I think it's a joke.
Come on.
If you listen to him talk yesterday through a translator, he essentially struck this chord. I am sick and tired of losing.
Yeah.
That's what's driving Shohei right now.
Yeah.
As far as we can tell.
Right. And to your point earlier about, just the baseball in general, I don't know about you, but translator or no translator, I watched that World Baseball Classic. That speech that he gave before they took on the U.S., I had chills. Even though I was reading the subtitles and I had chills, right? So you can transcend that, and you have that type of talent. So yes, if you're going to allow me to have him for a decade, you'd be crazy to not, because you got to think, all right, the Giants, they're not the Angels. They're going to put something together.
So we're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. We'll take some of your calls on this next, 888-957-9570. Would you take the World Series title this year or 10 years of Shohei? We'll take your calls on that. Doc Pandia, not too far away. Jacob Rubin, the Summer League coach for the Warriors, is coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. And also, Bill Shake in LA Times did something cool at the All-Star game yesterday. Went around to players from different teams and said, what is your pitch to Shohei? Alex Cobb of the Giants said something real interesting. We'll tell you what it is coming up next. Styles is in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
But it's Alan Stiles in for Dibs for the rest of the week, y'all. And speaking of the rest of the week, All-Star Week blowout, 95.7 The Game. Clay jersey on tap. Another round of golf with the hosts on tap. Great prizes from Evolve Training Center. Free memberships, free classes, gift card, Alexander Steakhouse, Buon Vino, tickets to Seinfeld and Gaffigan, tickets to Hip Hop Made the Bay, SAP Center, all of that. Still on the table. Keep listening to the show. 5 o'clock hour, we'll give you a chance to call in, answer the question right, and you are a winner. Also coming up in just about 10 minutes, Doc Pandy is going to come on the show, and something tells me that your Achilles will come up. It'll come up, right?
Not for
Have
me.
you ever? Well, then I'll bring it up. You haven't talked to Doc Pandy about this yet? You have to have.
We talked on social media a little bit, but
Okay.
I need to get the real. I need to get the real.
Let's talk about
That's
this.
right.
I got a Styles torn Achilles, and I got Dario Saric returning from an ACL 2.5 years ago, and let's find out what the Warriors just bought.
Right.
So we'll get into all of that. Brock Purdy's name might come up as well, but we threw it out there to you. I think the Giants would be nuts to acquire Shohei Ohtani here in the next couple of weeks because I'm much more focused on the decade after that. So even if it meant the World Series this year, would you rather have that, a World Series title for the Giants this year, or Shohei for the next 10 years? If you had to pick one, what would it be? Sounds like you and I are both on the side of Shohei for 10. Let's go to Lee in Fairfield. Hey, Lee, you're on with Willard and Stiles. What you doing?
Hey, guys, good afternoon, man. Just driving home from Oakland, leaving. I was at the Summer League this past couple of days. So here's my thought. I'm taking the championship because I got to ask myself, Shohei has been in L.A. for the past 6 years, and they have not even gone to the playoffs. And so now I'm going to sign him to be on my team for 10 years. I'm taking the championship right now. And here's my other thought. Does the language barrier, does it translate into motivating the guys? Is that a dynamic? I was just thinking about it driving. Is that a dynamic? Maybe he's not one of those guys that's going to generate some other energy that's going to make the team a winner. Angels have not been to the playoffs, and they got another blue chip guy that they play with.
Yeah, except for what? But Lee, what if we responded and said this? Like, that's literally the reason people want to acquire Shohei this year, is because that would mean we could compete for a title. And I'm like, does it? Like, I use the reasoning you just used to say that doesn't necessarily help you win over the final 10 weeks of this season either, if you acquire him, which is why I would be so hesitant to part with major prospects, even though they are lottery tickets that may mean nothing.
Yeah, and the guarantee, let's be honest, the guarantee for me, as crazy as it sounds, of the championship, does it really hit the same when I still have memories from the even years, right? I feel like other teams might answer this differently. If your team, if you are the Angels, right, and the Angels did it back against the Giants, so the Angels have one too, but if you're a team who hasn't sniffed anything in a very long time, I could see this answer being different for different fan bases, but specifically for the Giants, I had fun at all the parades, right? At all three of them.
Right.
So I'll take Shohei and take what comes with Shohei for the next 10 years, understanding, one, that, again, we've had these championships in the past, and two, that track records matter, and I trust the Giants to put together something. Giants won 107 games with, the most pinch hit home runs in the history, just random stuff and random guys. That's what we've always said with Farhan, the glue guys. That has been the issue. The random misfit toys, he knocks those out of the park.
I mean, to me, that's the point. This is a great point, which is I'm not looking at the Angels and their failures and projecting them onto the Giants. Right. In other words, Shohei never making the playoffs, that's the Angels' problem. Right. I do not believe that would happen with the Giants. The Giants might be on their way right now to their second playoff berth in 3 years without any headline players. Right. Without any headline players. So if you add in a Shohei Ohtani, do I have confidence that those 10 years would go pretty well? Yeah, I do. I had forgot this. So Bill's shaking, and we'll keep going with your calls. Hang right there. But I had forgotten this. Alex Cobb was a teammate of Shohei Ohtani's. Cobb came from the Angels when he came to the Giants. So when Bill Shakin pops around at the All-Star game yesterday and he goes to different teams and he wants to find out, hey, what would your team's pitch be for Shohei? He went to a bunch of guys. Cobb was the Giant that he went to. Cobb played with Shohei. So the first thing Cobb says, and I dig this, knowing Shohei, I know the financial aspect of things is very low on his list. Keep that. That is so important. Then he goes, I would tell him that we're an organization, and he goes, and it sounds silly to even have to say this, but the number one priority is to win a World Series. This organization knows how to do it. They've done it many times in the past. They've got an ownership group willing to expend all the resources, no matter what is needed at the time. It's an organization that's really fun to be a part of. They treat the families right. All the outside things that people don't see that happen on the field, they take a lot of pride in making sure those things are done right. I know that he would feel very comfortable there, talking about San Francisco. That's pretty interesting few sentences there from Alex Cobb when I think the Giants are still trying to shake the perception among fans that they're a bunch of penny pinchers. The players don't think that.
Right.
Players of the team don't think that.
Right. And the whole thing going back to Aaron Judge and how he was never going to – we know now. We didn't know at the time because we had on the Giants blinders if you're a fan. And we now know that Aaron Judge was never going to the Giants, right? He played it perfectly. That's what he was supposed to do. But it's not as if the Giants didn't give it the old college try, right? The Giants, they put in and they had a really good offer. Aaron Judge just was not going. He knew that the Yankees were going to match. He's coming off a career year, which, by the way, we'll talk about Farhan later because a couple of the moves Farhan made or didn't make or didn't work out, they're not looking too bad this year.
No,
that's only 1 year, but they are not looking too bad.
Rodon has thrown one start. One start for Carlos Rodon. I didn't even look at how it went. Did you? How did it go? He threw for the first time, I think, last week. I didn't even see how it went. Correa situation. Sure, I was as vocal as anyone, critical of the way that went down. And now it looks like that was probably the right thing to do.
Yeah.
And by the way, and Judge is hurt, but although I'd still take Aaron Judge. But Shohei might that might happen. Let's keep the open mind here. You might spend $550 million, and 4 years from now, the guy might tear a UCL. Who knows the way that this whole thing's going to play. But from an entertainment value standpoint, I think you got to take that. The 10 years over the 1 year. To me, this is actually, I really think this is going to end up, this is a prediction now, I think this is going to boil down to a 3-team race. I think Ohtani's either going to be a Dodger, a Padre, or a Giant. I really do. So here's what those other two teams had to say. Josh Hader, San Diego Padres. That's who was talked to for the Padres. Quote, it's San Diego. Do you really need much more than that? If you've ever been to San Diego, you know how beautiful it is. It's a fun team. We got a lot of great guys for the long term. He's a guy they probably want to lock up for a long-term deal for sure, as long as they can find $1 billion somewhere. Okay? That's Josh Hader.
What is he being sarcastic there?
I don't know. I mean, first of all, he's Josh Hader.
Does he remember how to pitch yet?
This is not the sharpest knife in the drawer. Okay? I think his history shows that pretty well. So there's that. But again, it took him 2 seconds to talk about money, which Alex Cobb's like, that's not what's going to decide this, number one. And number two, how many 9-figure deals are the Padres doing?
I don't know if it's Ozark or what, but they're cleaning money. They're doing something.
I mean, can you have Machado, Tatis, Bogarts, Soto, and Shohei?
No. You can't.
Come on.
But Hader was right on. I mean, San Diego is beautiful.
San Diego's awesome.
I mean, it's outstanding. Awesome. Don't get me wrong.
Here's Mookie Betts for the Dodgers. Okay. Quote, he knows the Dodgers win. We win a lot. I would love for him to come to the Dodgers. I would love nothing more for him to come to the Dodgers. But I also want him to make sure he and his family are good. Make sure he does what's going to make him happy. He's going to sign for a long time and for a lot of money. But that's not the only thing that's going to make him happy. I just want him to be happy.
Thanks, Mookie.
See, now you know why Mookie. Now you know why Mookie can't hit a homer, man.
Yeah.
He didn't have enough dog in him. Do you want to know what the funniest? Just as a quick aside, they talked to Brent Rooker of the Oakland A's.
Oh my goodness.
Hey Brent, what would you say to Shohei? I really wish Brent would have just been like, what the hell you want me to say to Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah.
Quote, I think we've got a really good core group of young guys coming up. I can't even get through it without laughing. Who are going to develop over the next few years and make us competitive sooner rather than later. I think the addition of a talent like that would obviously make any team take a huge step forward, including ours. But I would think he doesn't end up in Oakland. But we'll see where he goes. Anything is possible.
Oh, my goodness.
No, anything is not possible.
No,
especially ending up in Oakland because, Brent, even you are not going to end up in Oakland. I don't know if you've heard the news.
Yeah, that's a rough one. And you're probably thinking, oh, do I ask? Do I have to include the A's, but do I want to touch it? But you have to.
He spoke to David Bednar of the Pirates, and he did a better job of being like, yeah, he's not coming here.
Mm-hmm.
He goes, we put French fries on everything. I think that's the only selling point.
Which they do, Permanente Brothers.
They do.
Great sandwiches.
They do.
You know, on the Comcast Business text line, the 646 is saying, you guys don't think Shohei can end up in Seattle? I mean, SF would be great, but given the history with Ichiro, which is a, and you said you were out on Seattle, but they got young talent. They got J-Rod.
Seattle,
some guys.
Seattle, I'll call it a dark horse because I, for one, I buy the West Coast thing. I do think that's a thing. And so can I totally dismiss Seattle? I guess not. They're coming off of a really good year. It's not going as well this year.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if the history of Ichiro, I don't know how much that matters to Ohtani. But again, if he's focused on I want to win, this is just my prediction. I think it's going to be Dodgers, Padres, and Giants who have the inside track. I think those are the three teams.
Yeah, and I think, and look, now we're kind of don't want to cross hairs here with NBA, but is Shohei a guy who would want to go to the Dodgers, who he knows? You guys got Freddie Freeman, you got Mookie Betts. I'm not really trying to go. Going to the Padres would be different because they still haven't won. But Shohei, I'm telling you, man, that speech before the World Baseball Classic, he said, let's stop revering them for a game, and let's go out there and get this W. Let's stop admiring them. I don't know. That sounds to me that he doesn't have any KD in him. I don't know if he wants to go to the Dodgers.
So joining the establishment, if you will.
I don't know that
it
he
is
wants
different
to do
in
that.
baseball.
It's different in baseball,
right?
but
you could be like, there's only one ball, but there's also only one person who can hit it.
And then you
got to.
I think Freddie Freeman might still be crying, that he's not in Atlanta. So there's a lot of things going on there. I think Padres is different. You haven't won. The Giants have the history. They might not. He might. I don't want to go to the Dodgers. Everybody goes to the Dodgers. It's obvious.
I like what you're saying.
No.
I like. Okay, more on that. And if you're on hold on the whole Giants and Shohei, 10 years, 1 year type of thing, stay right there. We're going to keep taking your calls. 888-957-9570, but it is also time for Cleared to Play. Take you inside the tent, get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment and bring in Associate Professor of Orthopedic Surgery, Dr. Nirav Pandya. Good doc, how are you today?
I'm doing good. How are you guys doing?
We're doing fantastic. Quick reminder that you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. I know apparently you guys connected on social media, but can we get an over-the-air diagnosis and outlook for the great Alan Stiles, who's now 5 weeks removed from the injury that you don't want, a torn Achilles?
No, I think Alan, this is a critical period. Those first 5 to 6 weeks really set the course for rehab. But I think, as I joked with Alan on social media, he's going to have good metrics. His play radio efficiency rating should not be affected at all, and he'll have a good comeback. I think he's going to be totally fine.
Thanks, Doc. I truly mean that. It's crazy because you have, you hear some great stories, you hear some horror stories. I'm seeing more good than bad. There's a guy that I know who's back playing fives, and he said he's about 90 to 95% back. He's back playing 5-on-5s, and it hasn't been a year. I don't know that that's my goal, because I think the big part of this, and I was joking with Willard about, hey, I'm kind of like Klay Thompson and Kevin Durant now. But I do think the mental aspect of this is where I might have to come to you, Doc, of when I'm ready to go, right? Even when I'm ready to go, when it's time for me to take that power dribble and go to the left off my left foot, how confident am I going to be? I think that's just as important as the physical part of it, to be honest.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think the hardest thing with the Achilles, these heal pretty predictably. I mean, I think the hardest thing is confidence because you're exploding off that leg. And the next couple times you do it, people are always worried, am I going to get that feeling like someone kicked me in the back of my leg and no one's there? It's that kind of classic feeling that a lot of people have. So I think a lot of people do have a hard time with Achilles, not necessarily because the physical part is hard. It's that mental part. They just don't want to explode again. So absolutely. I think the mental part's the big portion of it. And that's where I think waiting sometimes longer to get back to being on the court doing that stuff is better because you're just more confident because you've done more normal things in your day-to-day life.
All right. I've heard you talk the same way about people coming back from torn ACLs. What about the acquisition for the Warriors of Dario Saric, who is about 2.5 years removed from a torn ACL? So if people don't remember, he tore it in the finals while playing for the Suns against the Bucks. Then he missed a full year. Then he came back last year for a little bit more than half a season, played a little bit over 50 games, and some say did not look yet to be like his old self. So what does that leave the Warriors this year?
I think he should, if you look at time frame, most of the normalization of metrics take about 2 to 3 years after an ACL. So I think that should hopefully be working in the Warriors' favor. He also, after his ACL, I think also did then injure his meniscus in that same knee again and had to go through another surgery. So I think that probably slowed his recovery a little bit. But I think if you look at NBA players who come off an ACL, particularly over the past 5 to 10 years, they all get back to doing what they're supposed to do. They may have a little bit of a kind of a slowdown in their metrics that first year back, but I think he's ready to have that normal season with the Warriors this year because he'll be so far removed. Celebrini works magic with all these players coming off of injuries, so I think everything should be in his favor to have a more normal season, what he had before that injury took place.
Yeah, Doc, I wanted to get into, and it looks like he's starting to work out more. Trace Jackson Davis, Warrior fans, it's been a while since, we had Wiseman, but been a while, and Kuminga, but Summer League just brings so much hope. And last year, didn't really get to watch the guys because they were both injured, Ryan Rollins and PBJ. We got some Pajemski. We're getting to see him, but Trace Jackson Davis, who's been out, looks like he's starting to come back, starting to work out. What do you know about the extent of a hamstring injury? I mean, we talk about Chris Paul here and hamstring injuries, but what do you know about Trace Jackson Davis's hamstring injury? How long do you think he could be out? Now, the fact that we're seeing him on the floor doing some things, do you think that's trending in the right direction?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that the key with a lot of these hamstring injuries, particularly in NBA players, is that you want to see them progressing, and it sounds like when you hear a timetable that we potentially may see him play or he's going to be practicing, it makes it sound like this is going to be something that's going to be not as severe. Now, the problem with hamstring injuries in NBA players, and you look at them historically over the past 8 to 10 years, there's a high rate of re-injury, whether that's to that hamstring or something else in that same leg. So the fact that the Warriors are taking it more cautiously, they're kind of slowly ramping them up, is probably a very positive sign. But I do, a lot of people say, oh, it's just a hamstring, get out there and play. I get really worried about these things, so I think it's important to, number one, be cautious if they're playing him limited minutes in Summer League. I think that's good for the future. And then number two, the fact that he's progressing is a positive sign. So the fact that it's probably minor and he'll get back on the court, and hopefully we'll get that excitement that everyone's been wanting from the Summer League team.
Dr. Narav Pandya with us here, 95.7 The Game, cleared to play. Doc, I don't want to ask you to speculate here, but the absolute quiet surrounding all things Brock Purdy, can we take from this that it is very good news?
Yeah, I think that is very good news. I know, a couple of weeks ago he had gone back down, I think, to Florida to start throwing. I think that's a positive sign, and I wouldn't expect there to be any kind of major issues without it being reported. I'm still waiting for the videos of seeing him throw, which I'm sure will come out as we get closer to training camp. But, with no setbacks, I'm sure the 49ers would be very open if that was the case. But, no, I think no news is good news, and hopefully that means that we start training camp up. We'll see him doing some more live throws, high-velocity throws, and really it's just a matter of limiting his repetitions and then kind of obviously limiting his contact, which he's not going to get in training camp anyway. So, where he kind of lands in terms of week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4, a lot of it's going to be based on how that arm's feeling and how confident they feel for him to take contact to that arm.
That's interesting because I feel like we've sort of taken on the idea that week 1 is becoming a probability. Do you not share that?
I think, I would not be surprised either way. I think he's going to be structurally and probably physically and mentally ready to play. The real question is going to be, do they feel comfortable having him in a live game setting and doing the volume and the speed at which he needs to do, or does he need a couple more weeks of kind of more live game practice? So I think if he plays week 1, I don't think it's going to be anything negligent by the 49ers at all. Like, if he gets hurt again, it's not because he played week 1 versus week 4. The question is, are you going to put him in a position where he can actually perform well and suddenly then not have people whispering, is this Trey Lance or Sam Darnold should be out here because they put him back too quickly? Yeah.
Doc, great stuff, man. Always appreciate it. We'll talk to you next week.
Awesome. Take care, guys. Yep.
Okay, there it is. That's Doc Pandya, and the proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health. I want to mention, because we haven't yet, about 7 minutes away, Howard Beck, who is one of the greatest NBA writers out there, has the crossover pod, and he's fantastic, and he's been everywhere, including the New York Times, which no longer has a sports department, Sports Illustrated and beyond for Howard Beck. So he'll join us in a little bit. We'll talk about Chris Paul's situation and much more. But back to the phones, and again, the question being, if you're the Giants and you could acquire Shohei Ohtani now and win the World Series, but then lose him in free agency, would you take that, or would you take not acquire him now and get him for 10 years after this year is over? Styles and I are both taking the 10 years after this year is over. What do you think? Garbage Man Gill in the city. You're on with Willard and Styles. Hey, Garbage Man, what are you doing?
Hey, I'm just getting home. How are you guys doing?
You know, we hanging.
Okay, well, to answer the question, if I could give you a question, would you trade all of Barry Bonds' years for one championship and throw away all those exciting years? I don't think so. So same thing with Ohtani. 1 year, we'll ride high for a second, and then we're back to what? A bunch of platoon players. I'm like, no. I'll give him Shohei this year, take him for 10 years where we might win, even if we don't, the excitement that he will bring. And also, you got to remember, if we have Ohtani here, then maybe next time we won't miss out on a Bryce Harper or an Aaron Judge coming over here. Maybe that will attract them, you know?
This is a really interesting point. Hey, Gil, thanks. Because, you know what? A part of, I think, our opinion, I didn't even realize this. Part of our opinion might be shaded by the fact that you and I are old enough to have experienced the 3 recent championships. I got a 9-year-old son. He was born, let me think. He was born like he was 6 months old when the Giants last won their title. I'm pretty sure he doesn't remember it. So what would a baseball fan like that think? Because if you went back to when Barry Bonds was playing and said, would you take Bonds going for $762 or one freaking ring? I'd been like, ring. Now, done. But maybe we've already scratched that itch. Yeah. And now what we're missing is that kind of eye-popping individual.
But it's funny that you say that, because Gil was actually saying the opposite. He's saying but to your point, maybe he's saying that because now we have the championship.
That's what right, exactly. Yeah, he's saying, would you, would you, like, if go back to 2010, we had all just experienced Bonds, and here comes Buster Posey, and he wins the ring. And right in that moment, would you say, I'll give the ring back and keep Bonds?
Or erase
Bonds and give me the ring?
Nobody would do that.
I would take the ring.
Right.
Wouldn't you?
Yes.
I think I saw Barry Bonds this morning. I would like confirm or deny, was he biking in Mill Valley this morning at about 10 a.m.? Did anyone else see him?
We got eyes out there.
I got the walking the dog to the dog park, and this man, who I know loves to bike, goes biking right by me, and my girl, and I'm like, she's just like, so, yeah, we'll do this later. And I'm like, yeah. And I go, that was Barry Bonds. She goes, no, it wasn't. His legs are too small. And I said, he's in his 50s now. I don't think, right? He's had less time with Balco in the last few years.
Did he have a hat on?
We had a helmet. He had a helmet. Yeah, he had a biking helmet.
All right.
I'm going to send some text messages to see if I can confirm. I'm pretty sure I had
eyes out
celebrity sighting earlier today. All right, speaking of celebrity sightings, Howard Beck's going to join us next. We'll keep going with your phone calls as well at 888-957-9570. By the way, Howard covered Chris Paul when he was with the Clippers as well. So Chris in the locker room. Problem? Not problem? Howard Beck joins us next on 95.7 The Game. All right, it's Alan Stiles in for Dibs for the rest of the week. And, man, we've run the gamut already today. We've gotten some good Shohei stuff in there, some good Chris Paul stuff in there, some 49er stuff in there with Debo Samuel doing the old walk-off on the interview. And now we get to go out to Vegas and talk to one of our very good friends, Howard Beck, who is tremendous across all platforms as far as the NBA is concerned, and has been with SI and Bleacher Report and the New York Times, which no longer even has a sports department, shedding a tear on that. And shockingly, somehow, your Twitter now says free agent, Howard? Come on, how have you not been snapped up by at least 5 places?
What's happening, man? Good to talk to you guys. Yeah, still a free agent. Still looking for a full-time gig, freelancing for GQ Sports and various odd jobs at the moment. But, yeah, as you know, the industry not in the greatest state. So.
Not perfect, is it? You know, and speaking of all your stops, I want to make sure I didn't make a liar out of myself a few minutes ago. I'm trying to remember from your time at the L.A. Daily News, were you still in L.A. when Chris Paul was there with the Clippers?
No,
okay.
I was in New York by then.
You had already moved on to New York. All right. With all of your dealings, though, in the NBA, you would say Chris Paul is what kind of locker room guy?
What kind of locker room? I mean, Chris Paul is he's in the category of natural leader and certainly a very strong leader. He's also in the category of kind of tough on his teammates, and you got to be built a certain way to mesh with his style of leadership. I don't think he's necessarily the easiest star to play with at times, just personality-wise, and I think also pretty controlling on the court as a point guard in terms of his style of play.
Howard, do you think it could be a little, I don't want to say scary, but look, you got the past where you have Klay throwing up his 4 fingers all the time, Draymond saying, we don't need you, we won without you. And just knowing how smart, there might be almost too much intelligence on this team and too much, I guess, memories and past experiences, because I'm thinking between, okay, if this thing isn't working out well, you have Draymond who gets all hot and bothered over something, and then you have Chris Paul, who also knows the game very well, and I'm just seeing it in my mind right now, Draymond dropping that's why you came to us, because you haven't won anything. Should we be worried about a situation like that?
I don't know. I mean, sure, that could happen. I mean, I'm sure the Warriors have gone into this whole thing eyes wide open about all those possibilities, but I don't think teams think that way. I don't think Steve Kerr or Mike Dunleavy are thinking that way. I think it's just Chris Paul's got maybe a year or 2 left at most and hasn't won it all. And I think probably has great respect for these guys. Like, you don't become rivals just by hating each other and playing each other a lot and having all these battles. Like, there's a certain amount of respect that builds up along the way, even if it's grudging respect. But then when you join them, it's just respect. Like, I think we make too much of this stuff. I think rivalries and alliances are very fluid in this league. And, one day you hate a guy, the next day your team's signing him or trading for him. And you go, oh, all right, well, he was a pain in the butt when he was on the other side, but now he's our pain in the butt, and he can go annoy somebody else. Like, I think it'll be fine. To the idea that, like, whether it's Draymond and Chris Paul or somebody else and Chris Paul, like strong personalities, veterans, all really smart about the game, they'll have their own ideas. I think that probably happens anyway, probably more than we think.
Yeah, that's a good point. Howard Beck with us here on 95.7 The Game. What about this, though? Because we spent a lot of time, you may have seen it, Kendra Andrews got into a conversation with Chris yesterday and sort of assumed that he knew he was coming off the bench. And his response was like, well, wait a minute, we haven't had that conversation yet. And I think the assumption with the Warriors starting lineup is that he'll come off the bench. But in your experience, Howard, how difficult is it for all-time great players to make a transition like that? Because a lot of players, it's even an issue for the Warriors last year. Jordan Poole wanted to start. Clay does not want to come off the bench. How big of a deal is it who starts?
It shouldn't be, and especially it shouldn't be for Chris Paul at this stage of his career. But obviously guys have a lot of pride, and ego gets involved and all that stuff. But, I mean, literally, he just had his introductory press conference and all that, right? So it's not, who knows, like, he and Steve Kerr probably even haven't discussed this yet. They'll get to training camp and they'll figure these things out. And who knows what other moves are being made between now and then. I would have to believe that Chris Paul at this stage of his career, at this age, and with the, knowledge that time is running out, he's going to be willing to make sacrifices that he wouldn't otherwise. It doesn't mean he's going to be thrilled with it or comfortable with it right off the top. It might be grudging a move to the bench. But if that's what Kerr decides, Chris Paul will do it. And I think he'll be fine in that role. And, is there an adjustment in terms of your routine and just the mentality of it, and like your minutes are different and all that? Sure. But, as we've established, Chris Paul is, an all-time great and a really smart player. He'll figure it out. I don't think that's that big of a concern, and it shouldn't be that big of a deal. And, if I think generally in this league, if you think that the sacrifice you're being asked to make, whether it's minutes, starting versus bench, shots, whatever, as long as you can see the logic behind it and the payoff, then guys are usually willing to do it even if they're not thrilled about it.
Howard, you've been talking a lot about just where Chris Paul is in this career, and we know about the trade, obviously, and how much younger Jordan Poole is. Do you feel like the Warriors just straight up, did they get better? And in terms of how the league and media around the league view the Warriors, do they think that they got better? And do they, I don't want to say worry about them, or where are they on their list of, all right, you always got the Warriors. Do you think the Warriors got better? And where does everybody kind of view the Warriors at this stage compared to the other teams in the league?
I haven't really polled folks recently. I mean, I'm at Summer League and I've seen some folks, but I've been running around like a madman and haven't really, had those conversations. I also we're mid-July, and I think most major moves are done, but we're still waiting on a Dame Lillard trade and a James Harden trade potentially, and probably some other stuff that we can't even foresee. I feel like it's a little too soon to kind of re-rank the league, but did they get better? I think they did. Let's assume health for the moment, right? We know that Chris Paul is usually going to miss 15, 20 games, whatever. But just assuming health, Chris Paul does not have Jordan Poole's, pop and athleticism, but he's a really efficient player and a really smart player, and he's going to put guys in better positions to succeed when he's out there as the point guard when Steph is on the bench. They've needed playmaking. They've needed another Sean Livingston or Andre Iguodala, somebody to come off the bench and keep things humming and get guys in good positions to succeed. And so if Chris Paul is running the second unit with Moody and Kuminga, that's a net upgrade from having Jordan Poole do it, because for all of Jordan Poole's talent and athleticism and youth and springiness, he was kind of a wild card, as you guys know. So I think, short term, I like that trade-off. And Dario Saric is a really nice addition. I like the fact that they're going all veteran right now. I think that's the right way to go. The future doesn't matter as far as I'm concerned. You guys have heard me say it before. The future is irrelevant. Steph is there now. Find the best players who can help him now.
Yeah, I think that's really well said. Howard Beck with us, 95.7 The Game. You mentioned the Dame Lillard thing, and it feels like we're all waiting, and the Blazers said, hey, you may be waiting months. What do you think happens here? How's this going to end?
No clue. I don't buy the idea that it is a done deal. He's going to end up in Miami. If it were that simple, he'd already be there. Clearly, the Portland Trail Blazers do not see a two-way deal with the Heat that makes sense for them. And people can argue it all they want. I've heard people say, people are underestimating or underrating the Heat's offer, or they're not taking into account the fact that Dame is 33 and has all these years left on his deal, and you're taking on this contract that could end up being, problematic in this later year. People can make all those arguments they want. none of that matters. The only thing that matters is, do the Blazers see a deal that makes sense for the Blazers? Damian Lillard does not have a no-trade clause. He is not a walk-away free agent, at the end of next season. He's got multiple years left. He doesn't have as much leverage as being portrayed. And yes, he can certainly scare off teams by saying, I don't want to be with your team. But ultimately, he has to report. There are no holdouts in the NBA except for one, and I don't think anybody else wants to be the next Ben Simmons. And I don't think Damian Lillard, with his track record of professionalism and dedication to the game, and the fact that he has played it at a high level, is an all-time great, is on the 75th anniversary list, Damian Lillard's not the guy who's going to say, I'm not showing up. It's just not going to happen. So it's still uncomfortable if you're the team that wants to trade for him and he doesn't want to come to you, but he doesn't really have that much leverage other than he's Damian Lillard and you should, respect his wishes kind of thing, which, okay, maybe, but they have no actual obligation to. The obligation that the Blazers have is to make sure that the Blazers are in the best possible position to rebuild once he's gone. So whether that means this is going to be a 3-team trade or a 4-team trade and he still ends up in Miami, but the Blazers find a way to get the kind of payoff in terms of picks and young players that they need, or whether they finally just send him somewhere else entirely, I don't think we can know right off the bat. And back to Ben Simmons, we didn't know where that was going to land until it did. Like, it took months and months, and it took James Harden growing disillusioned in Brooklyn for there to finally be the Harden-Simmons swap. So it's hard to know where this is going to go or how long it may go. But I think the Blazers are doing what they're supposed to do. They're looking out for themselves.
Howard, you're in Vegas right now. It's the center of the NBA, the basketball universe, and I know you've been running around, but just unofficially, what are the biggest stories right now? What are the buzzwords right now going on in Vegas? Is it Harden? Is it Wembanyama? Is it any of these rookies that are now we're getting to showcase their talents? What is the biggest subject right now that everybody is kind of hot on?
I'm not sure it's anyone's thing, to be honest. I mean, free agency went by really quickly. Obviously, there's still some stuff lingering out there, but there weren't that many big free agents, and free agency got over with pretty fast. We're already down to the dog days of free agency. We're waiting on 2 major trades, potentially at least. Everybody's in kind of limbo on the personnel side of things. Wembanyama had 1 dud of a game and 1 really good game, and then he's gone. Scoot Henderson got hurt and shut down. A bunch of the top picks are already basically done. A lot of people have already scattered out of town. So, there's a Board of Governors meeting, I think, that's happening today. So we'll probably be hearing about, some minor rules changes, the flopping stuff and everything. But I don't know if there's anything really that exciting or, I don't know what the story of the week is right now. I'm not sure that there is one.
Maybe it's that big ball in the sky there in Vegas. Have you been over there yet?
I'm staring at the Sphere as we speak. I can see it out my hotel room window. It is both impressive and creepy as hell. Right.
Leave it to a writer like you to sort of capture with words what it looks like when I see it online. I'm like, that's unbelievable. And it's also sort of feels like it's terrifying.
It is terrifying. And I feel like it's watching me, to be honest.
It is.
It just might be because it was built by Jim Dolan, the Knicks owner,
right,
known to use facial recognition technology to spy on his enemies. So it is out my hotel room window. I'm looking at it now. Right now, it's just sitting there with a kind of weird blue-ish, purplish design on it. But sometimes it's an eyeball and it blinks. Sometimes it's the Earth. Sometimes it's a basketball. The creepiest one is when it turns into the moon, because it looks like the moon actually crashed into Vegas and is just sitting on the strip. It's an absolute, it's a whole trip. It's freaky, but it is impressive.
Yeah. Did you go in yet?
I've not been inside. I
Okay.
don't know. I think I'm afraid to go there.
You're terrified of it. Yeah. I mean, because you are Jim Dolan's enemy, aren't you?
We all are.
Yeah, aren't we? Howard, thanks, man. It's great to hear your voice always.
Always a pleasure, guys. Thank you.
All right, there he goes. Howard Beck, all over the NBA. He's great, and he's staring at the sphere right now. Do you know I brought this thing up to Larry yesterday, and he's like, I don't know what you're talking about.
That's not surprising.
But yet,
but
still absolutely unfathomable at the same time.
Right? No, that's pretty good.
It's the first we've heard of being a moon, though.
Right? The moon is sitting on the strip.
Is it just a new thing to do? Is that all it is?
Yeah, it's like it's at an event center.
Right. Huh.
You can put stuff in there, and then you can also do stuff on the outside too.
I mean, I definitely got to check it out because you know what?
For sure.
I don't know. That's the only good thing about the injury because I don't know how much I would have done with the baby. But on the bucket list is Summer League.
Yeah.
I have not done it yet, and I really want to. Don't know if I would have done it this year anyway, but I got to do it soon.
No, please call it Summer League because, I have a brand new baby and I've got to go to Vegas.
Yeah.
It just hits a little different.
That's right.
Yeah.
Babe, I gotta, you know what I mean? This is part of the job. Honestly, I don't even really want to go. I mean, a lot of it, there's no, just like Howard said, there's no big stories right now, but I gotta get out there.
Yama, you gotta go see, gotta protect him from Britney Spears. Got a lot going on.
I gotta get out there.
A lot going on. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. You know, I think what he just said about Chris Paul is a very accurate way to talk about Chris, the locker room guy. In the end, that's what all of us are talking about. You expressed sort of the hesitation as to whether or not this Chris Paul / Draymond / everybody else thing, is that going to work? There's is he going to start, sit conversation, which really leads to the same place. It all comes down to how does this emotionally fit? There's the basketball side to it as well. And I think that's why everyone was so presumptuous with the idea of him coming off the bench, because quite frankly, I don't even understand the idea of him starting.
Yeah.
Like you predicted earlier today, he's going to start not because of injury. If you want to X and O this for just a second, I don't even get this lineup that everyone's talking about conceptually. So is there somebody out there who's like, okay, Draymond, Wiggins, Steph Clay, Chris Paul. Do you think that that's a good lineup?
I think that
even in a short sample,
I think that it can work.
It's got a lot of good players.
I think that it can work. It's not going to be an everyday thing, like I said, but I do think it's good enough to. They started Jordan Poole a couple times. It's the same thing.
Yeah. Well, but who did they start?
It was always Looney.
Not always, because they sat Draymond in the Sacramento series.
They sat it could be. It's not going to be Draymond. The same reason it's not going to be CP3.
Right.
But it's going to be Loon just because it can be Loon.
I know, but oh man, you're not wrong. But boy, that's just a wee little lineup, man. That's just a bunch of little people running around out there. Bunch of small little old people.
Yeah,
running
but that's
around
what I'm saying.
Chasing people.
But that's what I'm saying. Chris Paul, older, he gets beat somewhere. He doesn't rotate. Draymond, what are you doing? And now we got it going again.
Well, I mean, listen.
Now we got it going again.
I think all of us as Warrior fans, if we can accept Draymond yelling at people, then yeah, maybe there's room for one more. I know Draymond is ours and Chris is not. So and I mean that obviously emotionally, not literally.
Right.
But so that has an effect on the way that we're going to look at this. But yeah, they're going to yell at people.
Yeah.
And very possibly probably each other sometimes.
And here's the thing. Draymond getting on the kids, as we've kind of dubbed them, is different because the kids are young in the game. He has to, right? That famous a couple years ago when he got a tech for yelling at James Wiseman and the ref
yelling at his own team.
Besides Kevin Durant, and obviously they've had older guys in, but with star power. Besides Kevin Durant, Draymond has dealt with young kids, kind of fringe guys because they paid so many people, right? That the DiVincenzo's, guys like that who have been around and they're willing to take it. Young kids, fringe guys, and Kevin Durant, right? That's basically it. The other vets that he's had to work with, he's known. Andre Iguodala, Steph, Clay, they have a relationship. This is the first time And think about how long ago Kevin Durant was now. It's the first time in a couple years where they're bringing somebody in who's got some cachet. I know people are going to call him CP0. I know people are going to say he hasn't won much. But at the same time, Draymond, this is the first time Draymond is not just Draymond, everybody, to be completely honest, Steph, Clay, this is a different piece. And if Chris Paul, did we see a preview of Chris Paul's, kind of like Howard Beck was saying, hey, will he have that, I guess, will he be self-aware enough to know where he is?
Wow.
I have no clue, but that wasn't a good start from what we saw in that interview.
I agree. First time Draymond tells him where to be on defense, does he turn around, look at him, and go, you coaching? I don't know why that's not a T-shirt yet on our shop.
You coaching?
You coaching?
That was great.
I mean, but look, they're fine. They're here for that. They've been through. That's the other thing. The strength of the Warriors is, my God, this group has seen it all. They've experienced it all, except for Chris Paul and a ring. Outside of that, they have experienced every single thing that the NBA has to offer. But I do want to reboot and remind you, if you missed it, what Howard Beck said in our very first question when we said, what kind of leader is Chris Paul? And I think what he said was incredibly accurate. The leader that Chris is almost just bestowed upon him because of his role, because of his resume. He is a leader because it organically just is that way based on what he's been and who he is.
Yeah.
That does not mean, by extension, that he's a perfect leader. And I don't even know if such a thing exists. Certain guys respond to this, others respond to that. But make no mistake about it, Chris is hard on people. Mm-hmm. I think that's the quickest one-sentence way to say it. You already watched it or listened to it when Kendra Andrews had her first experience with him. Chris is hard on people. And sometimes in leadership, that's great. And many people respond to that really well, but others don't. And my big question all along has been, how does that sort of fit in this?
Yeah.
Because Chris, for sure, has never been on a team before that had this many established leaders and players already in place.
Right.
He's never had that before.
No. And when you look at the idea of him coming off, that's another reason coming off the bench, because he is the leader of that group. There's no, I think one thing to remember, because Kevin Durant is now just rolling back in my mind, that beginning phase of the Kevin Durant era where it was hot potato, you shoot, no, you shoot, no, you shoot. But everybody was in their prime.
Right. I like watching you shoot more.
No, you shoot. You got it, man. It's different now.
Yeah.
They fought through it because they were just so darn good.
Yep.
So it didn't matter. In this situation, that in-between phase where they are probably going to be a little too courteous to each other and not want to yell, it's probably going to end quickly because you're going to lose games like that.
Although that honeymoon period is going to be a lot quicker with Chris Paul.
Yeah.
Kevin Durant, like if you just want to go like who's just a nicer dude to be around, my gosh, Durant is all the way over here and Chris is all the way over there on the spectrum.
Which is really interesting because Chris Paul, we talk about him being a leader, head of, he was head of the Players Association.
Sure.
How is Chris Paul even, he's respected, but is he well-liked? I truly don't know.
No, some would say yes and some would say no.
Yeah.
Matt Barnes was on our show last week. Like, their sons are best friends, they're neighbors. Can't say enough nice things about the guy. We should get Blake Griffin on. Might have a different answer. Might not have any answer at all.
Right. Click.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. All right. Jacob Rubin, who's coaching the Summer League team for the Warriors, is coming up in just about 40 minutes. Also, 5 o'clock hour, All-Star Week blowout. Massive prize for one of you out there. So be ready for that. More of your phone calls, and we'll get back to Debo Samuel, Chris Paul, and more. 888-957-9570. Styles in for Dibs, Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, All-Star Week blowout, 95.7 The Game. Just a quick primer and update for all of you who have been faithfully, and thank you so much. Honestly, thank you faithfully listening for an opportunity here to win something great. And you're going to have that opportunity. It's $4.49 right now. I would say, well, first off, you're going to want to listen the whole time because something might come up in the next 20 minutes that's going to be the question. But right around 5:10 is when we're going to lay things out and open up the lines, and you can all line up, and we'll have a question about something that happened on today's show. And if you get it right, then you're automatically the winner of one prize and qualified for another. Every single one of you that wins this week is qualified to win the Steph Curry signed jersey. However, your initial prize could be anything from a Klay Thompson signed jersey to tickets to see Jerry Seinfeld and Jim Gaffigan, private lessons or 1-month memberships from Evolve Training Center, Muay Thai, boxing, jiu-jitsu, self-defense. Big gift cards, lots of dough. Like you could bring your date, might even be able to bring 2 dates. Lots of money to Alexander's Steakhouse or Buon Vino in Walnut Creek, and tickets to Hip Hop Made the Bay SAP Center November 3rd. All of those things, including a round of golf with the hosts, are on the table. And so one of you is going to win one of those coming up here in the next 20 to 25 minutes. So we really appreciate you being with us all week long. Every show, every day, all week long. That's coming at you, so it never stops. So if you've been trying to call and you haven't gotten in yet, then keep on trying because it's going to happen every single show, every single day, all week long. Then also, Jacob Rubin, 525, the coach of the Warriors Summer League team, is going to join us. So we look forward to that. So we're sitting here in the studio right now. Styles in for Dibs all week. Mark Willard, Allen Styles. And we're watching the All-Stars are being announced. They're coming out on the field. Looks like a beautiful, beautiful night in Seattle. Okay, they're all coming out. In fact, here come Alex Cobb and Camilo Doval right now.
There you go.
Are being announced onto the red carpet in Seattle. So that's fun to see. I'm glad the Giants I'm glad they got there's something about getting 2 guys. You know what I mean? The Braves the Braves sent half their team. And so I love that Cobb got announced as an alternate because it's like, see, here's the Nationals and they got 1 guy.
Yeah.
And Nationals got 1 guy.
It's a little leaguey to me.
And I'll give you $1,000 if any of you can call in and tell me who the 1 guy is for the Washington Nationals. I mean, you were asking me, like, are you into this tonight? And I got to be honest with you, like, it'll totally be on in my house for 2 reasons. 1, got 2 boys who love the game and they're going to want to watch. And the second reason is, ain't nothing else on.
Very true.
Ain't nothing else going on tonight.
It's very true.
So, like, am I fired up? I'm a firm believer as sports goes through this period of time where I feel like a lot of sports are trying to figure out, how can we keep up with the audience, right? We got a pitch clock. We got the NBA Cup. Sports has got to have something on the line. I think that's why all-star games are struggling. What's on the line? Is it enough to just be like, come look at our really cool baseball players?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, and I think what's kind of different about it is when you watch, and they're going to do, I know they're going to, you don't even have to tell me, they're going to do those mid-inning interviews, which I don't know where you're at on those. All-star, fine. I'll allow it. I don't really know how much people enjoy them, to be completely honest. Most of the time I see people complaining. But my wife asked me yesterday if you could go to the Home Run Derby or to the All-Star game, which one would you go to? And, of course, I'm way too logical, so I say, well, technically it's normally a package deal, so I'd be able to go to both. So just answer the question, all right?
Just like, damn it!
Just answer the question. So I said, well, this is really tough because I think the Home Run Derby would be more fun, but that baseball purist in me would have to go to the All-Star game.
Yeah.
But do I think the Home Run Derby, you see them, they're on the sidelines, they're hanging out, they're having a good time. And that reminds me of the slam dunk contest. And I feel the same way. I like watching the athletes interact with each other and have fun and joke around. Then when you get to this, I mean, there's going to be some of it during the game, but ultimately it's a baseball game. The best players are going to play the first couple innings and then they're going to sit. And it kind of is what it is, and you know.
Yeah, I think we've gotten to a spot now where it's just too cool and easy to rip all-star games because, like the society every 10 years, it just starts to move faster and faster, and we're just like, you know what I mean? Like, what are you doing for me right now? But like, for example, take the NBA Cup. The in-season tournament that so far they have not even done a great job of being able to explain to people what this is. But I said it yesterday. If Adam Silver were in the room with us right now, my absolute undoubted first question is what's in it for fans? Mm-hmm. Why should a fan care? The problem with an all-star game is they're missing the care. Mm-hmm. Like, yes, is it eye-popping? Are these players we want to see? Are you sort of logging in the back of your mind, when is Shohei up? Because I want to see that guy hit. Yeah. Absolutely. But nobody cares what the outcome is tonight. Yeah. And you just look at what we put on TV or on digital platforms now in our country. What do we put on? Everything is now reality TV. Okay, it's The Amazing Race. It's The Bachelor. It's whatever you're putting out there. Sure, there's the entertainment that's like comedic, right? There's Ted Lasso. But I mean, the stuff that comes sort of at you in this sporting way, there's someone to root for, there's someone to root against, and there's an outcome. Yeah. And in this one, it's not enough to just be like, I'm a Giants fan, so go National League.
You can't even do that anymore because it doesn't affect if they get to the World Series. Right. Which initially I liked that because I didn't think a game that a team wasn't associated with, I didn't like that. But then to your point, it takes away the only value that the game had, which was still weird to me because you still wanted to get everybody in. So you're not going to pitch Shohei longer just in case an American League, just for the sake of the American League. So that it was flawed, and I don't really know how to fix it, right? Or maybe you don't have to. Maybe all-star games, you just look at them differently, and they're never supposed to be that important. It's a show, and I just cannot stand the fact, the jersey's cool. They're kind of playing off Seattle. Can you get them? Keep the hats, right? They got the silver hats.
It's brutal.
The hats are fine. Get them in their jerseys. Yeah. Here's the problem. This is why nobody's watching it, because after Shohei is subbed out, and after the 4 guys that everybody knows are subbed out, nobody else knows what anybody else is doing. Nobody or who they are.
Nobody knows who these people are. If I read you that, I mean, even we live here, so we get it. Nobody in America is like, oh my God, we might get to see Alex Cobb pitch tonight.
Nobody's going to do that. And you could even go to the starters. Look, this when you talk about the Braves getting half their team, I love this guy. He's a fellow short king. Does anybody know who Ozzie Albies is? That doesn't follow, and he's one of the top second basemen on fantastic. One of, if not the best team in the league right now. Nobody knows who he is. Yeah. I don't even know how many people know who Ronald Acuna Jr. is. No. Unless you follow the sport.
That's the thing. National League lineup. This is a little exercise that you can all do at home. You'll know some of them, but if I just roll through the lineup, how many of you even know the first name of the player I'm throwing out there? The National League lineup tonight is Acuna, Freeman, Betts, Martinez, Arenado, Arise, Murphy, Carroll, Arcia. Right? You know maybe half those or whatever. American League lineup. Simeon, Ohtani, Arozarena, Seager, Diaz, Garcia, Hayes, Jung, Heim. What?
But they earned it, so it's not a bad...
It's not a rip. It's not that. Yeah. It's not that. It's just... This is content in the end. Even think about the thing that I threw out there last night. My sons were into the home run derby because to them, something was on the line. I had to bet on it.
Right.
So that something was on the line. A little $10 on Luis Robert. It was worth it to me to be like, I'm going to sit down and we'll have something to root for together.
Okay.
To them, something's on the line because who wins determines the availability of special players on MLB The Show.
Yeah. We need a reason, no matter what your reason is.
I've long been now a proponent of coming up with almost one night in-game fantasy stuff for sports in stadium, even. Like, let's at a certain point, we got to lean into this. I know that at a certain age, oh my gosh, the world is going to hell in a handbasket because of these phones, and they're all staring at their screens. Right. That's not going away. That's a battle we can't win. Yeah. So put something on the screen. Like, your kid's too young. Wait till you see this. This is the most nuts thing. It'll drive any parent crazy.
Okay.
You'll say to your kids, right? I even did it last night. I made popcorn. Put the little one to bed and I made popcorn. Hey, big ones, come out of your rooms. Yeah. Let's sit down. Let's watch something and we'll have popcorn. And they're like, okay. And they both come out and they want popcorn. And we put something on the TV, and I bet you today they couldn't even tell you what I put on.
They're on their phone.
Because they sit there in front of one screen with another screen on your face. Well, then put those two screens together. Hey, All-Star Game. It's just like The Voice when you have to go vote. Put something on the phone that attaches to the game. Let them play some sort of interactive something, and you're going to get people into this. I know that makes some people want to vomit in their mouth, but
no, I don't.
This is the world in which we live.
Right. I mean, if you have people, right? Because
wow, what's happening? Sorry,
you have.
I was like Pete Alonso, man. I was just gonna start dancing,
just vibing out.
Yeah, I'm gonna vibe while you go over there and talk.
Just vibing out. So you have people. You said you put in a little bit of scratch yesterday on Luis Robert. What I do, I do the daily fantasy, and I hope if you're like me, don't be like me because I bet an under on a combined. It was 39 and a half home runs for one of the rounds. I can't remember which round. They hit 41. So that's just betting, right? But it made me watch.
Yes.
Right. And I'm thinking you can't do it traditionally for the All-Star game because they don't play enough. But if you're sitting on your phone and you get, it's just a push each pitch because you got enough time. What happens here? Ball, strike, and you're putting $1 in. Now, we're getting kind of degenerate here.
That's where we're going, though.
We're getting real degenerate-esque here.
That's where we're going.
But how many people would sit their butts down and say, I'm thinking ball right here. Yes. Now, you're talking to a guy who loves roulette, and it kind of reminds me of roulette. Ball, strike, foul ball, hit, out, right? You put it in. Now, is that the best way? Is that the most traditional way to get people into the sport? I don't know. The answer is no. But at the same time, you're about to play one of the most athletic all-star games in the history of baseball, and it's not leading any radio show, it's not leading any TV show, and nobody cares. These national guys, when it's time to talk baseball, they sound like they don't know what they're talking about. You don't want to know why? Because they don't know what they're talking about. You want to know why? Because it doesn't matter. Because their ratings matter, and nobody cares about baseball right now.
I'm listening to you, by the way. I was looking up the numbers for tonight's All-Star game because I'm saying, maybe we'll make this one interesting. By the way, the over-under is set at 7.5. Guru said he was on the under. And I know typically that's the All-Star game, right? Like it's going to be hard to get to the best pitchers and all that. But I don't know. Sometimes I always feel like the game's going to go over. It's probably because the night before I've always watched the home run derby. And I'm like, oh, man, guys are just going to be.
They're flying.
It's a little bit different. But yeah, in the American League is, let's see, a very slight favorite. The American League is a slight minus 105 favorite. The National League plus 115 on the game tonight. So those are the numbers. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. We're just about 5 to 7 minutes away from opening up the lines for you to hop in with regard to the All-Star Week blowout. But yeah, I don't know necessarily the fix to some of these things, and I actually think we spend a little bit too much time trying to fix these things. Like, it's not necessarily broken. Take baseball, for example. I think we've just run with the idea, well, boy, baseball is hosed. I mean, and in fact, even your premise today, right? You got all these unbelievable athleticism at its highest, personality at its highest. Is it resonating? Well, baseball's not in trouble. Like, Are we under the impression that baseball's in trouble? Our ratings are down. If somebody's willing to spend $550 million on Shohei Ohtani, and somebody will be, then that says to me that margins are doing fine.
Okay. Yeah.
No?
No. I think for me, again, we joked about, or I joked about the Padres and Ozark cleaning money. It's very similar to me with these baseball TV deals, right? Because you try to figure out where the revenue is coming from. Everyone's like, well, it's the TV deals. But when you're watching the Pirates or whoever it is, and when the A's did that opposite, the reverse boycott, and you have Manfred saying, oh, well, they were really close to the average. And what did he say the average was? 27,000?
Well, yeah, he called it almost. That was really nice to see them almost have an average night of attendance in the Bigs.
So let's think about who is exceeding that average.
Well, I can pull it up for you right now.
Red Sox, Giants, Yankees,
Dodgers.
Dodgers
are number one.
I would guess Padres. I would guess Mets.
Cardinals.
By
the way, the Giants are 14th. There would be some surprises. Actually, do we have our game show music? See if you can pull this up. Game show music, please, and find out if the great Alan Stiles, how many of the 13 teams that have a higher average attendance this year than the San Francisco Giants.
Oh, wow.
The Giants averaged 30,409. That is their average attendance this year. That is 14th in the Bigs. How many of the top 13 can you name?
Let's get the easy ones out the way.
Okay.
Yankees, Mets.
Yankees number 3. New York Mets number 9.
Ooh.
Both correct.
A little spicy there.
Yeah. I was like, where are they?
I have to go Dodgers.
Dodgers are number 1.
There's a team here that I'm worried about, but they always look like it's rocking. Padres?
Padres are number 4.
Oh, wow.
Number 4. Yes, 40,378. Let me say that sentence again. The Padres are number 4. Spend money, people.
They're having a down year, but actually, you know what? Astros.
Houston Astros, number 7.
Okay, I think I'm at 5 now. They're having a down year, but if we're going to go, what's the word? Traditional Cubs?
Chicago Cubs, number 10.
Okay.
By the way, you got a couple that you said right off the bat that when you circle back, you haven't said them yet.
Well, I said Cardinals.
Cardinals are number 2.
We're at 7 now. What about the Braves?
Atlanta Braves are number 6.
Okay, my count is 8 right now.
So 5 more to go.
5 more to go. Let's see. I know I said Dodgers already.
You said Dodgers already.
Okay. All right. Let's go. This is where it gets a little dicey. Now I'm going through. Oh, Again, Red Sox.
That's number 12, by the way. Not as high as you think, but that is correct. Red Sox. Nice job. You got 4 more to go. You're 9 for 9.
Oh, my gosh.
Can you do 4 more? Again, the Giants are 14th in attendance this year. Phillies, number 5. That was the one top 5 that you hadn't got yet. So 3 more to go.
Okay.
And I will tell you that they are...
it's dicey?
Oh, they're quirky. I'll be impressed if you can nail it. 3 more. You've already gotten Dodgers, Cardinals, Yankees, Padres, Phillies, Braves, Astros, Mets, Cubs, Red Sox.
They're having a good season. This is a little scary for me.
There's nothing on the line. It's actually not that scary.
The Rangers?
No, sorry.
No.
What Texas Rangers are number 16. Seattle's number 17.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, no, those are not them. That's 2 strikes. You have 1 more strike.
Well,
I'll give you a 3rd strike.
Okay, well, you're quirky. All right. I'm going through. Man, oh, man.
At some point, we will need to move the show
on.
Toronto Blue Jays, number 8. That is one of them, yes.
Correct. Toronto.
You are looking for number 11 and number 13. Number 11 and number 13.
I know. What is it, the Guardians?
Cleveland is number 21.
Oh,
so no, that is a 3rd strike, but a very good effort.
All right.
I'm impressed that you got 11 of the 13. The Los Angeles Shoheis of Anaheim.
Oh, they started out hot. That's an easy one.
Are number 11, and largely because of him, by the way. They will not be number 11th next year when he plays somewhere else. And number 13 is the Colorado Rockies. just narrowly ahead of the Giants.
They're still just riding their
Colorado
high from
Rockies.
the Nuggets.
Yeah, Colorado
let's
Rockies.
do it. You know, I've never been out there. I don't know if you've had, but I heard it's great out there.
I have been out there, and it's fantastic. The downtown Denver Square.
Heard great things.
Lots to do. You got all the stadiums right there. Pepsi Center and Coors Field. I mean, it's beautiful. Like it's if it were somewhere else where the ball wasn't flying out every time it touched the bat.
Great.
Yeah. The problem with Coors Field and the Rockies is that they're never going to win because whatever you have to do to win there doesn't travel or vice versa. That's my contention. I think the Rockies are at a competitive disadvantage. But anyway, so yeah, the margins are fine for baseball. I know they want younger fans. I know they want better television ratings, but let's not make the mistake of thinking that baseball is in some massive trouble and it's all going south and the game's not even going to exist 15 years from now and all of that stuff. Baseball's doing fine. These contracts they're handing out?
Yeah.
A lot of people making $300 million and more.
Somebody getting paid.
Right.
Somebody getting paid somewhere.
So they must be doing all right. Like, we get reminded when things like what just happened with the A's, baseball's a business. I think business is booming.
Yeah, I hear you. And there are so many other ways. You know, you flip on SportsCenter on a random Tuesday and the Pirates got an empty stadium and you just get that in your mind. And now you think, baseball's in trouble, right? But there's so much more that goes into it. And it only takes one player. You know who used to be my go-to? And I'm not going to, he's my guy, Charlie Walter, so I'm not going to go there. But normally the team that I use in that example is the Reds. But you draft Ellie De La Cruz, and now they're rocking every day.
Game changer.
It's that simple.
Right.
Just draft a stud.
Yeah, that's simple. Right. So just draft a stud.
Rounds to draft
Don't
a stud.
mess it up. Draft a stud. Yeah, that is the listen. Tomorrow night on Netflix is this this quarterback docuseries. I don't even know what it's called. But they followed Patrick Mahomes, Kirk Cousins, and Marcus Mariota. Those are the three that are profiled. And it's basically just the life of a quarterback, which, as you can imagine, is not just snapping the ball and throwing the ball out there to Juju Smith-Schuster a few times.
It's just called quarterback, by the way.
Is that what it's called? I will watch it tomorrow night.
Yeah.
What a great night, by the way, to put it out there. It's the slowest night in sports of the year, tomorrow night. So I will watch this thing tomorrow night. And is it a series or is it one deal?
I'm pretty
sure. How much
sure,
time do I need to dedicate to this?
I'm pretty sure it's a series.
Okay. All right. So I got multiple episodes I need to work through?
I believe it's saying season
one. Okay. I'll look up at how many episodes. But I just watched the trailer today, and the trailer alone, I'm like, oh my, I can't wait. Because the life of a quarterback, I think sometimes we go, look, NFL, we obsess too much about the quarterback. I'm going to suggest we don't obsess enough about the quarterback.
Yeah.
I'm going to be over here and be the guy that says, all this talk about Purdy and Lance and Darnold, and it's annoying you because it's only July. We haven't done enough. That's how important the quarterback is to a market. If you get the dude, it changes everything in the whole city. Patrick Mahomes is in your city? Like, what else? Nothing else matters.
Yeah.
And you're automatically in the final 8, and we'll have many years where you go to the final 4, final 2, and final 1 over a decade plus.
But that's getting the dude.
Yes.
That's getting the dude's dude.
Right.
Right.
And when you don't have the dude, you are on the constant search for the dude.
Yeah. And I think that's the most interesting part of this docuseries is they pick 3 guys that are different levels of quarterback.
Right.
You have Marcus Mariota, who he's trying. Yeah. He's trying to hang around, trying to do something. Kirk Cousins, who's been steady Eddie, but hasn't really won anything. And then you have the GOAT.
And then you got the dude.
Or the future GOAT, right? Yeah. So I think that's great. They also have, I'm not trying to get in trouble here. And then they're also from different ethnic backgrounds. So I think it's going to be a really interesting docuseries.
The trailer got me. The trailer got me for sure.
Yeah.
I am in. I can't wait to see this. And I'm sure Purdy will be on next season. But anyway. Okay. All right. Lucas, release the hounds. Here we go. Open up the lines and start dialing right now. 888-957-9570. Line up for today's All-Star Week Blowout Prize. We are going to have one question for you. You have to have been listening to the show. We'll have one question for you. If you can answer that question from today's show, if you answer it correctly, then you will state out your favorite number, 1 through 15, although we'll tell you the numbers that have already been taken. 5 of the 15 have already been taken, so one of the available numbers, you will call out that number, and we will open up the envelope. I got the envelopes right here for the YouTube and Twitch audience. Take a look. I got these envelopes right here. We will open up the corresponding envelope and tell you what prize you've won. And again, no matter what prize you win, you are qualified for the signed Steph Curry jersey.
Wow.
We've been spending so much time talking about NBA egos. Do you think Clay is offended that somebody just gets to win his jersey, but everybody qualifies for the Steph jersey?
No. Maybe deep down, but he wouldn't say it.
He's like, I'm not worthy. I'm not a starter.
Yeah.
In this contest.
You know, I'm a little jealous of that Alexander Steakhouse. I pass by it all the time on Brannon, and I've been wanting to go there.
We'll just go in there.
I know.
Well, you probably talk to somebody. You know, I mean, obviously, these are what we have wonderful relationships in place with everybody who we're talking about here.
I need my first date night. My first date night without the baby. Maybe it's Alexander Steakhouse.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to say that was your first date night.
No.
You guys haven't had a date night yet? How old's the baby?
She is 2 months, 2.5 months.
Okay.
2.5 months.
2.5 months plus a torn Achilles.
Yeah.
Actually, I get why you haven't gotten out yet.
Yeah. Hey, let's wheel down to Alexander Steakhouse.
What is the right age for, like, when you can just be like, call the babysitter? Because 2.5 months, like you can't, like mama can't leave the baby.
My mom is close, right? So we could do that. We just haven't, but it's coming soon. It's coming soon.
You need that, man.
Yeah.
You need that, brother.
Yeah.
You've earned that. You've both been through a hell of a couple months. I got to tell you, you look great for what you're. No, I honestly now, because I remember this. You know, when you have your first kid and there's all these other kids around and people are doing little classes together and play dates and all this stuff. Some people in the first 3 months of having a baby look like they have been through hell and back. I watched people go gray in 3 months. I didn't want to tell them, but I'm like, you look like you haven't slept in a year.
Yeah.
You should leave.
You know, we've gotten really lucky. She does about 3 at night, the 3 block sleep, wake up, eats, another 3 block sleep. So that's been pretty good.
Okay, that's
she's
not bad.
been on that early on.
Do you help out at night? Do you help out?
I was got on the cast, but now that I'm booting it up, now I'm suited and booted, I can help out.
Okay, all right. Let's. We've got our lines lit and our listeners ready to go. The first thing I want to say to Rudy, Stephanie, Danny, Sandy, and Fox. Thank all of you. Thank you for calling in. Thank you for listening throughout the day. We appreciate each of you. We're going in random order here as they've come in, so I don't want anyone to feel slighted or offended. But thank you so much for being a dedicated listener here on 95.7 The Game. It absolutely means the world. First crack at this is going to be Rudy in Union City. Rudy, thank you for calling. What you doing, man? You doing all right?
Yes, I'm doing cool, man. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, thank you for calling. We really appreciate it. All right. Earlier on the show, you need to answer this one question correctly, or we will move on to the next listener. Thank you for the dramatic music. Follow it with a dramatic pause. Okay, Rudy.
I'm ready.
You are the weakest link. Goodbye. No, I'm kidding, Rudy. Stay right there, please.
Okay.
All right. Earlier in the show today, Alan and I had a conversation about an athlete coming to the Bay for the next 10 years. Who is that athlete?
Ohtani.
Are we going to accept last name only?
We'll accept.
Okay. Shohei Ohtani, Rudy, that is correct. Very good job, and congratulations to you, Rudy.
Thank you very much.
All right, I'm going to need a number, Rudy. I'm going to need a number 1 through 15, but let me throw out. This is going to get ridiculous on Friday, right? When we're like, don't do these 13
Eventually
numbers.
We'll just say what is available.
Exactly, but at this point, we can still say what's not available. Do not take numbers 4, 6, 7, 11, or 12. Outside of 4, 6, 7, 11, or 12, what is your number 1 through 15?
14.
Number 14. All right, going all the way to the back of the pack here. I'd like to thank the other hosts for getting these already incredibly out of order. Thank you, Bonte and Matt. You guys are nut jobs. Steiny is so on vacation, but that's okay. I have located it. Alan, will you confirm that says number 14?
1-4.
Okay. YouTube, Twitch, see that? That is a 1 and a 4. Rudy, the envelope, please. All right. Rudy, you have won. Congratulations to 1-month memberships to Evolve Fitness, and you have also qualified to win the Steph Curry autographed jersey. Rudy, you're going to love it over there. My guy, Jay, and his wife, Jane, they have built something so special over there. All kinds of different classes. You can bring the family. I don't know if you've got kids, but 2 free 1-month memberships to Evolve Training Center, Evolve Fitness. Congratulations, Rudy. Please stay on the line.
Thank you.
Beautiful. Rudy, thank you. Thank you for listening. And another prize is off.
Great job, Rudy.
The board. Off the board. Yeah. Shohei Ohtani to the Bay.
You say nay.
Well, I say nay this month.
Yeah.
I say yay in November or December. And I know how many Giants fans right now, and actually just in general sports fans, you have kind of like a defeatist attitude about this. Every time this comes up, Shohei's not coming. You don't know that.
You don't.
You don't know that.
Well, what about and somebody on the Comcast business text line was talking about it. There was that whole, when he initially came over, he didn't really like San Francisco. You remember that?
Oh, I think you're mixing up guys. That was the dude who ended up in Chicago. That was
it?
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, with
my beloved text line set me up.
The wife who didn't. Yeah. Why am I forgetting his name? Somebody hit me with the guy who ended up with the Cubs.
Yeah, I know you're talking about.
Yeah. And his wife didn't want to be. Yeah, Seiya Suzuki.
Yeah.
I think you're mixing up Shohei and Seiya Suzuki.
Come on, text line.
Yeah.
Don't do that to me. now you're in timeout. Text line's in timeout now.
Text line. Yeah. Right? I'm right? It was Seiya Suzuki. It wasn't Shohei. I don't think and this is part of what makes this free agency so fascinating. I don't think we've heard a damn thing. Shohei is the international man of mystery. Nobody knows what's cooking inside that guy's head. That's sort of why I found it interesting when Alex Cobb, former teammate of his, is like, it isn't going to be the money. That's not going to be what makes that guy tick.
Yeah. Now we have, 925 trying to defend the honor. It also happened with Ohtani. Said the city was dirty. So we're going to do some due diligence at the break here.
Ohtani said SF had too much crime, then decided to go to L.A. Aunt Will says that. I believe that to be incorrect.
All right.
And I'm ready to be wrong, but I do not believe that came from Shohei Ohtani.
All right, we'll do some digging.
The Ohtani thing, if I remember correctly, was that at the time of him coming over, the National League was essentially out of play because there was no DH.
Yeah.
There was no DH.
No, that I do remember that too.
Honestly, why would he have gone to the Angels and not the Dodgers if the DH was playing in the National League? Give me one good reason you go to Anaheim.
Yeah.
No, what's the guy doing there?
It's close enough.
He wanted the West Coast and he wanted a DH. Let me see. No Padres, no Dodgers, no Giants. What am I going to do? Join the A's? Sorry.
Yeah.
I think that's why he went to Anaheim. And it's why I'm confident that he does want to stay on the West Coast. Because why would you go to Anaheim? Right?
Yeah.
Think about it. If all the normal things play, you would either go to the Yankees, right, or the Dodgers or something like that. But he ended up with the Angels, which tells me he had two things that made him tick. West Coast, DH. Well, now 4 teams have West Coast and DH.
Yeah.
I know 6 teams do, but I'm sort of eliminating the mobile A's and the Seattle Mariners from this conversation. All I'll say is this: I think it's higher on the list than y'all think it is.
No, I wouldn't disagree with that. And Sterling earlier had a good point as well. What if would you feel better giving up young guys, right, to get more established guys to sell that to Shohei? So maybe not necessarily going after Shohei during this trade period, right, but moving some of those guys and bringing in not Stroman because he's got the player option, but guys that you can sell. Number one, you make your team better either way. But number two, you're selling Shohei. Look, Kyle Harrison, De La Salle guy, I love him. Shout out the Spartans. But we don't know. We just don't know.
You don't know. You don't know.
But if you get some guys where you do know, hey, Shohei, what do you think about this? And if you're able to, I guess you could either get Shohei, give up guys. I don't know how it would work, but find a way to get other guys. I'm not against giving up prospects for established guys if it helps your case.
No. In general, I think that makes all the sense in the world. It's just that this one would be excessively expensive, and I think have the opposite effect that some people think. Some people go, hey, if you get him, did you got 10 weeks to pitch him on the idea of staying? I don't think that helps you, and I think getting rid of all your top prospects actually hurts you in the chase for Shohei Ohtani. I just
if
don't.
They're close though. How old is Shohei?
Shohei's 29, but my point is he's going to want to win in the next 10 years. So why would
give him some single A guys? They're not going to be up there soon anyway.
Well, that would be fine.
Yeah.
That I'm fine with. The Giants' top prospects aren't in single A.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm not giving them up people who should be at the rotation next year, next to Shohei. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
All right. Let's switch gears, get back to the Dubs. Really, really excited to have this conversation. The head coach of the Warriors Summer League team, Jacob Rubin, joins us. Mark Willard, Allen Styles, 95.7 The Game. Glad to have you on, Coach. How you doing out there in Vegas?
Mark and Allen, thanks for having me on.
Yeah, man.
I'm doing. We're winless in Vegas, which is eating away at us. But we're getting by and we're having a lot of fun together.
Yeah, is it really? I remember from my time just broadcasting in the minor leagues, like how do you weigh winning in the summer league versus the development of your guys?
God, that's the age-old question. I think the competitor says winning's what matter, right? But the mind, the body, the brain, and the soul say we have to continue to develop these guys, right? I think at the end of the day, it's how can they get on the court to help our main guys out and our main club up, once we hopefully play through June. So it's a balancing act, understanding that, we got to find a way to put them in a position to succeed, and hopefully that helps us win. But at the same time, we can't lose sight of the vision, which is we got to try and get our guys better every single day.
Coach, I think it's a good point because when you look at Summer League, a lot of these guys are playing against guys they played against in college or in the G League, and you're able to do things that you might not be able to do at the higher level. How often does it happen in a game where you might have to tell a player, hey, that's all great that you just danced on that kid, but you're not going to be able to do that, when you get to the big level? How often does that happen? And is it hard to rein guys in to say, hey, I know that you're having success doing that, but that might not be your identity when you get the call?
Yeah, I think that's one of the trickiest things in Summer League, right? Especially if you can't get ahead of it. Trying to rein someone in is difficult. So for us, we just tried to let all of our guys know, myself and my staff from day one, what the expectations were, how we were going to be, who we were going to play, what kind of our non-negotiables were. So we just set the precedent that, we're going to compete at the highest level. Offensively, we're going to share the ball. That's just who we are, as a team, as you guys know. And then we're going to be great teammates. And so we just tried to set the standard from day one of who we are, how we're going to play, and how it should look for you guys to watch. And then you just hope that over time you just continue to get buy-in from the guys. And for us, it's been really simple so far. Everyone's been really great to coach. Everyone's on the same page. I think hopefully when people watch, they can kind of see the Warriors basketball that we're trying to put into life in front of everyone, and just moving the ball, moving bodies, just trying to make the simple right basketball play.
Jacob Rubin is the head coach of the Warriors Summer League team and joining us here on 95.7 The Game. Coach, tell us about Lester Quinones. Where do you think this is going for the organization next year?
Yeah, Lester is a big-time player for us. He's kind of our guy here in Summer League. He, along with with Brandon, our first round pick. So Lester's just been great for us. I think that he's proven that he can score the basketball in the G League. Obviously, to be a rookie in the G League and to win the most improved player says a lot about how much better he was able to get from the start of the season to the end of the season. With that being said, it's our job to find a way to just get him to be more consistent and more consistent and more consistent every single day. Because I think he's shown everyone that he can score with the ball in his hands. He can shoot the ball. He can make plays. But can he make the right play time and time and time and time again? And then defensively, can he make the right play time and time and time and time again? So we're challenging him, to guard the best players every game and to continue to do what he does offensively, but it's never enough, right? I think as coaches, that's one thing we're doing here with him is we're telling him how much we love and appreciate him, but letting him know it's never going to be enough because I think there's just another level that he can get to.
Coach, just following up real quick on Lester, are you showing him Jordan Poole tape? What's going on here? Because, but seriously, though, a lot of Dub Nation is talking about the similarities. Can you speak to, did he train with Jordan Poole? Did he kind of look up to Jordan Poole? He even wears the same wristband tape or wristband on the same wrist, I believe. Did they work out together a lot during Jordan Poole's time there? Or are we making up these similarities, or is there a real thing going on there?
It's just in the air. It's just the air these young guys are breathing, the Dub Nation air. Though, there's definitely some similarities. I think both of them kind of pop off the screen with some of the stuff that they're able to do. Obviously, our staff in Santa Cruz did an incredible job with Lester this year, with our head coach, Seth Cooper, and his entire staff. They just did a good job of really bringing him along slowly but surely. Lester and JP definitely are really close. So I think they got a chance to bond when Lester came in last year and was a part of training camp with us. So those two are especially close. I know they talk and communicate all the time with one another. And over the course of last season and then this summer, they definitely had their share of workouts together. But the similarities are there. And I think Lester, he's just trying to get better every day. And JP really helped with the work ethic of, if you put the work in, 9 times out of 10, the results will show.
Coach, people are looking at Podziemski, and obviously there's the injury right now to TJD. But in your words, what would you say is the goal, especially for Podziemski here? We got a first-round pick, right? He's guaranteed he's on the team. What's the goal during Summer League for him?
Yeah, he's, I go BP, I save myself. I
good move.
Do the pronunciation. The goal with him is how do we find a way to get him to improve from an individual perspective while at the same time improving in the ways we need for him to be ready to be on the court with us, right? So obviously, we want to see BP playing in pick and roll and we want to see him making reads, but we also understand that we have Steph Curry and we have Chris Paul and we have Draymond Green and Klay Thompson, and down the line, right, we have all these guys who can make plays with the ball in their hand, right? So I think a big thing for us is let's put him in positions where he's going to see the reads and he's going to be able to make the correct decision time after time again, where he's able to then play off of some of our other guys who are more than likely going to have the ball in their hands. So that's the balancing act, is making sure that, we get him from a team perspective where we want him to be, while also at the same time challenging him individually to kind of grow with his game.
Coach, because of the success that the Warriors have had, Dub Nation is very intelligent when it comes to cap space and all of that, and we understand that Dub Nation doesn't have the amount of money, say, as what the Houston Rockets did going into free agency and things like that. So you want to build from within. So now, as a fan base, everybody's paying so much attention to these guys. And we already talked about Lester. Let's go to Gui Santos, who's another guy who a lot of people are wondering, could he get a two-way? Looks like he's put on some pounds in a good way. He's looking real yoked and things like that. Can you speak to what Dub Nation should look for when he's on the court, and are you seeing and what you're seeing from him as well?
Yeah, I think you mentioned it with Guy. Like, it started with the ability for him to just get his body to that next level. When we had him last year in Summer League compared to where he is now, he's just a different animal, right? And so with him, what you see is someone who can play with the ball in their hands, and he can score and he can facilitate, right? He's kind of one of those bigger wings who can play with the ball, and he can really get downhill, right? He's great using his body. He's great with his angles. You guys have already seen in Summer League so far, he's had a couple of post-ups. He has a couple times where he drives, and he's able to create angles and spin and up and unders and all that stuff. But also, he's a really good passer. He's a really kind of fluid passer who sees the next play, who sees the game really well. So for us, we just want to keep getting the ball in his hands. Dub Nation to know that he's someone who, when he gets the ball and is going downhill, is really tough to stop, and so if we can just get him reps upon reps upon reps so that he continues to make, good decisions, and then continue to challenge him defensively, I think we'll love his progress where he's at right now.
Jacob Rubin, the head coach for the Summer League team for the Warriors, is with us here. Styles in for Dibbs. It's Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Coach, I think it's an annual thing in July. People turn on Summer League, watch somebody go off, get all excited about him, and predict, oh, my gosh, he's going to do some great things come this fall in the league. What would you say about that? When someone shows out in Summer League, that means what in terms of a reference point for playing in the actual league?
Great question. The first thing it means is it's in there somewhere in that basketball player, right? Summer League is no joke. These guys are fighting for their livelihood, right? They're fighting to impress for whatever that next job is. I think a lot of people who don't know Summer League don't understand it's difficult. It's tough basketball. It's grinded out. You got two sides who care about developing but also care about winning, right? And that's kind of that initial thing that we spoke about. So, it means something, but you also never want to buy too into what it means, right? It's kind of contradicting myself, but there's two sides to it. If you do something, it lets us know, hey, this guy's really capable of scoring or of passing or of shooting or whatever, but at the same time understand that you got to be able to show that you can do it time and time again in the league to be able to have success.
So, Coach, you're saying that obviously the Summer League Warriors are winless. Does that mean we're out, no chance at the Summer League ring? I wanted the Summer League ring. I wanted to see it.
Well, look, I'm not going to take a total winless on my record. We got our second game. We got our first win in Sacramento.
That's right.
In the California Classic. Okay, so I'm taking that with me until the end. But I think we'll see what happens. I think we gotta keep playing the right way, and if we win some games, who knows what will happen. But I think I love the way our guys are playing. We're really sharing it. For anyone who tunes in, you can kind of see the energy that's popping with the ball, and our bench is into it. And I don't know. We'll see about the ring, but there's a bigger ring that's at stake for us in June that we're trying to get also.
No doubt about it. Hey, by the way, mentioning the other pick, Trace Jackson Davis. What is the update on him? Any chance we see him in the Summer League?
I hope. The update is he's getting better. He's definitely getting better. He's progressing with his sore hamstring. He's getting on the court more and more. I think he's getting closer to a point where he could be cleared to play. So it's just a day-by-day thing right now. Let's see. He gets his on-court work in. Let's see how the body responds the next day. Then he'll get his on-court work in. Let's see how his body responds the next day. And everything's been trending in the right direction, so I think we're hopeful, but at the same time, we're going to be super careful with him moving forward.
Coach, anything else you've noticed in Vegas in terms of players on other teams who might pop? Like, did you see a little Wembanyama? Like who else? I mean, James Wiseman is even out there playing. Like, anybody else catch your eye?
No one's. I think everyone was kind of caught up in the Wembanyama, Brandon Miller game. But honestly, we've had our hands full with our guys. We're trying to stay focused. So I think it's fun for everyone to check in. And I think normally I would be watching a lot more of the games live and being there, but we're all hands on deck right now with our guys trying to prepare them, for everything. And we have Dallas tomorrow. We're really excited to go after them.
All right, well, get that win counter going, and we hope also that we see TJD. We're looking forward to all of it. And Coach, thank you so much for spending a little time with us.
Appreciate you guys having me on. Have a good one, fellas.
Okay, there it is. Jacob Rubin, the head coach of the Warriors Summer League team. And yeah, man, there's just some interesting stuff going on there. I love sort of what he said, which was, yeah, does the Summer League translate to the league? No. But is this some sort of a walk in the park for these guys? Also, no.
Yeah.
Like, this is high-level stuff. And, yeah, I got eyes on Quinones right now. Something tells me that guy is going to play a role for the Warriors this year.
He is not Jordan Poole. I mean,
No.
I just mean that from the handle.
Yeah, I got
think he
you.
can shoot, but the handle, I haven't seen him cook the way we've seen. I mean, Jordan Poole, we know not the best season last season, even though he averaged 20, but the moves that he would come up with were so inventive and so unique that I don't think you can expect Lester to be that. But you don't really need him to.
No.
Right? You don't need him to couple threes, bail out the second unit a couple times when need be. Almost similar, maybe a little less because Moody came on strong, but earlier on when Moody was just getting, not more than 3 and D, but you're going to need a shot getter.
Like, I think that more so than in the past, this is one characteristic of a team that now is so veteran heavy. When you add players like Chris Paul and Dario Saric, like, you don't need people to, as you just put it, quote unquote, cook. It's not that I'm against that. Like, go out there and cook. But what you really need is people to play a role and be consistent with it and be smart with it and understand it and execute it. Like, if Quinones does that a little bit here and there, obviously the two names that we're really looking for there are Kuminga and Moody. If they can just carve out, this is my role, I understand it, now I'm going to go execute it, and I'm going to be good at it most nights.
Yeah.
That's really all you're looking for from those guys. And I feel like that opens up the whole season if they can get that from those guys.
Yeah, one thing that if Quinones is going to be similar to the Jordan Poole role, not Jordan Poole role, but be a bucket getter for them, I think that one thing that a lot of guys struggle with playing with the core three is the fact that you have Steph and Clay. So, back in my hoop days, I can say that now because I got a bum leg. But when you have a baller, right, when there was a D1 guy on the other team or on my team, every shot felt like a bad shot, even if I was wide open. But at some point, it has to get back to basketball. And I think that the earlier they can get Lester up there just to work with them, to say, hey, if not if Steph is cold or Clay is cold, but if it makes the most basketball sense, take that shot. And Jordan Poole took that and then some. But if you have somebody that can say, all right, I know my role, I know I need to do something here, Steph is being doubled or whatever the case is, that's where you find lightning in a bottle.
That Styles in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs, sponsored by Cars.com. And more of your calls coming up, 888-957-9570 on 95.7 The Game.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right. So this is interesting to me. Styles in for the rest of the week. We've been talking a lot about Ohtani today, and it came up on the text line and the YouTube feed that Ohtani, at the time of signing with the Angels, there was some story about him not liking San Francisco. Or I personally, this is just from a memory bank, I could totally be wrong, I think we're mixing up Ohtani and Seiya Suzuki. Mm-hmm. So I did as much research as I could find. This is not a smoking gun that I've found. However, I am reading from the Yahoo News story the day that Ohtani signed with the Angels. Okay. And there in here is also the statement from his agent as to picking what he wanted to pick, but it also gives us a little clue into where the Giants stood at the time of the signing. This is what it says. So, probably not the Los Angeles team you were guessing. Ohtani goes to the Angels, and then it says there's been nothing predictable about the sweepstakes from the Yankees and Red Sox getting eliminated early, which to me is a sign that the West Coast thing is real.
Right.
And then it goes on to say he picks Anaheim rather than, and it names 3 spots that were considered to have a really good angle at Ohtani. And they are the Seattle Mariners, the San Francisco Giants, and then it says, or maybe even the Chicago Cubs. Those were the 3 teams that, according to this story, were like the last people eliminated at the dance.
Yeah.
So no Dodgers, no Yankees, no Red Sox. Mariners, Giants, possibly Cubs.
I told you, put Mariners back in there.
And then his agent, without reading 3 paragraphs, indicates that the Angels were the winner because of the deep, detailed work that then general manager Billy Epler did. Mm-hmm. And Ken Rosenthal tweeted, Epler had been on Ohtani since he was in high school and crushed the presentation. Mm-hmm. And as one insider put it, this is a credit to him. Epler visited Japan while with the Yankees after becoming the Angels GM in October of 2015, all the way back recruiting at that time. So 2 things here. My suggestion would be I still don't see anything that suggests that Ohtani doesn't like San Francisco.
Right.
And the second part is, boy, I hope that the Giants brass has already been doing their work for at least a year and a half to know everything about what makes him tick and everything about how to crush that presentation in November, December, or wherever it comes.
Yeah, it's a great point, and you put Seattle back in the mix. Somebody also mentioned Ichiro earlier, Ken Griffey Jr. I mean, these are names that we all kind of grew up on and were huge staples. Giants, we know you got Barry Bonds, you got the championships. So the Giants are going to have to start, like you said, don't study like I did in school, right? The finals are coming up soon. I started studying about
Crash
a week
course.
before.
Yeah.
You need to start studying now, and hopefully you can cater what you need to Ohtani, because going back to what Cobb said, he believes as a former teammate of Ohtani, this isn't about the money. I want you, and I just watched Air. On I finally watched it about the Nike story.
Yeah. Did you like it?
I loved it.
Yeah,
I loved it.
I liked it too.
And that's what they did when they started talking to Michael Jordan. It wasn't just about the money. They really started to break those things down. So the Giants, they got a shot, but you're going to have to come extremely correct.
Oh, man, you're going to have to kill it.
Yeah.
You're going to have to kill it. You're going to have to make him feel like this is exactly the right fit. Mm-hmm. But then I think the part about it that's not in the presentation, because everyone will say the same thing, which is that you can win here. Mm-hmm. Like that has to be the thing that's not in the presentation, that's just evident.
Right.
And I've said this a number of times. I feel like the urgency from Giants fans this season is lacking a little bit. I feel like a lot of people think that this is a developmental year. I think a lot of people have a defeatist attitude, like this isn't going to last, even though it was easy to dismiss them when they were 6-13, and now they're 49-41.
Yeah.
And Farhan is usually at least in some way, aggressive at the deadline. I think these will be an interesting 2 weeks, and I think that they'll go for it in every way that they see fit. But the second half of this season, if you can't get yourself sort of excited about a World Series or a playoff chase because you're like, they're not supposed to be there. They don't have the rotation to do it. The Braves are too good. Whatever it is that's in your mind, then forget all that. Mm-hmm. Be good just so you can get Shohei.
Yes.
It doesn't matter if you win the World Series this time, but he's got to look at this team and go, I can win there.
Right.
That's the most important thing.
I think getting into the playoffs, to your point, is extremely important because, hey, with you, we could have XYZ. He's realistic. Hey, I'm a heck of a player, but we couldn't even get to the playoffs with me on the team with the Angels. So at least if you're in the playoffs, you can sell. We can keep going. It's really hard to sell if you didn't get into the playoffs. Hey, not only are we going to get into the playoffs with you, we're going to win the World Series. Yeah. How many teams do that? I feel baseball is pretty spot on in the growth. You don't really see random teams go from nothing to champion. They get into the playoffs, they can have a nice run, but to win the whole thing, normally it's the teams that have put the work in and they've been around.
Well, and so then the other thing I think that comes up in this conversation that's really important when we sort of do research and go back to the first time that he signed, we have fallen into the trap that he's already disproven. Here's what I mean by that. Everybody's looking at this next offseason and going, oh, come on. You're going to the Dodgers. He already made the non-obvious choice once. So I don't think he ticks like you talk.
Yeah.
I don't think that's this dude, right? Like, oh, they're always going to go to the Dodgers or they're always going to go to the Yankees. And if not, it'll be the Red Sox or maybe the Padres. Maybe they'll look at Chicago. It's going to be something like that. This dude chose the Angels.
Right.
So, listen, am I setting myself up for disappointment? Probably. But you're damn right I'm going to do it. Do I think it's believable that this guy's on the Giants next year? 1,000%.
Well, I think now that everything's come out about Aaron Judge, you could make an easy argument that this is much more realistic than Aaron Judge ever was.
Totally. Because that's leaving the Yankees.
Yes.
That's different than not joining the Yankees.
Right.
That's leaving the Yankees.
Yes.
I mean, you made the Jeter comment earlier today. Like, who is Derek Jeter if he's a twin? Mm-hmm. It's not the same.
No.
And that's why everybody had a hard time believing that he would leave the Yankees, and they were right.
Yeah.
They were right. You know? This one, though, this one's not cookie cutter. It's not cookie cutter. So, who knows what he's thinking? And I'm intrigued by Alex Cobb's comment. Because if you say, hey, money is not going to be the deal, well, then what advantage does the Dodgers, the big market, what do they really have? Because the whole point of being, like, needing to be in the big market is money.
Yeah.
If you don't care about that.
Well, it's winning. It's
Right.
winning. So now it turns into, now hang with me here. If the Giants just, let's say they get into the playoffs, whatever the case may be, and we believe Ohtani to not be that guy, can you find it in your heart? You know where I'm going here. If you knew if the Dodgers won the whole thing, it would turn Ohtani off from joining a team who just won, would you wear it? We got to leave with that tomorrow. Can't believe I just thought of that.
In other words, Durant wouldn't join the Warriors if they had won. Shohei won't join the Dodgers if they win.
So would you eat the Dodgers winning to get Shohei Ohtani?
Only if it guaranteed it. It would have to get, you can't be like,
that's fair.
Right? You have to guarantee it.
Yeah.
Want to do it again tomorrow?
Let's do it.
All right. Alan Stiles in for Dibs all week long. Thank you all for joining us. And again, more prizes tomorrow in our big All-Star Week blowout. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. And that, of course, is the best of the game. Full hour of our best content from the day, hosted by our own Sterling Bennett. So for Stiles and for Sterling and for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. That's all you got.
This is your best of hour on 95.7 The Game. My name is Sterling Bennett, and we have every aspect of the sports world coming at you for the next, 57 minutes? Going to talk some Debo Samuel with Zach Gelb on the morning roast later in the show. And also going to talk about Howard Beck. He joined Willard and Dibbs earlier today. Chris Paul talking NBA Summer League and the big sphere out there in Las Vegas. It's watching you when you're awake and while you're asleep. You can call the sphere the New Age Santa Claus. It's horrifying out there in Las Vegas. Also, Warriors Summer League coach Jacob Rubin, he joined Willard and Dibbs about 30 minutes ago to discuss Lester Quinones and the similarities between him and Jordan Poole. But right now, let's revisit the conversation with Howard Beck when he was asked, what kind of leader is Chris Paul?